Chapter 1. The Corpse. There are 15 minutes left until the end of the exam. Students who have not completed their papers, please hurry. The slightly hoarse voice of the mathematics teacher echoed from the podium. In the quiet classroom, Zhou Zhan instinctively opened the paper before him. Neatly printed numbers, formulas, and geometric figures came into view, yet all the answer spaces remained pristine and blanked. He was instantly alarmed. 15 minutes left for the math exam. And hadn't he solved a single problem? He was bound to fail. There was no time to tackle the lower-scoring questions. He would randomly guess the multiple-choice ones and directly address the high-scoring problems at the back. Just as Zhou Zhan was about to begin, he searched his desk only to find that he had forgotten to bring a pen for the exam. Only 5 minutes left. Was it really only 5 minutes? Zhou Zhan anxiously glanced at his deskmate, lowering his voice as he quickly implored, "How go? Lend me a pen." Without waiting for a response, he swiftly snatched a pen from his deskmate's pencil case. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhan flipped to the multiple-choice section, hastily filling in the empty brackets. Just as he completed a few questions, the familiar bell rang. Ding-ling-ling. "Time's up. Please submit your papers." As the words fell, a large hand descended, grasping the paper before Zhou Zhan, seemingly ready to take it away at any moment. Zhou Zhan hurriedly pressed down on his paper, anxiously exclaiming, "Teacher, wait. I haven't finished the last question. I'm just a few steps away." As he spoke, he flipped to the last page, barely glancing at the question before diving into the solution. Solution. The word solution was hastily scrawled twice, leaving no trace on the paper. The pen was out of ink. In a panic, Zhou Zhan made a forceful stroke, and the pen tip immediately sliced through the paper like a blade, creating a long, narrow tear. Whoosh! The tear on the paper suddenly gaped open, revealing a dark, profound void within, akin to a black hole. Countless numbers, formulas, and geometric figures surged forth from the depths of the black hole, like a flood breaking its dam. Ding-ling-ling. In the dimness, the familiar ringtone of a mobile phone echoed. Zhou Zhan jolted upright, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for it was just a dream. He had already graduated and no longer had to take exams. Ding-ling-ling. The phone continued to ring, eerily reminiscent of the school bell from his dream. Zhou Zhan instinctively reached for the bedside, hoping to grab his phone, but after fumbling for a while, he realized that it was not there. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, utterly silent, and he could see nothing. Zhou Zhan steadied himself and promptly jumped out of bed, fumbling towards the direction of the ringing. After taking 2 or 3 steps, he stumbled upon a cold, long table. Feeling along the edge of the table, he quickly located the phone that he picked it up, and the screen displayed unknown number, flashing repeatedly. Just as he was about to answer, the call abruptly ended. A nuisance call. Working before dawn. These days, no industry is easy. With a sigh, Zhou Zhan set the phone down, intending to return to bed. But in the next instant, he froze. In the dim light of the phone, he saw that on the table before him lay a corpse, its skin pale and bluish, lying rigidly. The corpse was robust, with a flat chest, its exposed palms large and rough, covered in calluses, suggesting that it had once belonged to a middle-aged male. He was clad in an oil-stained work uniform, a blurred car emblem on his left chest, and his deathly skin was marred by shocking spots of decay. The spots crawled up his thick neck, while a dark plastic bag obscured the head above, concealing its features. Zhou Zhan stood frozen in place until the phone's screen dimmed. The remaining faint light vanished, and darkness enveloped him once more, jolting him back to reality. "Call the police. I must call the police immediately." Zhou Zhan hurriedly activated his phone, but the fingerprint unlock failed, so he swiftly switched to emergency call, his fingers trembling as he selected the police number. Gazing at the brief digits on the screen, his mind erupted in an unprecedented pain that surged through his brain. Bang! The agony caused him to collapse to the ground, the phone tumbling beside him. Amidst the intense pain, he seemed to see a myriad of numbers, formulas, and symbols materializing in the darkness before him. After what felt like an eternity, the overwhelming pain finally receded like a tide. And Zhou Zhan gradually regained his composure, drenched in cold sweat. Supporting himself with one hand on the icy floor, he slowly sat up. Once he confirmed that the pain in his head had subsided, Zhou Zhan felt around on the ground and quickly found his phone from earlier. He picked it up and hastily dialed the number. The call was swiftly connected before the operator could ask anything. Zhou Zhan lowered his voice and quickly stated, "Hello. I just woke up, and there's a corpse in my room. I live at Building 17, Room 2501, Langyun Shuichan, Binhai City. My contact number is 157 589. From the looks of the corpse, it seems to have been dead for more than a day. Please hurry." After a brief silence, the operator promptly inquired, "Hello, may I have your name?" Zhou Zhen quickly replied, "My name is Zhou Zhen." The operator repeated his name and, after confirming the address and phone number, calmly instructed him, "Please do not move or disturb the scene. Our colleagues will arrive shortly." After reporting the incident, Zhou Zhen finally exhaled, sitting on the ground to rest for a moment. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and the screen lit up on its own that he picked it up to find a push notification. Experts suggest abolishing the subject of mathematics to better prevent the digital virus. Digital virus? What is that? Zhou Zhen quickly shook his head. With a corpse suddenly appearing in his room, he had no interest in such nonsensical news. Feeling that his strength had somewhat returned, he stood up, turned on the flashlight on his phone, and once more directed it toward the corpse. The cold shell lay silently. The exposed parts showed no wounds, and based on his observations, he could not determine the cause of death. What astonished Zhou Zhen was that beneath the corpse lay not what he had assumed was a table, but a silver-colored mortuary cot. The limited range of the phone's light made it difficult for Zhou Zhen to see clearly, so he headed toward the wall, intending to turn on the light. However, just a few steps in, an intense chill surged up his spine, like an invisible rope tightening around him. Zhou Zhen's face froze. His body seemed to be encased in ice, rendering him unable to take another step. Under the beam of the phone's flashlight, he found that there was no wall, but rows of mortuary cots made of welded stainless steel pipes. Each cot supported a rigidly lying corpse. These corpses were clad in a variety of garments. And as he glanced over, he noted the exposed wrists, some slender, some robust, some fair, and others dark. Every corpse's head was tightly encased in a dark plastic bag. The metal of the mortuary cots reflected a faint cold light in the darkness. And the space was vast, the phone's beam failing to reach its end. Zhou Zhen immediately grasped the situation, turning his phone to illuminate his surroundings. Rows upon rows of mortuary cots were neatly arranged, reminiscent of carefully displayed goods in a supermarket. Each cot housed a corpse of varying height and build, quietly lying back as if they were meticulously organized products. All the corpses had their heads shrouded in dark plastic bags. This was not his room. It was a strange mortuary. Suddenly, Zhou Zhen felt something constricting around his neck. He awkwardly turned his phone, directing the light upon himself, and looked down to see a torn dark plastic bag hanging messily around his neck. Chapter 2. The Infected. Zhou Zhen's face instantly drained of color that he slowly retreated until his back hit the cold edge of the cot, where he had just been sleeping. The icy touch felt as if it penetrated to his very bones, jolting him into full awareness. Zhou Zhen quickly turned to gaze at the bed, where he had been resting. In the light of the phone's flashlight, he discerned the outline behind him. The silver steel pipes welded into the shape of a bed, glinting with a chilling glow. This was not a bed. It was yet another mortuary cot. Zhou Zhen began to breathe heavily, his trembling hand hastily exploring the cot. There were no blankets, no sheets, no mattress, no pillows. Apart from the distinct coldness of the metal, there was nothing on the cot. Clang! Zhou Zhen forcefully overturned the cot, the metal frame crashing heavily to the ground, the sound reverberating eerily throughout the mortuary. The darkness seemed to thicken, like an impenetrable net quietly descending around him, enveloping him in layers. After the echoes faded, the entire space fell silent once more. The chill surged silently. Zhou Zhen gasped as he picked up his phone again, directing the screen at his face. The prompt face unlock failed, appeared immediately. He quickly attempted fingerprint unlock with his right hand, failed, then with his left hand, failed again. Next, he tried entering his password from memory. Yet again, the unlock failed. This was not his phone. A wave of intense fear washed over Zhou Zhen. Everything around him felt so achingly real, such an unreal situation. The morgue, corpses, a cell phone, plastic bags. What on earth has happened? Why am I lying here? Zhou Zhen suddenly recalled the dream he had just had. In a quiet classroom, with only 15 minutes left in the math exam, his classmates had begun to submit their papers, while his remained utterly blank. Amid his frantic attempts to answer, the bell rang to signal the end of class. At that crucial moment, his pen failed to write, and he accidentally tore his exam paper. As he thought about it, the bell from the dream coincided perfectly with the ringtone of his phone just now. The torn exam paper in his dream was akin to the plastic bag enveloping his head. Yes, he was also one of the occupants of this morgue. The plastic bag around his neck was something he had ripped open himself. Ding ding ding. The familiar ringtone of his phone rang out once more. Zhou Zhan was jolted back to reality, glancing at the phone screen, where the flashing text displayed the identity of the caller, Public Security Center. It was the emergency call he had just made. Zhou Zhan gradually calmed himself that he could still hear, see, and call for help. Although he did not understand how he ended up in this morgue, one thing was certain. He was still alive. The Public Security Center was returning his call. Surely because the address he reported was his home, and the officers had not found him there. With this thought in mind, Zhou Zhan answered the phone. Hello. Immediately, the voice of the operator he had spoken with earlier came through. Mr. Zhou, hello. This is the Public Security Center. Based on the situation you described, our colleagues have already gone to Langyun Shuyan. However, we did not discover the situation you mentioned, nor did we find any corpses. We now need to confirm the specifics with you once more. Could you please confirm that you live at Building 17, Apartment 2501, Binhai City High-Tech Zone, and that you found a corpse in your home? Listening to the calm and flat tone of the operator, Zhou Zhan felt a flicker of safety, lying inexplicably in a morgue surrounded by the dead. With only himself alive, he realized that only the authorities could assist him in this dire situation. Although the officials had not yet arrived, this phone call provided him with a sense of relief. Zhou Zhan immediately lowered his voice and replied, Officer, the situation is rather complex that I did discover a corpse, but the location is not my home, and I do not know where I am. It is completely dark and extremely cold. It appears to be a basement. Moreover, there is not just one corpse. There are many. This place resembles a hospital morgue, yet the corpses are dressed in clothing from various professions, and I have not seen any patient gowns, so it cannot be a hospital. I suspect that an illegal organization has kidnapped me. At this point, Zhou Zhan forced himself to remain calm, reaching out to touch the corpse beside him, probing it. He found no signs of decomposition or sutures, confirming that the internal organs were intact. He continued, from the appearance. These corpses are whole, with no visible injuries, unlike those of an organ trafficking ring. However, each corpse has been covered with a plastic bag over its head. There are victims of all ages and genders, but there are no signs of fatal injuries. It seems that all the corpses were suffocated with plastic bags after being restrained. This could be the work of a cult, having conveyed all the information he knew in one breath. Zhou Zhan took several deep breaths, striving to maintain his composure. With so many unnatural deaths, this was undoubtedly a significant case. His immediate task was to cooperate with the authorities and provide as many crucial leads as possible. This was not only to assist in solving the case, but also for his own safety. At this moment, the operator on the other end responded immediately. Mr. Zhou, I have recorded all the information you provided. A specialized team will verify it shortly. Please do not worry. Now, there are a few questions that require your careful answers. Zhou Zhan promptly replied, All right. The operator paused for a moment before suddenly asking in an extremely serious tone, Mr. Zhou, what is the result of 11, 22, 33, 44, 55? Minus 66, 77, 88, 99. Hearing this perplexing question, Zhou Zhan felt a sense of bewilderment. Nevertheless, considering this was an inquiry from the Public Security Center, he quickly calculated in his mind and answered within half a second. -24948,264. As soon as he uttered the number, he felt a sharp pain in his head once more, reminiscent of his earlier experience. However, was not as severe. Beep, beep, beep. In the next moment, it seemed an alarm sounded on the other end of the call, followed by a tone similar to a hang-up beep, and then a hissing static noise filled the receiver. Immediately, a deep, cold voice echoed from afar. The caller is a digital virus-infected individual. Signal locator, prepare. Quickly lock onto the infected individual's location. For 1424. Continue the questioning. Do not allow the infected to hang up. All departments, attention. All departments, attention. Once the location of the digital infected individual is locked, immediately evacuate the surrounding populace. Notify the ghost snipers to prepare. The Rapid Response Bomb Disposal Team. Prepare. The Armed Anti-Terrorism Bomber Squadron. Prepare. Chapter 3 Unknown Number. The sounds on the phone were chaotic and disordered, but several key phrases reached Zhou Zhan's ears clearly. Ghost snipers, Rapid Response Bomb Disposal Team. Armed Anti-Terrorism Bomber Squadron. Much of what he had just stated was speculation, unverifiable, but even if he were indeed kidnapped by some cult, did the authorities need such a massive mobilization to rescue him? Before Zhou Zhan could fully comprehend this, the operator's voice returned. Mr. Zhou, the second question, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 49876, then multiplied by 0.00141598, then divided by 10.67897, then squared. Then, what is the result? As soon as the operator finished asking, the answer flashed in Zhou Zhan's mind, and he blurted out, 9066814.14467. Before he could finish stating the numbers after the decimal point, he suddenly froze. Why was he calculating this complex equation so quickly? At this moment, the operator did not care whether his answer was correct and immediately continued. Third question. Zhou Zhan suddenly understood and hastily asked, Officer, what is a digital virus-infected individual? The operator ignored his question and continued. Third question. What is 598,8491 raised to the 74,827th power? The static noise on the phone erupted once more. Location locked in Dengming District. There is strong signal interference in this area, making it difficult to lock onto the infected individual in a short time. Ghost snipers have already been dispatched. The armed anti-terrorism bomber squadron is about to be deployed. For 1424. Continue the questioning. For 1424. Continue the questioning. Snap. Zhou Zhan immediately hung up the phone. Although he had yet to grasp the full situation, he understood that if the call continued, he would witness the true might of bombers. Zhou Zhan lifted his hand and tore off the plastic bag still wrapped around his neck, then carefully wiped the entire phone with his sleeve, erasing all his fingerprints, and placed it back next to the original corpse. Turning around, he quickly spotted the gurney he had pushed over earlier. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Zhan rushed over to right it. He thought for a moment, then moved to a further spot, lifted the corpse from another gurney, and placed it onto his own. Next, Zhou Zhan used his clothing to wipe down all the areas he had touched, erasing any fingerprints he might have left behind. After completing all these tasks, he prepared to leave immediately, but just then, the familiar ringtone sounded once more. Ding, ding, ding. In the profound darkness, the phone screen emitted an exceptionally bright light, displaying the caller, unknown number. Seeing this prompt, Zhou Zhan immediately recalled the call that had awakened him, which also displayed unknown number. At that time, he had just gotten up and had no chance to answer. With this thought in mind, Zhou Zhan hesitated for a second, then picked up the phone again. But he was an ordinary person who had fallen asleep one night and inexplicably found himself in a morgue. Just as he awoke, a phone call happened to come in. This familiar scenario was something he had seen in many movies. This unknown number was not merely a nuisance call. It was the mastermind behind his predicament, deliberately reaching out to him. Zhou Zhan pressed the answer button. Hello. Who are you? Hiss, hiss, hiss. Before Zhou Zhan could finish his question, the corpse on the gurney before him, with its head enveloped in a dark plastic bag, suddenly emitted a piercing electric sound. In the next moment, the phone receiver echoed with the identical, shrill electric noise. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the same time, Zhou Zhan's head exploded with pain. A wave of even more intense agony surged into his brain. Zhou Zhan found himself teetering unsteadily, and in an instant he collapsed, his phone tumbling to the ground alongside him. The hissing sound emanating from the head of the corpse on the gurney grew louder and more urgent. The voice from the phone's receiver also escalated in volume and intensity. That unknown number was not a call from anyone else, but rather a call from the very corpse beside him. This unfathomable phenomenon completely shattered his previous understanding of reality. Yet, at that moment, he had no mind to marvel at this occurrence. A searing headache, akin to 1,000 sharp blades simultaneously piercing and twisting within his skull, forced him to clutch his head tightly. Curling up on the ground in a painful struggle, he yearned to escape this place immediately, but the indescribable agony in his mind rendered him incapable of even standing. He desperately wished to retrieve the phone lying on the ground and hang up the call that was connecting. Yet his body, racked with convulsions, rendered each of his fingers uncontrollable. Suddenly, the dark mortuary was illuminated as lights flickered on one by one, briefly illuminating the surroundings before abruptly extinguishing. The light sources flickered rapidly. As if there were issues with the wiring, the wavering beams revealed a spacious area supported by several concrete pillars, each wide enough to be embraced by several people. The whitewashed ceiling was marred with patches of mold, and various pipes and cables crisscrossed chaotically, while the hanging lights flickered rapidly, resembling candles struggling against the wind. Every few steps, red and green ribbons danced in the cold air from the vents. Whether it was air conditioning water or some other filth, it slid down the green walls, leaving behind web-like traces. The entire mortuary was devoid of partitions, with gurneys made of welded steel pipes arranged neatly like crops. While the dark plastic bags resembled the drooping ears of grain on the distant green wall, there stood a fire exit. Behind the door, a narrow band of deep red paint was smeared, its details obscured by distance. The hissing noise intensified, and the flickering of the incandescent lights quickened. Everything around him was surreal. Suddenly, all the light tubes in the mortuary exploded simultaneously. At that very moment, Zhou Zhen's phone erupted in a shower of sparks, releasing a foul odor before plunging into darkness. The silence returned to the cold mortuary, and Zhou Zhen's headache dissipated. Without any hesitation, he sprang to his feet and dashed toward the mortuary's door. The heavy thud of his footsteps echoed through the gaps between the gurneys. Bang! Zhou Zhen flung open the door and burst forth from the encroaching darkness, just as he exited the mortuary. The hissing electrical sound returned. The rustling of the dark plastic bags stirred like a tidal wave, soon being forced open by irregular polyhedra, spiraling forms, and twisted matter from within. Chapter 4. Explosion-proof Mecca. This corridor bore the weight of time, its terrazzo floor strewn with a chaotic array of footprints. The walls, painted white above and green below, were intermittently adorned with dimly glowing emergency exit signs, casting a faint green light that stretched into the surrounding darkness. In the corners, discarded metallic components lay haphazardly piled, their uncorroded parts glinting faintly in the dim light. The corridor was devoid of windows or illumination, suffused with a heavy scent of mildew. Zhou Zhen burst from the mortuary door. Drenched in sweat, he swiftly shed his jacket and scanned the surroundings, immediately racing toward the direction indicated by the emergency exit signs. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of his footsteps reverberated in the corridor, the silence enveloping him like a grave. After traversing the lengthy passage and turning several corners following the guiding lights, he finally spotted a pair of double doors ahead. The door bore a similarly elongated pattern. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Zhen dashed forward and yanked the door open. In the blink of an eye, he glimpsed the design behind the door, which resembled an inverted scepter entwined with a two-headed serpent. Without pausing to ponder the significance of the symbol, he noticed that beyond the door lay a winding staircase ascending upward, bathed in a kaleidoscope of light cascading down, clearly illuminating the steps. The surge of vitality invigorated him, and he eagerly ascended the staircase. The dull thud of his footsteps quickly transformed into a resonant sound, harmonizing with the increasingly brilliant illumination. Zhou Zhen finally reached the final flight of stairs that it felt as if he had emerged from a constricted cavern into a vast valley. Before him lay an expansive factory. The factory spanned an estimated 10,000 square feet, filled with rusted machinery. In the center, a rectangular pit designed for liquid storage lay completely dry, its concrete floor cracked in a spiderweb-like pattern. With weeds daringly peeking through, the thick walls surrounded him, and the windows meant for illumination were situated 3 to 4 meters above the ground, their vast panes mostly shattered. Neon lights from outside poured in unabated, casting a vibrant spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, illuminating the abandoned factory with an extraordinary brightness. Zhou Zhen quickly spotted a large door not far away. He raced toward it, pushed it open, and, guided by the overhead lights, sped along the weed-choked concrete path toward the source of the most light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At last, Zhou Zhen burst through the rusting iron gate, emerging onto a brightly lit street. He gasped for breath, his lungs feeling as if they might explode from the exertion of his frantic flight. But he had finally escaped. As he took in his surroundings, he was immediately struck by the towering skyscrapers that surrounded him, each edifice requiring him to tilt his head back entirely to catch a glimpse of its pinnacle. In the gaps between the nearby buildings, he could see the shadows of even taller structures rising like bamboo shoots, creating a true jungle of concrete and steel. Normally, any one of these buildings would be a landmark in its own right. Yet they were numerous and ubiquitous. Between the skyscrapers, it was not the profound night sky that met his gaze, but rather a multitude of vividly animated fish, lively dragons, and grand ships, gracefully meandering through the air. The subtle changes in the water and the roaring waves devoid of any flaws. If it weren't for the occasional transformation of the fish, dragons, and ships into strings of advertisements, the scene before him would appear as if an ocean had been inverted in the sky. Seamlessly merging with the towering structures, coexisting harmoniously, it was almost as if he had stepped into a fantastical underwater realm. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of engines broke through the air as several sleekly painted vehicles streaked across the sky. Racing past in a cacophony of sound, the long street lay deserted, devoid of any human presence. Gazing at the city, teeming with technology and an air of enchantment, Zhou Zhan found himself momentarily stunned. Was this the world of the future? However, before he could ponder further, a deafening roar reverberated through the night sky, sweeping overhead. Zhou Zhan immediately looked up to see a row of dark, cylindrical flying machines soaring in perfect formation. These aircraft bore no resemblance to any flying machines he had ever seen. They were cylindrical in shape, with a hollow section at 1/3 of their bodies and two massive alloy arms grasping a diamond-shaped component that glowed faintly with an orange hue, reminiscent of a phosphorescent gem. The entire structure was intricate and ingenious, devoid of wings, and they moved with remarkable speed, trailing long streaks in the night sky as they zipped overhead. Their enormous frames exuded a powerful sense of pressure. Soon, these flying machines hovered over a distant street, and their hatches opened simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, hundreds of fully armed personnel leaped from the hatches without parachutes, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire street shuddered slightly. Simultaneously, in the far-off horizon, the animated underwater scene erupted with realistic surges of waves, and a dense array of glowing lights surged forth, rapidly approaching. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Zhan realized these were not the projections of marine life, but a swarm of bombers. With their crimson paint, they stood out vividly even in the night. Their sleek, streamlined bodies and sharply tapered wings resembled deadly blades. With engines emitting azure flames between the wings and fuselage, the bombers flew in close proximity to one another. Their exhaust trails converged, resembling fireflies on a summer night. Looking up from the ground, one could see ominous munitions suspended beneath their bellies. These bombers, having flown from afar, passed over Zhou Zhan's head without pausing, immediately scattering and lowering their altitude, drifting back and forth over several nearby streets, seemingly in search of something. Were these the rapid response teams of explosion-proof mechas? Anti-terrorism bombers? Zhou Zhan's expression stiffened. He did not wish to die yet. Thoughts raced through his mind, and he forced himself to remain calm. He had no means of transportation and could never outrun a bomber. Escape was impossible. He needed to find a place to hide. Zhou Zhan swiftly scanned his surroundings and soon spotted an inconspicuous alleyway diagonally across from him. Without hesitation, he hurried over. The alley was flanked by towering buildings, and he could see only a sliver of sky above. The neon lights cast an ominous crimson hue over the narrow street that as he entered, a foul stench assaulted him, prompting Zhou Zhan to hold his breath. The ground was littered with an assortment of trash, broken bottles, rotting fruits, and filthy scraps of paper, completely concealing the original pavement beneath that a towering refuse bin stood at the threshold of half light and half shadow, its lid marred with a chaotic array of stains, remnants of an unknown substance. Zhou Zhan cast his gaze upon the trash receptacle. It was the only refuge available in this desolate place. Time was of the essence. He hastened towards it and swiftly lifted the lid. Inside, the bin was filled to the brim with refuse, a hodgepodge of discarded items, half of which were hardened vomit, while the other half teemed with writhing maggots amidst decaying fruits and vegetables. Zhou Zhan furrowed his brow, poised to dive into the filth. Just then, a delicate, pale hand unexpectedly rested upon his shoulder. "What are you doing here?" Chapter 5. The news. A crisp, cold voice pierced the air from behind Zhou Zhan. Naturally, he sought a place to conceal himself. The thought barely formed when he found himself involuntarily responding, "I'm looking for." Just as he uttered the first syllable, a jolt of realization struck him, and he immediately clamped a hand over his mouth. Turning to face the source of the voice in the dim, chaotic alleyway, two figures had emerged unbeknownst to him. Standing a short distance behind him was a woman clad in a sleek, black combat suit, her face obscured by a pair of glossy, silver-veined visual sensors that covered the upper half of her visage. The contours of her exposed jawline were soft, yet her crimson lips were pressed tightly together, exuding an aura of cold severity. Hovering behind her was a mechanized sniper rifle, its matte silver body adorned with intricately crafted scopes, the foremost of which bore a fearsome skull surrounded by a ring of pure black flames. The entire structure was complex, meticulous, and resplendent, embodying the very essence of violent aesthetics. The woman possessed a lithe figure, her combat suit clinging closely to her frame, with mechanical components affixed to her shoulders, waist, and knees, rendering her both elegant and formidable. She seemed to meld seamlessly with the encroaching darkness, as though she could vanish into the shadows at any moment, reminiscent of a panther prowling the night. To her left, at a slight distance, loomed a massive shadow, a 5-story mech resembling an ape, its limbs proportionately long and its torso somewhat slender, painted in a striking blend of silver gray and burnt orange. Making it conspicuous even in the gloom. At this moment, the mech leaned forward, its forelimbs bearing an enormous cannon, the sleek barrel aimed directly at Zhou Zhan. Laser points danced across his head, chest, abdomen, and limbs, enveloping him entirely. The electronic eye of the mech scrutinized Zhou Zhan, its red light flickering as though scanning for something. Its colossal form blocked the streetlight from illuminating the alley, plunging it into utter darkness. A ghostly sniper? An anti-explosive mech? Zhou Zhan's complexion paled. Had he been discovered so swiftly? At that instant, the ghostly sniper's voice rang out coldly. What are you searching for? Zhou Zhan quickly regained his composure, gazing at the ominous barrel pointed at him, and with a forced bravado replied, I'm looking for food. Looking for food? The ghostly sniper glanced at Zhou Zhan, then at the filthy refuse bin, choosing not to press further, perhaps convinced by his words. Just then, the red beam from the electronic eye of the anti-explosive mech shifted to green. It promptly announced in a mechanical tone, Scan complete. No infection detected. In the next instant, the cannon trained on Zhou Zhan was lowered, and all laser points vanished. Confirming that the target was uninfected, the ghostly sniper wasted no time in advising Zhou Zhan. If you seek food, you may go to the relief center in the neighboring district. Digital infection cases have been discovered in Dengming district. All civilians have evacuated. You should leave at once. As she prepared to turn away, an urgent call crackled through the communicator lodged in her ear. Attention, all combat personnel. Attention, all combat personnel. Digital virus infection detected. There is more than one target. Location, 71 Chonglin North Road, Dengming District. Former site of Jinxing Machinery Factory. All combat personnel, assume positions immediately. Force field deployment countdown, 3 seconds. 3, 2. The ghostly sniper swiftly raised her hand, and the sniper rifle, now resembling a docile pet, descended and adjusted to an angle perfectly aligned with her stance. Simultaneously, the barrel of the rifle revealed a myriad of intricate patterns, seemingly chaotic strokes akin to a frenzied scrawl, yet upon closer inspection, they resembled a complex formula woven from countless numbers, theorems, and symbols. As these patterns illuminated, a hazy aura emanated from the rifle's muzzle, radiating a formidable energy. The ghostly sniper tilted her head slightly, responding into the concealed microphone at her collar. 024, Ghost acknowledging. 024, Ghost ready for action. No sooner had her voice faded than she abruptly raised an arm, targeting Zhou Zhan's chest. With her fingers splayed, she unleashed a tremendous force. Zhou Zhan scarcely had time to register what was happening before he was propelled from the alley like a cannonball. Thud! He landed heavily on the ground, momentarily dazed, his blood surging. Almost simultaneously, a resounding hum reverberated as several colossal beams of light descended from above, encircling the nearby blocks, including the abandoned factory, like a barrier. Upon striking the ground, the beams dispersed, transforming into translucent walls akin to cascading water, dividing the inner and outer realms. The nearest boundary to Zhou Zhan was, rather ironically, the very alley he had just vacated. Uninfected, relief center, force field, a torrent of questions flooded Zhou Zhan's mind. Yet given the current predicament, he could afford no further contemplation. Once he regained a modicum of strength, he scrambled to his feet and sprinted away. Tat tat tat. Boom 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 boom. Hisses. No sooner had he taken a few strides than the sounds of gunfire erupted behind him, accompanied by the cacophony of explosive detonations and the shrill crackle of electricity. He dared not look back, wishing fervently for more legs to run faster. The once desolate street, adorned with vibrant neon lights, the unique cerulean hues of an underwater world, vanished in an instant, replaced by bursts of fiery explosions. Swirling smoke and the thunderous crash of collapsing steel and rooftops beneath the night sky, a kaleidoscope of vivid space advertisements faded into oblivion, replaced by resplendent fireworks illuminating the horizon. Binhai City Television urgently interrupts for an important news bulletin. At 23:08 last night, the Binhai City Security Center received reports of an unusual incident. The caller claimed to reside in the high-tech zone of Langyun waterfront and reported a discovered corpse. Upon official verification, it was determined that the high-tech zone of Langyun waterfront was completely demolished 40 years ago, the site now transformed into an artificial lake. The authorities promptly verified the identity of the caller, ultimately discovering that the individual was a digital infected person. Officials quickly pinpointed the caller's location, situated at the former site of a machinery factory in Dengming District. To their astonishment, the area housed hundreds of digital infected individuals in the mutation phase. In order to ensure the safety of the public, the authorities immediately launched a crackdown. During this operation, 589 digital infected individuals were eliminated on the spot. 3 additional digital infected individuals managed to breach the force field. Yet they have all been struck by isolation bullets and pose no immediate threat of virus transmission. Residents of the city, please remain calm. The authorities will resolve this issue promptly. Important reminders include 1. Do not answer unfamiliar calls. 2. Avoid contact with suspicious individuals. 3. Refrain from clicking on unknown emails. 4. Seek medical attention immediately if experiencing the following symptoms, and avoid congregating in crowded areas. The authorities will swiftly locate the 3 escaped digital infected individuals. Please stay tuned to our station for the latest updates on this case. In a public restroom, the sweet voice of the broadcast echoed softly. Before the neatly arranged sinks, Zhou Jin stared blankly at the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror. It was now 6 a.m. The dawn was just beginning to break. Through the ornate window, shadows of trees danced, accompanied by the melodic chirping of birds, as the night breeze carried the fresh scent of morning air. Beneath the energy-efficient ceiling lights of the restroom, he was alone. Chapter 6. A New Identity. In the mirror, marked with traces of a mop, stood a young man who appeared to be around 18 or 19. His disheveled hair seemed to have been neglected for some time, cascading down to obscure his brown eyes. His features were well-defined, with a subtle scar at the corner of his left eye. His skin appeared somewhat pallid, the kind that suggests prolonged absence from sunlight. He was slender, clad in a simple black cartoon t-shirt and blue jeans. The cartoon character utterly unfamiliar, and on his feet were a pair of unrecognizable sneakers. At that moment, his eyes, obscured by hair, reflected a mix of bewilderment and shock. This was not him. Zhou Zhan gradually regained his composure. The room had transformed into a morgue. His phone was locked. The residence had been demolished 40 years ago. From the moment he was jolted awake by the ringing, he had ceased to exist in his former world. Had he crossed over? Or was it that inexplicable digital virus? With a splash, Zhou Zhan turned on the faucet, splashing cold water onto his face repeatedly. In the early morning, the water bore the peculiar chill of the night, causing the capillaries in his face to constrict rapidly and rendering his thoughts exceptionally clear. Zhou Zhan turned off the faucet, lifted his gaze, and once again regarded his reflection in the mirror. His damp hair clumped together in several large strands, carelessly jutting upwards, while droplets cascaded from the tips, trickling down his face like a meandering brook onto his collar. Within his brown eyes, the previous astonishment and bewilderment had completely vanished, leaving only a profound tranquility. Regardless of the circumstances, this body is now my new identity. From this moment forth, I must refrain from mentioning anything related to my previous life. Otherwise, I shall be purged as a digital infected once more. Next, there are 2 matters I must pay particular attention to. First, I must avoid any further contact with the authorities. Second, I must be wary of the true digital infectees. Now, I shall seek something to eat to satiate my hunger. With these thoughts, Zhou Zhan wiped away the droplets sliding down his face, tidied his hair, and stepped outside. Beyond the public restroom lay a small grove, where the dawn light was just beginning to break. The high-altitude advertisements had ceased, revealing a pale sky, under which the roar of engines intermittently erupted as flying cars soared by, mingled with the chirping of birds, heralding the gradual awakening of the entire city. Zhou Zhan traversed the shaded path and soon reached the edge of the road. The spacious thoroughfare was impeccably clean, occasionally graced by individuals engaging in morning exercises on bicycles, standing on the sidewalk. He surveyed his surroundings and spotted a bus stop in the distance, diagonally across the street. The stop was deserted, devoid of any passengers. Zhou Zhan cautiously observed for a few seconds before nonchalantly approaching. As he stepped into the bus stop, a half-human-sized electronic screen materialized before him, clearly displaying the bus schedules, distance to stops, and fare information. Simultaneously, a gentle electronic voice began to speak. The buses at this stop are designated for passengers unable to adapt to flying cars. The journey will remain grounded and at a slower pace. If you have urgent matters, please consider other modes of transportation based on your needs. Buses ending in even numbers may carry pets that meet the regulations, while those ending in odd numbers are exclusively for individuals with allergies and do not permit pets. Please input your desired destination verbally, and the coastal city's public transportation system will provide you with professional route suggestions. Zhou Zhan paid little heed to this information, his gaze drifting past the electronic screen to a nearby lightbox. Just as he remembered, the lightbox was filled with advertisements. However, what captured his attention were the small flyers affixed outside the lightbox. Judging by the marks on the aluminum frame, these had likely been posted recently and had yet to be removed. The garbage dump is hiring temporary workers. Daily pay requires night shifts from 2 a.m. to 11 p.m., meals provided, generous compensation, price negotiable, phone. Residents of Qing Shui Garden are seeking 2 cat caretakers, primarily responsible for preparing cat food, cleaning litter boxes, and spending an hour each day playing with the pet cats. Must be loving and possess some knowledge of pets. No pay, university students preferred, can provide internship certificates, contact number, address. Orange Fitness Studio is recruiting sparring partners, requires year-round availability, voluntary overtime, accommodation provided. Zhou Zhan examined each flyer. Those affixed along the roadside were typically not from legitimate companies. Yet, he found himself without a phone or identification, making it difficult to access any proper enterprise. His current expectations were modest. He simply needed food and shelter. Once he resolved his identity issues, he could consider securing a legitimate job. Lost in thought, a low humming sound suddenly emanated from the distance, and a shadow loomed above, rapidly approaching. An ominous swarm of drones, resembling jellyfish. These drones lacked propellers and were powered by rear-mounted thrusters. Adorned in deep blue paint, their wings embellished with reflective silver material bearing the emblem of the Big Dipper. Like migratory swallows, they swept across the street, suddenly parting as they brushed against treetops and streetlights. Converging around Zhou Zhan in an intricate formation, encircling him completely, the hovering drones were nearly silent, yet each one emitted a crimson laser point that locked onto Zhou Zhan. He froze in surprise, unable to comprehend what was happening, when a somewhat battered white flying car came roaring towards him, landing abruptly before him. As the vehicle came to a halt, the front and rear doors swung open simultaneously, and 2 figures emerged almost in unison. The man who exited from the driver's seat wore a dark green camouflage uniform and glossy black boots. His left hand was encased in a thick leather glove, and a shiny pair of handcuffs hung from the belt around his waist. He appeared somewhat older, his face lined with wrinkles, hair streaked with gray, and a jagged scar running from his left brow to his right cheek. Resembling a centipede crawling across his skin, his demeanor was cold and serious, eyes sharp and piercing. Following close behind him was a middle-aged man in plain clothes, with a buzz cut, brown eyes, and a tall stature. A burn scar the size of a finger on his right cheek. Zhou Zhan felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with his contours. Gazing at the unfolding scene, Zhou Zhan suddenly regained his senses. The events of the previous night were not yet over. Had the authorities come to apprehend him? At that moment, the 2 men had already approached with purposeful strides, the drones deftly parting to clear their path. Observing this, Zhou Zhan controlled his facial expression and feigned nonchalance, inquiring, "What?" Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man in plain clothes raised his hand and slapped his head. "Zhou Zhan, I've raised you with great difficulty, and without a word, you run away from home. All you do is laze around. Now, get back with me immediately. If you don't straighten up, I'll break your legs." After a tirade of scolding, The middle-aged man turned to his silent superior with a respectful tone, saying, "Captain Liu, thank you so much. This little rascal left his phone at home. If it weren't for your assistance, I wouldn't have known when I could find him. Today is my day off, so I'll take him back and set him straight." Saying this, he grasped Zhou Zhen's arm and headed towards the vehicle. Just then, Captain Liu suddenly interjected, "Zhou Jinxiang, wait a moment. The digital infectee reported last night claimed to be named Zhou Zhen. Isn't your son's name also Zhou Zhen?" The middle-aged man, Zhou Jinxiang, tightened his grip on Zhou Zhen's arm and discreetly turned to Captain Liu, responding calmly, "My son is indeed named Zhou Zhen. It's quite a common name in the community where I live. There are several others with the same name or similar phonetics. However, I can assure you that this little rascal, despite his lack of ambition, is certainly not the digital infectee reported last night." Captain Liu shook his head slightly and stepped closer to Zhou Zhen. The sound of his boots striking the ground resonating like a drumbeat against Zhou Zhen's psyche. He lifted his gaze to meet Captain Liu's, feeling as if the other's piercing stare intended to penetrate through all his facades. Probing into the deepest secrets of his heart, Captain Liu scrutinized Zhou Zhen and spoke softly, "Is your name Zhou Zhen?" Zhou Zhen instantly snapped back to reality, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. The middle-aged man beside him, Zhou Jinxiang, was the father of this body he now inhabited. Moreover, he was a security officer. Even more coincidentally, the name of this body was identical to his own previous name. Yes, the call he made last night had revealed his name. This body's father had come to rescue him. Chapter 7. Home. With this realization, Zhou Zhen cast a discreet glance at Zhou Jinxiang, who appeared composed but whose eyes flickered slightly, suggesting he too was quite nervous. Zhou Zhen took a deep breath and replied immediately, "Yes." Captain Liu remained silent, raising his arm clad in a thick leather glove. The seemingly soft leather transformed instantaneously into a sturdy metallic appendage, producing a series of clicks as a mechanical hand, several times larger than a human hand, opened and pressed directly against Zhou Zhen's chest. Subsequently, Captain Liu glanced at the intelligent wristband on his other wrist. Seconds later, the wristband emitted a soft green glow. Captain Liu then nodded slightly and looked at Zhou Jinxiang, calmly stating, "No signs of infection. It appears to be a case of shared nomenclature. Old Zhou, it's just a routine check, don't overthink it." Zhou Jinxiang visibly exhaled in relief, then smiled, saying, "I understand. Captain Liu is just looking out for the safety of our coastal city. If there's nothing else, I'll take this little rascal home now." As he spoke, he opened the car door and shoved Zhou Zhen into the passenger seat, quickly circling around to the driver's side. Soon, the vehicle roared to life, soaring into the sky, leaving the scene behind. Captain Liu stood rooted, watching the vehicle recede into the distance, gradually withdrawing his gaze. Rustle, rustle. The sound of a phone ringing broke the silence as Captain Liu answered, "Hello. Have you clarified the situation?" He soon furrowed his brow. "What? The information doesn't list him as Zhou Zhen." "All right, I see. I'll be there immediately." Captain Liu hung up, then bent slightly at the knees, his legs suddenly propelling him forward with a thunderous force. Roaring, a resounding sonic explosion reverberated through the sky, the shockwaves rolling forth in all directions, causing the entire grove to sway violently. A startled flock of birds took flight, shrieking as they flitted about. Amidst the gentle descent of fallen leaves and dust, Lu Dui had vanished without a trace. The towering skyscrapers, arranged in a serpentine formation, resembled an endless chain of mountains, retreating rapidly outside the car window. The interior of the white flying car appeared somewhat antiquated. However, to Zhou Zhen's eyes, it still radiated an indescribable sense of advanced technology. Zhou Jinxiang leaned back against the seat, twisting open a bottle of water and sipping in silence, while the unmanned steering wheel deftly adjusted its angle, steering the self-driving vehicle around a merging off-road vehicle, gliding past a towering edifice of hundreds of stories towards a diagonal path ahead. "You have entered the vicinity of Jufu Building. The facial recognition of the owner has failed. Visitors, please proceed to the 99th floor property office for registration." The abrupt electronic notification abruptly ceased as the flying car distanced itself from the building. Zhou Zhen gazed out the window, observing the skyscrapers resembling a primeval forest, while the flying car zipped through like bustling wildlife. Occasionally, vast lakes appeared, surrounded by lush greenery, serving as the city's lungs. the streets were neat and clean, the buildings gleaming, and the transportation system orderly. The fleeting glimpses of historical landmarks stirred memories within Zhou Jun. For reasons unknown, he felt that the city before him seemed to lack something essential. Retrieving his gaze, Zhou Jun glanced at Zhou Jinxiang, contemplating a question, yet hesitating on how to articulate it. After a brief pause, he tentatively inquired, "Dad, let's talk at home." Zhou Jinxiang interrupted sternly, putting down his water bottle. Zhou Jun immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and refrained from uttering another word. The flying car navigated through several buildings, finally emerging from the mountainous sprawl, revealing shorter structures ahead, groups of buildings, some merely dozens or even a few stories high, appeared, distinctly denser than the towering skyscrapers, with less greenery in sight, their exteriors dull and marred by signs of neglect. This area felt more familiar to Zhou Jun, and he recognized a few buildings from his past. The vehicle continued to speed forward, and the two remained in silence. After half an hour, the flying car began its descent, maneuvering through a complex series of turns before smoothly entering an apparently antiquated residential complex. This neighborhood bore a striking resemblance to those from a century ago, and as the flying car approached, there was no prompt for visitor registration, merely a bland announcement. Official notice: 3 digital infectors are on the run. Residents are advised to ensure their safety. With a creak, the flying car entered the complex, halting beneath one of the buildings. Zhou Jinxiang unbuckled his seatbelt and exited with agility. Observing this, Zhou Jun hurriedly followed suit. Once both had disembarked, the white flying car restarted and drove towards a nearby parking spot. At that moment, no other individuals were entering or exiting, and they quickly boarded the elevator to the 28th floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing a narrow hallway that a half-open window next to the fire hydrant allowed light to filter in, sufficient to illuminate the entrance and the 3 doorways of this unit, which were the elevator's side, front, and the end of the hallway. Adjacent to the elevator was a slightly ajar beige door with a green emergency exit sign, indicating it was a fire escape. Zhou Jinxiang stepped out. Pausing before the black door beside the elevator, he lifted his gaze towards an apparently empty spot above the doorframe, where a faint glimmer flickered. The next moment, the overhead lights flickered on, accompanied by a soothing electronic voice. "Master, welcome home. Today's weather is clear, with an external temperature of 39°C, humidity at 12, strong ultraviolet rays, and an AQI index of 35. That the indoor temperature is 24°C, humidity at 45, and the AQI index is 0. If you wish to make adjustments, please summon the smart home system, Xiaozi. Xiaozi is always at your service." As the voice announcement concluded, the door silently opened, and lights sequentially illuminated a simply furnished living room. Zhou Jinxiang strode in immediately. To one side of the living room was the kitchen and dining area, while the other led to a corridor. Directly opposite the entrance was a row of thick curtains, cascading from the ceiling to the floor, blocking out natural light. Zhou Jun slowed his pace and followed inside, the door automatically closing behind him. Zhou Jinxiang walked deeper into the house, shedding his coat and tossing it onto a hanger by the entrance. He settled onto the sofa in the living room, whereupon the white wall opposite him transformed into a view of the cosmos, a massive clock in the center seemingly awaiting the master's command to play a video. Ignoring the thoughtful gesture of the smart home, Zhou Jinxiang retrieved a cigarette from beneath the coffee table and lit it with practiced ease. At that moment, Zhou Jun silently observed the entire room. Feeling utterly unfamiliar with this place, not even knowing where his own room was, after a brief silence, Zhou Jinxiang took a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and turned to Zhou Jun, succinctly advising, "Do not disclose anything about the underground clinic to anyone." The underground clinic? The mortuary? Zhou Jun felt a wave of confusion, yet he nodded quickly, responding cautiously, "Understood." After uttering these words, he took a seat on the sofa not far from Zhou Jinxiang. Noticing that the latter seemed to have no further comments to make, tentatively, he asked, "Dad, what exactly has happened?" Zhou Jinxiang inhaled deeply, releasing a series of smoke rings before extinguishing the half-finished cigarette in the ashtray. His expression grave as he replied, "Do not ask too many questions. I will handle the matters ahead. You should go rest in your room." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun felt a sense of dilemma. Where was his room? As he pondered, a buzzing sound erupted. Zhou Jinxiang retrieved his phone from his pocket, his brow furrowing at the caller ID before promptly answering, "Hello. I understand. Rest assured, I will gather the funds swiftly. All right, let's leave it at that for now. After hanging up, he immediately rose, fixing his gaze on Zhou Zhan and stating, I need to step out for a moment. You stay at home and don't go anywhere. Without waiting for Zhou Zhan's response, Zhou Jinxiang hurriedly donned his coat and rushed out. Chapter 8. Mathematical Weapon. Zhou Zhan lay alone on the sofa, hands clasped behind his head, fully relaxed as he sank into the soft backrest. Quietly staring at the stark white ceiling, he felt utterly unfamiliar with this house. Yet sitting on this sofa, an inexplicable sense of home enveloped him. After several minutes of daze, Zhou Zhan finally regained his senses and stood up. Making his way towards the corridor behind the living room, the entrance to the house was clear. The originally enclosed kitchen had half a wall removed, replaced by a long marble slab serving as a dining table. Beyond the table lay the living room, and further in was a short corridor. To the left was a small recessed area, serving as a wash basin, and deeper inside was a frosted glass door, presumably leading to the bathroom. Directly opposite this bathroom, there was a walnut-colored door. Additionally, at the end of the corridor, another door identical to the first awaited. This was a two-bedroom, one living room, one bathroom apartment. Zhou Zhan hesitated at the bathroom door, then opened the door diagonally opposite. The door was unlocked, and with a gentle turn of the handle, it swung wide open. Inside was a room approximately 16 to 17 square meters, with a full wall of floor-to-ceiling curtains blocking the window and natural light. The furnishings were quite minimal: a bed, a somewhat worn double-door wardrobe, and a set of solid wood tables and chairs. The bedding on the bed was unmade, somewhat disheveled, with a corner revealing a screen, a smartphone. The tables and chairs were deep black, with a desktop computer monitor and keyboard atop, yet the main unit was nowhere to be seen. However, the power lights of the keyboard and monitor were illuminated, indicating they were operational. Zhou Zhan approached the bed and picked up the phone. It was exceedingly thin, resembling an oversized bank card, and felt weightless in hand. Before he could discern the time, the screen displayed facial recognition successful, revealing a familiar home interface with a plethora of unfamiliar apps instantly popping up. The small battery icon in the upper right corner indicated it was nearly out of power. Zhou Zhan opened the contacts list, browsing through the entries. Apart from one marked Dad, he recognized none of the others. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for him to ascertain that this was indeed the phone of the original owner of this body. This room also belonged to the original owner. There is no mom in the contacts, and there are no traces of any woman's belongings in the entrance, kitchen, or dining area. I must be in a single-parent household. The deliberate abandonment of the phone suggests that the previous location was intended to leave no trace. The reprimands from Dad earlier were evidently meant for that Lu DUI. With these thoughts, Zhou Zhan settled at the computer desk and pressed the return key, awakening the computer instantly. The login process was swift. The monitor appeared borderless, resembling a screen suspended in midair. The desktop interface was cluttered with icons, the background image depicting a colossal clock, its hands moving at a leisurely pace, while the black box in the upper left corner displayed the date, July 2nd. 2127. In the year 2127, a century after the present, Zhou Zhan felt a twinge of confusion. Compared to 100 years ago, the advancements in mobile phones and computers seemed not as remarkable as he had imagined. Glancing at the myriad icons suspended in midair, he struggled to locate the browser. Opting instead to open My Computer, he inspected his phone model and typed into the address bar, Chile brand mobile phone X15. What is its standby time? In the next moment, the search redirected him to the browser. Zhou Zhan quickly found the answer on the search page, 1 month. Noticing the battery was below 5%. He deduced that the original owner of this body had been away from home for nearly a month. Having ascertained his current situation, Zhou Zhan pressed the delete key, clearing the recent search, and re-entered digital. Before he could finish typing virus, an entire column of historical search records appeared below the input box. What are the symptoms of digital virus infection? What is the incubation period of the digital virus? How to treat the digital virus? How should the digital virus be quarantined? What is the group number for the digital virus discussion group? Upon seeing these entirely related search records, Zhou Zhan instantly realized something profound. Before his traversing, the original owner of this body had likely contracted the digital virus. Moreover, it was probable that the original owner's father was aware of this situation. It was reasonable to assume that the underground clinic Zhou Jinxiang had mentioned was associated with the treatment of the digital virus. Given the current well-being of this body, Zhou Jinxiang believed that the underground clinic had cured his son of the digital virus. However, the truth was that the original owner was already deceased. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Zhou Jun furrowed his brows, paused momentarily over the keyboard, and continued typing. What is the digital virus? Upon pressing the enter key, a plethora of search results inundated the web page. Zhou Jun meticulously began to read through each one. The father of modern science, Galileo, once stated, "Mathematics is the language with which God wrote the universe." A similar perspective has been prevalent among numerous scientific luminaries throughout history. For instance, the ancient Greek philosopher Pythagoras and his followers steadfastly believed that numbers are the essence of all things, and all things are numbers. In the eyes of the Pythagorean school, numbers represent a perceivable objective existence, the very source of all. As the 21st century dawned, Max Tegmark, a tenured professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and an expert in parallel universe theory, often regarded as the scientist closest to Richard Feynman, first proposed the mathematical universe hypothesis. This hypothesis posits that everything in the universe, including humanity, is part of a mathematical structure. All matter is composed of particles, which possess characteristics such as charge and spin, yet these attributes are purely mathematical. Space itself has certain characteristics akin to dimensions. However, it ultimately remains a mathematical construct. Mathematics is the key that unlocks the doors of science. Throughout human history, every significant scientific advancement has been preceded by remarkable breakthroughs in mathematics. However, until the emergence of the digital virus, the notion that the universe is constructed from mathematics was merely a hypothesis. With the advent of the digital virus, this hypothesis was finally confirmed. Digital virus, in theory, can mathematically analyze the entirety of the universe. Destiny can be calculated mathematically. Life and death adhere to fixed formulas. The celestial bodies, black holes, supernovae, nebulae, from entire galaxies to mere specks of dust, each represents a unique equation or set of equations. The entire universe is mathematics, and the digital virus can alter the numbers within equations and formulas. This is not technology from Earth, but a weapon of true advanced civilization. A mathematical law weapon. Chapter 9. Equations.in the following hours, Zhou Jun continued to scour the internet for information related to the digital virus. The digital virus originated 40 years ago during a global phenomenon known as the digital rain. At the time, Earth's technology had reached remarkable heights. Yet, following that digital rain, the global population plummeted by 1/3, severely impeding technological advancement. Based on currently known cases, when humans are infected with the digital virus, their brains deteriorate from the inside out. Concurrently, their bodies acquire astonishing powers due to alterations in the equations. However, in the end, all digitally infected individuals meet the same fate, becoming out-of-control digits. Fortunately, the digital virus does not spread through the air. Under normal circumstances, only the special digital frequencies emitted by digitally infected individuals can transmit the digital virus within a certain range. And there is a possibility of infection while learning mathematically related knowledge. The better one understands mathematics, the greater the risk of infection. In the 40 years following the eruption of the digital rain, the subject of mathematics has gradually diminished from a core subject to a secondary one. In many countries and regions today, studying mathematics has become a criminal act, resulting in imprisonment upon detection. With mathematics being suppressed, technological progress on Earth has naturally stagnated over these 40 years. Zhou Jun further searched for news related to the digital rain. After the digital rain 40 years ago, numerous locations around the globe began to exhibit supernatural phenomena. In some cases, a bus stop would inexplicably gain an additional bus line. From the outside, it appeared empty, yet upon boarding, one would find it filled with passengers. In other instances, a school was trapped in a fixed time loop. There were swimming pools that could never fill with water nor cease to drain. Entire cities would see their human inhabitants vanish. With all investigating teams and organizations losing contact with the outside world, these supernatural occurrences have been collectively termed the digital forest. Typically, such phenomena arise when the digital virus is particularly severe in a specific area, leading to significant alterations in the corresponding region's equations. Of course, most known digital forests are now quarantined by the authorities, alleviating concerns for ordinary people about accidentally wandering into them. Speculations surrounding the emergence of the digital rain, digital forest, and digital virus predominantly revolve around a technological assault from advanced civilizations. Many experts share this belief. However, to date, no evidence supports any of these theories. The cause of the digital rain 40 years ago remains a mystery. As noon approached, Zhou Jun closed all the windows on the computer, picked up his fully charged phone, and exited the room, making his way to the kitchen. The kitchen was U-shaped, adorned with light gray tiles and deep gray cabinets. Under the dining table by the entrance lay a trash bin, carelessly stuffed with several torn takeout packages, remnants of food scattered about. Directly facing the dining table were two stovetops and a large sink for washing vegetables. To the left were tall storage cabinets, with an integrated double-door refrigerator positioned outward. To the right, the upper section featured a window and hanging cabinets. The window was fitted with a pull-down brown blackout curtain, while the counter beneath was neatly organized, housing a microwave, oven, and dishwasher. Every corner was impeccably clean, devoid of any stains, as if no one had cooked here in a long time. Feeling quite hungry, Zhou Jun sought something to eat, yet all the appliances and devices bore no buttons. After fumbling for a while, he could not discern how to operate them. It seemed these products were equipped with safety mechanisms to prevent harm to children, rendering them unusable to anyone unfamiliar. After a brief exploration, the only item he could open was the refrigerator. It was well stocked with fruits, frozen meats, and prepackaged meals, all crammed together. Unable to cook, Zhou Jun merely grabbed an apple and a bag of unopened toast from the cold storage before sitting down at the marble-topped dining table. He quickly consumed the food, and upon finding no water dispenser in sight, he opened the faucet and took a drink. Sated, Zhou Jun returned to his room and sat down at the computer once more. Having gathered a general understanding of the digital virus, his primary task now was to effectively assume his current identity. Thus, he accessed the browsing history, online shopping records, and VV chat logs of the original owner of the body. 4 hours later, he had noted the original owner's preferences, habits, interests, and shopping items. The VV chat logs were extensive, so he only recorded the most significant information. Among the most crucial contacts was Dad, with whom the original owner had communicated just a month prior. The exchanges were mostly mundane. "I'll be home late today, cooking for myself. I have a task tonight. Won't be home. I'm on a business trip this week. You'll be home alone. Stay safe." The original owner's replies were brief. "Got it. Okay, sure." Notably, there had been no communication between them for the past month. Zhou Jun meticulously perused all the chat records between the original owner and Dad, but found nothing of value. It was evidently impossible to glean information about the underground clinic from these conversations. Moreover, within the VV chat application, there was an individual noted as Luo Yuchen, who had engaged in frequent communication with the original owner a month prior. They appeared to share a close friendship, discussing a myriad of topics including academics, gaming, and social interactions, often accompanied by voice calls. However, in the recent month, Luo Yuchen had only left a few messages, and the content was quite peculiar. June 3rd, I didn't listen to you. I went to that place again last night. June 8th, my symptoms are worsening. June 14th, I haven't eaten meat in a long time. I slaughtered a pig and had a hearty meal. It's been ages since I tasted such fresh meat. June 15th, yesterday, I killed someone. June 23rd, I can hardly distinguish who I am anymore. Zhou Jun, if your surgery is successful, could you ask your dad to introduce me to that clinic? Money is not an issue. July 1st, my illness is completely cured. It turns out the world is so wonderful. Zhou Jun, if that clinic couldn't cure your illness, come find me. I know a place that can guarantee a complete cure for your ailment. Chapter 10, Nightmare. July 1st, Zhou Jun glanced at the date, confirming that today was July 2nd. The last message was from Luo Yuchen, sent just yesterday. Furthermore, Luo Yuchen was evidently aware of his treatment at the underground clinic. In addition, the other party's illness was likely also the digital virus. This person was not only a close friend of the original owner, but also a fellow patient. Zhou Jun quickly memorized all these chat records. After such a long period of busyness, he couldn't help but yawn. Feeling utterly fatigued, he rose to fetch a clean set of clothes from the wardrobe, took a quick shower in the bathroom, and then returned to bed. As soon as his eyes closed, he drifted into a deep sleep. Afternoon in the classroom. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows throughout the room. The electric fan buzzed incessantly, striving to stir the stagnant heat within. Thus, we conclude that the collapse index of the second universe is m, life, fourth dimension, linear motion, conservation, calculation. Drowsily, Zhouzhan lifted his head to see a complex geometric diagram. Parabolic graphs and equations drawn on the blackboard. The math teacher stood at the podium, wielding a pointer, vigorously striking the chalkboard filled with formulas, passionately explaining the problems. Rows of students were seated at their desks, diligently taking notes. Was this math class? How had he fallen asleep in math class? Zhouzhan rubbed his eyes, straightened his posture, and began to pay attention. Yet, for some reason, no matter how attentively he listened, he could never quite grasp the teacher's explanations. Growing anxious, he quietly turned to glance at his deskmate's notes. The boy beside him sported a crew cut, wore thick glasses, had a few pimples on his forehead and chin, and donned a dark blue-collared white polo shirt. He was fervently scribbling notes, clearly engrossed in the lecture. Zhouzhan noticed that his deskmate's notes were filled with intricate formulas, diagrams, and symbols, but they seemed entirely different from what the teacher had drawn on the blackboard. He shifted his body to peek at another student across the aisle. This student had dyed red hair, sported a skull earring, wore a yellow basketball jersey with the number 23, white athletic pants, and a black wristband. His eyes were narrow, and he had a subtle scar on his brow, exuding a somewhat rebellious air. Like Zhouzhan's deskmate, the red-haired student was also focused on taking notes. His pages filled with dense data, curves, and formulas. Yet again, they bore no resemblance to those of Zhouzhan's deskmate or the teacher's blackboard. Confused, Zhouzhan wanted to sneak a look at other classmates' notes. But at that moment, the classroom abruptly fell silent. Even the sound of pencils scratching against paper ceased. Realizing something was amiss, he looked up and found the math teacher had somehow descended from the podium. Standing over his desk, staring at him intently, Zhouzhan quickly sat up straight, picked up his pen, and pretended to jot down notes from the blackboard. However, as he opened his notebook, he was startled to see it too filled with complex formulas, diagrams, and theorems. Yet, this notebook bore no similarity to those of his deskmate, the red-haired boy, or the teacher's notes at that moment. The math teacher sternly addressed him. Zhouzhan, please answer this question. Answer a question? Which question? Zhouzhan's expression stiffened as he stood up, utterly bewildered, not even knowing what question the teacher was asking. Rapidly contemplating a strategy, Zhouzhan glanced at his deskmate and discreetly kicked him under the table. Hoping for a hint, his deskmate mechanically lifted his head, slowly turned to face him, and unreservedly stated, "The answer is 33,678 for 89. 33,678 for 89? Just as Zhouzhan was about to respond directly, another classmate suddenly turned around, hollow-eyed, and stated, "The answer is 4,588, 962, 528. 4,588, 962, 528, which was the correct answer, 33,678 for 89, or 4,588, 962, 528. Zhouzhan felt a splitting pain in his head at that moment. Classmates began to turn and look at him. The answer is 985. 711,548. The answer is 50,241,057. The answer is 141,815,071. In an instant, a multitude of answers and numbers flooded Zhouzhan's mind like a torrential wave. His head throbbed more intensely, and he clasped his hands over his skull, knocking over desks and chairs as he collapsed to the ground. The answer is 3,514,151.891,274. The answer is the answer. The responses continued, and the cacophony of numbers inundated the classroom, overwhelming him entirely. The experience from that day in the morgue seemed to replay itself. Zhouzhan's entire brain felt as if it had exploded. With a piercing scream, Zhouzhan suddenly opened his eyes that he gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. Another dream. This sleep had been exhausting. The cool air blew against him, and Zhouzhan gradually regained his composure as he glanced around. The kitchen remained clean and cold, devoid of life. The television facing him had entered sleep mode, and the wall was adorned with a distant, profound starry sky, a colossal clock displaying 0200. Drifting like plankton through the virtual cosmos, he sat alone on the sofa, his clothes slightly wrinkled, likely from tossing during sleep. The entire house was eerily quiet. It seemed Zhou Jinxiang had yet to return. How had he ended up in the living room when he distinctly remembered lying in bed? Had he sleepwalked? Perhaps due to exhaustion. Waking from this sleep left him feeling even more drained, his eyelids growing heavier. Before he realized it, he drifted off once more. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang. Zhou Jun lifted his head, greeted by the familiar sight of the electric fan, the blackboard, the classroom, and his classmates, as well as the familiar math teacher, who was now approaching the podium, clutching lesson plans. Dawn broke. Zhou Jun jolted awake once more from his slumber point. 3 consecutive dreams. No, it was 3 dreams. The same classroom, the same classmates, the same math class. Digital virus. It was all connected to mathematics. Having experienced 3 dreams related to math, it seemed rather abnormal. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Jun glanced around. The curtains were tightly drawn, and in the dimly lit room, he could barely make out the outlines of the wardrobe, computer desk, and the foot of the bed. He lay in bed, and the time on his phone beside him read just past 6 a.m. The scene of lying on the sofa last night. Was it a dream or an illusion? With this thought, he quickly rose from bed and sat down at the computer desk. Iris recognition verified, and the computer powered on automatically. Zhou Jun opened the search engine and swiftly typed in a query. Frequently dreaming of being in math class. Is it related to the digital virus? Upon pressing enter, search results instantly populated the screen. The first entry read, digital virus incubation period may cause frequent dreams of mathematics, accompanied by sudden, severe headaches. Chapter 11. Virus incubation period. The incubation period of the digital virus. Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback, dreaming of math and experiencing headaches. These symptoms perfectly mirrored his current condition. He immediately recalled something and began checking the browser's search history. Soon, one search entry caught Zhou Jun's eye. How long is the incubation period for the digital virus? This was a query the original owner of this body had previously searched online. The original owner was a digital infectee in the incubation period. Zhou Jun's brow furrowed deeply as he promptly clicked on the search record. The web page redirected swiftly, revealing the search results. The incubation period of the digital virus can last up to 1 month. 1 month. Zhou Jun set down his mouse and leaned back in his chair. He had believed himself to be free of illness, yet it appeared now that he was just like the original host of his body. A patient in the incubation period of the digital virus. He had at most a month to live, and possibly less than a day. Moreover, even if he were to survive for another month, it was one thing to endure a diagnosis of cancer with a prognosis of merely a month. In such dire circumstances, patients could only despairingly pray for a miracle, yet the digital virus was a mathematical weapon far surpassing the civilization of Earth. It was countless times more terrifying than all the deadly diseases in human history. This matter must be conveyed to Dad immediately. The underground clinic had failed to cure him, and he needed to uncover more clues related to the digital virus. With this thought, Zhou Jun rose swiftly and exited his room. The entire house was eerily quiet. The living room remained unchanged, and the ashtray on the coffee table still contained remnants of the half-burnt cigarette from yesterday. Gazing at that half-smoked cigarette, Zhou Jun quickly realized that since yesterday morning until 6 a.m. today, Dad had been absent for a full day and night. Was it due to the phone call Dad received yesterday, or was he engaged in some task? Contemplating this, Zhou Jun took out his phone, scrolled to Dad in his contacts, and dialed. Hello, the number you have dialed is switched off. Please try again later. The call failed to connect, prompting Zhou Jun to hang up and stuff his phone into his pocket as he headed for the door. The issue of the digital virus could not be postponed. Dad was a security officer, and with the phone line down, he would go directly to his workplace. As he was changing his shoes at the entrance, a melodious tune accompanied by the voice of the smart home system, Xiaozi, chimed in. Master, you have a visitor. Zhou Jun froze momentarily. Had Dad returned? Just as he pondered this, he noticed an electronic screen materializing on the adjacent wall. Clearly displaying the situation outside the door, in the elevator lobby stood 2 figures clad in dark blue uniforms, but Dad was not among them. One figure was older, likely around Zhou Jinxiang's age, while the younger appeared several years older than Zhou Jun. Both wore serious expressions. Recognizing the familiar uniforms, Zhou Jun felt a sense of unease but quickly opened the door. Before he could inquire, the older security officer spoke first. You must be Xiao Shou, right? Your father had a car accident last night and is currently in the hospital. We need you to come with us to sign some documents. Chapter 12. Surveillance footage. The airspace was filled with a steady stream of flying cars, the blue and green painted security vehicle of the precinct hurtling along the intelligently designed aerial lanes. Inside the car, in the back seat, a young security officer sat upright, occasionally casting furtive glances at Zhou, his eyes betraying a barely concealed sympathy. The older officer in the front seat crossed his arms, observing Zhou through the rearview mirror, his expression similarly tinged with compassion. Zhou stared out the window, silent and lost in thought. They had already visited the hospital, but instead of signing consent for surgery, he had signed a death certificate. By the time Zhou Jianxiang was brought to the hospital, he had already shown no signs of life. Zhou had known the original dad for no more than a day. Now, upon hearing of his demise, confusion overshadowed his sorrow. After all, he was not the true son, nor was the man truly his father. The towering skyscrapers rushed past, and soon, as they approached a building adorned with a knife and shield emblem, a pleasant electronic voice resounded within the vehicle. You are nearing the Binhai City Security Precinct. For business matters, please proceed to the first-floor lobby and remember to take a number. Visitors, please present your verification code. If you have entered by mistake, please exit promptly to avoid force field rejection. Facial recognition successful. ID number 115561. Welcome back. Your access level is. The flying vehicle glided effortlessly to a designated floor, coming to a gentle stop before a closed door. The older officer exited first, prompting Zhou and the young officer to follow suit. Beep. The older officer approached the door, slightly turning his head to regard a surveillance camera, and in the next instant, the door opened silently, revealing a brightly lit corridor. On either side of the corridor were offices, their door frames marked with the names of various departments. It was working hours, and numerous uniformed personnel traversed the space, occasionally greeting the older officer. Old He. Good morning. The older officer, known as Lao He, nodded slightly and swiftly approached an elevator that he raised his wrist, verified his smart bracelet and facial recognition, then pressed the button for the upward journey. The elevator arrived promptly, and the three entered in succession. Zhou noticed that after Lao He entered, no buttons were pressed. The elevator ascended directly. Shortly, it halted, and the doors opened to reveal a modest lobby. Surrounding the elevator hall were three doors. Lao He led the two younger officers to the leftmost door and entered. Behind the door lay a spacious corridor, with walls on either side devoid of any external light, illuminated only by overhead light strips. This corridor was lengthy, yet at intervals, glass doors served as checkpoints. Lao He repeatedly verified facial recognition, iris scans, and fingerprints, until finally stopping before a pure black door that he raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. A voice immediately called from within. Come in. Lao He pushed the door and stepped inside, with Zhou following closely behind, only to find himself face-to-face with team leader Lu behind the computer screen. Uncertain whether it was due to the previous two virus tests proving ineffective, upon encountering the old security officer with piercing eyes once more, Zhou found himself less tense than before. At that moment, team leader Lu set aside his work and turned to Zhou, addressing Lao He and the young security officer, saying, All right, you two may leave first. Lao He nodded and, accompanied by the young officer, turned to depart. As the door closed automatically, team leader Lu gestured towards the chairs across from him, instructing, Please, take a seat. Once Zhou sat down, he remained silent for a moment before speaking. Your father had some personal belongings at the bureau, since he has no other relatives. These items should now be entrusted to you. Please keep them well. With that, team leader Lu opened a drawer in his desk and produced a yellowed envelope, placing it on the table and sliding it towards Zhou. The table was quite large, prompting Zhou to lean slightly forward to grasp the envelope. It felt plump, with distinct impressions on the surface, indicating the presence of a key and something else inside, the nature of which would only be revealed upon opening. Thank you, Zhou uttered, his voice barely above a whisper, as he took hold of the envelope. Yet before he could fully straighten up, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a video playing on the computer screen. An array of black and white lines obscured the content, creating a strong signal interference that rendered the video indecipherable. Just as Zhou intended to avert his gaze, the chaotic lines on the screen suddenly jolted violently in front of his eyes. In less than half a second, they aligned into a hauntingly familiar scene, a cold, expansive underground morgue, where a disheveled young man stood before a gurney, clad in a brown coat and blue jeans, the lower half of his body obscured by the gurney beside him, holding an old-fashioned mobile phone to his ear. Zhou Zhan's pupils dilated in shock. This was the surveillance footage from the morgue. The individual on the video, engaged in a phone call, was none other than himself. He had believed that no one was aware of the events in the morgue. Yet now, had the authorities traced it back to him? Your father was a commendable security officer. We are all deeply saddened by his sacrifice, Team Leader Liu continued. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to the Bureau. As for the compensation, Lao He will assist you with the arrangements. He has been a friend of your father's for many years. Please do not grieve too heavily. Now, there are a few matters I need to clarify with you. As Team Leader Liu spoke, his gaze remained fixed intently on Zhou Zhan. Noticing Zhou Zhan's rigid expression and unnatural demeanor, he furrowed his brow slightly, but soon recognized that Zhou Zhan's grip on the envelope was tight. Veins protruding on the back of his hand, likely due to the shock of receiving news about his father's demise. Zhou Zhan suddenly snapped back to reality, striving to maintain his composure. His throat dry as he replied, All right. Team Leader Liu nodded and inquired, What transpired after your father took you home yesterday? Please provide details. No particulars should be overlooked. Zhou Zhan pondered carefully before responding cautiously. Yesterday, my dad brought me straight home. We did not speak much on the way. Everything seemed normal. Upon reaching home, my father scolded me for a bit, but soon after, he received a phone call and immediately left again. I do not know the contents of the call. He left around just past 9 a.m. He did not mention where he was going or how long he would be. I was too tired to ask. Afterward, I was alone at home, had a bite to eat, and took a nap. This morning at 6 a.m., I woke up to find my dad had not returned for a whole day and night. So I called him, but his phone was off, and I couldn't reach him. Then, Uncle He and the others knocked on the door, informing me that my dad had been in a car accident and needed me to sign for surgery. Team Leader Liu listened calmly, repeating his questions several times before nodding slightly. I understand. Pausing for a moment, he continued, The memorial service for Comrade Zhou Jinxiang is scheduled for a week from now. In the meantime, please take care of yourself. If needed, the Bureau can arrange for someone to accompany you at home. Zhou Zhan shook his head firmly. No, I prefer to be alone. He tucked the envelope into his pocket, intending to leave immediately, but hesitated and asked, How did my father die? Who was the assailant? Team Leader Liu shook his head slightly. This case is related to the digital virus. We are currently investigating. Specific details cannot be disclosed. If we apprehend the perpetrator, we will inform you. Digital virus. Zhou Zhan cast a furtive glance at the computer screen, responding shortly, Understood. Chapter 13. Det. Yashin Garden. The blue-green painted security bureau's flying car sped into the community, its broadcast warning of fleeing digital virus carriers still ringing in the air as it came to a steady stop beneath a residential building. Accompanied by Lao He and his apprentice, Zhou Zhan exited the vehicle. Lao He surveyed the surroundings, pulled out a cigarette, and said to Zhou Zhan, Your father and I have been classmates since middle school. Our friendship spans decades. So I won't indulge in pleasantries. He left this world swiftly, without suffering. For those of us in this line of work, we are mentally prepared from the outset. Fortunately, you are already an adult, allowing him to depart with some peace. I've already provided you with my number. If you encounter any trouble, don't hesitate to reach out. By the way, your father had some miscellaneous items in his office, which I had Xiao Wu help you collect. At this, the young security officer hastily retrieved a cardboard box from the trunk. Lao He extracted a set of car keys from within and tossed them to Zhou Zhan, gesturing towards the nearby parking lot. Your father's other personal belongings are likely in his vehicle. When you have time, you can look for them. Zhou Zhan's heart stirred. His father had left in a rush yesterday without taking that white flying car. How did the other party exit the community? However, he said nothing, merely nodded, accepting the keys in the box, quietly making his way to the stairwell. Lao He stood at the door, smoking as he watched Zhou Zhan's figure vanish into the elevator, offering no further words. After taking several deep puffs, he discarded the cigarette but on the ground and extinguished it with his foot, saying, Let's go. As Zhou Zhan watched the elevator doors close, he found himself alone in the empty cabin. He set down the cardboard box, turned his body to shield the camera, and opened the brown paper envelope. Inside were two items, a uniquely shaped key and a photograph. The photograph depicted a renowned landscape with mist enveloping stone steps. Featuring three figures, the boy in the center, holding a helium balloon, sat quietly on a railing. His features resembled Zhou Zhan at around 7 or 8 years old. The left stood a tall, robust figure with no signs of burn marks on his face, one arm resting behind the boy and the other on his hip, smiling brightly at the camera. Zhou Jianqiang. On the right was a woman in a light purple dress, slightly shorter with slender arms, clutching a small white handbag, but her face was marred by a burn hole, obscuring her features. Ding! The elevator arrived at the 28th floor, its doors sliding open silently. Zhou Jin quickly shoved the items back into the envelope, pocketed it, and picked up the cardboard box as he exited. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he heard a booming voice. Later, I borrowed the electronic scale from the guy next door. And that kid's eyes nearly popped out. A full 20 pounds. Goodness, not even one pot could hold it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun instinctively turned toward the sound, spotting 3 unfamiliar men by the window. Engrossed in laughter and conversation, the man gesturing animatedly wore a brown and black striped polo shirt with a scorpion tattoo on his neck. He was tall and imposing, casting a shadow that dimmed the foyer. To his left stood another similarly burly man, shirtless, with a giant python tattoo coiling around his shoulder and waist, grinning as he occasionally glanced outside. The man on the far right had a shaved head, his well-defined muscles stretching a simple white tank top, exhaling a smoke ring while intently watching the man in the polo shirt measure dimensions, nodding repeatedly. That must be over 20 pounds. Zhou Jin had never encountered these 3. He was unsure whether they were neighbors or outsiders. Lacking the original owner's memories, he wanted to avoid any potential recognition, so he quickened his pace towards his home. Imitating Zhou Jianxiang's previous actions, he stood at the door and glanced up at the frame above. Beep! The smart home system scanned him and unlocked the door. Zhou Jin stepped inside. But just as one foot crossed the threshold, the bald man from the foyer suddenly dashed forward, executing a fluid knee strike that landed squarely against Zhou Jin's back. Caught off guard, Zhou Jin lost his balance, sending the cardboard box crashing into the room. The 3 smoking men moved in unison, following him into the house, with the shirtless man closing the door behind them. Zhou Jin immediately sensed that something was amiss. Just as he attempted to rise, the bare-chested man and the bald-headed man charged at him from either side, seizing him and delivering 2 punches directly to his chest. Bang! Bang! Cough, cough, cough. The pain struck him, causing Zhou Jun to cough violently. Before he could catch his breath, the man in the polo shirt had already approached him, gripping his hair with a fierce tug, lifting his head entirely and menacingly demanding, "Where's your father? When will the money be repaid?" Money? Repay? Zhou Jin quickly pieced together the situation. The phone call his father had received yesterday had mentioned gathering funds. Was it due to the mortgage or car loan? No, civil servants enjoy stable and secure incomes, making them the preferred clients for banks. Even though his father had passed away, legitimate financial institutions would not resort to such swift and violent collection methods. The true reason was that the original owner had contracted the digital virus, and his father had resorted to dubious channels to borrow a substantial sum to cover the costs of an underground clinic. Now, the creditors had come knocking. Noticing Zhou Zhan's prolonged silence, the man in the polo shirt yanked his hair and forcefully slammed his head against the floor. Bang! Zhou Zhan was left dizzy, his mind swirling. As familiar pangs of agony surged within him, the man in the polo shirt, appearing to be in his 40s, with robust arms and a face marked by rough features, glared fiercely as he stated, "Owing money to Li Gu means even the Monkey King must repay the principal and interest. Don't think that just because Zhou Jinxiang's phone is off, Li Gu can't do anything about it. If he doesn't return the money today, I'll smash your family's house to pieces." With that, he released Zhou Zhan and straightened up, signaling to his 2 companions. The bare-chested man and the bald-headed man immediately understood, dragging Zhou Zhan from the ground and hurling him violently toward the nearby coffee table. Bang! Crash! Zhou Zhan crashed onto the table, shattering it into countless pieces. Before he could rise from the shards of glass and other debris, the bare-chested man advanced, grabbing a nearby chair, raising it high, and bringing it down heavily upon Zhou Zhan. His head throbbed increasingly, and just as he gathered some strength to rise, the solid wooden chair struck him hard on the back, knocking the breath out of him, and all his strength dissipated, causing him to collapse once more. The bald-headed man cackled, seizing Zhou Zhan by the hair and slamming him against the marbled dining table. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 men pummeled him relentlessly, soon reducing Zhou Zhan to a curled-up position on the floor, arms tightly clutching his head, his face contorted in agony as he lay there, unable to rise. The man in the polo shirt lit a new cigarette, sauntering over to a nearby sofa, casually propping his legs and gesturing with his chin toward Zhou Zhan. "Keep hitting him. I want to see just how long Zhou Jinxiang can drag this out. As he spoke, he took a leisurely puff of smoke, slowly exhaling a ring. Just as the smoke ring dissipated, a pulsating beat of music erupted. The man in the polo shirt swiftly retrieved his phone from his pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and promptly answered, "Hello, Li Gu. All right. All right. The money hasn't been received. Zhou Jinxiang isnt home. Understood. Understood. The money isnt our real objective. ZZZZZ. Hello. Hello. Li Gu. Hello. ZZZZZZZ. Mid-conversation, a series of intermittent electrical sounds erupted from the receiver, suggesting some form of intense signal interference. The man in the polo shirt repeatedly called out, "Hello," but could not discern anything from the other end. As the static grew louder, gradually, all the lights in the room began to flicker ominously. Chapter 14. Infection, Pain, and Indescribable Agony. Zhou Zhun lay on the floor, his fingers clutching his head tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, nails digging painfully into his scalp. It felt as if countless needles were piercing his brain, the relentless throbbing far exceeding the moment he had just awakened in the morgue. The bare-chested man and the bald-headed man struck him mercilessly. Initially, it left him feeling as if his entire body were falling apart. But gradually, aside from the intense headache, he was unable to focus on anything external, even lacking the capacity for ongoing thought. The sounds of crashing and banging continued. The coffee table shattered, the marble surface cracked and broken. Chairs fell heavily. The furniture and appliances in the room were subjected to rampant destruction. Amidst the tumultuous chaos, an electrical sound suddenly intertwined with the cacophony. The static grew louder, soon overpowering all other noises. Time became indistinct, but eventually the static ceased abruptly, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Zhou Zhun's headache began to subside, and he gradually regained the ability to think. His hands, now somewhat stiff, slowly loosened their grip on his head as he lay there, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead and face, soaking his entire t-shirt. The bare-chested man and the bald-headed man, who had just battered him, had inexplicably ceased their assault. After lying on the floor for a while, Zhou Zhun finally regained some strength. He opened his eyes to find the once tidy and orderly room now in shambles. The hidden wall-mounted television had been smashed to bits, its crystalline components, circuit boards, and embedded wiring reduced to a litter of debris, the air tinged with the acrid scent of short-circuited wires. The marble dining table remained only in fragments, with the original wall serving as a makeshift leg. While the tabletop lay shattered, creating a pockmarked floor, some sections even overturned to reveal the underlying materials. Several solid wood dining chairs lay in ruins, wooden fragments strewn across the floor like debris. The refrigerator, oven, microwave, dishwasher, trash can, including the faucet above the sink, appeared to have been ravaged by a tempest, with none remaining unscathed. The food within the refrigerator had not escaped either, the crushed and squished fruits, yogurt, and milk coalescing into a revolting, vomit-like texture, adhering to various remnants. Frozen meats, which were typically more resilient, lay scattered across every corner like confetti, slowly seeping dark red liquid. The room now resembled a newly minted garbage dump, the scent of foul ylang. The sofa, occupying the center of the living room, was in tatters, the deteriorating leather spilling its contents into the air. The trio of debt collectors, led by the man in the polo shirt, retained their positions on the remnants of the sofa, reclining against the backrest, gazing upward as if transfixed by the ceiling, their bodies twitching sporadically, while geometric shapes began to protrude from their eyes, ears, mouths, and nostrils in a bizarre display of triangular, cylindrical, and rectangular forms. The bare-chested man stood beside Zhou Zhun, mouth agape, a foolish grin plastered on his face, his eyes vacant, tears streaming down as spherical shapes rolled out of his eye sockets. These spheres seemed endless, dropping to the ground without a sound. The floor now resembled a spilled box of glass marbles, scattered with orbs of varying sizes. The bare-chested man's hands were drenched in blood, each palm clutching a blood-soaked eyeball. The bald-headed man stood motionless at the doorway, his back to Zhou Zhun, his body still as a statue, yet his head swung rhythmically like a pendulum, left and right, seemingly yearning to escape through the door. But too late, confronted with this bizarre sight, Zhou Zhun froze momentarily, but soon realized the digital virus. These three debt collectors had become infected. Zhou Zhun scrambled to his feet, aware that unlike him, they had not entered a latent phase, but had transformed directly into digital infectors. Now, what to do? The infectors were in his home, and if he reported it, it would be easy to trace him as the source of the infection. No, that was not the immediate issue. The 3-inch digital virus infectors could literally tear him apart. In fact, the entire building's occupants could be affected. He had to leave immediately. Furthermore, there was an even graver problem. His condition was worse than he had imagined. If such an incident were to occur again, his mind raced as he quickly picked up the bald-headed man's phone that had fallen to the ground, dialing the emergency number. Beep, beep. The call connected swiftly. And a calm voice from the operator responded. This is... Before the operator could finish, Zhou interjected. Hello, I just saw 3 digital infectors. They are the ones who escaped during the recent official crackdown on digital infectors in Dingming District. Their location is 2809. Building 51, Yashin Garden, Qingli District. You must hurry over. There are many people in this community. Having said that, he hung up and switched off the phone, tossing it into the toilet and flushing it away. Next, Zhou hurriedly picked up the envelope that had fallen during the scuffle, stuffing its contents into his pockets. Glancing at the items in the cardboard box, he noted they were merely miscellaneous objects. Lacking significance, he couldn't afford to dwell on them. Quickly dashing into the kitchen, extracting the sharpest knife from the rack, and striding toward the front door, as Zhou approached. The bald man standing at the doorway began to sway his head with an increasingly rapid frequency and exaggerated amplitude. Zhou swiftly dashed to the entrance, gripping a kitchen knife in one hand while firmly pressing down on the doorknob with the other. As he turned the lock, his gaze remained fixated on the swaying bald head. At this moment, the man's face had lost all discernible features, replaced by a chaotic array of lines, a condition that seemed to be spreading further across his torso in the blink of an eye. Those lines appeared on his neck. He appeared completely oblivious to Zhou, continuing to rhythmically bob his head. Zhou tightened his grip on the knife. Should the bald man make any sudden movements, he would strike without hesitation. Fortunately, by the time he flung open the door, the bald man had not advanced further, though the frequency and amplitude of his head movements had reached an absurd level. In the next instant, Zhou burst out of his home. Bang! The door, which had only just swung open, was forcefully slammed shut behind him. Chapter 15, The Cinema, Yashin Garden. During work hours, the entire community lay desolate, occasionally disrupted by a vehicle speeding in and out, breaking the eerie silence. At the entrance of Building 51. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and Zhou strode out with purpose. He held a car key in his hand, the very one that he had retrieved from a cardboard box for him, before pressing the button on the surrounding vehicles in the multi-story parking area frantically. Beep beep. One of the white vehicles immediately responded with an unlocking sound. Before Zhou could reach it, it autonomously exited its parking space and smoothly came to a halt before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou yanked open the driver's side door and swiftly seated himself inside. This flying car, while showing signs of age both in its exterior and interior, was clearly not a recent model. Yet its features still offered ample convenience. As soon as the driver settled in, the seatbelt unfurled from behind, swiftly crossing over his shoulder before clicking into place and tightening. Simultaneously, the previously bare console sprang to life, revealing the steering wheel, central control, and cup holders, while a VR map materialized before him. The buttons for autonomous driving and manual driving glowed prominently. After a brief exploration of the car's controls, Zhou quickly set the navigation for a secluded destination in the suburbs, configuring the vehicle for autonomous driving. Good Map is now navigating for you, a total distance of 73 kilometers, requiring passage through 16 traffic lights. Some segments may be congested, with an estimated travel time of 29 minutes. During the journey, please refrain from unbuckling your seatbelt, and do not extend any part of your body outside the vehicle to prevent triggering emergency brakes if you wish to change your destination. You may do so via voice command or by tapping the holographic map 3 times. Now departing, accompanied by the system's prompt, the car immediately ignited and sped out of the community on the vast aerial roadway. The white flying car soared forward. Zhou retrieved his phone and, through the VV messaging app, located the contact Luo Yuchen, sending a voice call without delay. Beep, beep, beep. The call was quickly connected, and a cheerful voice, laced with laughter, echoed from the earpiece. You've been discharged? How did the surgery go? Zhou responded instantly. My surgery was entirely successful. My symptoms are becoming increasingly severe. Is your illness truly recovering? I desperately need a correct treatment method. The voice on the phone grew serious. No problem. I am currently at Jiwei Cinema on the pedestrian street in Johong District. Come find me right away. All right, I'll be there soon. Zhou Zhen replied succinctly. After hanging up, he glanced once more at his chat history with Luo Yuchen. It was evident that Luo Yuchen was a close friend of the original owner of the body. Under normal circumstances, he would be completely trustworthy. However, the messages from the past month suggested that Luo Yuchen's condition was even worse than his own. Had he not felt utterly cornered, he would have hesitated to make this call, but now, he had to take a gamble. With that thought, Zhou Zhen looked at the kitchen knife that he had carelessly tossed onto the passenger seat upon entering the car. From here on, if his illness could be treated, that would be ideal, but if Luo Yuchen's method proved ineffective, or if his condition worsened, then he would end his life before becoming a true infected being. Benai City Security Bureau, office on the 201st floor, behind 5 layers of security doors. Team leader Lu was engrossed in a document marked top secret, when suddenly, the entire building rang with urgent alarms. Another infected individual had appeared? He immediately halted his work, swiftly rising to grab a firearm from the wall. Striding purposefully towards the exit of his office, as he stepped outside, he saw a staff member in uniform rushing towards him. Breathlessly reporting, Team Leader Lu, we just received an alert that 3 digital infected individuals, who escaped last time, were sighted at Yaxin Garden in Qingli District. Yaxin Garden in Qingli District. In the past, Team Leader Lu might not have recalled this place. But he had just dealt with the affairs of a fallen comrade. This was the residence of Zhou Jinxiang. Zhou Jinxiang's son, Zhou Jin, also lived there. The infected incident involving the 024 Phantom had occurred not far from where Zhou Jin was seen. Although Zhou Jin had passed 2 consecutive virus tests without issue, the coincidence was too striking. With that thought, Team Leader Lu promptly stated, "Understood. I'm heading there now." While speaking, he hastened towards the elevator. Raising his left wrist to punch in a series of codes on his smart wristband, compatible database is now connecting. Binhai City, Johong District, pedestrian street. This pedestrian street bore a stark contrast to the towering buildings of the urban area. The tallest structure in the vicinity barely reached a mere dozen stories. Most of the buildings stood at only 5 or 6 stories, all adorned with black-tiled roofs, nestled amidst lush greenery. Jiwei Cinema. This cinema was lavishly decorated, its façade gleaming with opulence, exuding an air of grandeur. Nestled within a small garden in the heart of the pedestrian street, the garden featured a fountain occupying roughly half an acre at its center, surrounded by symmetrically arranged, arched flower beds. These flower beds mimicked the contours of a mountain. Rising higher towards the periphery, with vibrant greenery and foliage ascending in layers, creating an illusion of flourishing growth. Scattered amidst the verdant shade were whimsically painted art tables and chairs, radiating a sense of childlike wonder and modernity. Encircling the garden and fountain was a wide pedestrian walkway, with the cinema positioned between one of the flower beds leading to the fountain. Surrounding the garden and fountain were a complete ring of shops. If Jiwei Cinema were the center, to its left lay 4 distinct bubble tea shops, an ice cream shop, a flower shop, a 24-hour supermarket, an ATM, and a shopping mall. To the right were a design firm, a fruit parfait shop, a skewered food shop, 3 neighboring CAFS, and a moderately sized restaurant. There were 4 roads leading into this commercial area, concealed among the shops at this moment. The area was eerily empty, neither the garden, the pedestrian walkway, nor the surrounding shops, including the cinema, had a single soul in sight. Just then, the distant sound of an engine rumbled, and soon, an aging white car sped into view, coming to a sudden halt at the cinema's entrance. Inside the car, Zhou Zhen glanced up at the prominent sign, confirming he had indeed arrived at the right location, and picked up his phone. "I'm here." Chapter 16. The Fellow Patient. The voice of Luo Yuchen promptly echoed from the phone. "Just go straight into the cinema. I'm inside. The movie is about to start. Hurry up, I'll hang up now." With that, before Zhou Zhen could respond, the line went dead with a beep. Zhou Zhen frowned slightly, stowing his phone away, then grasping the kitchen knife with his right hand, he exited the vehicle. The white flying car quietly departed to seek a nearby parking space. Standing on the deserted walkway, Zhou Zhen surveyed his surroundings, noting the oddly quiet garden. This was a purely commercial pedestrian street, and judging by the decor and maintenance of the shops, as well as the density of trash bins, this area should be bustling. At this time of day, it ought to be lively. Yet now, all the shops stood wide open, devoid of patrons or any visible staff, as he observed the neighboring establishments. Zhou Zhen ascended the steps, arriving at the cinema's entrance. Beneath the lofty awning, prominently displayed at the entrance were a series of exquisitely crafted pull-up banners. The covers of these banners depicted zombies with ashen skin, white eyes, and bloody tracks pursuing the living, with the film's title emblazoned in bloody letters in the upper left corner, Terrifying Zombies. Passing through the banners, to the left of the main entrance was affixed a yellow-brown brass plate, detailing the cinema's layout alongside descriptions in 2 internationally recognized languages. Zhou scrutinized the layout, noting that upon entering through the main door, he would find the reception hall directly ahead, with the ticket counter and automatic ticket machines to the left, and a lost and found desk. To the right were counters for beverages, ice cream, popcorn, and other snacks, along with a waiting area furnished with tables and chairs. To the left of the reception area lies a row of ticket-checking turnstiles, behind which stretches a straight corridor leading successively to a retro laser hall named after a certain air conditioning brand, a storage room, a restroom, a retro IMAX hall named after a certain bank, and a luxurious sofa lounge. On the right side, one finds the cinema's internal office area. The cinema is not particularly large, its facade may appear lavish, yet it occupies merely 1 floor, and a brief stroll within would not take much time. However, the most pressing issue at hand is that he does not even know what Luo Yuchen looks like. After some contemplation, Zhou Zhan decided to step inside for a look. After all, he did not know Luo Yuchen, but Luo Yuchen was surely acquainted with him. Thus, with his left hand holding his phone and his right hand gripping a kitchen knife concealed behind him, Zhou Zhan confidently entered the cinema's grand entrance. The entrance featured a tall 4-wing revolving door, its rust-red metallic frame embedded with dark glass, and at its center lay a magnificent landscape mural, with mountains and rivers outlined in gold dust shimmering under the ambient light. As Zhou Zhan crossed the threshold, a wave of raucous voices mixed with the strong scent of alcohol surged forth. Before he could fully register the scene, deafening, high-energy music erupted in his ears, chanting 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. The rhythmic shouts reverberated throughout the venue, as vivid beams of colored light swiftly cut through the air, illuminating a densely packed throng of people, all raising their hands in unison, dancing wildly in sync with the DJ on the distant stage. The atmosphere was electric with singing and dancing, the air thick with excitement, as fervent revelers lost themselves in the exuberance, entirely oblivious to Zhou Zhan's presence. The stark contrast between this vibrant spectacle and the desolate commercial street outside left Zhou Zhan momentarily taken aback. The cinema, a century later, had been transformed into a nightclub. At that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Zhou Zhan, over here." Regaining his composure, Zhou Zhan turned towards the source of the voice and spotted a sunken seating area where a young man clad in a gray sleeveless t-shirt and distressed, faded jeans Saturday. He appeared to be of similar age to the original Zhou Zhan, sporting a brow-piercing and streaked orange-red highlights in his black hair, a dog tag hanging around his neck as he waved energetically, nodding his head in rhythm with the music. This must be Luo Yuchen, the original's friend. With that thought, Zhou Zhan smiled at Luo Yuchen and briskly approached him. Meanwhile, he tightened his grip on the kitchen knife hidden behind him. Though Luo Yuchen seemed perfectly normal at present, Zhou Zhan remained cautious, ready to react should anything unexpected occur. After exerting some effort to navigate through the crowd, Zhou Zhan settled onto the sofa opposite Luo Yuchen. Before he could utter a word, Luo Yuchen inquired, "Why is your right hand still behind your back?" Zhou Zhan replied nonchalantly, "Just a little itch on my back. I was going to scratch it." Luo Yuchen nodded, seemingly unconcerned, and casually continued, "When did you get out of the hospital? What have you been up to lately?" In response, Zhou Zhan mimicked the casual tone of an old friend, saying, "I just got home yesterday. Not much going on. How about you?" Luo Yuchen's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "I've recently been watching a movie called Terrifying Zombie. This film is undoubtedly a masterpiece. It's absolutely thrilling. In it, a character named George enters a convenience store only to be pounced upon and bitten to death by zombies, his neck snapping in two, exposing his trachea with blood splattering everywhere. What a scene. And there's a blonde beauty named Danny, who is dancing at a nightclub when suddenly all her friends turn into zombies. When she dies, her intestines are even pulled out. Then there's Peter, the mercenary, who is gruesomely torn apart by zombies. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. You absolutely must see this film. Once you watch the first second, you'll be hooked. The long shots capturing the initial zombie outbreak are just so brilliantly executed. The entire town is filled with whales, besieged from all sides with no safe haven in sight. Louis arrives at school early, ready for class. And just as he steps into the classroom, zombies burst in and smash his head. Anna is in the hospital preparing medication, focused on calculating dosages, when she gets dragged into a sewer by zombies and is crushed to death. Alan, The playboy is enjoying drinks at the bar when a horde of zombies comes crashing in. However, the highlight of the entire movie lies in the laboratory scenes. Zhou Jun listened quietly. This was a film from a century later. And aside from having seen the title on a poster outside, he could not distinguish the protagonist from the descriptions Luo Yuqin provided. Nonetheless, Luo Yuqin's vivid recounting of the film's plot was impressively coherent. And he seemed to be in excellent spirits, showing no signs of being afflicted by the digital virus. With this in mind, Zhou Jun interjected, "This film indeed sounds captivating. However, I currently lack the leisure to indulge in it. Let us discuss it further once I find the time to watch it." Casting a glance at the revelers lost in merriment around them, he leaned in cautiously, drawing closer to Luo Yuqin, and whispered, "Now, tell me, what is the method for curing the illness?" Noticing Zhou Jun's disinterest in the film, Luo Yuqin paused, taking a sip of his cocktail before smiling and asking, "Are you familiar with the term digital compatible?" Chapter 17, Digital Compatible. Digital compatible. Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. This was the first time he had heard this term. Luo Yuqin immediately lowered his voice, speaking in a tone of intrigue. The universe is constructed through mathematics. Every individual within the cosmos is a unique equation within this vast mathematical framework. Digital virus is a technology of advanced civilizations, capable of altering the numbers within these equations, yet it can only change the numbers. It cannot destroy the structure of the equations, nor can it arbitrarily add numbers. It can only rearrange the existing digits. For instance, if a person's equation is 414, I'm merely using this as a metaphor, so there is no need for unknowns or convoluted operators. Then, upon being infected with the digital virus, the numbers 4 and 1 will not increase or decrease, but their positions will shift. The equation representing them will transform into 140.25. The outcome of the equation is the manifestation of the object within the universe. If the outcome of the equation changes drastically, the essence of the object will undergo distortion from the inside out. This is the reason why humans infected with the digital virus transform into monsters. As for a digital compatible, if a person's equation remains 414, after being infected with the digital virus, it becomes 140.25. But if this person acquires an external number 6, the equation shifts to 1644. Thus, the outcome of the equation remains unchanged. Not only will this person not become infected, but they will also gain superhuman powers in the corresponding numerical domain due to the increase in digits. Zhou Jun listened intently, realizing that the people around them were oblivious to their conversation, and quietly asked, "So, becoming a digital compatible means one will not fall ill. And to become a digital compatible, one must find a way to acquire numbers from the outside. What methods can be employed to obtain these numbers?" Luo Yuqin smiled and nodded. "Precisely. Becoming a digital compatible will perfectly cure the illness afflicting you. However, to obtain numbers, one must first seek out the digital forest. As for the specific methods, that is quite complex. Your condition is currently stable, so we can discuss it later. The movie is about to start. Let us watch it first." The digital forest. Zhou Jun frowned. The digital forest is a place where the digital virus infects severely, even leading to supernatural phenomena. Such areas are more perilous than those affected by the digital virus. Merely approaching would spell death, as he pondered. A server approached with a drink menu, bowing respectfully beside Zhou Jun to introduce, "Sir, here is our selection of signature drinks, crafted by our esteemed mixologist." Before he could finish, a reveler dancing behind him collided with him, causing him to stumble and crash into Zhou Jun's right arm. Clang! The kitchen knife immediately fell to the ground. The server quickly apologized. "Sir, I'm so sorry." He hastily dropped the items and fled. Zhou Jun reacted swiftly, picking up the knife from the floor. Noticing Luo Yuqin staring intently at him, he feigned nonchalance and explained, "I planned to make braised pork tonight, so I bought a kitchen knife to cut the meat." Luo Yuqin's smile faltered, and he took a deep breath, his expression turning serious as he stated, "Zhou Jun, your condition is extremely severe. You need to receive treatment immediately." Upon hearing the words, Zhou Jun realized that the other party had misunderstood him. However, the moment he heard that he could be treated immediately, he nodded eagerly. "Good. How do we proceed?" Luo Yuqin was about to explain when, suddenly, his face contorted in agony, revealing a horrifying visage that he clasped his head in torment, his entire body trembling as if he were enduring indescribable suffering. Zhou Jun was taken aback. Luo Yuchen's current condition mirrored the symptoms of his earlier headache perfectly. The other party was having an episode. The illness had not truly subsided. He merely believed himself to be well. Zhou Jin snapped back to reality, tightening his grip on the kitchen knife. His senses heightened as he observed Luo Yuchen with great caution. At that moment, it seemed Luo Yuchen regained a semblance of clarity. His pupils constricted violently as he fixed his gaze on Zhou Jin, painfully uttering, "The movie is about to begin. Flee quickly." Flee? What was happening? Zhou Jin immediately sensed something amiss and swiftly rose to his feet, striding towards the cinema's entrance. Thud, thud, thud. At that instant, a drum set appeared on stage, and a black female DJ, adorned in a cropped knitted turtleneck and an ultra-short leather skirt, frantically danced while passionately playing an upbeat track. Her long hair cascaded wildly, obscuring much of her face, imparting an alluring yet decadent beauty. Below, the dance floor was alive with an exuberant crowd, arms raised high, nodding and swaying in a frenzy, completely immersed in the revelry. The venue was in a state of euphoria, the very ground trembling beneath their feet. A tattooed white couple embraced tightly, oblivious to the world as they kissed and swayed. A man with red hair and green eyes, seemingly intoxicated, tore off his t-shirt and sprinted around the room, cheered on by several provocatively dressed girls, waiters in long-sleeved white shirts and silver-gray vests, complete with bow ties, politely and swiftly served drinks to numerous patrons. At the bar near the booth, a bartender with long hair and striking blue-gray eyes skillfully crafted a rainbow-colored cocktail, achieving a stunning 11th hue that drew gasps of admiration from several young women. The spotlight swept across the venue repeatedly, while rotating colored lights cascaded in a vibrant display. A strong, chilly breeze poured from the ceiling, mingling the scents of alcohol and perfume into the unique decadence of the nightlife. The air was filled with a cacophony of voices and clinking glasses, seemingly rendering Zhou Jin invisible. He quickly reached the entrance, where a pristine glass door stood firmly shut, its dark green frame bearing the marks of time, and the brass handle polished to a shine from countless touches. The glass was adorned with gilded patterns, depicting several interlocking planets and their orbits, encircled by a hollow octagonal star motif, encapsulating the celestial theme in a complex yet elegant design. Outside lay darkness, and it seemed that dusk had fallen without his notice. Just as Zhou Jin reached for the door, an intense chill surged through him. This cinema's entrance was not like this when he first entered. Before he could contemplate further, a cold, heavy hand suddenly emerged from behind and rested on his shoulder. "Zhou Jin, your condition is quite severe. You need immediate treatment." Chapter 18. The Forest. It was Luo Yuchen. Zhou Jin snapped back to attention, but he had no intention of accepting treatment. Instead, he forcefully pushed the door open and bolted outside with all his might. Luo Yuchen's own illness had yet to be resolved. Allowing him to treat himself would likely trigger an immediate relapse. More importantly, he had just warned him to flee. Zhou Jin had already crossed the threshold with one foot and part of his body, but just as he was about to escape the cinema, he felt a force grip his arm holding the kitchen knife and part of his shoulder, halting his momentum abruptly. In his line of sight, he saw the scene outside, a bronze plaque engraved with the cinema's floor plan, a pull-up banner, a spacious and clean sidewalk at the bottom of the stairs, vibrant flower beds, and a sparkling fountain amidst the greenery. Everything appeared identical to when he had first entered the cinema. However, on either side, the dark green wooden-framed glass doors were replaced by rust-red door frames and dark glass revolving doors. Zhou Jin exerted all his strength to push toward the exit, but his body felt as though it were being dragged back into the cinema. Inch, by some unseen force. Behind him, silence enveloped the space. All the noise and chaos vanished the moment he attempted to escape the cinema, leaving only the growing force pulling him back. As he felt himself being dragged back in, Zhou Jin glanced over his shoulder and saw blinding searchlights rapidly descending from the ceiling, while flashing colored lights danced in time with pulsing music, intensifying the nightclub atmosphere. In the distance, on stage, the black female DJ closed her eyes, raising a finger adorned with a dozen eclectic bracelets high above, while her other arm rested upon the turntable, her hair wildly thrashing about. Below her, the dance floor continued to pulsate with revelers clad in dazzling attire. In the sunken booths, elegantly dressed waitstaff navigated through the crowd. Behind him, Luo Yuchen's arm remained firmly pressed on his shoulder. Everything appeared just as it had before he burst through the cinema's doors, yet an indescribable sense of strangeness and unreality permeated the scene, as if it were a flat plane, the cinema's space was two-dimensional. It felt as though the entire cinema were merely a film playing out before him. The cinema doors loomed before Zhou Jun like the curtain of a movie, with the half of his body still inside the cinema becoming part of this cinematic experience. No matter how he turned his neck, whether left or right, his perspective remained limited to that one side of his body. Outside lay the sun-drenched world, lush and vibrant. Inside, a cacophony of voices and the intoxicating allure of a grand spectacle. Luo Yuchen tugged at his body, his mouth moving as if he were speaking, yet Zhou Jun could not discern his words. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. He had reached the outer part of his body, being inexorably drawn back into the film. Amidst this, a profound sense of crisis surged within Zhou Jun. He sensed that if he were to fully enter this movie, it would spell his doom. The cinema might be a digital forest. Zhou Jun suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, but just then, the force with which Luo Yuchen was pulling him intensified. With great effort, Zhou Jun had managed to escape the cinema with half of his body, only to be yanked back in an instant. His chest and abdomen were nearly swallowed by the screen, followed by his neck, then his head, and finally, his feet clung desperately to the ground, as if drowning. Futilely reaching out towards the screen, just as his hand was about to be completely drawn into the cinema, Zhou Jun erupted with a surge of unexpected strength, gripping the dark green door frame. "My dear, you smell absolutely delectable. Skull Puncher, thank you. Shall we play a little game? If you win, sir, you're Negroni." In the split second he was pulled into the cinema, the deafening music and various clamorous voices instantly enveloped Zhou Jun's ears. The searchlights howled down upon him, and the intense light blinded him momentarily. Simultaneously, the rich sense of alcohol, perfume, the din of the crowd, the warmth of bodies, and the thunderous music surged toward him, wrapping him in a chaotic embrace. In an instant, the cinema, which had appeared to be a mere flat plane, transformed back into a vivid reality. Before him, the rust-red metallic frame with dark glass revolving doors reverted to the green-framed glass door with a brass handle, maintaining the appearance of having been pushed open, behind which lay a darkness so profound it resembled the vastness of space. Desolate and boundless point, one of his palms plunged into the darkness as he steadied himself. Meanwhile, Luo Yuchen spoke urgently. "Zhou Jun, trust me. You must receive treatment immediately." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Zhou Jun swung the kitchen knife in his hand, aiming directly at Luo Yuchen. Thud, 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 thud. The muted sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed as blood sprayed from Luo Yuchen's body, unleashing a piercing scream. Ah, ah, ah. In pain, he was forced to release one hand, yet the other arm remained firmly clutching Zhou Jun's clothing. The sudden turn of events immediately drew the attention of others in the bar, the revelers. Once lost in their merriment, all turned their gazes toward this cornered eye. In an instant, the once boisterous nightclub fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop, the raucous music vanishing without a trace. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Zhou Jun did not dare to pause his actions. He summoned all his strength in an attempt to sever the hand gripping him. Yet, at that moment, Luo Yuchen, already bloodied and battered, suddenly exclaimed with fervor, "Zhou Jun, the movie has begun. You have a chance." Clang! The kitchen knife struck Luo Yuchen's arm with force, yet his arm remained unscathed, as if it had struck something extraordinarily solid. Just moments ago, Luo Yuchen was on the brink of death, seemingly ready to exhale his last breath at any moment. Suddenly, he began to gasp for air, his complexion, once normal, instantly marred by patches of ashen pallor. The brown irises faded quietly, shifting towards a deathly gray. He had become a zombie. In the next instant, the strength with which Luo Yuchen gripped Zhou Jun transformed into something immense. Despite Zhou Jun clinging tightly to the doorframe, he found himself uncontrollably pulled into the cinema at the same time. The heavy door that had been pushed open seemed to be forcefully slammed shut from the outside, accelerating rapidly to close with a weighty inertia that carried a howling wind, threatening to crush the hand that clung to the frame. There was no time to catch his breath. Zhou Jun's mind was instantly assaulted by a pain akin to being torn apart by 1,000 knives. He felt as though invisible blades were repeatedly piercing his brain, an indescribable agony engulfing him entirely. This intense headache was all too familiar. The pounding drums and pulsating music morphed unexpectedly, resembling a malfunctioning radio, becoming intermittent and erratic. Concurrently, the blinding spotlights, swirling disco balls, and the black DJ, along with the writhing crowd of men and women, the entire cinema flickered like an old television set devoid of signal. presenting a chaotic blend of black and white lines. The familiar sound of static crackled, and in that moment, the cinema appeared to transform into a video plagued by interference. The entire scene, with Luo Yuqin still clutching Zhou Zhen's clothing. The uniquely patterned tiles, the half-filled glass of gin tonic tumbling from a server's tray, and the closing door, all manifested with a dense array of black and white lines. The static persisted, and amidst the cacophony, every image morphed into a series of interlacing black and white ripples, obscuring all clarity. Everything was indistinguishable. In a daze, Zhou Zhen suddenly felt a weight lift from his body, as if Luo Yuqin, who had been gripping him, had finally released his hold. Under the influence of inertia, his body surged forward. Bang! Losing his balance, he seemed to crash to the ground, but the ferocious headache rendered him utterly immobile. Unable even to open his eyes. Buzzing. The pain intensified, and hallucinations began to creep into his ears, leaving Zhou Zhen in a state of half-consciousness, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Time passed in an indeterminate haze until the pain gradually subsided. Allowing Zhou Zhen to catch his breath, as he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the nearby steps, where stood a retractable poster, with a copper-plated floor plan behind it, and the tightly shut revolving door loomed above him like a great mountain. Casting a downward gaze, it was indeed the Jiwei cinema. He had escaped. Chapter 19. Ashen Order. Zhou Zhen gasped for air, unsteadily rising from the ground. The digital forest. He needed to leave this place immediately. With that thought, even as he struggled to steady himself, multiple beams of light suddenly surged up from behind the low buildings surrounding him. As soon as these beams appeared, they exploded with a thunderous roar, transforming into a translucent curtain of flowing light that enveloped the entire pedestrian street. Simultaneously, an invisible force descended from the sky, pinning him heavily to the ground, rendering him unable to lift even a finger. This was a force field. Zhou Zhen had no time for astonishment before he witnessed a swarm of heavily armed anti-terrorist bombers disengaging their optical cloaking, their crimson hue engulfing the sky like a burning inferno. At that very moment, countless targeting dots converged upon him, completely obscuring the color of his clothing, as he was enveloped by a sea of scarlet lights. Above the swarm of bombers, cylindrical flying machines hovered, gathering orange gems in the sky, resembling a multitude of celestial eyes surveying the earth. All cabin doors swung open simultaneously, and fully armed mechs leapt down rapidly without parachutes. Centered around the cinema, every high ground and ambush point extended various sniper barrels, their icy muzzles locking onto Zhou Zhen from afar. At the highest flowerbed in the street garden stood 5 formidable and agile figures. The foremost was a robust man in his early 40s, clad in a fitted black leather trench coat, flaring open to reveal a white tank top beneath. His coarse, short hair resembling a multitude of steel needles pointing skyward. His skin bore the deep tan of years under the sun, and his bushy brows resembled brushes dipped in ink, while his narrow, piercing eyes glimmered intensely, surveying the surroundings like a lion patrolling its territory. Standing shoulder to shoulder behind him were a pair of strikingly similar, yet distinctly styled twins. The one on the left sported shoulder-length hair tied back with a black elastic, revealing a broad forehead and bright eyes, dressed in a yellow short-sleeved shirt with a red and blue striped tie. Casually resting a simple rocket launcher on his shoulder, exuding a slightly irreverent demeanor, to the right stood his brother with a buzz cut, clad in a camouflage crew-neck tee, military green trousers, and glossy black boots, contrasting his twin's nonchalance. He appeared serious and precise, as if measuring his every move with a ruler. However, he carried a classical longsword that clashed with his attire. Not far from the twin stood an elderly man, his hair completely white. Though he appeared quite aged, his posture remained straight, and his eyes still sparkled with brightness. He wore a dark blue silk tang suit, embroidered with auspicious floral patterns, and the buttons intertwined with gold thread, reflecting glimmers of light in the sun. His weathered hands clasped around a redwood cane carved in the shape of bamboo joints, the top adorned with a cluster of bamboo leaves, embedded with several obsidian stones. The last figure was Captain Liu, still clad in his olive-green camouflage uniform, 2 pitch-black firearms hovering beside him, his sharp gaze cutting through the air like a blade, calm and composed, yet deeply emotional. In an instant, hundreds of invisible beams swept across Zhou Zhen's body. Scan complete. No infection symptoms detected. Scan complete. Emotional stability confirmed. Digital mental parasitism excluded. Scan complete. Digital virus not detected. Scan complete. Unknown signal interference detected. Classifying target as 1. Strongly concealed asymptomatic carrier. 2. Digital compatible individual. 3. Out of control digital entity. Scan complete. Weak digital energy detected. Ruling out strongly concealed asymptomatic carriers. Ruling out of control digital entities. Scan complete. No signs of digital energy spreading. Digital tranquilizer can be administered. A series of emotionless electronic voices echoed consecutively. The next moment, a syringe shimmering with icy blue light shot forth from an unknown source, plunging into Zhou Zhan's shoulder. His mind instantly halted, and he slipped into unconsciousness, in a state of hazy confusion. Zhou Zhan gradually opened his eyes that he found himself surrounded by pure white. As his vision cleared, a snow-white wall and a damaged hanging lamp appeared before him. In his peripheral vision, he noticed a shattered marble dining table and wooden chairs lying in disarray. Remnants of food scattered across the fragments, and in the corner, remnants of crystalline components and circuit boards. Not far away, a figure stood rigidly, seemingly grasping something tightly. A familiar spherical object repeatedly fell from their eyes, further away. A shell-like form swayed incessantly. Was this his home? The white wall in front of him was the ceiling of his house. With this realization, as Zhou Zhan prepared to rise, a familiar sound of electricity suddenly surged into his mind. Crackle! Zhou Zhan immediately felt a stabbing pain in his head, the agony rapidly intensifying, as if countless steel needles were mercilessly stirring in his brain. For a moment, he was unable to breathe, his entire body frozen. Unable to move as he stared blankly at the white wall before him, that a vague whisper echoed in his ears. Is this all right? I suggest we eliminate it immediately. I used visual freeze, and these 3 haven't even completed the mutation, so they cannot be considered true infectors. The most important thing now is to find the source of the virus. Crackle. Crackle. They've captured the target over at location 024. Are we sure that is the source of the virus? No. The target seems to be similar to us. Crackle. Crackle. The investigator discovered the markings of that illegal organization in a nearby building. Another Ashen Order? It appears this is just like the previous case on Chonglin North Road. These 3 infectors should also be part of the virus spread by the Ashen Order. Crackle. 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 We are almost done here. The murmurs abruptly ceased, and the surroundings transformed in an instant. The ceiling and walls faded rapidly, revealing an endless expanse of wilderness, overgrown with weeds and dotted with solitary trees. There were no signs of human activity. It seemed to be a desolate countryside. Not far away, 2 shadowy figures stood. Clad in pure black combat suits, equipped with mech-like components at their waist and joints, their visual sensors, gleaming black with silver patterns, obscuring the upper halves of their faces, rendering their features unrecognizable. In the shadows to the left, 2 slender and elongated blades hovered ominously. The material from which these blades were forged remained a mystery. Their jet-black surfaces were adorned with countless luminous specks resembling stars scattered across the night sky. While these myriad points of light appeared randomly dispersed, upon closer inspection, they seemed to interpret some enigmatic formula. The simplistic hilts of the blades each bore an intricately carved skull, surrounded by pure black flames. To the right, another figure was flanked by weapons, this time 2 massive machine guns. These guns, a striking blend of black and crimson, exuded an unmistakable mechanical aura, with lines of each component starkly defined. Blood-red hues coursed across the entirety of the machine guns, forming a colossal symbol. On the sides of these guns, the skull insignia, similarly encircled by black flames, was visible. They stood in the open expanse of the wilderness. Yet they embodied the very essence of darkness, seemingly capable of vanishing at any moment. That instant, the machine guns pointed directly at him, their ominous barrels gathering a blinding, piercing light. The next moment, the triggers were pulled. Bang! A startled cry erupted as Zhou Zhan abruptly awoke. Instinctively, he raised his hand to wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead, only to discover that his limbs were firmly restrained, rendering him utterly immobile. Raising his gaze, he beheld a curved hatch overhead, its height sufficient for him to sit upright. Painted in a gentle shade of pastel yellow, inno lights were visible around him. Yet a dawn-like glow filled the chamber. As Zhou Zhan turned his head, he quickly realized that not only were his limbs ensnared by specially designed metallic rings at the bottom of the pod, but also, above his left side, a resplendent syringe was inserted into his arm. Moreover, he noticed a somewhat familiar smart wristband had inexplicably appeared on his wrist. After surveying his surroundings, Zhou Zhan gradually regained his composure from the recent nightmare. Recalling his experiences before losing consciousness, he swiftly grasped his current predicament. He had been captured. This contraption resembling a sleep pod was indeed the official facility detaining him. Just as he pondered this, the syringe embedded in his arm suddenly retracted automatically. At that very moment, the pastel yellow hatch began to rise, allowing the external light to flood in like a rushing stream. Accompanying the hatch's opening, two figures materialized in Zhou line of sight. One figure had hair as white as snow, and scars that nearly traversed his entire face, exuding a cold and solemn demeanor, his gaze sharp as an arrow. Indeed, it was Captain Liu. Behind Captain Liu stood a young man in uniform, wearing thin-framed glasses, holding a thick folder, simultaneously flipping through the documents while scrutinizing Zhou, appearing to be an assistant by his stance and position. At this juncture, Captain Liu slightly inclined his head and said, "Step outside for a moment. I need to speak with him privately." With a series of soft clicks, the metallic rings binding Zhou began to unlock. As his body regained its freedom, he staggered out of the sleep pod. The room did not resemble a prison. The floor was adorned with wooden hues, slightly aged yet immaculate. The walls were painted in a soothing light blue, and a uniquely designed chandelier hung from the wall directly opposite the sleep pod, its fixtures alternating gracefully. To the side, a full-length curtain blocked the entrance of daylight. The furnishings were simple, apart from the sleep pod. A few tables and chairs were positioned nearby, with a folder resting on one table, left behind by the young assistant before his departure. In the corner stood a water dispenser, above which was an unmasked surveillance camera, overseeing the entire room from its elevated position. The moment Zhou's feet touched the ground, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, nearly losing his balance, prompting Captain Liu to extend a hand to steady him. Startled, Zhou realized that his current state rendered even standing a considerable challenge. Regaining his senses, he spoke in a somewhat feeble tone. "Thank you." Captain Liu nodded slightly, calmly explaining, "This is a side effect of the digital sedative. The effect of the digital sedative lasts for half an hour. The side effects may persist for approximately 20 hours. During this period, your body will feel exceedingly weak. Given your current condition, you should fully recover in about 10 minutes. Let me assist you to a chair. There are matters we need to discuss." The digital sedative. Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, grateful it was not the digital virus. He promptly nodded. "Understood." Captain Liu wasted no time, assisting Zhou toward the nearby table and chairs. Soon, Zhou settled slowly into a minimalist chair. Captain Liu took a seat across from him, his hands clasped atop the table, leaning slightly forward, his gaze piercing and calm as he regarded Zhou. After a moment of silent exchange, sensing Captain Liu's unwavering demeanor yet perceiving an aura of knowledge, Zhou gradually felt an intangible pressure mounting within him. After a considerable pause, Zhou took a deep breath and tentatively asked, "Captain Liu, am I an infected person?" Captain Liu shook his head, responding with absolute certainty, "No." Zhou felt a wave of relief. However, noticing Captain Liu's lack of intent to interrogate him, he hesitated for a moment before continuing. "The 3 infected persons from Yashing Garden." In fact, before he could finish, Captain Liu interrupted. "This case originated at your home. You are the one who reported it. Your timely call allowed us to respond swiftly, and the evacuation at Yashing Garden was equally prompt. There were no casualties at the scene. The 3 infected individuals have been dealt with, and as for the virus source, it stems from a highly extreme, illegal organization. That is all I can disclose to you. This case is currently under the jurisdiction of the Phantom Group for further investigation. Remember, this case bears the same level of confidentiality as your father Zhou Jinxiang's case. Although it occurred at your residence and you were considered a victim, this case is now unrelated to you. It is best that you refrain from engaging with anything connected to this case. Do you understand? What? The virus source originates from an illegal organization. The case is unrelated to him. He is a victim? Zhou was taken aback, doubting whether he had misheard. This excuse to absolve himself of suspicion was something he would not dare to concoct. However, he quickly recalled the hazy remnants of that nightmare. In the dream, he had overheard whispers mentioning not only the term illegal organization, but also the name of this organization, Ashen Order. Was that dream real? As he pondered, Captain Liu's posture suddenly relaxed a bit. He leaned back, retracting his right hand while leaving his left elbow casually resting on the table. In a softened tone compared to before, he inquired, "Zhou, what do you think of the world we currently inhabit?" Upon hearing this, Zhou snapped back to reality, contemplating seriously before replying, The present world boasts remarkably advanced technology, with people's lives evolving rapidly and experiencing significant improvements. Although the digital virus wreaks havoc on the populace, the authorities respond swiftly and decisively, consistently arriving on the scene in a timely manner to evacuate crowds and eliminate threats. Throughout human history, countless natural and man-made disasters have occurred. Past events have proven that as long as we unite in purpose and resolve, we can overcome all challenges and advance step by step toward victory. Captain Liu listened quietly, and once Zhou Zhen had finished, he tapped his fingers on the table and, with a grave tone, stated, "You possess a remarkable talent for reciting speeches. However, the platitudes you just expressed indeed reflect the perceptions of many in contemporary society. But the reality I must convey to you is that all of human civilization now teeters on the brink of extinction. Binhai City has been classified as a low-risk city, one of the most habitable regions in the world today. Yet, periodically, numerous digital virus incidents still occur. Some of these incidents are deliberately orchestrated by illegal organizations. The troubling fact is that the vast majority of cases arise from unknown causes leading to viral transmission. Only a small fraction of these digital virus incidents can be detected in time. Most cases leave no survivors at the scene. Even when monitoring equipment is present, it often fails to function properly. The authorities typically require several hours, days, or even longer to uncover the truth. Take the recent incident at Jiwei Cinema. For instance, everyone in the entire pedestrian street has perished. This is merely one of many cases in Binhai City. Despite the occurrence of so many digital virus-related incidents and such a high mortality rate, Binhai City can still only be classified as a low-risk city. As for cities like Tongfu City, Pulong City, Luan City, and Fushan City, they can no longer be referred to as cities. They should be called battlefields. If you ever have the opportunity to visit those places, you will truly understand what hell is. This situation is not limited to our eastern district. It is even more dire in the Southern Abyss District, Western Land District, Extreme Ice District, Deep Ocean District, and the distant Whale Homeland District and Crimson Flame District. Some once thriving small nations have been completely eradicated. The virus brings forth not only the infected, but also panic, hunger, robbery, murder, cults, and various crimes, as well as war. The splendor is merely a facade. The true human realm has already descended into a hell of fire and destruction. This is the world we inhabit today. Chapter 21, Memory Transplant. Zhou Zhen listened intently. Not long ago, he himself was a victim of the digital virus. The circumstances described by team leader Liu, particularly the incident at the Jiwei Cinema, resonated deeply with him at that time. If he had merely reacted a moment too slowly or had not succumbed to his illness in a timely manner, he too would have become one of the many victims of that case. Yet, even with so many lives lost and such a terrifying incident, it seemed hardly remarkable in the grand scheme of the world. Contemplating this, Zhou Zhen felt an indescribable weight pressing down on him. After a moment of careful thought, he suddenly inquired, "Team leader Liu, was the digital reign from 40 years ago truly an invasion by extraterrestrial civilization?" Team leader Liu furrowed his brow slightly, then shook his head gently. "This is classified information of a very high level. I cannot divulge much at present. I can only tell you that you have guessed half right." Half right? There was only one conjecture in his statement. As Zhou Zhen hesitated on whether to press further, team leader Liu straightened his back, looked at him intently, and said in a solemn tone, "Digital virus is akin to an apocalyptic disaster. It nearly obliterated the entire world. However, do you know why, despite the technology of the digital virus far surpassing that of humanity, the world has not been annihilated in the 40 years since?" Zhou Zhen shook his head. Team leader Liu's expression remained neutral, showing no surprise at his response, and continued to explain, "Because among those infected by the digital virus, there are always a few fortunate souls. They do not become mere victims. Instead, they become compatibles. A compatible is someone who retains their original consciousness while also possessing certain powers of the infected. Each of these individuals is truly remarkable. Some possess extraordinary strength and speed. Others can manipulate machinery from a distance. Some can create barriers. Others can convert energy. The unique abilities of these compatibles, combined with current technology, have solved many previously insurmountable scientific challenges. For instance, the bomb disposal methods currently employed by the authorities, the force fields used in urban warfare, the digital tranquilizer that was used to sedate you, and even the isolation bullets utilized during the recent crackdown on digital infectees in Lin Balu of Dingming District. Indeed, Even the theory that the universe is created through mathematics was derived through the unique abilities of compatibles. It is precisely these targeted innovations and inventions that have enabled humanity to repeatedly withstand the calamities wrought by the digital virus. I do not enjoy uttering grandiloquent phrases, especially since you are the son of Shou Jianqiang. Nevertheless, the experiences of these past 40 years have indeed proven that digital compatibles are the best weapon against the digital virus. Digital compatibles. Luo Yuchen from the Digital Forest had mentioned this term to him as well. Zhou Zhen diligently noted Team Leader Lu's words, already beginning to suspect the true purpose behind this conversation. At this moment, Team Leader Lu lifted a folder from the table, opened it, and pushed it toward Zhou Zhen. The folder contained pages of meticulously bound materials. The first page displayed the original owner's white background ID photo, alongside a form detailing their name, gender, education, and other pertinent information. Below the form was a brief for some, outlining their educational journey from kindergarten, including accolades and disciplinary actions. The original owner's history was evidently simple. A single thin sheet sufficed to encapsulate it. Team Leader Lu did not linger on this page for long. He merely glanced at it before flipping to the next. Starting from the second page, every sheet bore the dense stamp of Top Secret. The initial content was fairly standard, consisting of assessments of personality and values, but Zhou Zhen's attention was soon captured by a starkly distinct color against the black text. In the suddenly appearing section labeled Physical Verification, 5 bold red characters stood out. Digital compatible. A digital compatible. I am already a digital compatible? Despite having mentally prepared himself, he felt a jolt of impact within. However, Zhou Zhen quickly arrived at the most probable explanation. Jiwei Cinema was indeed a digital forest. Just as he was about to escape the cinema, he had fallen ill. It must have been at that moment that he acquired the digital element. Fortuitously balancing his own equations, with this realization, Zhou Zhen gradually calmed himself and continued to read the subsequent contents of the document. Following physical verification, there was a series of entries. Digital ladder. First ladder. Digital domain. Superfrequency interference. Digital talent. Not identified. Many of the terms on this document were beyond his comprehension, yet the overall content was limited, and soon, Zhou Zhen had read it all. He exhaled deeply, then raised his gaze to Team Leader Lu. Team Leader Lu had fully reclined against the back of his chair. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, expertly lit one, and then extended the pack toward Zhou Zhen. Zhou Zhen shook his head and replied, I do not smoke. Team Leader Lu retracted the cigarette pack, took a deep drag from his lit cigarette, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, calmly asking, would you like to join the authorities? His tone was casual, as if he were merely inquiring about an inconsequential matter. Zhou Zhen fell momentarily silent. Team Leader Lu did not rush him, leisurely sitting in his chair and quietly smoking. The smoke curled and drifted, obscuring his features. After a brief silence, Zhou Zhen nodded and stated earnestly, personally, I would be very willing to assist the authorities. However, I do not feel that as a digital compatible, I am any different from a normal person. Even if I were an ordinary individual wielding a gun, I would surely be more formidable than I am now. Before he could finish, Team Leader Lu shook his head. Incorrect. You are currently merely a first ladder digital compatible. Your digital domain does not lean towards combat. Overall, your physical capabilities are indeed not much stronger than those of an ordinary person. However, the true strength of a digital compatible lies not in these aspects. Rather, it is in digital computational power. The authorities possess a technology that can convert the combat experiences, technical knowledge, and insights of others into data, which can then be synchronized into the memories of a digital compatible. A compatible who receives these memories can instantly transform into a sharpshooter, a mech operator, an ace fighter pilot, or a top-tier combat expert. The stronger the digital computational power of a compatible, the higher the synchronization level. The variety of memories they can receive also increases. This technology is known as memory transplant. Chapter 22, Digital Domain. Memory transplant? Zhou Zhen frowned, as if he had thought of something, but at that moment, a sudden pain shot through his brain. Zhou Zhen instinctively raised his hand to press on his temple. However, the headache appeared abruptly and vanished just as quickly. Returning to normal in the blink of an eye, he found it somewhat strange that, as a digital compatible, he would still experience headaches. With this thought, Zhou Zhen felt as though he was overlooking something. At that moment, Team Leader Lu took another drag of his cigarette and continued in a low voice. This technology has been under development for quite some time. It is now highly advanced. Almost every digital compatible who joins the authorities will utilize this technology. With just this one technology, your capabilities can far exceed those of an ordinary person holding a gun. Upon saying this, Team Leader Lu placed the cigarette in the ashtray, flicked away the ash that was about to fall, and continued, "And who says you are no different from a normal person? Do you know why it took us so long to apprehend you? Your phone has a locator, the car you drove has a locator. And even during your entire journey, there were comprehensive surveillance systems in place. Yet, we could not locate you anywhere in the city. The emergency calls you made were nothing but garbled static, requiring a decoder to barely translate. We even inspected all the electronic devices you had used, and they were all filled with gibberish. This is due to your digital domain, super-frequency interference. You are already quite different from normal individuals. You are simply unfamiliar with your own digital domain." Digital domain. That term had also appeared in his document. With this thought, Zhou Jun immediately asked, "What is the digital domain?" Team Leader Lu replied calmly, "The digital domain, simply put, is the superpower possessed by digital compatibles. However, in strict terms, it is a very complex mathematical concept. Compatibles are not infectees. Under normal circumstances, they possess only one digital domain. You are now the first-tier compatibilist, and the digital domain pertains to overclocking interference, capable of disrupting video imaging, affecting communication information, and disturbing electronic data transmission, among other things. Superpower? Zhou Jun immediately recalled the dream he had just experienced. If the events in the dream were indeed real, then his ability to dream of reality could also be considered a form of superpower. However, according to Team Leader Lu, he should only possess a single digital domain. Noticing Zhou Jun's silence, Team Leader Lu retrieved his phone, casually opened a file, and handed it to Zhou Jun. Upon receiving the phone, Zhou Jun was met with a video of a beautiful female host dancing energetically on the screen, leaving him perplexed as he glanced in confusion at Team Leader Lu. Without offering an explanation, Lu merely stated, "Watch it to the end." Zhou Jun felt a sense of bewilderment but complied with Lu's instruction and continued to observe the video. The backdrop featured a cozy corner of a room adorned with warm-colored wallpaper, and an array of charming dolls decorated a small European-style cabinet. The stunning woman facing the camera had fair skin and long pink curls cascading down to her waist, her makeup exquisitely done, with shimmering teardrop sequins gracing the corners of her eyes. Dressed in a cool tank top and short skirt, she donned a knitted, lace-patterned long coat over her outfit. She bit her lip and winked. She swayed her slender form in rhythm with the music, gradually shedding her outer garment, her hand gliding over her thigh as she provocatively swayed her hips. In the midst of her movements, her delicate waist became tantalizingly visible, revealing a palm-sized tattoo depicting an aggressive scorpion, etched onto her alabaster skin, exuding an intense visual impact. From Zhou Jun's aesthetic perspective, this female host was extraordinarily beautiful, albeit with a somewhat flat figure. Her long, slender legs, exquisite features, and innocent gaze, combined with powerful dance movements, rendered her a notable internet celebrity. Thus, despite being unaware of Team Leader Lu's intentions, Zhou Jun found himself thoroughly engrossed in the alluring video. The video lasted only a minute, swiftly concluding its first run before looping again. Just as Zhou Jun prepared for another viewing, Team Leader Lu suddenly interjected, "Isn't she stunning? She's actually a man." Indeed, she was captivating. What, a man? Zhou Jun's expression shifted dramatically, and an overwhelming sense of discomfort surged within him. In the next instant, zzzzzzz. The video abruptly became inundated with a barrage of black and white horizontal and vertical lines. The lines multiplied rapidly, and soon the entire video was consumed by a fierce signal interference, leaving nothing but the chaotic patterns. Team Leader Lu reclaimed the phone, terminating the now irreparably damaged video, and explained, "This is your overclocking interference. Currently, you cannot control your digital energy, so when your emotions are impacted, the digital energy will spontaneously diffuse, passively utilizing your digital domain." Zhou Jun's complexion paled, still reeling from the earlier shock. He desperately wished for Team Leader Lu to employ the memory transplantation technique to erase the memory of what he had just witnessed. At that moment, Team Leader Lu, while smoking, continued, "Aside from the digital domain, there are two essential concepts for compatibilists that you should note. One is the energy of a compatibilist, known as digital energy, which is quite challenging to enhance. All known methods for increasing digital energy are perilous. The second is the digital tier, which denotes the energy levels of compatibilists, comprising a total of 9 levels. What I refer to as the first tier is the initial level within the digital tier. Advancing through the digital tier is more arduous than merely enhancing digital energy. Our city, Binhai, is classified as a low-risk area, and most compatibilists here are at the first tier. Upon hearing this, Zhou gradually regained his composure, and he recalled the Phantom Sniper from earlier, as well as the two members of the Phantom Group from his dream. He promptly inquired, "Are all the members of the Phantom Group compatibilists?" Team leader Lu glanced at Zhou and nodded, stating, "The criteria for joining the Phantom Group begins at the third tier. Compatibilists starting at the third tier. The members of the Phantom Group possess such high digital tiers?" Zhou yearned to inquire further about compatibilists, but at that moment, bang, the door to the room was suddenly flung open, and the young assistant in uniform rushed in. Drenched in sweat, witnessing this scene, team leader Lu furrowed his brow and was about to speak when the assistant urgently exclaimed, "Captain, we have an emergency. 10 minutes ago, a suspected digital virus incident occurred at the Xiangda Mall." Chapter 23, Emergency Case. Team leader Lu's expression turned grave in an instant. He promptly extinguished his half-finished cigarette and rose swiftly. "Why are we only hearing about a case from 10 minutes ago now?" Having spoken, he did not wait for a response, striding towards the door while issuing commands. "I'm heading to the scene immediately. Transmit all the case details to me at once." The young assistant wasted no time in nodding, raising his hand to operate the smart wristband, while rapidly explaining, "10 minutes ago, we thought it was just a routine case, and the security center dispatched officers to handle it. But we just received updated information. The Intelligence Analysis Department has classified it as a digital virus case." As team leader Lu accessed the case details on the smart wristband's floating display, he quickened his pace, just as one foot crossed the threshold of the door. He suddenly remembered something and turned back to Zhou, saying, "Zhou, you should come along." Startled, Zhou hesitated, unprepared for the sudden turn of events, only to see team leader Lu already exiting the door. In astonishment, he had no choice but to follow suit. Outside the door lay a spacious corridor, one side lined with extensive floor-to-ceiling glass, while the other featured a beige wall devoid of decoration. The ground was meticulously polished terrazzo, embedded with colorful pebbles and golden metal strips, glistening clean. Every 10 meters or so stood a tall planter filled with lush green foliage, stretching its branches and leaves under the sunlight filtering through the glass. Team leader Lu moved swiftly, almost gliding forward, while the young assistant hurried alongside, breathlessly detailing. The main structure of the mall comprises 9 levels, 3 underground and 6 above ground. In addition to the main building, there are irregular squares, green spaces, and fountains surrounding it. According to the latest intelligence received from the scene, the Xiangda Mall has been completely sealed off. However, a small number of individuals inside have been unable to evacuate in time and are trapped within. The young assistant's voice resonated amid the rapid footsteps in the wide corridor, a tense undertone permeating the air. Zhou trailed behind in silence. Team leader Lu, while quickly scanning the information on the smart wristband, nodded, "Commence the rescue. Notify the on-site team to refrain from offensive maneuvers. Wait for my arrival. Also, when will the Phantom Group be able to arrive?" The young assistant promptly replied, "The Phantom Group cannot be diverted at the moment. The situation at the Digital Forest in Jiwei Cinema is even more critical, currently. All available members of the Phantom Group in Binhai City are engaged in urgently sealing off the Digital Forest there." As he spoke, team leader Lu came to a halt. A heavy door beside him began to slide open swiftly. Soon, a blue-green flying car appeared before the trio. It came to a steady stop on a metallic platform resembling a multi-level parking space, facing the corridor, flanked by solid metal walls, while the front led into a deep tunnel from which a gust of wind howled. Team leader Lu briskly approached, opened the rear door, and took a seat inside. The young assistant simultaneously slid into the driver's seat. Observing this, Zhou followed suit and entered the back seat, just as the three settled in. The car door closed automatically, and seat belts extended to secure them, while the control panel rose, revealing a holographic navigation display. Unlike the civilian flying vehicles Zhou had previously encountered, this one featured an array of red buttons emblazoned with various hazard symbols on the driver's side. At this moment, team leader Lu had finished reviewing all the information and closed the floating screen of the smart wristband, issuing a succinct command: "Depart immediately. We must reach the scene in the shortest possible time." The young assistant nodded, "Understood." In the next instant, a deafening roar from the engines filled the air as the flying car launched forward. The vehicle sped through the narrow tunnel, lights flickering rapidly ahead, before Zhou could discern the specifics of the tunnel. A brilliant light enveloped them as the car burst forth into the open, maintaining its altitude as it hurtled toward a corner of the towering buildings. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Zhou hesitated briefly before promptly asking, "Team Leader Liu, what do I need to do?" Team Leader Liu turned to Zhou and replied, "I will initiate memory transplantation for you to teach you how to use a firearm. Once we arrive at the scene, you will stand on the outer perimeter. When you see those armored assault units firing, you must fire a couple of shots as well. Gaining experience in handling a digital virus case will benefit you in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhou was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly understood. Team Leader Liu had called him along for the purpose of enhancing his credentials. The father of the body he occupies is Zhou Jinxiang, who was a subordinate of Team Liu and has recently made the ultimate sacrifice. Team Liu is now deliberately looking out for him. At this moment, Team Liu opened the armrest compartment between the driver and passenger seats, revealing it to be entirely empty of any clutter, save for a thick, circular piece of metal embedded at the bottom. Raising his left arm, Team Liu removed his leather glove, pressing the mechanical palm against the edge of the circular metal, which then rotated a full 360 degrees counterclockwise. With a sharp click, the metal clasp released, and Team Liu swiftly extracted the circular piece. Beneath it connected a cylindrical container approximately 30 centimeters in height. Its exterior composed of black metal and reinforced with crisscrossing red metallic rings. Upon opening the cylindrical container, a chilling white mist surged forth, causing the temperature within the vehicle to plummet significantly. Inside the container, suspended by an unknown technology, were 3 vials of sealed glass containing some substance. Flanked closely against the walls of the container were 3 metal syringes that a strong coldness continued to emanate from the base of the container. Its exterior frosted over, obscuring the contents within. The syringes were considerably larger than standard medical syringes, lacking needles, resembling small firearms, devoid of visible measurements, and topped with a red indicator light. Each end of the glass cylinder was fitted with a seemingly complex mechanical component. The vials within exhibiting varying shades of dark green, emitting a faint glow even in bright surroundings, evoking an eerie sensation. On the upper mechanical component of the glass cylinder were intricately engraved symbols, reading from left to right. A01, A01, N, A01. At the lower mechanical component featured a 1-inch display screen, which was blinking intermittently at that moment. Team Liu directly grasped A01, his right thumb gliding gently over the screen below. And with a beep, the display shut off that he withdrew 1 syringe, extracting the substance while addressing Zhou, stating, "This memory liquid, categorized as rapid implant, has a low synchronization rate, yet the synchronization speed is remarkably swift. Before we arrive at the scene, your body should be able to complete the synchronization of this memory liquid. Rapid implant is not very gentle, so prepare yourself mentally." Chapter 24, Mathematics Problems. Upon hearing this, Zhou nodded without hesitation. "I am ready." In the next moment, Team Liu pressed down on Zhou's shoulder, plunging the syringe into the artery at the base of his neck. A searing pain akin to a steel beam violently penetrating his body surged through him. Zhou's muscles tensed involuntarily, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead and arms. His eyes widened, painfully fixed on the car's ceiling, his body convulsing, limbs spasming uncontrollably as the memory liquid was injected. Zhou's agony reached a peak. His pupils began to dilate, and the view of the ceiling began to sway, enlarging and fading. The ceiling seemed to transform into countless tiny pixels, neatly arranged within a vast expanse of blankness. Each pixel rapidly magnifying, ultimately revealing its true form, an intricate mass of numbers, formulas, and symbols. These numbers, formulas, and symbols stretched infinitely, like a tumultuous sea, merging together in waves to form unfamiliar memories. Within these memories, he saw himself standing on a stage. Spotlights beaming down from all directions, surrounded by darkness, a cacophony of cheers swelling around him. He executed a feint to mislead his opponent into making an error, landing a powerful punch to their jaw, causing them to stagger and fall, unable to rise, as the crowd erupted alongside the referee's countdown, celebrating his victory. He then saw himself clad in a dust-covered gray t-shirt and deep green tactical pants, his calloused hands wielding a handgun in each, racing through a confined space while occasionally turning to fire at the numerous pursuers behind him. Each gunshot felled a chasing foe, hitting precisely even amidst the chaos of obstacles. He next observed himself disguised as a frail, elderly man, brushing past a group of well-dressed individuals in a narrow corridor. Just as he reached the back of the group, he suddenly turned, revealing a dagger concealed under his wrist, striking with the swiftness of lightning. The blade dancing like a fish in the shadows of the corridor. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced open the throat of the last person, just as they managed to draw their gun. However, both the firearm and the warm blood fell to the ground simultaneously. As the bodies thudded down, he had already vanished into the night. He also witnessed himself casually seated in the driver's seat of a flying car, one hand gripping the steering wheel, while a strikingly beautiful young woman adorned with vivid makeup occupied the passenger seat. The scenery outside raced by at a breathtaking pace. The engine roared, shaking the night sky. Amidst the deafening music, he piloted the vehicle skillfully through dense forests and swiftly between towering skyscrapers, maintaining an unwavering speed, ultimately crossing the finish line amidst raucous laughter and the screams of countless young girls. Igniting a new wave of celebration, he saw himself rapidly navigating a bloody camp, tending to the wounds of the endless stream of injured, with various bandages, instruments, and tools. Each motion seemed practiced 1,000 times over. Flowing effortlessly and instinctively, he also glimpsed himself alone in a spacious, concealed basement, a keyboard before him, surrounded by floating screens of various sizes, the main computer whirring furiously, emitting a chorus of buzzing sounds. His hands moving like lightning, inputting complex lines of code, while torrents of data cascaded down from the screens. Strange desktops flashed by, and information, after countless transitions, quietly flowed into the storage of one particular mainframe. In these memories, he played different roles each time, and these disparate roles began to meld into his own recollections. Gradually, all those people and events seemed to become genuine experiences of his own. The intense pain continued to escalate. Zhou Zhan's pupils constricted violently, blood vessels spreading across his eyes, while the sound of crackling electricity filled his ears. In a daze, he suddenly heard voices nearby. Team Lu. His reaction is a bit intense. We must inject the neutralizer immediately. One has already been used. The second cannot be administered right away. The signal interference is too severe. If this continues, we might plummet from the sky. Hang on a little longer. The neutralizer is beginning to take effect. The voices of the conversation seemed to drift further away until, ultimately, all sound faded, and everything around him succumbed to darkness. In a haze, Zhou Zhan opened his eyes to find himself in a familiar classroom. The mathematics teacher had pulled up a peeling-back chair and sat at the podium, engrossed in grading a stack of assignments. The students in the classroom were all scribbling diligently, the rustling sound akin to silkworms consuming leaves, punctuated occasionally by the sound of pages turning. The surroundings were quiet, devoid of any other noise. The bright incandescent lights illuminated the entire room as darkness loomed outside the aluminum-framed windows, rendering everything invisible. Was this a study period? Zhou Zhan rubbed his aching temples and promptly flipped open the assignment book before him, which contained 10 math problems. Beneath the first problem were several jumbled steps, yet no answer was reached. The remaining 9 problems lay blank. Uncertain of how much longer the study period would last, Zhou Zhan immediately began to work on the problems. However, as he stared at the first question, he found himself utterly unable to comprehend what was written. The numbers on this math problem kept shifting. Zhou Zhan felt no sense of anomaly. His pen hovered beneath this question, attempting to jot down the steps to solve it, yet he remained clueless on how to proceed. After pondering for a long while, he suddenly recalled something and turned to his deskmate, whispering, "How go? Can I borrow your homework to copy?" Saying this, Zhou Zhan stretched his neck to glance at the assignment book before his deskmate while the teacher was occupied grading. His deskmate's book also contained 10 math problems, but like his, only the first problem had a few steps written down, while the rest were blank. Zhou Zhan's eyes widened as he tried to discern what was written for the first problem, but quickly realized that the problem posed by his deskmate was significantly more concise than his own. They were clearly not the same question. Zhou Zhan felt puzzled. How could Hao Gu have spent so long on his homework only to end up with the same incomplete result? What was going on? Just then, the math teacher's voice suddenly rang out. "Zhou Zhan, what are you looking at?" Zhou Zhan immediately turned his head, only to find that the math teacher, who had been grading assignments at the podium, had silently approached his desk, glaring sternly at him. Chapter 25. Mental Rejection. Zhou Zhan hurriedly explained, "Teacher, I was just, cough cough, discussing the first problem with Zhang Yonghao. Without further ado, the math teacher picked up Zhou Zhan's assignment book, glanced at it casually, then moved to Zhang Yonghao's desk, doing the same with his book. Soon, the mathematics teacher set down the assignments of the two students, approached the blackboard, seized a piece of chalk, and struck the board firmly, launching directly into the lesson. These two problems have been explained numerous times, yet many students still struggle with them. As he spoke, the teacher continuously inscribed the steps to solve the problems on the board. Accompanied by the incessant squeak of chalk, dust cascaded down, as an array of numbers, formulas, theorems, symbols, and geometric figures swiftly filled the blackboard. Zhou Zhan hastily took up his pen, diligently transcribing the answers displayed. Gradually, the overhead incandescent light seemed to dim ever so slightly, as if the darkness outside began to seep in, encroaching upon the realm of illumination. Unbeknownst to him, his classmates gradually faded away, the desks dissolved, and the entire classroom appeared to blur into a surreal haze. With the mathematics teacher vanishing quietly, followed by the blackboard slowly fading into nothingness, leaving only the numbers, formulas, theorems, symbols, and geometric figures suspended in space. Before long, those numbers, formulas, theorems, symbols, and geometric figures began to fade, ultimately sinking into the void. Becoming invisible in Zhou Zhan's field of vision, familiar scenes gradually emerged. A beige fabric, swaying slowly like rippling water, which appeared to adhere to a metallic surface, forming the semblance of a car roof. Simultaneously, a voice from beside him chimed in. "It's done." 2 neutralizing agents were used. How peculiar. The memory fluid labeled 01 exhibits such a strong mental rejection. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhan's consciousness gradually awakened, his previously tense body relaxing in an instant, drenched in sweat. Completely soaking his clothes, his chest heaved violently, akin to a fish tossed ashore, gasping for breath, as he struggled to recall what had just transpired. Inside the vehicle, a mist-like chill had permeated the entire cabin. With condensation forming extensively on the windows, the center console lay in disarray, the large display screen filled with a chaotic array of black and white lines, clearly rendered useless, while the car's audio system intermittently emitted crackling static. The storage compartment in front of the passenger seat had been inexplicably opened, its contents strewn about haphazardly. Team leader Lu's assistant sat slumped in the driver's seat, an expression of lingering fear etched across his face, as if he had just survived a plane crash. Meanwhile, team leader Lu clutched a cylindrical container, from which all 3 vials of serum had been depleted, used syringes lying beside the open glass tube. Noticing that Zhou Zhan had regained his composure, Lu made no attempt to disturb him, instead retrieving a bottle of water from the car door and handing it to him. Zhou Zhan accepted the water, eagerly opening it with his nearly exhausted hand, and immediately quenching his thirst. The hydration replenished him, his condition improved significantly, and his chaotic memories began to crystallize. Lu had just performed a memory transplant on him, but the process had not unfolded smoothly. Midway, he had lost consciousness, subsequently dreaming of that mathematics class. At this thought, Zhou Zhan suddenly realized that 2 complex formulas had materialized in his mind, one long and one short. The numbers within the formulas continuously shifted, rendering the entirety of the formulas difficult to discern, strikingly similar to the math problems from his recent dream. These formulas were intrinsically linked to the dream of the mathematics class. Zhou Zhan immediately focused his attention on the longer formula, and before him, a dense array of numbers and symbols appeared. These numbers and symbols seemed capable of interfacing with external signals, allowing him to forcefully transmit all conceivable information from his mind into the external signals through these numerical and symbolic constructs. This was superfrequency interference. This was his digital domain. Just then, the assistant spoke up suddenly. "Team leader Lu, ahead is the Shengde Mall. We will arrive at the site in no more than 30 seconds. Lu's expression turned grave, and he looked at Zhou Zhan, swiftly inquiring, "Zhou Zhan, how do you feel now?" Zhou Zhan snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "I feel much more agile." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu suddenly threw a punch. The cramped space of the vehicle left Zhou Zhan bewildered, yet his body instinctively reacted, bang. Lu's fist was deflected by Zhou Zhan's right arm, striking the adjacent car door. Simultaneously, Zhou Zhan leaned forward, grasping the handle of Lu's sidearm at his waist. However, Before he could seize it, his wrist was firmly caught by Lu's mechanical hand, which was faster. Lu nodded with satisfaction, gradually releasing his grip and saying, "Not bad. The memory synchronization was successful. Only your mental rejection response was somewhat pronounced. We cannot use the type A memory fluid again next time." Zhou also released his grip, momentarily adjusting to the sudden agility of his own body. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "What exactly is the mental rejection response?" Lu promptly explained, "In memory transplants, there are 3 dangerous laws that must be avoided. The first dangerous law is personality fragmentation. The second is protective mechanisms. And the third dangerous law is mental rejection. Mental rejection is akin to blood transfusion. If the blood type does not match, the body will react adversely during the transfusion. The A01 memory fluid is a low-intensity universal memory fluid, comparable to O-type blood. It is rare for a recipient to exhibit significant rejection to A01. Once this mission concludes, we will conduct an aptitude matching for you." Aptitude matching. Yet another incomprehensible term. Zhou nodded, dismissing thoughts related to memory transplantation, and began contemplating a different matter. Team leader Lu had mentioned earlier that a first-tier recipient possesses only 1-inch digital domain. Yet he now had 2 sets of formulas in his mind. The longer one should essentially constitute his digital domain, while the shorter one remained uncertain as to whether it represented a second digital domain. He would have to find an opportunity to test it. At that moment, Lu swiftly said, "Xiao Sun, prepare a pass for Zhou Zhan and issue him a firearm." The assistant, Xiao Sun, promptly replied, "Understood." No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle jolted slightly, descending rapidly. Xiangda Mall had arrived. Chapter 26. Superfrequency Interference. The Xiangda Mall is an old shopping center in Binhai City, boasting a century-long history. It is situated on an expansive flatland surrounded by towering skyscrapers, despite having only 6 floors. The surrounding gardens, fountains, and public squares prevent it from feeling cramped. Viewed from above, the mall's shape resembles a, with the longer end representing the East District and the shorter end the West District. While the center features a spacious atrium that connects to the roof without any partitions at this moment, all streets, buildings, and greenery surrounding the mall had been cordoned off by intersecting police lines. Numerous armored mechs, armed with various artillery, secured the mall against any breaches. Cylindrical aerial vehicles hovered uniformly around the mall, resembling a dense cloud, obscuring the daylight. In the dimness, orange gems emitted a quiet glow, reminiscent of a monster's eyes, exuding a cold, menacing aura. Above the mall, crimson shuttle-shaped bombers sequentially deactivated their optical cloaking, each bomber laden with heavy munitions on the controlled ground. Armed personnel patrolled in squads, their gazes vigilant, within the numerous skyscrapers nearby. Laser sights occasionally flickered across the area. Approximately a kilometer from the mall's main entrance, a small square, initially meant for public skating and leisure, had been temporarily transformed into a rectangular structure. The exterior of the building bore a striking resemblance to an automobile, as if a certain RV had morphed upon parking, with rows of windows tightly drawn with curtains, shielding the interior from external sight. At the entrance, a small holographic screen hovered, displaying the words Command Center. Inside the building, dozens of screens of varying sizes floated in midair, before which stood or sat a dozen individuals, both men and women, dressed in diverse attire, yet each exuding an air of distinction, clearly not ordinary individuals. Presently, everyone attentively observed the surrounding screens, the atmosphere tense. Just then, a brief alert tone sounded from the command center. Ding! The crowd instantly perked up, swiftly rising to head outside. They've arrived. As the door swung open, they immediately spotted a blue-green painted flying car descending from the sky, coming to a steady halt in the open space at the entrance. The car door swung open, and Lu was the first to step out. Followed closely by Zhou Zhan and assistant Xiao Sun.as, the 3 disembarked. The command center personnel surged out, hastily approaching. Team leader Lu, you finally made it. According to the detector's response and the expert's analysis, active traces of the digital virus have been confirmed inside the mall. The vast majority of civilians have already been successfully evacuated. All entrances and exits of the mall have been sealed. The surrounding force field has been established, and it is now active to prevent the virus from spreading beyond the mall's perimeter. The bomb disposal mech units are all in position, and all heavy weaponry is prepared. Without a moment's pause, Liu advanced toward the command center while inquiring, "How many people are still trapped inside the mall? I need an accurate number. Additionally, has the tech team connected to the mall's surveillance system? I must immediately review all surveillance." Just as Captain Liu was being escorted away, Xiao Sun opened the trunk of the flying car, retrieving a sleek black handgun, 3 magazines, and a card bearing red text on a white background, which he handed to Zhou Zhan. "This is the WK-15, the standard issue weapon currently distributed by the authorities, with an effective shooting range of up to 500 meters. All 3 magazines are specially designed with isolation bullets, and this card is a universal pass, granting you access to operate within the restricted area, valid for today. If there are no issues, you may proceed to wait at the perimeter." At this point, Xiao Sun glanced around, lowering his voice slightly, "But do not stray too far, otherwise, even if you fire a shot, no one will see." As he spoke, he casually closed the trunk. Zhou Zhan accepted the handgun, magazines, and pass, promptly attaching the pass to his chest before focusing on the handgun. As he made his first true acquaintance with such modern weaponry, a thrill surged within him. Feeling the weight of the firearm in his hands, he adeptly loaded the magazine, chambered a round, and disengaged the safety. With everything prepared, Zhou Zhan nodded. "All right, brother Sun, could you lend me a mobile phone?" Without hesitation, Xiao Sun retrieved an ultra-slim phone from the vehicle, handing it to Zhou Zhan with a cautionary note. "You may play games, but do not take photos or record." "Understood," Zhou Zhan replied, accepting the phone and heading towards the outskirts of the restricted area. Outside the command center, there lay a vast fountain, now dormant, while the flower beds bore the scars of large vehicles and mechs that had passed through. Leaving the foliage in disarray, behind the fountain, a haphazard array of barbed wire blocked the way, leaving only a single checkpoint for entry and exit, where dozens of fully armed personnel patrolled the path carved through the holly bushes. Wielding submachine guns, amidst the surrounding trees, rockeries, and walls, armored special vehicles stood ready, accompanied by numerous sandbags and supplies. After undergoing a thorough inspection, Zhou Zhan emerged from the checkpoint, casting a wary glance around before continuing onward. Soon, another checkpoint appeared before him, equally fortified. In addition to patrolling personnel and special vehicles, Zhou Zhan observed a steady stream of trucks arriving to unload various heavy weaponry. Logistics robots busily followed a series of commands, feverishly establishing a crossfire network centered around the marketplace. Zhou Zhan even spotted several missile launchers, while overhead, more aircraft converged from all directions, delivering ammunition and mechs. Observing the omnipresent firepower arrangements left Zhou Zhan astonished. Had he not been informed this was in response to a digital virus case, he would have assumed they were preparing to assault another nation. Before long, he arrived at a small garden with low-lying plants. Standing guard outside the garden were towering anti-explosion mechs, their muzzles glowing ominously, evidently primed to unleash a torrent of firepower, instilling a sense of security. From this vantage point, he could see another checkpoint in the distance, likely the last line of defense, or perhaps the first checkpoint into the restricted area. Compared to the inner checkpoints, this one was staffed with an unusually large contingent. In addition to the constant supply of heavy weaponry, numerous screens hovered in mid-air, beneath which personnel from the technical team frantically pressed buttons, occasionally issuing succinct commands. Beyond this, lay the cascading force fields and warning lines brimming with alerts. Although not the outermost perimeter of the lockdown area, its robust deployment and abundant firepower rendered it sufficiently secure. Zhou Zhan took a seat on a nearby flower bed, glancing around to see everyone occupied. None paying him heed, he swiftly retrieved his phone, scrolling through its contents until he located a video. Muting the volume, he proceeded to play it. Concurrently, the 2 sets of formulas, one long and one short, resurfaced in his mind. He concentrated on the longer formula, and before him, a deluge of numbers and symbols materialized. These figures, densely packed yet adhering to some profound principle, seemed poised to connect with all surrounding signals. Instantly, Zhou Zhan directed his gaze back to the video on his phone, as an uncountable array of numbers and symbols aligned seamlessly, forming an invisible bridge between him and the video. Confirming the connection, Zhou Zhan mentally crafted a series of mathematical problems and transmitted them into the video. In an instant, black and white vertical and horizontal lines appeared on the screen. clearly indicating a strong signal interference. Witnessing this, Zhou Jun nodded slightly, confirming. The longer formula indeed represented his digital domain. Overclocking interference. With this realization, he quickly devised tens of thousands of mathematical problems, half of which were erroneous, and inundated the video with them. The next moment, the phone screen glitched, then froze, unresponsive to any input. Zhou Jun blinked in surprise, then shook his head, stowing the phone away. He then shifted his focus to the shorter formula, preparing to test its utility. However, the instant he concentrated on the second formula, a familiar pain exploded within his head, as if it had detonated. Chapter 27. The Coward's Eavesdropping. Zzz. The familiar sound of electrical static echoed in his mind, with a cacophony of unfamiliar voices flooding Zhou Jun's ears from all directions. I am the chairman of Longxin Group. My son is currently trapped in the Shangda Mall. Please hurry and rescue him. Zzz. Get me Captain Liu. I need to speak with Captain Liu. My wife is still inside the Shangda Mall. Who authorized you to seal it off? Zzz. I am a reporter from the Binhai City television station. What is the current situation at the Shangda Mall? Can the authorities guarantee public safety? Zzz. It has been confirmed. There are 3 infected individuals in the mall, and they are the same 3 who escaped from the original Jinxing machinery factory case in Dengming district. Zzz. Captain Liu has entered to rescue. Prepare for extraction. Zzz. What is the status of our firepower? All units report. Accelerate transport. Request additional support. Quickly, we must act fast. Zzz. Amidst this overwhelming barrage of whispers, a searing pain surged through Zhou Jun's brain like a tide. He clutched his head in anguish. Paralyzed on the flower bed, realizing something was amiss, Zhou Jun hastily diverted his attention from the shorter formula that in no time. The electrical sounds and various dialogues faded away. The excruciating sensation akin to thousands of steel blades piercing his brain dissipated. As Zhou Jun regained his composure, he was drenched in cold sweat, his chest heaving as he gasped for fresh air. What was happening? He was now a digital harmonizer, and such symptoms of pain should not exist. That shorter formula nearly caused his head to explode. With this thought, Zhou Jun gradually calmed down. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding that formula, it had undeniably allowed him to hear information beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Most likely, that shorter formula, akin to overclocking interference, also represented a digital domain. Its function related to eavesdropping on surrounding signals, not the dreaming into reality he had initially envisioned. No. The intensity of my headache was overwhelming. I must approach this matter with greater caution to ensure that the information I heard was not mere hallucinations. I need to find Brother's son and inquire about the situation inside the mall. If the digital virus within the Shangda Mall truly corresponds to those 3 escaped infected individuals from the machinery factory, then it would confirm that I indeed possess 2 digital domains. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Jun prepared to rise when he instinctively raised his hand to the back of his eyes, as if to adjust something. He then realized he was not wearing his glasses, feeling somewhat out of sorts. Despite having excellent vision and never having worn glasses before, he was puzzled as he looked up. The sight of the towering anti-explosion mechs and the numerous personnel patrolling nearby weighed heavily on his heart. This place was teeming with strangers, and it felt terrifying. He desperately hoped no one would notice him. He fervently wished no one would approach him to speak. Zhou Jun quickly lowered his head, staring at the ground, frozen in place. Rationality urged him to stand and seek out Brother's son, yet an instinctual fear immobilized him. This state persisted for about a minute until Zhou Jun abruptly regained clarity. The urge to wear glasses and the fear of strangers vanished completely. He immediately lifted his head and stood up, feeling a surge of frustration. Why had he suddenly become so timid? How could he be afraid of strangers? As he pondered, an armed personnel clad in protective gear approached. Standing at a cautious distance, gripping a submachine gun, and alertly inquired, "Hey, what is your name and which department are you from?" Zhou Jun, regaining his composure, promptly removed the identification card from his chest and handed it over while saying, "My name is Zhou Jun, and I came here with Team Leader Liu." The armed personnel accepted the identification card, verified its authenticity, and, upon confirming its validity, nodded in acknowledgement. "I apologize, brother, but your previous actions appeared somewhat peculiar. Our squad leader sent me to investigate." As he spoke, He returned the identification card to Zhou Jun and gestured towards a nearby group of armed personnel stationed for vigilance, their weapons seemingly poised to target the entire flower bed. However, upon receiving the signal from their comrade, they relaxed their guard and resumed their watchful survey of the surroundings. Zhou Jun, retrieving his identification card, glanced at the small team in the distance and casually remarked, "No worries, we are all here to do our jobs." I never expected that the 3 infected individuals who escaped from the Jingming District Mechanical Factory would infiltrate the Xiangda Mall, the armed personnel side. Indeed, our squad leader mentioned that this is both good news and bad news. The good news is that all 3 infected have been hit by quarantine bullets, so the survivors in Xiangda Mall are not at risk of infection. The bad news, however, is that there is no support from the Phantom team for this incident, yet we are dealing with 3 infected individuals. Upon receiving this confirmation, Zhou Jun immediately understood that the second set of formulas in his mind also pertained to a numerical domain. However, utilizing this second numerical domain comes with significant side effects. With this thought in mind, Zhou Jun exclaimed, "The scene is already fortified with so many mechs and heavy firepower, along with missiles, to deal with just 3 infected individuals. There's nothing to fear." Hearing this, the armed personnel shook his head with a wry smile, about to say something when suddenly, boom. In the eastern area of the Xiangda Mall, near the atrium, the ceiling was abruptly penetrated by a ferocious force from within, scattering tiles, glass, rebar, and concrete debris like rain, as a colossal shadow erupted from the mall. Before the shadow even touched the ground, all nearby mechs, anti-aircraft guns, and bombers opened fire with full force, a barrage of laser red dots whistling through the air as ammunition poured forth. Boom, 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 boom. The mall, previously surrounded by the sounds of birds and flowers, was instantly engulfed in flames and smoke, the violent explosions causing the very earth to tremble as the meticulously constructed flower beds shattered and shifted, exposing the internal landscape of water and electricity lines, while the remnants of flora swayed violently in the immense shockwave, with fallen branches and leaves swirling through the AI. It was the infected. Chapter 28. The Long-Term Infected. Zhou Jun hurriedly drew his handgun, preparing to fire a few shots to see if he could hit the infected. However, before he could pull the trigger, the armed personnel beside him grasped his arm tightly and shouted hoarsely, "Run!" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a massive orb of light plummeted down, striking a nearby anti-explosion mech. Boom! The 5-story anti-explosion mech instantly exploded. Azure flames and shrapnel erupted in all directions, as the mech's specialized heat-resistant and corrosion-resistant alloy material was burned away, revealing the intricate electronic components and circuitry inside. The powerful shockwave sent Zhou Jun and the armed personnel flying. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of cannon fire, explosions, and flames, as this area had transformed into a fiery battlefield. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Jun crashed heavily into a thicket of boxwood, dazed and disoriented, spitting out a mouthful of dirt mixed with boxwood leaves, after struggling to rise. He looked up just in time to see a shadow, so swift that its form was indistinguishable, darting through the dense hail of gunfire, colliding with a recently deployed shuttle-shaped armed bomber. Boom! The bomber had no chance to resist, exploding into a fireball, its flames engulfing countless components as they scattered through the air. The shadow finally came to a halt, towering at approximately 20 meters, humanoid in shape, yet devoid of any trace of human flesh. Its entire body exhibiting a sleek black metallic texture. One arm was large and devoid of a hand, ending in a massive oval shield. The other was a claw reminiscent of a fierce bird of prey. Its legs were powerful, adorned with numerous sharp barbs, and a tail, longer than its body, extended like a scorpion's, forming a semicircle in the air. In an instant, laser red dots streaked across the sky as countless systems locked on, with all bombers, mechs, anti-aircraft guns, and heavy weapons targeting the infected and unleashing a barrage of fire. Boom, 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 boom. A translucent cube enveloped the infected, its surface shimmering with incomprehensible formulas, numbers, and theorems, gradually pulsating, encasing the creature within, acting as a barrier. The flickering numbers and formulas appeared minuscule, yet effectively absorbed the entirety of the firepower directed at it. Subsequently, multiple metallic orifices opened on the infected obsidian body, each gathering blinding white energy. And in the next moment, a torrential downpour of energy arrows shot forth in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The swiftly flying bombers were shot down, bursting into fireballs as they plummeted to the ground. The myriad anti-explosion mechs, anti-aircraft guns, armored vehicles, tanks, and missile launchers on the ground were also caught in the explosions, raising clouds of dust. In an instant, the Xiangda Mall was completely engulfed in a raging inferno. What had previously appeared to Zhou Jun as an exaggerated military force capable of assaulting a small nation was now rendered ineffectual before a single infected individual. Zhou Jun stared in shock, suddenly comprehending why, when he had reported the incident at the morgue, the authorities had dispatched the phantom snipers, anti-explosion mechs, and counter-terrorism bombers in such haste. Such formidable military might was utterly powerless against an infected. As his mind raced, Zhou Jun snapped back to reality, hastily fleeing towards the outskirts while concentrating on the lengthy formulas in his mind. However, before he could employ the numerical domain, the ground trembled violently. Amidst the chaotic flight of countless stones, concrete blocks, rebar, glass, and dust, a massive metallic tentacle burst through the roof of the mall, crashing down heavily towards the ground. The 3 tanks and 1 anti-explosion mech stationed at the plaza outside the mall were instantly obliterated. Crack, crack, crack. The entire plaza echoed with the sound of crumbling concrete, fissures rapidly spreading like spider webs in all directions. Soon after, a multitude of crimson beams pierced through the entire faade of the mall, targeting the bombers in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the shuttle-shaped bombers transformed into fireballs, leaving a brief void in the once crowded sky. That a second massive shadow emerged above the mall, similarly devoid of any human traits. Its body resembling flowing silvery metal, with a tattered metallic wing sprouting from its back, its frayed feathers continuously drifting down. The ends of its arms were elongated blades, glinting coldly under the sunlight, while its tail fanned out like a horse's mane, forming a shield behind it. This was the second infected. With a thunderous roar, the century-old Xiangda Mall collapsed, revealing its interior. It was a colossal metallic organism that had forcibly split the mall apart. It resembled an enlarged nest, with a large maw at the top slowly writhing, akin to a small mountain rooted at the mall's original site, adorned with numerous metallic tentacles. The tentacle that had just struck the plaza was one of this organism's many appendages. This was the 3rd infected. All 3 infected had now revealed themselves, and the surrounding mechs, tanks, anti-aircraft guns, electromagnetic cannons, laser cannons, bombers, and missile launchers immediately unleashed a torrent of firepower upon them. Countless fiery serpents soared through the air, a deluge of ammunition engulfing the 3 infected in an instant. As visibility was obscured, Zhou Jun found himself unable to lock onto the infected, anxiety swelling within him. Official firepower had barely sufficed to confront a single infected earlier, and now they were facing 3 simultaneously. Just as he was pondering this, a dark mechanical arm suddenly reached out from behind and seized him, lifting him off the ground as the scenery around him rapidly receded. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Jun found himself at the edge of a force field, where hundreds of flying cars had congregated, each vehicle already ignited, their roaring engines intermittently audible amidst the gunfire. The cars at the front were filled to capacity, occupied by individuals clad in civilian clothing or fully armed, each bearing a grave expression. Any vehicle that reached capacity immediately ascended into the sky, hastily departing the force field's range. In the distance, scattered personnel hurriedly approached, quickly boarding the vehicles that had not yet reached full occupancy. Before Zhou Jun could comprehend the situation, a familiar voice rang in his ear. The 3 infected have entered the growth stage. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Chapter 29. The 4 stages. It was team leader Lu. Zhou Jun turned to see Lu standing behind him, slightly pale, his combat uniform stained and covered in dust. Lu pressed his normal hand against his side, his hawk-like gaze scanning the surroundings. Just moments ago, team leader Lu had brought him from the edge of the flower bed to this very place. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Jun immediately exclaimed, "Team leader Lu, my digital domain should be of assistance." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu interrupted him decisively. "Don't seek death. You are merely at the 1st tier." As he spoke, the surrounding vehicles erupted with a deafening roar of engines, all racing towards the perimeter of the force field. Lu, without further ado, seized Zhou Jun and directed him into a nearby vacant flying CAT. That moment, all the vehicle's permissions were unlocked, and it started up autonomously. Just as they boarded, barely settling in, the vehicle soared into the sky, rapidly exiting the force field's range, swiftly joining the convoy ahead, hastily distancing themselves from the scene. Behind them, the remaining mechs, tanks, anti-aircraft guns, electromagnetic cannons, laser cannons, and bombers remained dutifully engaged in a relentless barrage against the 3 infected individuals. The thunderous explosions reverberated through the air, and intense shockwaves rolled forth. However, as the vehicle flew beyond the force field, the cacophony behind them began to fade rapidly. Observing this apocalyptic scene, Zhouzhan, feeling a sense of foreboding, inquired, "Captain Liu, can those anti-explosion mechs and warplanes deal with the infected?" Liu shook his head, opened his mouth to respond, but was suddenly seized by a fit of violent coughing. He clutched his side, and blood surged through his fingers. Zhouzhan was instantly alarmed. Team leader Liu was injured. Regaining his composure, he quickly scanned the surroundings for something to staunch the bleeding. At that moment, Liu raised his mechanical arm and opened the armrest compartment beside him, revealing a small medical kit. Zhouzhan hurriedly took the kit, opened it, and while unpacking it, spoke rapidly, "Team leader Liu, let me bandage you." Liu nodded slightly, and his hand, which had been pressed against the wound, relaxed. Zhouzhan deftly cut away the fabric around Liu's abdomen, using antiseptic to cleanse the area, followed by applying hemostatic and anti-inflammatory powder, securing it with bandages. Finally, he picked up a special spray and meticulously applied it around the wound. The spray, upon contact with the skin, quickly formed a fine web, tightly enveloping the injury. After administering the treatment, Liu's previously pallid complexion visibly improved. The flying car was exceptionally swift. In no time, they had left the vicinity of the Xiongda Mall far behind. Liu lit a cigarette, took a drag, and then remarked, "This time, we didn't gather all the intel, nor did we have support from the Ghost team. We nearly stumbled into a major disaster. Those 3 infected individuals have already entered the growth phase, and the remaining firepower reserves can only hold out for a few more minutes. However, that should suffice. Satellite positioning is ready, and the nuclear bomb has been launched. Now we await the results in a few minutes." Nuclear bomb. Zhouzhan was momentarily taken aback. Were they really resorting to a nuclear bomb for 3 infected individuals? What about the previous incident at the old site of the Yuan Gold Machinery Factory, where they dealt with hundreds of infected? Realizing this, he quickly asked, "Isn't the entire Binhai city going to be destroyed along with it?" Liu shook his head and replied, "There is a force field, and current nuclear technology can accurately control the lethal range. Facilities outside the force field will remain unaffected. However, the Xiongda Mall and all the mechs and equipment inside surely cannot be preserved." As he spoke, Liu took another drag from his cigarette, his expression turning somber. In cases involving this digital virus, all combat mechs, equipment, and bombers are system-controlled without human intervention. In the event of an unexpected situation like this, combat personnel will evacuate immediately, leaving those machines to hold the infected at bay. These are lessons learned from prior experiences. However, the infected in this case have already entered the growth phase, progressing far too swiftly. In just that brief moment, they have already caused significant casualties. Growth phase. This term had been mentioned by Liu multiple times since earlier. Zhouzhan promptly asked, "Growth phase? What does that mean?" Perhaps due to the resolution of this digital virus case, Liu's mood had noticeably lightened. He exhaled a smoke ring and patiently explained, "Infected individuals progress through 4 stages: mutation stage, progression stage, growth phase, and complete form. All individuals newly infected with the digital virus are in the mutation stage. In the realm of the digital virus, there exists a hard and fast rule known as digital energy conservation. Digital energy conservation is akin to the physical law of conservation of energy. Energy cannot be created from nothing, nor can it be annihilated. It can only transform from one form to another, or it can transfer from one object to another. Each of us has a unique equation. The digital virus can only alter the digits within this equation, but cannot generate new digits from thin air, nor can it eliminate existing digits. Thus, an infected individual in the mutation stage, having just contracted the digital virus, regardless of how exceptional they are, lacks the time to absorb external energy. Their total energy remains limited. As such, anti-explosion mechs and anti-terrorism bombers can completely eliminate them. However, under normal circumstances, by the time we receive news of a digital virus incident, identify the target, analyze the situation, organize a response, and arrive at the scene, the infected have long surpassed the mutation stage. In most cases, the infected we encounter are in the progression stage. Infected individuals in the progression stage have already absorbed a considerable amount of external energy. This includes electronic signals, heat, light waves, electricity, magnetism, hydrogen, oxygen, even a gentle breeze. These infected can absorb it all. Infected individuals in the progression stage are exceedingly dangerous. The firepower we surrounded the Xiangda Mall with could theoretically handle 2 to 3 progression stage infected. With the support of a ghost team member, we could manage 7 or 8 more. In the previous incident at the old site of the Yuan Gold Machinery Factory in Dingming District, those hundreds of infected were all in the mutation stage. So the initial elimination was remarkably smooth. However, as we progressed, some infected entered the progression stage, which is when 3 managed to escape. As for the infected in the growth phase, just then, Lu's pocket emitted a series of urgent ringing sounds. Frowning, he quickly retrieved his phone. Upon seeing the number displayed on the screen, his expression turned grave, and he promptly answered the call. "Hello, this is Lu Jun." "What? All right, understood." After ending the call, Lu Jun's face turned ashen as he set down the phone. The nuclear bomb was consumed. It did not detonate. Chapter 30. Digestion. Consumed. Zhou was momentarily stunned, doubting whether he had misheard. At that moment, Lu Jun continued. "The higher-ups have urgently dispatched 5 members of the ghost team to handle those 3 infected. This case is now under the full jurisdiction of the ghost team." Upon hearing this, Zhou finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The nuclear bomb recently launched by the authorities had been consumed by the growth phase infected. In an instant, he understood the meaning behind Lu Jun's earlier words. All of human civilization stands on the brink of extinction. Indeed, humanity's most formidable weapon, the nuclear bomb, could not eliminate a single infected individual, and such infected were rampant across the globe. The fact that humanity had not yet been annihilated was nothing short of a miracle. With this realization, Zhou gradually regained his composure and swiftly inquired, "Can the 5 members of the ghost team handle those 3 growth phase infected?" Lu Jun furrowed his brows and shook his head. "I don't know. I am merely at the 2nd tier, just now. While saving someone, I was merely grazed by one of the infected's attacks and sustained significant injuries. However, the members of the ghost team dispatched this time will undoubtedly be of a higher tier." With that, Lu Jun promptly pulled a lever on his right, maneuvering the car to land on the rooftop of a skyscraper. Coming to a steady stop, he then extinguished his unfinished cigarette, opened the car door, and stepped outside. Zhou was uncertain of Lu Jun's intentions, but he too opened the door and followed suit. This building towered noticeably above the surrounding structures, and the rooftop was quite expansive, mostly serving as a parking lot, with various flying cars parked in clusters. Lu Jun parked near the edge of the rooftop, and a casual glance revealed an unobstructed view of the entire Binhai city. With a click, Lu Jun retrieved a monocular from the trunk. The monocular measured approximately 70 centimeters in length, its body adorned with a ring of intricate metal components, featuring a base with a stabilized gimbal and a foldable tripod. Lu Jun grasped the monocular, swiftly approached the rooftop's edge, set it up, adjusted the angle, and gazed towards the direction of the Xiangda Mall. Zhou followed closely behind Lu Jun, and upon seeing him using the monocular, he too looked in the same direction. However, due to the distance, he could only discern the towering skyscrapers and the crisscrossing roads below. The Xiangda shopping mall's precise location eludes him. Cough, cough, cough. A sudden gust of cool wind swept through, causing Lu Jun, who was holding the telescope, to erupt into a fit of violent coughing uncontrollably. He immediately released the telescope, handing it to Zhou, and said, "I'm going to take some medicine. Keep an eye on the Xiangda Mall. As soon as the ghost team arrives, call for me at once." Zhou promptly replied, "Understood." Lu Jun pressed a hand to his ribs and turned to head towards the hovercar. Zhou leaned closer to the telescope, directing his gaze towards the direction Lu Jun had just observed, and immediately spotted the Xiangda Mall. The first thing he noticed was the force field, resembling a waterfall barrier, rendering the mall area quite blurry through the telescope. However, in less than a second, the telescope automatically adjusted its focus, and Zhou's view became remarkably clear. The Xiangda Mall had completely collapsed, along with the surrounding plaza, greenery, and fountains, all reduced to mere ashes. The original opulence and elegance were utterly unrecognizable amidst the swirling dust of the ruins. Among the debris, a colossal infected creature, resembling a small mountain, had its mouth tightly shut, now appearing akin to an enlarged, enclosed nest. 2 other infected beings, one with an arm large and one small, and the one with a scorpion-like tail remained suspended in midair, their open mouths continuously spewing energy arrows, striking various flying vehicles and creating a spectacle of sparks, as if a meteor shower were raining down. Meanwhile, the infected creature adorned with a metallic wing, its arms sharp as blades, stomped heavily on the ground, systematically dismantling the explosive mechs, electromagnetic cannons, laser turrets, tanks, and other equipment. The smoke and flames rose in tumultuous waves, with countless parts bursting and melting in the firelight. Though sound was absent, the imagery vividly conveyed the brutality of the battle. Observing this scene, even with mental preparation, Zhou Zhan felt a heaviness in his heart. In just a few minutes, the official forces sent to eradicate the infected were on the brink of annihilation. Yet, this was not entirely surprising, considering those 3 infected could withstand even a nuclear bomb. The thought of a nuclear bomb immediately drew Zhou Zhan's focus to the nest-like infected creature. Among the 3, only this one appeared as though it had consumed a nuclear bomb at that moment. The creature trembled incessantly, its metallic body rhythmically expanding and contracting like a colossal heart, while its densely packed tendrils hung limply motionless. The dwindling artillery fire continued to target it, but unlike the other 2 infected, the nest-like one did not deploy any special defensive barrier. Countless projectiles struck it squarely, yet after a series of explosions, the nest-like creature merely bore pockmarked scars on its metallic exterior, remaining steadfast and seemingly unscathed, as if only suffering from superficial injuries. Moreover, the newly formed wounds were healing rapidly. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Zhan was suddenly struck by a powerful intuition. That infected creature was fervently digesting something. It was now at its most vulnerable moment, digesting a nuclear bomb. That infected creature is absorbing the energy from the nuclear bomb. Realizing this, Zhou Zhan was momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure. The ghost team members would arrive shortly. Given the circumstances, his impatience would be futile. Nevertheless, his attention swiftly shifted to the set of equations in his mind. In the next instant, a flurry of numbers, formulas, theorems, and symbols materialized before him. Soon, under his control, these numerals and equations forged an invisible bridge, connecting him to the nest-like infected creature. The connection was established successfully, and Zhou Zhan was somewhat astonished that, despite the distance, his numerical domain could function normally. In a flash of insight, he resolved that creature could not move at present. He would subtly disrupt its absorption of the nuclear bomb's energy, even if only slightly slowing it down would be worthwhile. Thus, Zhou Zhan promptly conjured thousands of intricate mathematical problems, geometric puzzles, and calculus equations in his mind, alongside recollections of the Collett's conjecture, Goldbach's conjecture, Riemann's conjecture, Achilles' conjecture, and the K-T conjecture, and forcefully bombarded the nest-like infected creature with them. In the next moment, Zhou Zhan observed through the telescope that the immense infected creature, resembling a nest, abruptly halted all movement, and its previously rhythmic expansion and contraction devolved into chaos. For half a second, the nest-like infected creature swelled 7 or 8 times in rapid succession. Its already colossal form, akin to a small mountain, expanded to an astonishing degree, almost instantaneously pushing the other 2 infected beings to the edge of the force field. The remnants of mechs, artillery, tanks, along with trees, walls, barbed wire, and other debris were all crushed beneath its weight. Then, in the subsequent half-second, it shrank dramatically over 100 times. The once overwhelming body, now reduced to the size of a football. In the very next second, boom! A terrifying radiance erupted, the force field instantly transforming into pure darkness. Barely able to contain the searing brightness that could scorch all. In an instant, a massive mushroom cloud roared skyward, the deafening sound accompanied by a powerful shockwave that violently struck the force field. The dark force field gradually faded, the translucent wall shimmering like a water curtain, trembling violently as dust and flames filled the air, obscuring all visibility. Zhou Zhan stood frozen, and after a few seconds, he finally regained his senses, overwhelmed with joy. The infected creature had been obliterated by the nuclear bomb. The telescope now revealed nothing but the mushroom cloud. He was uncertain of the fate of the other 2 infected, but given their proximity, they likely met a similar end. With this thought, he suppressed his excitement and turned to shout, "Captain Liu!" Bang! Before Zhou Zhan could finish, a ghostly shadow suddenly blocked his line of sight. A towering metallic form crashing heavily onto the rooftop, causing the structure to fracture, the steel framework groaning as spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread outward. The nearby hovercars emitted a cacophony of alarms, and inside the building, a piercing shriek erupted. The shadow, which had originally fanned out behind him like a screen, was now missing most of its tail, with only a few slender strands remaining, forlornly arcing in the air. The enormous metallic wing was even more tragic. Nearly devoid of any metallic feathers, leaving only a dilapidated skeleton, dark, liquid metal dripped from its severed arm, and the blade at the end of its other arm bore a series of ragged notches. Its body riddled with extensive wounds, yet all injuries were healing at an alarming rate. It was one of the three growth stage, infected. The creature had survived the nuclear explosion before Zhouzhan could fully process this. The remnants of the infected being's arm blade swung directly at his forehead. In that instant, the world around him seemed to dim rapidly, as if shadows of death loomed ominously, ready to engulf him. Zhouzhan's pupils dilated, his muscles tensed instinctively, desperately attempting to evade, desperately striving to flee. Yet, his movements felt agonizingly sluggish at that moment. Just as it seemed he would perish on the spot, the descending arm blade suddenly exploded apart. A specially designed bullet shot from the left side of the infected's arm, propelled with ferocious force, piercing through its entire limb and exiting from the right side. The tremendous impact sending the infected creature's body reeling to the right. Bang! Only then did the sound of gunfire reach Zhouzhan's ears. Life and death exchanged places in an instant. Zhouzhan snapped back to reality. Run. He had to escape. Almost simultaneously, Lu Jun's voice called out, "Get in the car." As he spoke, Lu Jun activated the hovercar and opened the door for Zhouzhan. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhouzhan sprinted towards the vehicle with all his might. However, just as he took his first step, the infected creature steadied itself and, in the blink of an eye, appeared right behind him. In a life-or-death moment, another specially designed bullet, from an unknown direction, shot towards the side of the infected's head. But this time, the creature seemed prepared. Its scattered tail suddenly whipped around, sending a shower of sparks as the bullet was deflected, ricocheting off nearby railings, accompanied by a shower of steel shards and glass shards. Bang, bang, bang. Zhouzhan felt as though his chest would explode, running desperately. The sound of bullets whistling past filled his ears. He dared not look back, feeling as though the mere 10 meters ahead had become an insurmountable distance. At that moment, Lu Jun had retrieved a complexly structured machine gun from the car, just as he was about to aim at Zhouzhan's pursuer when he suddenly shouted, "Watch out! Watch out!" The bullets in the shadows failed to stop the infected. Zhouzhan's face paled instinctively as he turned to look, just in time to see a shadow, barely discernible in its rapid movement, hurtling towards his chest. It was the infected's tail. There was no escaping it. However, in that critical moment, a slender arm clad in a black combat glove suddenly appeared at Zhouzhan's side, pushing him sideways. Clang! The resounding clash of metal reverberated through the air as a metallic tail, yanked from the sky, forcefully struck a matte silver gun barrel that a figure clad in a pure black combat suit crouched low to the ground, gripping a heavy sniper rifle exceeding 4 meters in length with both hands, one above the other. The skull emblem, encircled by black flames, was prominently imprinted on the silver barrel, drawing the eye. This silhouette was tall and graceful, its head adorned with a wide visual sensor that obscured much of its face, revealing only a softly contoured jaw, snow-white skin, and crimson lips. The entire figure exuded a sense of agility and strength, as if it could vanish into the surrounding shadows at any moment. That it was the ghost sniper from last time. With a thud, Zhouzhan fell heavily to the ground before he could rise. He felt himself lifted effortlessly by a mechanical arm. Struggling to open his eyes, he caught sight of Lu Jun tossing him into a vehicle. The roar of the engine erupted nearly simultaneously, as the flying car accelerated at breakneck speed, racing into the distance. Having just survived a life-or-death encounter, Zhouzhan felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Through the car window, he watched the infected and that somewhat familiar figure recede into the distance, prompting him to ask, Team Lu, will she prevail?" Beside him, Lu Jun let out a long breath, but shook his head slightly in response. That is Ghost 024. She excels at long-range sniping and lacks an advantage in close combat. But there are 5 members in this Ghost team. Moreover, the nuclear bomb has already detonated. The infected has sustained considerable damage. The tide of this battle currently favors the Ghost team. Upon hearing this, Zhouzhan completely relaxed, his body slumping against the backrest as he momentarily wished to do nothing at all. Chapter 32. The Transfer Student. Yashin Garden. The prior lockdown had been lifted, and this old community was once again teeming with life. Official announcement: the disinfection of the community has been completed, and the digital virus case has been resolved. We urge the public not to believe or spread rumors. Accompanied by the mundane community broadcast, a flying car swiftly descended from the sky, entering the complex and stopping beneath Building 51. Inside the vehicle, the mingled sense of smoke and blood quickly dissipated under the operation of the onboard purifier. Lu Jun, cigarette in mouth, produced a phone adorned with a knife and shield logo on its back, alongside an old-fashioned key. Handing them to Zhou as he said, "The onboarding process for a compatible individual involves numerous review steps. The related procedures will likely take 2 days to finalize. This phone is for official communication, equipped with special signal encryption to prevent eavesdropping. My contact information and that of the Ghost Team are already stored within. Remember, do not call the Ghost Team's number unless you encounter a digital virus case. There are other pieces of equipment that you will only be able to collect after your official onboarding. Additionally, your home was the site of the previous digital virus incident. Your furniture has been destroyed by the infected, and the official compensation will take a few days to arrive, so you'll have to make do for now. Of course, the doors and windows have already been replaced. However, they are not smart. This key is for your current front door. For the next couple of days, just rest at home. Once the formal onboarding documents arrive, I will come to pick you up." Zhou Jin nodded, accepting the phone and key. During the journey back, he had already expressed his desire to join the official ranks to Lu Jun. The digital virus had brought unimaginable disaster to the entire world. However, the true reason behind his resolute decision to join the official forces was not solely this. The most significant aspect was that his own situation was markedly different from that of a typical, compatible individual. He possessed a second digital domain. Moreover, when utilizing this second digital domain, he exhibited symptoms typically associated with the infected, and his personality had also been profoundly affected. He was uncertain whether this situation was good or bad. Earlier on the way, he had tentatively inquired with Lu Jun, who had responded emphatically. No matter the peculiar circumstances, a first-tier compatible individual could never possess a second digital domain. Thus, he resolved to join the official ranks, preparing for another memory transplant. Hoping to see if a third digital domain would emerge, with this thought, Zhou Jin retrieved the phone and handgun, along with 3 untouched magazines, which Assistant Xiao Sun had previously lent him, returning them all to Lu Jun. Team Lu. When the time comes, I wish to undergo another memory transplant. Lu Jun took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "That's not an issue. However, the rejection reaction from this memory transplant is quite significant. It is a very dangerous signal. Before your next memory transplant, I will conduct a talent compatibility assessment for you." Zhou Jin nodded eagerly. "All right." Soon, he exited the vehicle and entered the corridor. Upon stepping into the elevator, he pressed the button for his floor, gazing at the surroundings that felt overwhelmingly familiar. Zhou Jin found himself enveloped in a dreamlike sense of unreality. After a brief moment of contemplation in the elevator, the arrival chime rang out, and Zhou Jin collected his thoughts. Stepping out, the entrance hall appeared exactly as he remembered. Save for the fact that the door beside the elevator had been replaced with a new one. Approaching the threshold, he produced the new key that Lu Jun had given him and successfully unlocked the door. As soon as the door swung open, an overpowering stench of decay assailed him. The interior was dim, with the lighting system remaining dormant. Zhou Jin fumbled along the wall inside, eventually managing to turn on a hallway light. Under its illumination, the house resembled a scene ravaged by a typhoon, with nearly all furniture and flooring in ruins, and even the ceiling bore numerous cracks, with dangling wires haphazardly patched together with insulating tape. Debris, furniture, marble shards, glass, appliances was strewn across the floor, alongside piles of rotting and spoiled food, exuding a nauseating odor that bore nearly no resemblance to the state he had left it in. Zhou Jin immediately realized that the 3 infected individuals he had encountered had offered no resistance when faced with the Ghost Team. That dream. The mutation has not yet been completed. Is it referring to the infected's mutation period? This must be due to my timely departure as the source of infection. Had I lingered a moment longer, those 3 infected might have completed their mutation. Contemplating this, Zhou Jin felt a surge of relief. Had he been even slightly slower, the entirety of Yashin Garden would likely have ended up like the Xiongda Mall from mere hours prior, obliterated by heavy firepower. Finally back home, Zhou Jin was overtaken by an overwhelming fatigue. Ignoring the disarray of the kitchen and living room, He made his way directly to the bathroom, took a quick shower, and then returned to his room, collapsing onto the bed and instantly falling asleep. In a hazy stupor, Zhou opened his eyes to find himself in a pristine classroom. The podium stood empty, devoid of a teacher. Many of his classmates had vacated their seats, congregating in small clusters, forming various groups. However, the classroom was eerily quiet, with no one speaking. Was it break time? Zhou shook his head. Rising from his seat to survey the room, he turned to see Zhang Yonghao beside him, seated alone, his head bowed as he diligently worked on his assignments. Zhou instinctively called out, "How go? Let's finish the homework later. How about a game of Go?" Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Yonghao seemed oblivious, remaining motionless in his seat. Zhou furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling that Hao Ge suffered from severe social anxiety, often avoiding the restroom and sitting through entire days in class without engaging with his peers. Just as he was lost in thought, the mathematics teacher entered the classroom without warning, accompanied by a classmate he had never seen before. This new student was exceedingly overweight. His facial features had been almost flattened into a single line due to excess flesh, his sparse hair barely covering his head, and his body resembled a round ball, giving the impression he hadn't walked into the classroom, but rather rolled in. Behind him, he carried a striped backpack, seemingly heavy with unknown contents. The mathematics teacher approached the podium, scanning the room before speaking in a very serious tone. "Today, we have a new student joining our class. Chapter 33, 10 million. The sky was beginning to lighten, as a sliver of brightness peeked through the tightly drawn curtains. The second bedroom remained shrouded in darkness. Utterly silent, a phone tossed on the bedside emitted a faint glow, the digits flickering slightly to reveal 804. Zhou, sprawled across the bed, suddenly twitched, jolting awake with a start as he surveyed the familiar surroundings of his room. His muddled thoughts gradually began to clear. It was that dream again. Aside from the instance when he was injected with the digital sedative, every time he lost consciousness or slept, he dreamt of that classroom. The new student. It's a little strange. My powers seem to have increased significantly. This must be due to an enhancement of digital energy, and that Hao Ge, I don't know him at all. Yet, why do I know he suffers from severe social anxiety in the dream? My second digital domain must be connected to this Hao Ge. I became socially anxious like him because I utilized his digital realm? With this thought, Zhou furrowed his brows, realizing that his current digital realm was evidently intertwined with that dream. However, each time he found himself in the dream, maintaining lucidity proved to be a formidable challenge. If only he could recognize that he was dreaming, it would be far simpler. He could swiftly rummage through others' assignments. Moreover, as this dream recurred, it seemed he could sustain his presence within it for significantly longer than before. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent knocks echoed from the front door, jarring his train of thought. Frowning, Zhou quickly regained his composure. Rising from his bed, he donned a fresh outfit and stepped out of his room. The living room was shrouded in curtains, casting a dim light. Upon switching on the lamp, remnants of furniture and appliances lay scattered across the floor, the once smooth surface now riddled with pits and hollows occasionally. Frayed electrical wires dangled from the ceiling. Navigating through these obstacles, Zhou approached the front door. The home smart system had been damaged during the previous incident and had yet to be repaired, thus lacking the usual visitor announcement. Zhou inquired from behind the door. "Who is it?" Wu Weijie. Did he know this person? Zhou felt uncertain. He possessed no memories of the original owner and had no inkling of who this individual might be. With that thought, he turned the doorknob and opened the door. Standing outside were 5 youths clad in vests and jeans. The one at the forefront had long hair dyed yellow, tied into a small ponytail at the back, adorned with a necklace of interwoven metal and bone. With a dog tag dangling at the bottom that he had one hand in his pocket and the other raised, seemingly just having knocked on the door. This must be the self-identified Wu Weijie. Behind him, from left to right, the first individual bore a tattoo of a black viper on his arm, resting a baseball bat on his shoulders, his expression a mix of amusement and malice. The second sported eyebrow and lip piercings, casually spinning a bicycle chain while clutching a half-smoked cigarette. The third, tattooed with floral designs and bald, wielded a steel pipe seemingly scavenged from somewhere. Finally, the last one sported an explosive hairstyle, brandishing a baton and occasionally gyrating his body. As soon as the door creaked open, the leading Wu Weijie rushed inside, throwing a punch at Zhou, but in the next instant, bang, Zhou, quicker to react, executed a whip kick that struck Wu Weijie's flank. A A shriek escaped Wu Weijie as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing Wu Weijie's swift downfall, the remaining four were momentarily taken aback, with the tattooed man recovering first and shouting, "Let's all go at him." Bosley said the payment must be collected today. With that, the tattooed man brandished the baseball bat, swinging it forcefully at Zhou Jun's head. The other three regained their wits as well. The bald man seized the steel pipe, aiming for Zhou Jun's left leg. The one with piercings spat out his unfinished cigarette, swinging the chain towards Zhou Jun's neck, and the final one swiftly drew his baton, striking at Zhou Jun's right arm. In stark contrast to the oppressive presence he faced yesterday from the growth phase, infected individuals. Zhou Jun found himself feeling remarkably at ease against the assault of these ordinary youths. Without hesitation, he sidestepped the incoming baseball bat, countering with a precise punch that landed squarely on the opponent's carotid artery. Bang! The tattooed man fell silent, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. Seizing the baseball bat from his hand, Zhou Jun swung it fiercely at the three oncoming assailants. Thud, 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 with each strike targeting their vital points and devoid of superfluous movements. Within mere seconds, all five ruffians lay incapacitated on the floor. The skirmish concluded. In fact, he hadn't even truly exerted himself, reflecting on the formidable power of memory transplantation. Zhou Jun approached the fallen Wu Weijie, holding the baseball bat, and calmly inquired, "Did Bosley send you to collect the debt?" Wu Weijie, still clutching his aching side, instinctively recoiled as Zhou Jun approached, nervously stammering, "Your father borrowed money from Bosley. Are you trying to default on the debt?" Zhou Jun shook his head, replying coolly, "How much did my father borrow? I want to see the IOU." Noticing Zhou Jun's lack of intent to escalate the situation, Wu Weijie discreetly sighed in relief, hastily stating, "Not much, just 10 million. The IOU is with Bosley. I have a photo of it on my phone. I can show you." With that, he quickly retrieved a gaudy phone from his pocket and glanced at Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun nodded, feeling no apprehension regarding any potential trickery, even if Wu Weijie had pulled out a gun instead of a phone. He was confident in his ability to swiftly regain control of the situation. Receiving Zhou Jun's signal, Wu Weijie promptly unlocked his phone, accessing the album, locating an image, and handed the device to Zhou Jun. Upon taking the phone, Zhou Jun immediately spotted the IOU, seemingly photographed on a dark wooden coffee table, devoid of reflections and obscuring the surrounding environment. The note was written on plain white paper, with simple yet formal content, dated June 2, 2127. Noticing this date, Zhou Jun's brow furrowed. Luo Yuchen had begun messaging him on VV starting June 3. This indicated that the original owner had already visited that so-called underground clinic by June 3rd. The day prior, Zhou Jun's father, Zhou Jinxiang, had suddenly borrowed 10 million. This money was indeed intended for the original owner's treatment. With this realization, Zhou Jun tossed the phone back to Wu Weijie, calmly stating, "Take me to meet your Bosley." Chapter 34, Rose of the Wind. The Rose of the Wind nightclub stood as a towering edifice exceeding 100 stories, crowned with a colossal rose atop its rooftop, visible from afar in both day and night. A graffiti-covered, obscenity-laden flying car sped towards the entrance, screeching to a halt just before the steps. Moments later, as the vehicle came to a stop, Zhou Jun and Wu Weijie disembarked. Perhaps due to the fright Zhou Jun had instilled earlier, Wu Weijie now bore none of his previous arrogance. Walking ahead, he awkwardly remarked, "Bosley frequents this place, but I can't say for certain if he is here today." Zhou Jun nodded. Choosing not to elaborate further, they swiftly ascended the steps, facing a grand entrance adorned in opulence. With a conspicuous sign displaying the words Rose of the Wind Nightclub and flamboyant script, 2 rows of security guards in suits stood at the entrance, and the lead guard raised a hand to halt them. Asking, "Wu Weijie, who is this?" Wu Weijie quickly explained, "Big Brother Dafei, this is Zhou Jun, the son of Zhou Jinxiang. He is here to collect the debt from Bosley." Only then did the guard known as Big Brother Dafei nod and respond, "Bosley is currently occupied. But since it's a matter of repayment, I'll take you up to inquire." Wu Weijie hastily added, "I appreciate it, Big Brother Dafei, but I still have work to finish today. I'll take my leave." With that, he turned to depart, having completed his task and leaving the unfolding events to fate. Unperturbed, Big Brother Dafei addressed Zhou Jun, "Bosley is on the 108th floor. Follow me." Zhou Jun calmly replied, "Very well." The door swung open, revealing the interior. Beyond it lay a vast hall, its lofty ceiling creating an expansive atmosphere. To the left, a curved marble reception desk held a receptionist clad in a tailored suit, meticulously applying makeup in front of a small mirror. Upon noticing their entrance, she glanced over, deeming them unimportant, and resumed her focus on beautifying her lips with lipstick. To the right, an indoor water feature cascaded down from high walls, forming a series of uneven waterfalls that flowed into 3 irregularly shaped pools below. Neatly arranged in front of these pools stood rows of tall, well-built security guards, all standing with their hands behind their backs, facing away from the water. In front of them, a middle-aged man in casual attire wielded a baton. Pacing back and forth, seemingly inspecting the lineup, Big Brother Dafe led Zhou Zhun through the empty expanse of the hall, approaching the left wall, where 5 elevator doors were situated. 2 waitstaff, in white shirts and red vests, adorned with bow ties, stood by the elevators. Unlike the outer guards, these 2 were tall and slender, their every move indicating thorough training and politeness. Upon seeing Big Brother Dafe, they nodded in greeting. Big Brother Dafe. Big Brother Dafe acknowledged them. I'm off to find Bosley. The waitstaff promptly pressed the button, and soon the elevator arrived, allowing them to step inside. The elevator itself was quite ordinary, devoid of any embellishments. Before long, they reached the 108th floor, the doors opening silently. Exiting the elevator, they found themselves in a corridor lined with marble tiles. Illuminated and spacious due to the floor-to-ceiling windows, the hallway was devoid of furniture, save for a vintage ornately carved door at the end. As soon as they stepped out, Zhou Zhun immediately heard the dull thuds of sticks striking, accompanied by fierce shouts emanating from within. I'll F-King kill you. You dare to owe Bosley money. FK you. Following this, a heavy thud resonated as a weight crashed down upon flesh. Accompanied by intermittent, agonizing shrieks, the guide, Brother Dafe, maintained a serene countenance, seemingly unfazed by the gruesome spectacle. Zhou Zhun trailed behind, his expression equally unperturbed. The pair swiftly traversed the hall and pushed open a carved wooden door. Upon entry, they were met with the sight of 2 individuals suspended in midair. Their faces and hair were matted with blood, the crimson stains solidifying their features beyond recognition, their hands bound tightly with rope, dangling from the ceiling. Surrounding them were 3 security guards clad in black suits and white shirts, wielding steel whips, mercilessly striking the 2 captives. Nearby, a glass coffee table displayed an exquisite fruit platter, accompanied by a fruit knife. Behind the table sat a portly middle-aged man, lounging on a sofa, a cigar clutched between his fingers, his demeanor relaxed as he crossed his legs, exuding an air of calm. This man, with a round face, bushy eyebrows, and small eyes, wore a striped polo shirt paired with tailored shorts, appearing quite affable. Beside him sat a woman in a green cheapao, her long hair styled neatly. A jade hairpin skewered through it, revealing her slender and fair neck. She delicately held a folded white towel, carefully cradling a bottle of red wine as she poured it into a tall glass on the table. Standing behind the sofa were 6 burly men, all clad in sleeveless black t-shirts and navy training pants, their muscular physiques betraying their prowess. At that moment, Brother Dafe strode purposefully toward the middle-aged man. Noticing his approach, the man turned and asked nonchalantly, Dafe, what brings you here? Brother Dafe leaned closer and replied, Li Gu, this fellow claims to be Shou Jinxiang's son, Zhou Zhun, here to repay a debt. Upon hearing the name Shou Jinxiang, the middle-aged man set down his cigar, turned to Zhou Zhun, and grinned broadly. So you are the son of old Zhou. Sit, please, have a seat. He gestured toward the sofa across from him. Zhou Zhun regarded the middle-aged man calmly, instantly recognizing him as the so-called Li Gu. With that thought, Zhou Zhun approached the sofa and sat down with ease. At that moment, piercing screams echoed once more from a distance. Zhou Zhun instinctively turned his head to glance, only to witness a sharply dressed security guard brandishing a spiked club, descending upon the stomachs of the 2 suspended individuals with brutal force. Xiao, don't be alarmed. These 2 are notorious deadbeats, persistently evading repayment. I, too, have been left with no choice but to administer a minor lesson, Li Gu explained with a chuckle, raising his glass to take a sip before standing and striding toward the 2 hanging as the boss approached. The nearby guards immediately ceased their assault. Li Gu reached the leftmost suspended man, grasped his hair, and forced him to raise his head. The man's face was a grotesque tapestry of welts from lashes, burn marks from cigarette butts, and knife wounds, with fresh blood trickling down. Li Gu swirled the wine in his glass, observing the rich hue of the liquid as he asked with a smile, Wang, when do you plan to repay your debt? The man, panting heavily, replied, Li Gu, I swear, I will repay the 500,000. I only borrowed it a week ago. Just give me 2 days. No, 1 day. By tomorrow morning, I assure you I can gather it. Smack. Li Gu delivered a swift slap to the man's face, spitting disdainfully as he declared, I, Jiang Li, do not allow anyone to alter my words. We agreed on a week. You must repay me within that time. Either gather the money today or sell your wife and daughter to repay it. With that, he released the man's hair and turned to the rightmost suspended individual, asking, And what about you? The man on the right trembled as he stammered, Li Gu, I owe 800,000, and I've already repaid nearly 1 million. Bang! Jiang Li's fist connected with the man's stomach, causing him to double over in pain, akin to a shrimp tossed into boiling oil. Downing his drink in one gulp, Jiang Li coldly stated, The 1 million you repaid was merely interest. I must have the 800,000 principal today. Otherwise, you will meet the same fate as this Wang. After dealing with the two, Jiang Li stormed back to the sofa, seething. One wants to delay repayment, the other to reduce interest. Truly, they don't regard me at all. He then quickly switched to a congenial expression, turning to Zhou Zhan, and said warmly, Xiao Zhou, I apologize for the scene. By the way, how do you intend to repay the 10 million your father owes? Zhou Zhan reclined leisurely on the sofa and replied nonchalantly, I will repay my father's debt. However, it will certainly not be today, it will be next year. Additionally, I do not wish to pay interest. Chapter 35. The debt is no longer owed. Furthermore, I do not wish to pay interest. The moment those words left his lips, the room fell into an oppressive silence. Yet, as the instigator, Zhou Zhan remained unfazed, continuing, There is another matter I need to confirm with Li Gu. After my father borrowed that sum, did he ever mention anything? For instance, a certain underground clinic. As he spoke, Zhou Zhan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Li's eyes, ready to interpret any minuscule movement through the psychological knowledge acquired from memory transplant. Bang! At that moment, Jiang Li slammed his hand on the table, the affable smile vanishing from his face, his small eyes blazing with fury as he cursed, Damn, you Zhou scoundrel, daring to send your son to mock me. With that, Jiang Li grabbed the fruit knife from the table, aiming it directly at Zhou Zhan's eyes. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhan delivered a swift kick, striking Jiang Li's chin. Thud! Jiang Li's vision went dark, his balance lost as he collapsed to the ground, the fruit knife slipping from his grasp and landing in Zhou Zhan's hand. Li Gu, the surrounding guards, witnessing their boss being attacked on his own turf, were momentarily stunned. Brother Defei immediately bellowed, You bastard! I will take your life. He seized a vase from a nearby cabinet, smashing its base, gripping the sharp edge of the broken glass, and charged toward Zhou Zhan. In response, Zhou Zhan hurled the fruit knife. Thud! The knife embedded itself in Brother Defei's wrist, causing blood to flow as the vase shattered upon impact with the ground, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Brother Defei. The guards finally reacted, grabbing their weapons and rushing toward Zhou Zhan in unison. Zhou Zhan sprang to his feet, delivering a powerful kick to the first guard that charged at him. Bang! The guard was sent flying, crashing into a corner cabinet, shattering the porcelain decor that adorned it, and dropping his cleaver in the process. As Zhou Zhan landed, he immediately crouched, narrowly avoiding two guards swinging their knives, and executed a sweeping leg kick, sending both crashing to the floor. At that moment, another guard lunged at him with a knife, and as Zhou Zhan stood, he deftly swept the fallen cleaver into his palm. Clang! Zhou Zhan, now wielding the knife, blocked the downward strike of the approaching guard, leaning forward, synergizing his shoulder and waist, and forcefully colliding with the guard's chest. Iron Mountain. The guard was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining 5 guards charged forward, their blades glinting menacingly as they aimed a flurry of strikes at Zhou Zhan. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing filled the air as Zhou Zhan deftly parried their attacks, retreating rapidly. After several steps, the guard's assault became staggered, and seizing the opportunity, Zhou Zhan halted abruptly, bringing his cleaver down toward the foremost guard. The sudden shift caught the guard off guard, and instinctively, he attempted to evade, only to collide with another guard rushing from behind. Both stumbled, and with a swift adjustment, Zhou Zhan redirected his cleaver towards another guard nearby. Thud! A scream erupted as the struck guard dropped his knife, a gaping wound gushing blood from his wrist. Without pausing, Zhou Zhan spun around, landing a kick on the foremost guard, who, along with the one he collided with, fell to the ground. Zhou Zhan then executed a backflip, evading the last two guard strikes, immediately following up with a high roundhouse kick that connected with one guard's head, while simultaneously bringing the back of the cleaver down on the last guard's neck. Thud, thud. The final two guards fell silent, collapsing without a sound in mere seconds. All the guards were incapacitated at that moment. The first to fall, Jiang Li, finally regained his senses. Seeing his subordinates dispatched, he disregarded the effort to rise. Hastily drawing an old-fashioned pistol from his waist, aiming it at Zhou Zhan as he shouted, "Don't move. You little brat. You fight quite well." Yet today, before the words could fully escape his lips, Jiang Li suddenly felt his mind go blank. All thoughts morphing into intricate numerical equations. Consequently, he aimed his gun at Zhou Zhan, yet his body remained utterly still, his not-so-bright mind forcibly engaged in mathematical calculations. Simultaneously, the security guards who had just been incapacitated were beginning to recover. As they attempted to rise, they too, like Jiang Li, found their brains inundated with mathematical problems. Without receiving any further directives from their minds, the guards continued to lie motionless on the ground. Having resolved all disturbances, Zhou Zhan approached Jiang Li leisurely, effortlessly wresting the firearm from his grasp, before resuming his seat on the sofa, unloading the magazine to inspect the number of bullets within, then reloading it and pulling back the safety latch. Witnessing this scene, the alluring woman clad in a qipao, who had been seductively leaning against Jiang Li moments ago, abruptly displayed a look of terror and exclaimed, "Please, don't kill me. I know Li Ge. No, I know Jiang Li's safe combination. I am aware of his money laundering operations and have substantial evidence of his numerous illegal activities." As she spoke, the qipao-clad woman hurriedly moved to Zhou Zhan's side, deftly plucking a grape with her delicate, fair fingers, skillfully peeling it, and adopting a flirtatious demeanor, poised to serve him as she had Jiang Li. Zhou Zhan, maintaining an impassive expression, commanded, "Return to your seat." Sensing Zhou Zhan's displeasure, the woman dared not resist. She promptly complied and sat back in her original position. After approximately 10 minutes, Jiang Li remained utterly immobile, preserving his previous posture with a vacant gaze, prompting Zhou Zhan to frown. It appeared that Jiang Li had yet to solve even a single mathematical problem. Contemplating this, Zhou Zhan resorted once more to frequency interference, injecting Jiang Li with the answers to all the mathematical problems that had been forcefully lodged in his mind. In the next moment, Jiang Li jolted, clarity returning to his eyes that he hastily squeezed the trigger, but the gun was already in Zhou Zhan's possession. Aside from his index finger twitching, nothing else transpired. Observing this bizarre spectacle, Jiang Li was greatly alarmed and quickly pleaded, Shogu, the 10 million doesn't need to be repaid. No, I'm willing to borrow another 10 million. I'll give you another 10 million. Chapter 36, Contraband. Zhou Zhan shook his head. He was about to enter officialdom, and if an additional 10 million suddenly appeared in his account, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. As for the 10 million owed. Reflecting on this, Zhou Zhan calmly stated, "Have them all leave. I have some matters to discuss with you privately." Jiang Li nodded eagerly. Understood. Understood. He then swiftly rose and barked at the already frightened qipao-clad woman, "Get out." Startled, she promptly stood and stumbled out, her jade hairpin falling, her long hair cascading down her back, one of her high heels lost, yet she paid no mind to retrieve it, fleeing without a backward glance. Jiang Li then turned his attention to the security guards sprawled on the ground, walking over and delivering a forceful kick to one of them, angrily shouting, "Scram! A bunch of useless trash. All of you get the hell out." Simultaneously, Zhou Zhan transmitted the answers to these guards as well. In an instant, all the guards began to move, still bewildered by the events unfolding, only to see their boss unleashing his wrath upon them. They dared not utter a word and hastily scrambled away. Jiang Li returned to the vicinity of the sofa, opting not to sit, but instead retrieving a pristine high-stemmed glass from beneath the coffee table, placing it on the table, then using a white towel to cradle a visibly high-end bottle of red wine. Pouring into both the clean glass and the one he had just used, his wrist trembled slightly, the sound of wine pouring into the glass somewhat sluggish, a fragrant yet subtly bitter aroma wafting through the room. Soon, Jiang Li filled 2 glasses, quickly lifting his to offer it to Zhou Zhan with a forced smile. "Zhou, I was inconsiderate earlier. Let me toast to you, as an apology. I'll drink to it." "Zhou, you feel free," he proclaimed, raising his own glass and downing its contents with great gusto. Zhou Zhan accepted the glass, gently swirling it, observing the dark red liquid within, yet showing no intention of drinking. He was a digital compatible, but he lacked immunity to poisons within the digital domain. Without knowing whether the wine posed any threat, he wouldn't dare to touch it. Zhou Jin casually set the glass on the coffee table, glancing at the two individuals still suspended by ropes, saying, "Let those two go as well. What I am about to say should not be overheard by anyone." Jiangli nodded vigorously, then set down his glass. Picking up a cleaver from the ground, approaching the two suspended individuals, and with a fierce tone, severed their bonds, barking, "You two, scram." The two, not daring to linger, stifled their pain and hastily rushed toward the door, their hands still bound. They pushed open the ornate door with their bodies and quickly departed as their footsteps faded away. Accompanied by the faint sound of the elevator, the room was left with only Zhou Zhan and Jiangli. The spacious, luxurious space quickly fell into silence. Zhou Zhan nodded slightly, then activated frequency interference, destroying all potential surveillance equipment, recording devices, and similar electronic products within this floor and the several above and below. Having completed this, Zhou Zhan finally spoke. "The 10 million, I can continue to repay. However, as I mentioned earlier, it will be next year, and there will be no interest. Next year's repayment is due to my current lack of funds. The absence of interest is compensation for the damage caused when your people came and smashed up my property. Additionally, you must remember one thing. Do not tell anyone that my father borrowed money from you. Do you understand?" Jiangli quickly nodded. "Understood. Understood." Zhou Jin gestured affirmatively. Zhou Jinxiang was his biological father, and he currently relied on him for sustenance, residing in his house, and even the previous care he received from Lu Jun was due to Zhou Jinxiang. Thus, whether out of gratitude toward Zhou Jinxiang or self-interest, it was imperative to maintain Zhou Jinxiang's reputation. Of course, the crux of the matter was that this 10 million debt was connected to the underground clinic, linked to the unknown surgery when the original owner contracted the virus. There might be secrets involved, but Zhou Jinxiang had not disclosed them at the time, and he remained oblivious now as thoughts raced through his mind. Zhou Zhen continued, "If you were to leak this matter, not only would you not receive this 10 million, but," he paused deliberately, then picked up a bright red apple from the table, tossing it casually into the air, without even glancing at the apple. Zhou Zhen swiftly fired a shot. Bang! The bullet shot forth, instantly striking the apple which had just begun its descent, causing it to explode into fragments, pulp and fragrance bursting forth simultaneously. Only then did Zhou Zhen continue. "And you will meet the same fate as this apple." Jiang Li's expression stiffened, realizing the implication. He hastily nodded. Zhou Gu, your marksmanship is remarkable. Rest assured, Zhou Gu, old Zhou has never borrowed a single penny from me. If anyone dares to falsely claim that old Zhou borrowed money from me, I will personally skin them alive. This is a lawful society. Spreading rumors comes at a cost." Zhou Zhen nodded slightly, then finally asked, "So, back to the previous question. When my father borrowed money from you, did he mention anything?" Hearing this question again, Jiang Li dared not show anger this time. He anxiously pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No. I heard that old Zhou was short on cash and was considering selling his house and car to raise funds. But at that moment, he couldn't find suitable buyers, so I acted without hesitation and lent him the money." Zhou Zhen's brow furrowed, his tone turning icy. 10 million, and my father didn't provide any reason. Yet you were willing to lend. Is that plausible? Jiang Li's expression turned pained. He was about to conjure an excuse when he caught sight of Zhou Zhen loading the firearm and aiming it at him. His complexion drained of color. He quickly explained, Zhou Gu, I swear I'm telling the truth. Given the circumstances at that time, if I had asked one more question, old Zhou would surely have sought elsewhere for the loan." As he spoke, fearing Zhou Zhen might act impulsively and pull the trigger, Jiang Li hurriedly added, "Moreover, from the very beginning, I never intended for old Zhou to repay that sum. After all, I operate in Beihong District, which is overseen by old Zhou. I have a batch of contraband I plan to sell here, but old Zhou has been watching me too closely." "Contraband?" Zhou Zhen's expression turned cold. "Drugs?" Jiang Li shook his head, pale as a ghost. "It's even more severe than drugs." Zhou Zhen stood up abruptly, pressing the gun's muzzle against Jiang Li's temple. "What is it? Speak." Jiang Li was drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling as he replied, "Numbers. Mathematics textbooks, Chapter 37, a death sentence. Mathematics textbooks? Contraband." Zhou Zhen was momentarily stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and alertly inquired, Is someone urging you to spread the digital virus? Jiang Li hastily shook his head, urgently explaining, No. These are sold to the real big bosses. There exists a multitude of affluent individuals, such as the chairman of the Hongshan Group, the major shareholder of Difeng Pharmaceuticals, and the proprietor of Highway Entertainment, who are willing to acquire such mathematics textbooks at exorbitant prices. I remain uncertain about the purposes these magnates have in mind. This business venture is not solely mine. Numerous intermediaries, akin to myself, are clandestinely engaging in this trade. No, that is not accurate. I have yet to embark on this enterprise. After lending old Shou 10 million, he continues to scrutinize me with great rigor. Thus, upon hearing this, Zhou Zhan nodded in understanding. Therefore, the other party intended to dispatch individuals to confront him the moment the repayment deadline arrived, seeking to compel Zhou Jinxiang to relent. Contemplating this, Zhou Zhan holstered his weapon and reseated himself. The spread of the digital virus bears significant correlation with mathematics. This is no trivial matter. He felt an aversion to making hasty decisions and resolved to seek an opportunity to report to Lu Jun upon his return. Having failed to glean any useful information, Zhou Zhan glanced at the time on his phone, noting that there were merely 2 minutes remaining until 10 o'clock. After some reflection, he posed the final inquiry. Have you heard of the Ashen Order? Jiang Lili shook her head. No. Zhou Zhan, upon hearing this, was not taken aback. He removed the magazine from his handgun, methodically extracting the bullets one by one before discarding the empty magazine. He then disassembled the pistol, separating the slide, barrel, and spring. In no time, a fully intact firearm was reduced to a mere collection of components. Zhou Zhan carelessly discarded these fragments and rose, striding purposefully toward the exit. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed rapidly down the corridor, soon accompanied by the faint hum of an elevator in operation at the end. Once Zhou Zhan had finally departed, Jiang Li let out a sigh of relief. He seized the exquisite bottle of red wine from the coffee table, disregarding the use of a glass, and took a generous gulp. Crash. Jiang Li hurled the wine bottle to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. The illicit trade of mathematics textbooks had been discovered. A capital offense punishable by death. Remaining in Binhai City was no longer an option. He had to flee at once. Just as he was about to rise and gather his belongings, he suddenly noticed a silhouette by the window. It was a tall figure. Even though clothed in a camel-colored woolen coat that reached her ankles, her graceful curves were unmistakable. Adorning her head was a wide-brimmed hat, tied with a broad silk ribbon and embellished with a dark calla lily, with trailing ribbons cascading elegantly, exuding an air of mystery. Jiang Li was taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he furiously demanded, Who are you? Which floor's escort are you to be so thoughtless? Who permitted you to come here? The figure slowly turned, revealing strands of raven-black hair beneath the meticulously crafted hat, where a face should have been. A golden mask resided, smooth and reflective, devoid of any openings, save for the eyes, which were depicted with bold strokes of black ink, forming narrow, slightly closed slits. Those eyes, adorned with long lashes, were barely ajar, revealing pure darkness, indistinguishable between pupil and sclera, blurring the line between eye and shadow, appearing both in slumber and alertness, akin to a merciless deity surveying the earthly realm, regal, frigid, and otherworldly. Beneath the mask, the figure's elongated neck bore a black leather cord, at the end of which dangled a grotesquely shaped pendant resembling an inverted scepter entwined with a venomous two-headed serpent. The moment she turned, all light fixtures, phones, computers, and surveillance devices, every electronic apparatus erupted in an instant. As glass, crystals, and electronic components shattered like a torrential downpour, Jiang Li's head followed suit, bursting apart. Thud. Jiang Li's headless corpse collapsed heavily to the floor, blood gushing forth and swiftly saturating the plush hand-woven carpet. Ding! The high-speed elevator swiftly descended to the first floor, and Zhou Zhan exited promptly. At that moment, sunlight poured unobstructed from the soaring ceiling, illuminating the ground with a resplendent glow. The Tyndall effect rendered the hall exceptionally spacious. Zhou Zhan surveyed his surroundings. The water feature in the hall continued to hum, the splashing vapor billowing above the pool, yet the area was eerily devoid of activity, raising his suspicions. The first floor seemed excessively quiet. It had not been so when he entered. With this thought in mind, Zhou Zhan proceeded directly toward the main entrance. Tap, tap, tap. The monotonous sound of footsteps reverberated through the expansive hall. unlike his initial entrance. The grand hall now only housed a short-haired receptionist, deeply engrossed in her work, while all the tall, sharply dressed security personnel had mysteriously vanished. It was not until Shojin was on the verge of exiting the door that he realized he had not encountered any security or staff members. He could not determine whether this was due to Jiang Li's orders or some other reason. A sense of unease began to creep in, and after a moment's contemplation, he discreetly quickened his pace and exited the building. As Shojin stepped outside, the short-haired receptionist abruptly lifted his head. He was a remarkably young man clad in a dark red suit, a pale yellow shirt, and a silk bow tie. His complexion was ashen, his eyes elongated and sharp, and heavy shadows adorned his eyelids, suggesting a prolonged lack of rest on his left cheek. A tattoo depicted an inverted scepter entwined with a forked serpent. At that moment, blood was smeared at the corners of his mouth, and he appeared to be chewing something. Gulp. The young man swallowed the morsel, and his smile abruptly widened into an exaggerated grin as he faced the empty hall. Arms outstretched as if conducting an orchestra. As if a grand symphony had come to an abrupt halt, the radiant light streaming from the ceiling and all surrounding sources vanished instantaneously, plunging the entire hall into darkness. Upon exiting the Fengsa Meguei nightclub, Zhou Zhan hastened his pace, moving forward. After a short distance, ensuring he was not being pursued, he retrieved his phone to report the peculiar events that had transpired in the nightclub's hall to Lu Jun. However, just as he opened his contacts and prepared to dial Lu Jun's number, his phone rang unexpectedly. An incoming call from an unknown number. Zhou Zhan's senses immediately heightened. He had received a similar call when he awoke in that underground morgue. However, this phone was a new one that Lu Jun had given him just the day before. He had only recently memorized the number, so it must be mere coincidence. With that thought, Zhou Zhan did not hesitate, swiftly attempting to end the call. Yet, after several attempts, the call stubbornly refused to disconnect, ringing incessantly. Ding ding. The persistent ringtone echoed through the street. Zhou Zhan instinctively sensed something was amiss and nearly discarded the phone. But just then, the ringing ceased abruptly. The call terminated on its own. This scene mirrored the previous call he had received in the morgue. Zhou Zhan's expression shifted upon discovering his phone was functional again. He wasted no time dialing Lu Jun's number. Beep, beep. The call rang twice before connecting, and Zhou Zhan quickly stated, "Lu, I'm approximately 300 meters south of the Fengsa Meguei building. I've encountered some unusual circumstances that may relate to the digital virus." Upon hearing the term digital virus, Lu Jun's voice turned grave. "Understood. Evacuate the scene with utmost haste. I will arrive shortly." After the call ended, Zhou Zhan did not allow himself to relax, turning to glance behind him. The street appeared normal, devoid of any pursuers, but he quickened his pace nonetheless. As he passed the receptionist, he caught a whiff of blood. Based on his transplanted memories, the scent was unmistakably that of fresh human blood. All security personnel in the hall must have encountered trouble before he descended. Yet, the scene revealed no signs of a struggle, nor had anyone reported anything. This was highly suspicious. In such an evidently dire situation, reporting it to the authorities would be the most prudent course of action. With this thought, Zhou Zhan furrowed his brow. His visit to Jiangli served two purposes: to conceal the 10 million debt and protect Shou Jinxiang's reputation, and to investigate information regarding that underground clinic. Moreover, one pressing concern lingered in his mind. How had the original owner of this body contracted the digital virus? Alas, Jiangli possessed far too little information. Soon, Zhou Zhan exited the block, encountering a growing number of pedestrians with flying cars occasionally soaring overhead. He slowed his pace, blending into the crowd, and soon found himself heading toward a bus stop bustling with activity. The stop was spacious, topped with a white canopy and adorned with artistic hanging lights, featuring benches and several vending machines, where groups of people awaited their rides. Zhou Zhan approached the bus stop as well. Upon entering, a holographic display materialized, revealing that this stop was unlike the previous one he had visited. In addition to traditional ground buses, it also offered flying buses. The display prominently cautioned passengers that flying buses required one seat per individual, prohibiting overcrowding and the transport of hazardous materials or pets. Perhaps due to the off-peak hour, the wait times for the buses appeared prolonged, with the next one scheduled to arrive in 15 minutes. Zhou Zhan found an empty seat and quietly awaited his turn. Although the place was crowded, reducing the likelihood of an incident, he opted for caution and decided to distance himself from the nightclub as much as possible. After waiting for about 10 minutes without a bus in sight, A blue-green flying car descended from the sky and came to a halt before him as the vehicle settled. The window rolled down, revealing Lu Jun's face, who turned to him and commanded, "Get in." Without hesitation, Zhou Jun opened the door and climbed inside. No sooner had he settled than the vehicle swiftly roared to life, heading in a singular direction. Inside the car, Zhou Jun immediately inquired, "Captain Lu, what about the wind color rose building?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Jun interjected, "That is not related to the digital virus case. It is an operation by an illegal organization. Before you called me, members of the Ghost team had already proceeded to the building to investigate the case, but they were a step too late. All possible evidence inside had been destroyed." After a brief pause, he continued, "The case the Ghost team is investigating is linked to the 3 infected individuals from Yashing Garden. All surveillance footage from the Yashing Garden site was compromised by your digital domain, and the lockdown of Jiwei Cinema's digital force temporarily detained the Ghost team members, which is why they only identified those 3 infected individuals this morning." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun frowned slightly. The case at Yashing Garden had no connection whatsoever to the so-called Ash Order. However, the 3 infected individuals were indeed under Jiang Li's command. As he pondered this, Lu Jun suddenly asked, "Why were you at the wind color rose building?" Zhou Jun snapped back to reality and calmly replied, "I was looking for someone named Li Ge. This Li Ge possesses a batch of mathematics textbooks he wishes to sell. But my father is keeping a close watch on him, so he has been seeking opportunities to retaliate against my father. I suspect that my father's death may be connected to this Li Ge, which is why." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun shook his head with firm conviction. "Impossible. A thug like him attempting to deal with Zhou Jinxiang is merely a fantasy. Moreover, I have just received word from the Ghost team that everyone in the Wind Color Rose building has already been dealt with by that illegal organization. This Li Ge should be among them." He paused, then adopted a more conciliatory tone. "I understand your desire for revenge, but young man, refrain from being so impulsive next time. Had you lingered a bit longer in the Wind Color Rose building, or if the Ghost team had arrived a tad later, you would undoubtedly share the same fate as those inside." All dealt with, Zhou Jun felt little surprise. He had anticipated this outcome when he escaped from the Wind Color Rose nightclub. At this juncture, Lu Jun switched to autopilot, retrieved a folder from the glove compartment, and said to Zhou Jun, "Your appointment documents have been finalized. From this moment forth, you are officially a member." Zhou Jun immediately accepted the folder, though a hint of confusion crept into his voice as he asked, "Didn't you say it would take 2 days?" Lu Jun lit a cigarette and replied, "Because there is an urgent task that requires a newcomer." Chapter 39, An Important Task. Upon hearing about the urgent task requiring a newcomer, Zhou Jun's brow furrowed. Although he was now a digital compatible, after experiencing the incident at the Xiangdao Mall yesterday, he understood all too well that in the presence of an infected individual, a first-tier compatible was hardly a match. With this thought in mind, Zhou Jun hesitantly asked, "Is this task related to the digital virus, or is it a routine assignment?" As they spoke, the flying car zipped past several skyscrapers, the neon lights from the rooftops casting a glow onto Lu Jun's face. His muscles twitched oddly, but he managed a rare smile and responded, "It is certainly related to the digital virus, but not in the context of an infected person. Otherwise, sending a newcomer to investigate would be tantamount to a death sentence." Zhou Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He glanced at the bustling traffic outside and finally found the composure to ask, "Captain Lu, what exactly is this task?" During the midday rush hour, the traffic gradually increased, causing the flying car to descend slightly. The shadows of the towering buildings loomed over them, dimming the light within the vehicle. Lu Jun's face, hidden in the shadows, appeared particularly stern as he suppressed his smile and spoke gravely. "This task is directly related to what you just mentioned. The spread of the digital virus is linked to mathematics. Consequently, mathematics has shifted from a core subject to a secondary one in education, with textbook content being repeatedly censored, leaving only the most fundamental material. After all, the better one's grasp of mathematics, the more susceptible one is to infection. That Li Ge you mentioned possesses a batch of mathematics textbooks, likely outdated ones from 20 years ago. At that time, although mathematics had already been significantly reduced in content, it remained a core subject, posing a much greater risk compared to today's textbooks." Zhou Jun nodded in understanding and promptly asked, "So the task is to investigate the source of these mathematics textbooks in Benhai City?" Lu Jun lit another cigarette, gazing out at the rows of towering buildings, his eyes narrowing as he replied, "Close enough. Recently, several similar cases involving mathematics textbooks have been uncovered in Binhai City, all consisting of outdated materials from 20 years ago. These old textbooks have been banned from the internet. Rendered untraceable, physical copies were destroyed or sealed away 2 decades ago. Under normal circumstances, a few math problems leaking out would be somewhat acceptable. However, the large-scale presence of such materials on the market raises significant concerns. The authorities have already dismantled several strongholds. Yet key individuals seem to have advanced knowledge of the operations, escaping just before the officials arrive. The higher-ups now suspect that this is the work of a digital compatible. The behind-the-scenes compatible's digital domain likely leans towards reconnaissance. Thus, ordinary investigations make it difficult to pinpoint the identity of the target. Nevertheless, such low-tier compatible operations usually exhibit numerous flaws. The higher-ups suggest that our subsequent actions should not directly target the compatible, but rather begin with the buyers. This circuitous approach can effectively circumvent the digital domain of that compatible. This task involves selecting a buyer, infiltrating their circle as an undercover agent, and accompanying them to negotiate with the compatible. Once the identity of that compatible is exposed, we can proceed with immediate apprehension. This task, while not overly challenging in the context of digital virus-related cases, is of utmost importance. Do you have any questions? Of utmost importance. Zhou Jun pondered seriously for a moment before suddenly asking, if everyone is aware that studying mathematics carries the risk of infection, why do some still choose to study it? As he spoke, several sleek, sports car-shaped flying vehicles zipped past them, their engines roaring and vibrating through the air. Once the noise subsided, Lu Jun let out a soft sigh and replied, because a very small percentage of individuals have become digital compatibles through this method. However, the majority of those who pursue this path ultimately become infected compatibles. Zhou Jun was taken aback, immediately recalling Jiang Li's previous words. Many wealthy individuals are willing to pay exorbitant prices to acquire mathematics textbooks. So that was it. Those affluent individuals were not genuinely interested in the mathematics textbooks. They sought a digital compatible entry ticket, despite the exceedingly slim odds. At this moment, Lu Jun extinguished his half-finished cigarette, slightly straightened his posture, and continued earnestly, tasks related to mathematics must be undertaken by a compatible. Although the authorities in Binhai City also have some compatibles, the circle in a city is limited. After several tasks, identities, appearances, habits, and characteristics become too transparent, making it impossible to conduct this assignment. Thus, your approval came through so swiftly. However, I must also caution you that although this task does not involve dealing with infected individuals, any engagement with the digital virus is inherently perilous. The higher-ups expedited your approval due to the necessity for a new compatible. However, I have yet to respond to them regarding this task. Ultimately, whether to accept the mission is your decision. Zhou Jun returned to his senses, contemplating seriously for a moment before swiftly arriving at a conclusion. He must accept this task. The reasoning was straightforward. This was his inaugural mission as an official member, as the son of a martyr. If he began by hesitating, it would not only squander the advantages of Zhou Jinxiang's sacrifice, but also create a negative impression with the higher-ups, which would clearly not bode well for his aspirations to join the authorities. Moreover, he was no longer an uninformed novice. After witnessing the events of the Xiangda Mall incident, the current task appeared far less daunting compared to dealing with digital infecteds. The nature of this task was of great significance. If placed in a previous life, this would be tantamount to a project with ample resources and minimal tasks, a venture that everyone would eagerly vie to undertake, if he were not the son of Zhou Jinxiang. And if Lu Jun had not intervened on his behalf, whether this task would fall into his hands remains uncertain. With this thought in mind, Zhou Jun promptly replied, "No problem, I will certainly complete the task diligently." Observing his enthusiastic demeanor, Lu Jun smiled and nodded, then remarked, "Excellent. For this task, the authorities will assign you a new identity. The specific details of the mission will be implanted in your memory directly. However, during your last memory transplantation, there was a significant psychic reaction. Therefore, we cannot utilize rapid transplantation this time. We shall return to headquarters now and first conduct a talent matching." Chapter 40. The Memory Chamber. Talent matching. This term was mentioned repeatedly by Lu Jun just yesterday. But due to the urgency of the situation, he had no opportunity to inquire further. With this in mind, Zhou Jun swiftly asked, "Talent matching, what exactly is it?" Lu Jun took a puff from his cigarette and promptly explained, "This must begin with memory transplantation. For instance, could a person with a poor aptitude for mathematics possibly become a mathematical genius by taking the same mathematics course as a prodigy? Is that even conceivable? This is a question that requires no contemplation. It is not just those with poor mathematical aptitude. Even among classmates who attended the same mathematics class, could everyone possibly achieve the same results? Realizing this, Zhou immediately responded, impossible. Mathematics heavily relies on innate talent. Those with strong aptitude, even when faced with problems they have never encountered, may still deduce the correct answer through their logic. On the other hand, someone with a poor aptitude might even miscopy a standard answer placed right in front of them. Lu Jun nodded and continued. Memory transplantation operates on this principle. If you possess a deficient talent in a particular field and then implant the memories of a top genius in that domain, the outcome will be that while you may experience some improvement, you cannot directly transform into a genius in that field. This leads to a situation where, in the implanted memories, you are regarded as a top expert. Yet in reality, you only possess a superficial understanding of the field. This severe disjunction between memory and reality can provoke intense rejection in the individual receiving the implanted memories. Initially, this manifests as frequent loss of emotional control. Specifically, it entails an inability to manage one's emotions, confusion between memory and reality, and in severe cases, one may either descend into madness, become an imbecile, or suffer brain death. This embodies the third law of danger in memory transplantation, psychic rejection. You experienced this phenomenon during your last memory implantation. During the process, your mind lost control, and the digital energy diffused, almost disrupting the control systems of the flying car. However, the human body possesses a robust self-repair mechanism. When psychic rejection reaches its limit, the brain instinctively forgets memories that conflict severely with reality, and the resulting memory gaps are rectified through a leap in cognition. This state of normalcy, expressed through the forgetting and correction of memories, is the second law of danger in memory transplantation, protective mechanism. Individuals exhibiting protective mechanisms generally behave like normal people, but under certain circumstances, they may display abnormal behavior. Furthermore, because the brain forgets those abnormal memories and performs leap-like corrections, the individual cannot independently recognize their own abnormalities. If this condition is not treated promptly, it may lead to the first law of danger in memory transplantation, personality fragmentation. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately grasped Lu Jun's implication and quickly inquired, "So, you mean to say that during my last memory implantation, the occurrence of psychic rejection essentially indicates that while those memories made me significantly more capable, I do not possess the level of skill I perceive in those memories. I am merely slightly more skilled." As he spoke, a sense of confusion washed over him. When he recently visited Jiang Li's territory, his performance in close combat, weaponry use, and firearm disassembly closely mirrored the implanted memories. Lu Jun nodded and replied, "That may be the case. Or it could simply be that one specific skill from the implanted memories exhibited this phenomenon." Talent matching involves assessing the values of your various aptitudes, allowing for the selection of memory models with the highest similarity during the transplantation process. Such memories typically exhibit a high degree of compatibility, effectively mitigating the occurrence of psychic rejection. As their conversation progressed, the flying car gradually descended in altitude. Simultaneously, a gentle electronic voice resonated through the vehicle's sound system. Identification number 42501. Welcome back to the Binhai City Public Security Bureau. Your access privileges are all. During your absence, there have been 16 new office messages, and internal emails have increased. Please check them in a timely manner. Accompanied by a series of announcements, the flying car sped into a specific floor of the building, navigating through a tunnel-like passage before coming to a steady halt. Soon, a door at the rear opened, light flooding in, revealing a circular and pristine foyer. Lu Jun led Zhou out of the vehicle, through the foyer, and into a corridor. The corridor was lined with rooms displaying various signs, and uniformed personnel hurriedly carried documents, bustling about. The half-open office doors emitted a symphony of rapid keyboard clattering interspersed with various telephone conversations. Occasionally, someone noticed Lu Jun, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement before hastening back to their tasks. The entire scene appeared busy yet orderly. Zhou followed Lu Jun until they reached the end of the corridor, where a large silver metallic door stood like a wall, flanked by a digital keypad embedded in the wall, devoid of any display screen, surrounded by a multitude of surveillance and security devices. Beep, beep, The faint electronic tones enveloped the surroundings in an atmosphere of tension. Lu Jun halted before the door, skillfully executing a threefold verification process involving a password, iris scan, and fingerprint. In no time, the door silently opened, releasing a rush of cool air. Zhou followed Lu Jun inside, and as their footsteps echoed, lights gradually illuminated the expansive room, revealing an empty space. The chamber was vast, with ceilings soaring at least 10 meters high, and its walls adorned with metal grids extending from the floor to the ceiling. These grids appeared intricately designed, affixed with mech-like components, seemingly difficult to unlock once secured. Each grid bore a unique identification number. At the center of the room stood a cocoon-shaped device, towering like a floor, resembling a hibernation pod, divided into an upper section of pale green and a lower section of pitch-black metal. Surrounding the device were various pipes of differing sizes, akin to veins connecting to the pod, extending along the floor, walls, and ceiling towards a control panel on the left side. The control panel was trapezoidal, each face featuring a massive display screen, with an overwhelming array of buttons that dazzled the eyes. At that moment, the screens remained dark, indicating the machine had yet to be activated. Ding! As soon as the two entered the room, the door automatically closed behind them. Lu Jun swiftly approached the control panel, pressing his hand against a designated area, causing the cocoon-shaped chamber to gradually open. Although the memory chamber appeared spacious, its interior was only sufficient for an adult to lie down. Inside, numerous metal clasps awaited to secure the body, along with a multitude of injection ports. As Lu Jun rapidly adjusted the machine, he remarked, "This is the memory chamber, utilizing the most stable form of brainwave transmission, which will be considerably safer than the previous rapid transplantation. Next, I will conduct a talent matching for you, and once that is complete, we shall proceed directly to memory transplantation. If you are ready, please remove your shoes and lie down." Zhou Jun nodded, feeling an inexplicable excitement surge within him. The last memory transplantation had granted him a digital domain, and he wondered what this time might bring. Chapter 41. The Scalpel. With this thought, Zhou Jun quickly followed Lu Jun's instructions, stepping beside the memory chamber, removing his shoes, and lying down. Click! As he settled in, the clasps he had previously observed sprang forth, firmly securing his body within the recess. While the chamber lid slowly closed, obstructing his view of the outside world, the soft humming sound began, and the entire machine initiated a gentle, swaying motion. As the hidden pipes within the chamber swiftly released a haze of pale blue mist. The composition of this mist was unknown, yet it carried a faintly pleasant aroma, swiftly filling the entire chamber. Inhaling the unfamiliar scent, Zhou Jun felt an overwhelming dizziness wash over him. He immediately recognized it as anesthetic gas. Soon, his consciousness began to blur, and, unbeknownst to him, vivid fragments of profound memories surfaced in his mind. He envisioned himself, burdened with a tattered backpack, head bowed, awkwardly standing outside a grand door, his gaze drawn to the truncated sleeves and pant legs, alongside the cracked skin of his hands. Clutched within his grasp were 300 yuan bills. Yet beneath them lay a glaring payment slip marked, total, 347 yuan. His worn shoes, already frayed, scraped against the ground repeatedly, while the biting winter wind seemed to penetrate his very bones. Yet, he could not summon the courage to push open the door to demand the remaining 47 yuan. He saw himself immersed in diligent study within a dim classroom, the seasons changing outside the window. Classmates frolicking carelessly, their merriment seemingly disconnected from his reality. The only certainty was the solid rhythm of learning, flowing like a gentle stream, nourishing him year after year. He recalled being summoned to the office, where the teacher's inquiries regarding a classmate's lost valuable jewelry had yet to conclude. His parents, alerted by the commotion, burst through the door, offering no solace, no questions, nor any defense. His father's hand struck first, followed swiftly by his mother's piercing cries, demanding to know why he was so thoughtless and unfilial, exacerbating their burdensome life. He recalled standing before a girl clad in a pure white dress, mustering the courage to thrust a confession letter, revised countless times, into her hands. The following morning, in the corridor, he listened as her friends read aloud the carefully crafted words imbued with the fervent emotions of his youth. Their laughter echoing throughout the vast classroom. He saw himself entering a meticulously furnished study, tutoring a distant cousin in the sciences. As he explained, the brightly dressed relative's demeanor shifted from disinterest to earnestness. He envisioned himself in a bustling kitchen, feeling overwhelmed while wielding a broken kitchen knife. Suddenly, his uncle, a doctor in town, thrust a rare knife into his hands, urging him not to waste time and to chop the chicken before him. For reasons unknown, as the blade met the raw flesh, a surge of determination coursed through him, compelling him to slice downwards. Amidst the smoke and chaos, he saw his uncle appraising the chicken pieces, giving him a thumbs up, then turning to other relatives, proclaiming, "The child has steady hands. He has the makings of a doctor." He recalled holding a volunteer form, nervously expressing to his parents his desire to apply to medical school. The moment the words left his lips, silence enveloped the room, before his father, with great difficulty, remarked, "Studying medicine takes 5 years. Tuition." His mother hesitantly added, "Why not study finance instead? I've heard that one can earn money without waiting for years." He envisioned graduating only to face unemployment, wandering the streets in a daze, distributing flyers with a forced smile, which were soon discarded on the ground. Trampled by the indifferent throngs, he saw himself standing before a uniquely marked trash bin, carefully unwrapping a package that contained several dull surgical scalpels. The cold metal felt familiar in his hands, and an empty heart suddenly found solace. He envisioned walking alone through a city village, traversing the midnight streets devoid of light, his tattered t-shirt reeking of sweat, the pouring rain washing away any warmth. As the crowd hurriedly dispersed and shops closed for the night, he found himself navigating the torrential rain, his vision blurred by the downpour, uncertain of where to go. Soft, ambient light filled the room as Lu Jun stood before the control panel, his gaze fixed on the screen. On the main display, a black background contrasted with a slowly advancing green progress bar, 70, 80, 90, 97. Before long, the progress bar reached 100, and a notification appeared, indicating that the matching had been successful. Below the notification, Zhou Jun's information was listed. Digital tier, first tier. Digital energy intensity, level 1, medium. Memory match model, type X. Upon seeing the information displayed, Lu Jun felt a flicker of surprise. Zhou Jun's digital energy, which had been assessed as weak just the day before, had now transformed into medium. However, Lu Jun's attention quickly shifted to the memory model. Type X memories were presumably related to medicine and surgery. Curiously, memories of this type had no conflict with Type A memories. Individuals capable of receiving Type X memories could, under normal circumstances, also integrate Type A memories without experiencing significant psychic rejection. Lost in thought, Lu Jun did not hesitate and promptly clicked confirm. The panel transitioned to a waiting state. Preparing. Please hold on. Suddenly, the metallic squares embedded in the walls illuminated with warning red lights, except for the square labeled X, which glowed with a soft white light. At this moment, the panel completed its transition, displaying the message. Please select the memory to be implanted. X01, X02, X03. X denoted the memory model, with the subsequent numbers indicating memory intensity. A first-tier compatibilist could only endure intensities of 0 and 1, while the second digit represented memory volume, with higher numbers corresponding to larger volumes. Gazing at the memory codes, Lu Jun hesitated momentarily. If Zhou Jun's digital energy intensity remained weak, he would undoubtedly opt for the X01 set of memories. However, with the current assessment indicating medium, theoretically, Zhou Jun should be able to accommodate more memories. Choosing X03 or even X13 would be feasible. Nonetheless, given the unusual psychic rejection reaction observed the previous day, after careful consideration, Lu Jun ultimately decided to select a lower-level memory set. Thus, Lu Jun navigated the control panel, selecting the X02 memory set. He then retrieved the memories pertinent to this task from the system, made his selections, and pressed confirm. With a loud bang, Zhou Jun pushed open the door to his rental apartment and flicked on the overhead incandescent light. The brightness illuminated the modest 10-square-meter room, revealing a small bed, a simple wardrobe, and a worn bamboo chair, alongside a suitcase serving as a makeshift nightstand. On the suitcase lay a half-eaten box of instant noodles, now emitting an unpleasant odor, while the floor was littered with 2 unwashed shirts. Zhou Jun, looking weary, tossed his briefcase onto the bed, sank into the bamboo chair, rubbed his temples, and picked up his phone. Skillfully accessing his account, observing a slight increase in his balance, his irritation with the dismal living conditions lessened somewhat. After years of relentless overtime, he would soon be able to scrape together a down payment. He envisioned purchasing an apartment in the newly launched Waterview community. Just as he began to dream of the future, everything around him seemed to collapse like a sandcastle, instantly transforming into a chaotic array of numbers. Formulas, symbols, and geometric shapes. These elements swiftly coalesced into a new scene. Zhou found himself standing in a well-equipped operating room, the overhead surgical lights flickering to life, with a patient before him, eyes closed. Oxygen mask secured, while the anesthesiologist, nurses, and assistants systematically reported the situation: blood pressure, heart rate, pulse. We can commence the surgery. In the blink of an eye, Zhou saw himself at a cutting board, deftly slicing through a whole pig's head with a small surgical knife. The slender blade gliding along the muscle and bone, bringing him immense satisfaction. Before long, the pig's head was neatly divided and arranged in various containers. Zhou skillfully heated oil in a pan, beginning to cook, and then, using the surgical knife as his utensil, he adeptly dined. No matter the task, he employed the surgical knife as his tool. This metallic blade gradually became an extension of himself. As time flowed and blurred, Zhou found himself hidden in a dimly lit basement, a solitary emergency flashlight providing the only illumination, casting its beam on his abdomen, with gauze clenched in his mouth. He leaned against the wall, using the surgical knife to incise his own belly, striving to glimpse his intestines and blood vessels, performing surgery on himself. Chapter 42. The Death Row Inmate. Fragmented memories of surgeries seamlessly integrated into Zhou's consciousness, becoming a part of his understanding. In the final memory, he saw himself seated in a windowless room, two high-wattage spotlights glaring down upon him, rendering his eyes nearly unopenable. Squinting to adjust to the brightness, he soon realized he was shackled to a specially designed chair, a metal rod binding him firmly in place. Not far away stood a massive electronic screen, with open syringes, disposable medical gloves, and used medication vials arranged upon the table. The screen displayed a continuous stream of text. Name, Shensheng. Age, 25. Education, primary school dropout. Family situation, parents in a car accident, father deceased on the spot, mother paralyzed, burdened with substantial high-interest debt. Criminal history. At the age of 18, he fatally struck a fighter in an underground arena and severely injured 5 others. At 21, in pursuit of consecutive victories, he provocatively challenged other fighters and, in collusion with others, brutally beat an opponent to death. At 23, after killing 2 adult men in a fit of jealousy over a girlfriend, he fled. Sentence: death by lethal injection. Current status: executed. Just a moment later, the last line of text changed. Current status: escaped. The immense memory chamber emitted a low, resonant hum. Numerous pipes connected to the chamber illuminated with lights of various colors, casting a kaleidoscopic glow upon Lu Jun's face as he stood before the control panel. His gaze was intense, fixated on the screen above the console. Streams of data flowed like a river across multiple displays, and on the main screen, the progress was continually updating. X02 memory transplantation in progress. 97, 98, 99. X02 foot memory transplantation successful. Task memory transfer commencing. 10. In the next moment, a blaring red warning illuminated the screen. Recipient exhibiting mental rejection response. Warning: recipient exhibiting mental rejection response. Simultaneously, the entire memory chamber erupted with a piercing alarm. Lu Jun's expression shifted. How could the task memory trigger mental rejection? The task memory contained only pure information. It was akin to watching a film, and moreover, the memory volume of task memory was minimal, making it the safest form of memory. Zhou's current predicament was exceedingly peculiar. With this thought, Lu Jun promptly selected an option on the screen, instructing the memory chamber to administer a neutralizing agent to Zhou. In a familiar classroom, Zhou drowsily opened his eyes, noting the empty podium while groups of classmates congregated, creating a notably relaxed atmosphere. It turned out to be a break between classes. As Zhou contemplated this, he gradually straightened up. Just then, he heard a series of bang 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 sounds nearby and turned to see Zhang Yonghao sitting quietly at his desk, with a rotund boy standing beside him. The boy, resembling a ball, was pressing his hefty arm down on Zhang Yonghao's head, repeatedly slamming it onto the desk. It was the transfer student who had recently arrived. Was he bullying Haoge? With that thought, Zhou immediately stood up and approached the transfer student, delivering a kick. Bang! The transfer student remained unmoved, while Zhou was jolted back several steps by the force of his own kick. What tremendous strength this transfer student possessed. At that moment, the transfer student released Zhang Yonghao and turned to glare at Zhou Zhen with small eyes squished by fat, radiating cold hostility. Zhou Zhen snapped back to reality, immediately picking up a chair beside him, ready for a fight. But the next instant, the entire classroom erupted, transforming into a torrent of numbers, formulas, symbols, and geometric shapes concurrently. The scattered classmates morphed into a dense array of numbers. Then, the chair in Zhou Zhen's hand transformed into complex numerical sequences, and the transfer student, who had been glaring fiercely at Zhou Zhen, likewise became an unfathomable multitude of digits. These numbers, formulas, symbols, and geometric shapes ebbed and flowed, swiftly reassembling into a familiar scene. In a daze, the lid of the memory chamber appeared in Zhou Zhen's line of sight. He jolted awake, gasping for breath, perhaps due to his prior experience with memory transplantation. He quickly grasped the current situation. Just moments ago, Lu Jun had performed a talent profiling and memory transplantation on him, and now, the memory transplantation should be complete. As he pondered, the chamber lid slid shut, casting the room in a faint crimson hue from the lingering red glow outside, while a serious-looking Lu Jun stood beside the memory chamber, his brow furrowed in concern. The metallic lock released automatically. Freeing Zhou Zhen's restraint, he promptly stood up, exiting the memory chamber, and stated, "Captain Lu, the mission time is tomorrow. I must prepare everything now." Seeing that Zhou Zhen appeared to be in good condition, Lu Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Zhen's mental rejection response was utterly abnormal. However, whether it was concerning digital infectors or digital compatibilists, humanity had only unearthed a minuscule fraction of the underlying principles, leaving him uncertain whether this was Zhou Zhen's issue or some unknown trait of certain digital compatibilists. With this in mind, Lu Jun promptly remarked, "Your talent profiling result is type memory. Besides this model, all other memories will elicit a rejection response. Remember, in the future, only type memories can be transplanted. As for this mission, all arrangements have been made. Now, you just need to take your position." Saying this, he produced an old-fashioned key and handed it to Zhou Zhen. "You should head to the residence of your new identity. All the necessary equipment for the mission is already in the room." Zhou Zhen accepted the key, quickly responding, "I still need a scalpel." Lu Jun nodded. "All right." 1 hour later, Zhou Zhen boarded a bus and arrived at a dilapidated urban village. This area had evidently been forsaken by urban development long ago, with numerous high-rise buildings displaying stains and signs of wear, many showing intersecting cracks, as if the entire structure was on the verge of collapse. Yet the throngs of people passing by remained oblivious, as the sounds of children crying, couples arguing, and parents reprimanding echoed from the densely packed windows, along with some intriguing noises. Following the memories he had assimilated, Zhou Zhen blandly stepped over puddles of murky water, navigating through alleys stuffed with garbage, old vehicles, and discarded boxes, until he arrived before a 10-story building. The elevator here had long been out of service, the shaft now a vast dumpster. Accessing the upper floors necessitated the fire escape, but even that was currently cluttered with various pieces of furniture and junk, along with some cages housing filthy cats and dogs. Zhou Zhen reached room 308, used the key given by Lu Jun to unlock the door, and stepped inside. The apartment was a one-bedroom unit, in a mostly bare state, equipped only with the most basic furniture. Wires crisscrossed chaotically across the ceiling, while the floor was strewn with various debris and green magazines. And a metal box, incongruous with the rest of the room, sat in the corner. Zhou Zhen approached the box, opened it, and immediately spotted a sharp scalpel nestled inside. Beneath the scalpel lay a set of gray and white work clothes, emblazoned with the logo of Bosun Auto Repair Factory on the chest. Additionally, there was a miniature earpiece, some old coins, and an identification card. Naturally, the photo on the ID had been replaced with the current Zhou Zhen's image. Zhou Zhen swiftly donned the work attire, inserted the earpiece into his ear, and stowed all other items into the various pockets of the outfit. After completing these tasks, he double-checked everything, then took out his phone and dialed Lu Jun's number. "Captain Lu, I am ready." On the other end, Lu Jun's voice immediately responded. "Good. The young lady of Hongshan Group, Xie Qiongning, is just 1 kilometer southeast of your location. Hurry there. Once you arrive, my team will act promptly to kidnap her, providing you with an opportunity to strike. This mission is of utmost importance. Although that young lady is known to be a naive sweetheart, you must also play your part convincingly, so as not to reveal anything." Chapter 43. Brother is so handsome. Wushan District. This area is the closest to the harbor in Binhai City and was once very prosperous, boasting many historical sites associated with renowned figures. However, with the passage of time and shifts in developmental focus, Wushan district began to decline. Now, modern skyscrapers are a rarity, with most structures being remnants from a century ago, struggling to survive amidst unmanaged greenery. The main road leading to the Wushan scenic area is lined with fragrant camphor trees, beneath which various colorful shrubs and floral arrangements flourish. The surroundings are lush with trees, and the air is fresh, yet there are hardly any shops. Only a few dilapidated old houses stand tall. A vintage, stately luxury car parked by the roadside, exuding an opulent appearance with its pearlescent pink paint and a golden angel wing hood ornament. The driver's seat and passenger seat were empty, while a girl of about 17 or 18 sat in the back seat. She wore an apricot-colored sleeveless dress with a semi-high collar, the fabric soft and form-fitting, accentuating her exquisite figure. Her slender, fair ankles peeked from beneath the hem of her dress, and even in solitude, she maintained a posture of well-bred grace. With her knees together, leaning demurely against the seat, the girl possessed alabaster skin, with tea-brown hair cascading to her waist like seaweed, framing her delicate features. Her makeup was refined, and her beauty striking. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with innocence and vulnerability, her lips a soft pink, her neck elongated, and her slender wrists adorned with a diamond bracelet and a red agate bracelet, devoid of any other embellishments, radiating youthful vitality. I could see that moment. The girl was engaged in a phone conversation. "No, there's no time now because my car broke down." "How did it break?" "How would I know? Everything was just fine, and suddenly, it broke down. The driver went to the restroom, and I have no idea what's going on. It's already been nearly half an hour, and he still hasn't returned. I've already called the 6S store. They said they would come to take a look, but they haven't arrived yet. What about taking a taxi?" "I've tried, but no one is accepting the ride." While they were conversing, the girl suddenly spotted someone emerging from around the corner in the distance. The figure had his head bowed, hands stuffed in his pockets, and was clad in a mechanic's uniform. The girl hesitated momentarily, but remembering her impending lateness to the gathering with her friends, she spoke into the phone. "A person is approaching. He appears to be a mechanic. I'll go ask him if he can fix my car." With that, she hung up the phone, promptly opened the car door, and waved vigorously at the man ahead, calling out loudly, "Excuse me, handsome. Could you help me fix my car?" Just as her words left her mouth, a group of 7 or 8 burly men burst forth from the nearby bushes. The girl barely had time to comprehend the situation before a burlap sack fell from the sky, landing squarely over her head. "Haha, what a bountiful harvest today. This girl will fetch at least 500,000 when sold to the north. Quick, remove her bracelet. It should be worth a few thousand. Hurry, check the car for anything valuable. Take it all. Stop talking nonsense. Someone tie her legs. Don't let her escape." The cacophony of voices reached the girl's ears, and it finally dawned on her. She was facing kidnappers, and they planned to sell her for such a paltry sum. Meanwhile, Zhouzhan had just stepped around the corner and spotted an extravagant car ahead. Drawing from his implanted memories, he instantly recognized it as the vehicle belonging to Miss Xie Xiongning, the BOS 9000L. Zhouzhan made his way towards the car, and not long after, the door swung open, revealing a girl of exquisite beauty, her long dress trailing behind her, with bright eyes and a radiant smile. She was even more stunning than the goddess he had once confessed to. Upon exiting the vehicle, she waved at him and called out, "Excuse me, handsome, could you help me fix my car?" Just as Zhouzhan was about to respond, he noticed the 7 or 8 burly men lurking nearby suddenly charging towards them. Without uttering a word, one of them threw a sack over Xie Xiungning's head, while another seized her bracelet from her arm. 3 others flung open the car doors to rummage through it, and 2 more lifted Xie Xiongning, one holding her shoulder and the other her legs, and began to flee with her. Their roles were clearly defined, and their movements were swift and efficient. Had he not known they were his own people in advance, Zhouzhan might have mistaken them for experienced kidnappers. Realizing this, Zhouzhan rushed forward, his voice firm as he shouted, "What are you doing? Let her go." Hearing what seemed to be a rescue, Xie Xiongning had yet to speak when one of the kidnappers shouted first, "Who is this kid? Mind your own business. If you know what's good for you, scram. Otherwise, you'll be tied up too. You think you can challenge us alone? Ah, ouch, ouch. This kid is too formidable. Run." At that moment, Zhouzhan had just reached a short distance from Xie Xiongning. Not yet having the chance to intervene, when the gang that had attempted to kidnap her was dramatically taken down by him, abandoning Xie Qiongning and scattering in panic. Zhou Zhan's expression stiffened. Lu Jun had instructed him to act more convincingly. But this, he hadn't even had the chance to engage in a fight. How was he supposed to perform? In a flurry of thoughts, Zhou Zhan approached and pulled the sack off Xie Qiungning's head, quickly asking, "Are you all right?" With no signs of struggle at the scene and his clothes perfectly intact, Zhou Zhan felt a wave of anxiety. His mind raced to concoct a logical explanation, but the next moment, Xie Qiongning threw her arms around his, gazing up at him with admiration as she exclaimed, "Big brother, you looked so cool taking down those bad guys just now." Huh, taking down bad guys? Did he actually do anything? Zhou Zhan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, awkwardly withdrawing his arm from her embrace. "It was nothing. I've trained in Sanda, boxing, jiu-jitsu, Bajikwan, and Muay Thai. Usually, handling 7 or 8 people is not a problem. This place isn't very safe. Perhaps I should escort you home first." According to his implanted memories, tomorrow was the date for the formal transaction of the mathematics textbooks. Xie Qiungning's father, Xie Lin, was one of the buyers. However, several of Xie Lin's most formidable bodyguards had been arrested under Lu Jun's manipulation, some for drunk driving, others for gambling, and some for public disturbances. Consequently, Xie Lin was currently short on personnel. At this moment, a capable individual who had just saved Xie Lin's daughter was appearing before him. While this seemed a tad coincidental, based on the implanted memories, Xie Lin was known to be superstitious, and Lu Jun had already arranged for a feng shui master to explain everything to him. Hearing Zhou Zhan mention his martial arts training, Xie Qiungning's eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed, "Wow, big brother, you're amazing. So handsome. Could you temporarily be my personal bodyguard?" As she spoke, Xie Qiungning's long lashes fluttered, her large eyes fixed on Zhou Zhan, appearing both fragile and innocent. Chapter 44. Racing. Personal bodyguard. Had he already succeeded halfway through the mission before it had even begun? This was too easy. Zhou Zhan maintained a calm facade, yet a twinge of caution surged within him. Nevertheless, this demeanor aligned perfectly with the characteristics outlined in the records. With that thought, Zhou Zhan replied, "This place isn't safe. We should leave quickly. I heard you mention needing help with your car. Is it broken? Let me take a look." He approached the front of the car, opened the hood, and pretended to inspect it thoroughly. Finally, he circled to the exhaust area, discreetly unfastening the short-circuit bullet affixed beneath the chassis. Next, Zhou Zhan returned to the front, closed the hood, and settled into the driver's seat, starting the car. Vroom! The engine roared to life with a powerful growl. Zhou Zhan declared, "It's fixed." Xie Qiongning immediately opened the passenger door and slid inside. Her flowing dress cascading like smoke, her fair skin glowing in the dim light of the car, she casually adjusted her seaweed-like long hair, showing no curiosity about how Zhou Zhan had repaired the vehicle. Her large almond-shaped eyes curving into a sweet smile. "Let us go. I have a gathering with my friends at the clubhouse on Wushan Mountain. Wait, no. I must first treat you to a meal as a thank you. Let us head to Yapple Private Kitchen. It's on me. By the way, my name is Xie Qiongning. What is your name, big brother?" A gathering with friends. The mission was crucial, and the more situations he encountered, the more likely complications would arise. With that in mind, Zhou Zhan quickly said, "I'm Xin Sheng that I only helped you out of convenience. There's no need for repayment. Where do you live? I should take you home first." Xie Qiongning nodded. "All right. Let's do as you say. Xin Sheng that will head back right away and skip the gathering with my friends." With that, she pulled up the navigation and cheerfully said, "Let us go." The luxury car soared several meters above the ground, gliding smoothly through the aerial pathways. Below, rows of lush trees sped past, and as time passed, the once empty road began to fill with scattered vehicles, flying motorcycles, and pedestrians, creating a gradually bustling scene. Zhou Zhan knew they were now far from the area Lu Jun had sealed off. Xie Qiungning's home was located in Binhai City, Danfeng District, famously known as one of the top 10 luxury residences in the world, the Rose Garden of Beijing. Traveling from Wushan District would require passing through 2 other districts, including several bustling areas, meaning even in a flying car, it would take some time. Lost in thought, Zhou Zhan focused on driving, while Xie Qiongning casually leaned back in the passenger seat, playing with her phone. Appearing at ease, suddenly, a deep engine roar erupted from the left rear, followed by a rugged-looking flying car accelerating to catch up, driving alongside the Bayo S9000L. Just a second later, the off-road flying vehicle abruptly swerved and collided directly into them. Zhou snapped back to reality, yanking the steering wheel to evade. At the same time, a bright red flying car, which had been cruising normally on the ground, suddenly shot upward, its nose raised high, crashing directly towards the undercarriage of the S9000L. Meanwhile, all the vehicles in front slammed on their brakes. What had been an empty road was suddenly filled with 4 or 5 flying cargo trucks barreling in their direction. Was this a follow-up act arranged by Lu Jun? But he recalled that this sequence hadn't been part of the plan at all. Were they encountering real kidnappers? Zhou was taken aback, uncertain whether the surrounding vehicles were friend or foe. He hesitated to activate the digital domain and immediately pulled the throttle lever, flooring the gas pedal. Virum. The Bayo S9000L erupted with a thunderous roar, and the car shot straight up into the sky. The formidable inertia firmly pinned Zhou and Xie Chongqing to their seats. At that moment, Xie Chongqing swiftly set aside her phone, straightened her posture, and confronted the unexpected upheaval with an air of nonchalance. Rather than exhibiting fear, a thrilling smile blossomed on her lips. Meanwhile, the surrounding vehicles surged upward in unison, encircling the S9000L from all directions with the ferocity of bloodthirsty sharks. The crimson flying car, seemingly modified with an advanced propulsion system, darted forward at an astonishing speed, rapidly closing in on the S9000L's rear. With an imminent collision looming, Zhou wrenched the steering wheel, simultaneously switching from accelerator to brake, then back to accelerator, deftly regaining speed. The S9000L executed a perilous drift in midair, evading the pursuing vehicles and veering off at an unconventional angle with remarkable velocity. As Zhou pressed the accelerator and shouted, "Xie Chongqing, are these cars your enemies?" He slightly turned his head, anticipating a response through his earpiece. Indeed, his inquiry was directed towards Lu Jun. He needed to ascertain the nature of the vehicles that were currently in hot pursuit. "I don't know." Xie Chongqing snapped her fingers, and the car's sound system erupted with an ear-splitting beat, her expression unchanged, radiating excitement as she replied, "But your driving skills are impressive." In the brief span of their exchange, the pursuing cars surged forward once more, their rear exhausts unleashing vibrant blue flames, a testament to their rocket propulsion modifications. Zhou pressed the accelerator to the floor, but the distance between them remained unchanged, observing the imminent threat of a collision. He realized that a straight escape was futile. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou deftly veered to the left, the S9000L pivoting sharply. The pursuing vehicles followed suit, yet just as they adjusted their trajectories, Zhou abruptly yanked the steering wheel to the right. Boom. The S9000L, leveraging its superior performance, tilted dramatically in midair, accelerating to the right. The pursuing flying vehicles, moving at breakneck speed, lost control as 2 of them attempted to turn left, careening straight into the wrong direction. A slightly lagging vehicle, after executing a left turn, attempted a rapid right maneuver but overcorrected at high speed, resulting in a series of flips before crashing into the protective barrier of a nearby skyscraper. A thunderous crash reverberated as a protective force field manifested mere meters from the building's outer wall. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice warned all nearby vehicles, "External vehicle collision detected. This building has contacted the Security Bureau. Please do not leave the scene, or it will be considered evasion." The front of the crashing flying car crumpled visibly upon impact with the force field, alarms blaring both inside and outside the vehicle as its security features engaged, uncontrollably descending towards the emergency landing zone. The remaining flying cars came to an abrupt halt and then veered to the right. Zhou pressed on the accelerator as Lu Jun's deep voice finally resonated through the earpiece. "The situation has been clarified. The ones pursuing you are from the Hongshan group. Xielin received news through some channel that his daughter was kidnapped, and now he believes the person driving her car is the kidnapper, Xielin's men. Now, should they stop and explain the situation to them? Or, no, that would be too vulnerable. He would employ his exceptional driving skills to shake off all the pursuers, leaving Xie Chongqing to explain to Xielin later." With this thought, a flurry of numbers and symbols flashed before Zhou's eyes. Chapter 45. Unexpected events. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At an intersection bustling with traffic, an S9000L suddenly emerged from the crowd, weaving through several flying cars and seizing its escape route, soaring rapidly through the air. Behind it, 7 or 8 modified cars roared, relentless in their pursuit. The S9000L maneuvered deftly between towering skyscrapers, its speed unwavering despite the lateral movements and continuous drifts. Resembling a masterful bird soaring freely, although the pursuing vehicles were no slouches in speed, they faltered on sharp turns, whether due to the driver's lack of skill or the car's performance deficiencies, leading them to crash into the wrong direction one after another. Minutes later, all the pursuing vehicles lost sight of their target. Their onboard tracking systems were rendered inoperative, leaving them clueless about the S9000L's whereabouts. Like headless flies, they flitted about aimlessly, confirming the absence of any trace to continue their pursuit. Just as the drivers were preparing to report back to their superiors, a piercing alarm blared from afar. Blue and green-painted helicopters and flying cars surged from multiple directions, swiftly surrounding the remaining vehicles. Hovering above, the helicopters broadcast a commanding voice. Drivers engaged in illegal street racing, immediately pull over and stop. Submit to inspection. I repeat, drivers engaged in illegal street racing, descend to a lower altitude and pull over. Submit to inspection. Failure to comply within 10 seconds will be regarded as evasion. I will reiterate. Descend immediately, or it will be treated as evasion. As the speaker finished, black gun barrels protruded from the helicopters, while all nearby official flying cars armed their weapons, locking onto the modified vehicles. In Benhai City, Bahang District, on a secluded road, the S9000L glided smoothly at treetop height. Inside, the pulsating music continued, the Baoa brand's light strips flickering in a dazzling display reminiscent of a nightclub. Once certain that no suspicious vehicles were in sight, Zhou finally eased off the accelerator. At this moment, Xie Qionging, seated in the passenger seat, remained visibly exhilarated, her bright eyes shimmering as she exclaimed, "You're amazing, brother. Were you a race car driver in the past?" Zhou shook his head, about to respond when Lu Jun's voice crackled through the earpiece once more. "The pursuing vehicles have been dealt with. They will not follow you anymore. Additionally, the actors I arranged for the ruse suddenly all became unwell and are now constantly in the restroom, making the performance quite urgent. The luck for this mission has been somewhat unfavorable. Exercise caution in the upcoming operations. If anything seems amiss, contact me immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhou coughed lightly, a gesture of acknowledgement to Lu Jun. Indeed, his luck today had been quite poor. If it weren't for the implanted memories of exceptional racing experience, he might not have evaded those cars. The call concluded, and Zhou continued driving. As the scenery outside gradually receded, a melodious tune filled the air. Xie Qionging picked up her phone, glanced at the incoming call, snapped her fingers, and the blaring car music ceased instantly. She elegantly adjusted her chestnut brown curls and answered, "Dad. What's up?" Upon hearing this, Zhou maintained his composure while his focus sharpened on Xie Qionging's conversation. I understand. By the way, I was almost kidnapped earlier, but thankfully a kind brother saved me." "Oh, really? Let me ask him." After hanging up, Xie Qionging turned to Zhou with a smile, saying, "Brother, my dad wants to meet you since he heard you saved me. The location is the nearby Ingshi Hotel. My dad is already on his way and should arrive in about 15 minutes. Do you want to go?" Of course. He wanted to go. His current mission required him to get close to CLN. With that thought in mind, Zhou replied calmly, "Sure." A few minutes later, Zhou arrived at a towering building that soared above its surroundings. The structure, shaped like a, resembled an open book, its facade clad in dark glass, concealing its interior from view. A massive logo atop the building proclaimed Ingshi Hotel, flanked by various company names, studios, massage parlors, and spas, all illuminated in a vibrant neon display. "Welcome to the Ingshi Hotel. I am the intelligent butler, Xiaoxi. Guests, please proceed to the 66th floor lobby." Following the intelligent butler's guidance, Zhou parked in the rooftop garage. Having successfully arrived at his destination, Zhou quickly surveyed his surroundings. The entrance was centrally located within the parking area, the floor-to-ceiling glass impeccably clean, revealing several security checkpoints standing behind the glass doors. Beyond them lay various other devices, with infrared beams crisscrossing, continuously scanning the area beyond the security gates. These were intelligent security systems. His earpiece and phone both emitted positioning signals, and he couldn't bring them inside. As for the surgical knife, it was best not to bring any metal items at all. The unexpected incidents of the day had already been ample. He wished to avoid further complications. At that moment, Xie Qionging picked up her phone and cheerfully declared, "Brother, let's go." With that, she unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out of the car. Zhou deliberately took his time unfastening his seatbelt. Once Xie Qionging had closed the door, he swiftly retrieved his phone and surgical knife, along with all his change, hiding them in the car. Simultaneously, he discreetly used his pinky to extract the earpiece from his ear, subsequently placing it beneath the seat. Having completed all these tasks, Zhou stepped out of the car, trailing behind Xie Qionging as they made their way towards the nearby entrance. The glass door at the entrance detected their approach and silently slid open, revealing an interior filled with fresh air, subtly infused with an elegant fragrance. Beside the security checkpoint, an open lounge space was furnished with wrought iron tables and chairs, accompanied by a semicircular beverage bar. Along the inner wall, 5 elevators were positioned. 7 or 8 burly men, resembling security guards, stood by the security gate, while behind it, 2 middle-aged female security personnel wielded metal detectors and similar devices. Upon spotting Xie Qionging, the lead security captain straightened slightly, offering a greeting. "Miss Xie, you have arrived." Xie Qionging nodded and confidently approached the security checkpoint, with Zhou closely following. Both passed through security smoothly and entered the elevator. Xie Qionging selected the 99th floor, and upon exiting, they found themselves in a long corridor, richly carpeted and flanked by walls without windows, illuminated by spotlights every few meters, showcasing a series of Dadaist artworks. The atmosphere was exceedingly tranquil. Xie Qionging led the way with a smile, and after walking several dozen meters, they arrived at a grand brass door. Pointing to the door, Xie Qionging stated, "This is the lounge. We will wait for my father here." With that, she strode directly towards the door. As she reached the entrance, the imposing brass door swung open from within. The interior was adorned in a style reminiscent of ancient aesthetics, featuring a tall, intricately carved screen that appeared to depict the along the river during the Qingming festival. In front of the screen stood a sharply dressed female bodyguard, likely in her 20s, with a square face, delicate brows, and piercing eyes that, though not large, radiated intensity. Her demeanor was serious and composed, with a katana hanging at her waist. Xie Qionging entered without hesitation, the bodyguard immediately following, with Zhou trailing behind. Upon entering the lounge and passing the screen, Zhou surveyed his surroundings. The lounge was expansive, boasting a high ceiling, despite 2 folding screens on either side occupying some space. It felt remarkably open at the far end. Against the wall lay a single antique chair reminiscent of a dragon throne, accompanied by footrests and vases, creating a high and clustered seating area. Other than that, there were no additional places to sit, rendering the space less like a lounge and more peculiar. Xie Qionging continued forward, and as Zhou approached the center of the lounge, the female bodyguard suddenly extended her hand. Blocking his path, Zhou cast a puzzled glance at Xie Qionging, who showed no intention of turning back. She strode confidently to the throne-like seat, her skirt swirling gracefully as she took a seat with poise. Leaning back against the chair, she crossed her legs, one arm casually draped over the armrest while the other supported her chin, an expression of ease enveloping her. Suddenly, the door slammed shut, and from behind the screens emerged a cadre of robust figures. A group of sharply dressed bodyguards, donned in white gloves, immediately arranged themselves in formation, bowing in unison towards Xie Qionging. "Miss." Xie Qionging nodded slightly, her demeanor transforming into one of elegance, composure, aloofness, and pride. Zhou felt an unsettling shift in the atmosphere as all the bodyguards turned to face him. At that moment, Xie Qionging smiled again, this time with a hint of mockery. "Brother, make your move." "Who sent you?" Chapter 46, The Game. "Who sent you?" Upon hearing this question, Zhou instantly realized his cover had been blown. Maintaining a calm facade, he swiftly replayed the entire course of events in his mind. Throughout this endeavor, he had adhered strictly to the plan, leaving no apparent flaws. The only issue had been the initial performance of the kidnappers. With this thought, Zhou regained his composure and replied, "Miss Xie, have you perhaps misunderstood something?" Although Xie Qionging had seen through his identity, admitting it now would mean the immediate failure of his infiltration plan. He had to find a way to stall until Xie Lin arrived. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Moreover, what if Xie Qionging was merely feigning ignorance? Upon hearing Zhou response, Xie Qionging's smile blossomed even more brightly. She withdrew her arm from her chin, leaning slightly forward, looking down at him from her elevated position, her tone leisurely as she remarked, "It seems my brother is still not willing to give up." As her words fell, a side door behind the screen swung open, and another female bodyguard entered, clad in a suit and wearing a half-mask. This bodyguard was broad-shouldered and robust, yet moved with a quiet grace, with one hand casually resting in her pocket. She carried a classical golden lacquered ebony tray, which was lined with a white towel, upon which lay several items: a surgical scalpel, a mobile phone, a miniature earpiece, and some loose change. These were precisely the belongings Zhou Jun had left in the car. Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, immediately realizing that this heiress of the Hongshan group was far from the naive girl described in the dossier. On the contrary, she was exceptionally perceptive and adept at concealing her true self. At this moment, the female bodyguard approached Xie Qionging and respectfully stated, "Miss, all items have been inspected. The only weapon is this surgical scalpel. This scalpel is crafted from military-grade special metal, sharper and more resilient than ordinary scalpels, and appears to have undergone some unique processes during its forging. Aside from its superior quality, there are no modifications. The mobile phone utilizes a specialized encryption program with dual systems. It can only be unlocked by the owner. Otherwise, it displays a decoy interface. Attempting to decrypt it unsuccessfully or forcefully will trigger a self-destruction protocol. Scanning reveals it contains a locator, which also employs special protective technology. Any attempt to dismantle it will result in its automatic destruction and the transmission of a destruction signal." The miniature earpiece. Aside from standard functions like signal reception, recording, and communication, continuously transmits location information to the outside world. Similar to the phone, attempts to hack or dismantle it will trigger self-destruction. Currently, both the phone and earpiece have been shielded from signals, so there is no need to worry about tracking or eavesdropping. The loose change poses no issues. It is likely just a decoy. Xie Qionging nodded slightly, picking up the scalpel and glancing at it nonchalantly, saying, "Take it away." The female bodyguard bowed. "Yes." Soon, the bodyguard exited briskly, carrying the tray and its contents. After a short while, she returned, having placed the tray and its items outside. At this point, the surrounding bodyguards had neatly divided into 3 groups. One encircled Zhou Jun, another guarded all exits, and the remaining group positioned themselves between Zhou Jun and Xie Qionging. The 2 female bodyguards also took their places at Xie Qionging's sides. The bodyguards displayed clear roles and coordinated movements, indicating they were exceptionally well-trained, a stark contrast to the guards Zhou Jun had encountered at the Wind Color Rose nightclub. Zhou Jun observed the scene with calmness. Suddenly recalling the modified vehicles from the Hongshan group that had pursued him, they likely weren't dispatched by Xie Lin, but were instead orchestrated by Xie Qionging herself. Throughout the entire chase, Xie Qionging had displayed no signs of tension, rather an unusual excitement. Moreover, this heiress had not once cried out for help since her kidnapping. She must have recognized the flaws in her captors from the very beginning. The performance of those kidnappers had been the fatal flaw in this mission. No matter how convincingly he acted thereafter, it could not alter the fact that his identity had been exposed. Indeed, Xie Qionging had been watching a performance. His performance. Meanwhile, Lu Jun only knew that he was to wait for Xie Lin here. During this time, regardless of what transpired, Lu Jun would be unaware of his situation and unable to provide support. With this in mind, Zhou Jun assessed the bodyguards in the room, estimating their numbers to be over 30. All displaying high discipline and evidently possessing very professional training. In a normal scenario, even a champion fighter would find it impossible to take on 30 opponents. However, he was a digital amalgam at that moment. Noticing Zhou Jun's continued silence, Xie Qionging's mockery intensified, and she cheerfully remarked, "This tired old trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. I encounter it 70 to 80 times each year. Now, whenever such an event occurs, I know that a bad play is about to unfold. Not to mention, those kidnappers performed so poorly. It was a blatant insult to my intelligence. However, brother, your driving skills just now were quite impressive. You brought me a touch of joy today. Thus, I would like to play another round with you. The rules of the game are simple. You claim to have practiced Sanda, boxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Bajikwan, Muay Thai. So as long as you can defeat everyone in this room, you win. Conversely, if you fail, that means I win. I shall submit to your whims should I lose, and whatever you decree henceforth shall be my fate. But should you falter?" At this juncture, Xie Qionging paused, her fingers toying with Zhou Jun's scalpel, a subtle smile gracing her lips as a glimmer of excitement danced in her eyes. "You could dismiss this young lady's chauffeur, ensure that no ride-hailing service would accept my requests. and render the staff at the 6S dealership deaf to my words. Oh, and let us not forget, just a few days ago, my father's most capable bodyguard coincidentally found himself in a predicament, either incarcerated or hospitalized. These matters are not easily achieved by mere wealth. Your true target should not be me, but rather the chairman of the Hongshan Group. You have chosen to approach me because you are unable to reach my father directly. If you were to lose, I would willingly assist you in performing an open cranial surgery, sans anesthesia and sutures. Of course, if you are willing to divulge who sent you, I could administer the finest anesthetic. Now, I shall count down from 3, and the game shall commence. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 47. The clash at AS. The countdown concluded. The surrounding bodyguards remained still, yet Zhou Zhun was the first to act, abruptly turning toward the door in a desperate dash. Observing Zhou Zhun's attempt to flee, the encircling bodyguards reacted swiftly, those nearest the entrance assuming defensive stances while others launched their attacks. In an instant, fists the size of sandbags, propelled by fierce winds, rained upon Zhou Zhun from all directions. Zhou Zhun's momentum faltered momentarily as he halted his charge toward the door, but without any loss of speed, he twisted his body like a fish. Careening in the opposite direction, bang, bang, bang. Enduring an unknown number of blows, Zhou Zhun seized one unsuspecting bodyguard, toppling him, and the two became entangled, rolling across the ground several times before Zhou Zhun delivered a decisive elbow strike, rendering the bodyguard unconscious. Before he could rise, others surged toward him. However, just as they prepared to pounce, a flurry of complex mathematical equations suddenly invaded their minds. Consequently, their brains instructed them to solve the equations rather than confront Zhou Zhun. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhou Zhun executed a swift leap, propelling himself from the ground, followed by a series of aerial kicks. Thud, thud, thud. The 7 or 8 bodyguards who had just charged were immediately felled. Yet, as his feet touched the ground, a tremendous force swept through his calf. A particularly swift bodyguard, Zhou Zhun lost his balance, and as he fell, the agile bodyguard aimed a punch at his head. Zhou Zhun exerted force at his waist, spinning in midair to evade the blow. Simultaneously, he extended his arm, ensnaring the neck of the speeding bodyguard. Bang! Zhou Zhun tightened his grip around the bodyguard's neck, swiftly capturing the wrist of the hand that was grasping him, forming a closed guillotine, and with gravitational force, he slammed the bodyguard heavily to the ground. The floor quaked in unison, and another 7 or 8 bodyguards charged in, synchronously raising their feet, their specially designed leather boots striking the ground with a resounding clang, filled with might as they aimed at Zhou Zhun. Zhou Zhun quickly released the now unconscious bodyguard and rolled backward, though he still endured several kicks. Just as he regained his footing, one bodyguard leapt high, delivering a kick aimed at his head. Zhou Zhun swiftly lowered his head, simultaneously executing a spin, delivering a roundhouse kick that struck the bodyguard's abdomen. Thud! The bodyguard was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground at that moment. Another bodyguard seized the opportunity and landed a kick on Zhou Zhun's back. Zhou Zhun stumbled forward, taking 3 or 4 rapid steps to regain his balance. Yet immediately, more bodyguards surged at him. From the left, a bodyguard aimed a flying knee strike, while on the right, another employed a conventional straight punch. In terms of speed, the right-hand attack would land first. Yet should the left connect, it could incapacitate him. In a flash of thought, Zhou Zhun activated his numerical domain, inundating the 2 bodyguards with a torrent of mathematical problems as he accelerated forward, taking 2 more steps. The bodyguards' gazes momentarily glazed over, yet their bodies, driven by inertia, continued to advance. Bang, bang. In the next instant, the sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed, as the right side bodyguard's punch solidly struck the left side bodyguard's abdomen. While the left's flying knee simultaneously connected with the right's face, both bodyguards instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. At this moment, Zhou Zhun was quite far from the entrance. Yet he found himself less than 10 meters away from Xie Qionging. Seated regally in her position, without hesitation, he charged toward her. Seated in her place, Xie Qionging remained elegantly poised, her skirt flowing without a hint of movement, showing no intent to evade. The female bodyguard standing to her left suddenly withdrew her hand from her pocket, revealing a gleaming throwing dart, which she launched at Zhou Zhun with lightning speed. Zhou Zhun swiftly pivoted to evade the dart, yet this brief pause was immediately exploited by the numerous bodyguards positioned before Xie Qionging, who raised their legs and kicked at him. Bang, 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 bang. Zhou Zhan was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. However, before the other bodyguards could close in, he executed another agile leap. Rising to his feet in an instant, this moment, Zhou Zhan's expression grew serious. As a numerical adept, his energy levels far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, yet he found this battle exceedingly taxing. Compared to Jiang Li's subordinates, the physical prowess and coordination of these bodyguards were leagues ahead. At this juncture, the bodyguards stationed at the exit, along with those obstructing Xie Qionging, all converged, their specially crafted shoes thudding heavily against the ground. The palpable intimidation closing in on Zhou Zhan from all sides. Zhou Zhan gazed at the approaching bodyguards, raising his hands to methodically unbutton his shirt. Thud, thud, thud. The synchronized footsteps resonated like a hammer striking the heartstrings. The distance between them rapidly diminished, soon becoming alarmingly close. In that moment, the bodyguards suddenly accelerated, charging toward Zhou Zhan in a swift motion. Zhou Zhan discarded his shirt, hurling it at the oncoming bodyguards. The shirt soared through the air, enveloping the heads of the foremost two bodyguards, who instinctively raised their hands to tear it away. Yet in the next instant, Zhou Zhan was upon them, striking with lightning speed. His right fist connected with one bodyguard's face, while his left elbow swiftly struck another's jaw. The two bodyguards collapsed instantly. Before the remaining bodyguards could react, Zhou Zhan unleashed his numerical domain, once more, flooding the surrounding bodyguards' minds with an array of complex mathematical challenges. Concurrently, he charged toward them. A series of fierce strikes followed. Lunging punches, slicing blows, backhand strikes, and aerial kicks. The Golden Eight forms, a swift barrage of attacks. Bang, 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 bang. In merely 30 seconds, all the bodyguards lay unconscious on the ground. In that moment, the room contained only Zhou Zhan, Xie Qionging, and the two female bodyguards by her side, who retained their consciousness. Simultaneously, employing numerical domain on such a multitude had drained Zhou Zhan significantly, and he gasped for breath, his physical condition evidently waning. Clap, clap, clap. In the now empty room, a sudden burst of applause echoed. Zhou Zhan looked up to see Xie Qionging leaning back in her seat, clapping and smiling as she exclaimed, "Brother, you are marvelous. So handsome. Truly impressive." As her words faded, the two female bodyguards beside her, one drawing a katana and the other retrieving two darts from her pocket, began to advance slowly toward Zhou Zhan. Chapter 48. The Female Bodyguards. Huff, huff, huff. Sweat trickled down Zhou Zhan's forehead, cascading onto his chest as he stood motionless, striving to regulate his breathing and regain his energy as a numerical adept, as long as his numerical energy was sufficient. His stamina and strength would flow endlessly. However, the frequent activation of numerical domain rapidly depleted his numerical energy. Thus, at the onset of battle, he refrained from employing numerical domain on everyone immediately. Yet, even in this state, his numerical energy had dwindled to a mere fraction. At that moment, the female bodyguard wielding the darts suddenly spread her legs, adopting a low stance while tilting her torso slightly, her arms extending backward like the wings of a bird poised to take flight. In the next instant, she swung her arms, launching 4 gleaming darts that sliced through the air, shrieking toward Zhou Zhan. With deadly precision, the whirling blades targeted his vital points. Zhou Zhan immediately rolled to the side, evading the 4 approaching darts. Just as he began to rise, the female bodyguard with the katana accelerated toward him, her grip on the weapon and her charging rhythm suggesting she had been honed through countless trials. She seemed to merge with the blade, executing her strikes with remarkable finesse and fluidity, her long sword arcing like lightning as it aimed for Zhou Zhan's head. Zhou Zhan braced himself with one hand on the ground, leveraging the force to spring backward, swiftly creating distance between them. The sword-wielding female bodyguard swung her blade through empty air, her momentum undiminished as her boots swiftly traversed the carpet, maintaining an imposing advance toward Zhou Zhan. The blades gleamed like a thread of cold light, aimed directly at him. Meanwhile, the female bodyguard wielding the darts shook her hands vigorously, launching 4 gleaming darts towards Zhou Zhan once more. Zhou Zhan swiftly retreated, evading the thrust of the katana while deftly adjusting his body angle to ensure that he was aligned with both the katana-wielding bodyguard and the dart-throwing one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 darts whizzed past Zhou Zhan, narrowly missing him, and embedded themselves deeply into the ground nearby. The katana-wielding bodyguard maintained her stance, her expression as steadfast as a mountain, and with a fierce shout, she lunged forward to stab again. The dart-throwing bodyguard immediately bent slightly and moved swiftly to the left, seeking an advantageous angle for her throws. As Zhou Zhen hastily retreated, he also maneuvered to the left around the katana-wielding bodyguard, denying the dart-throwing one any opportunity to strike. Thud, 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 bang. After a tense standoff lasting a few seconds, Zhou Zhen found himself cornered against the wall, with no further retreat possible. Whoosh! The sharp blade sliced through the air as the katana thrust towards Zhou Zhen's abdomen. In a critical moment, Zhou Zhen pushed off the wall with his left foot, leveraging it to leap into a somersault, soaring over the head of the katana-wielding bodyguard. Clang! In the next instant, the plaster from the wall crumbled as the katana's tip plunged deep into it. Without waiting for the bodyguard to withdraw her weapon, Zhou Zhen executed a swift spin, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to her head. The katana-wielding bodyguard reacted swiftly, abandoning her sword, dropping into a crouch, and then extending her long leg to sweep Zhou Zhen off his feet. Bang! Zhou Zhen was sent crashing to the ground. Instead of retrieving her katana, the bodyguard leaped into the air, using her weight to bring her right knee crashing down onto Zhou Zhen's chest. Zhou Zhen, unable to rise in time, quickly rolled to the side. Thud! The impact of her knee strike reverberated through the ground as she landed, immediately springing back to her feet and launching a kick towards Zhou Zhen's head. Zhou Zhen's response was delayed. He barely managed to cross his arms to shield his head. Bang! Zhou Zhen felt the weight of her kick bear down on his arms, propelling him several meters away. This female bodyguard, skilled with the katana, was as formidable as the protagonist from the memories he had implanted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this juncture, the three were no longer aligned, and the dart-throwing bodyguard seized the moment, launching 8 glinting darts that sliced through the air towards Zhou Zhen. With no opportunity to rise, he immediately rolled along the ground to evade them. After narrowly dodging all the darts, he finally found a chance to spring to his feet. However, he soon felt the chilling blade closing in on his chest. The katana-wielding bodyguard had retrieved her weapon once again. As the coldness approached, just as it seemed he would be pierced, Zhou Zhen unleashed his digital domain, flooding the bodyguard's mind with a multitude of intricate and profound mathematical problems. In the next instant, the katana-wielding bodyguard's movements became painfully rigid, and Zhou Zhen deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the deadly thrust. Then, bang, 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 with 3 successive powerful punches, Zhou Zhen knocked the katana-wielding bodyguard unconscious. Clatter! The instant the katana hit the ground, Zhou Zhen kicked it up, catching it firmly in his grasp. Armed with a weapon, Zhou Zhen charged towards the dart-throwing bodyguard. She swiftly flicked her wrists, launching the remaining darts with precision. Cling, 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 amidst the cacophony of metal clashing. Zhou Zhen wielded his katana, parrying the darts in a flurry of sparks, his steps unrelenting as the distance between them narrowed. Zhou Zhen aimed a slash at her arm. In response, the dart-throwing bodyguard clenched her fists, revealing 2 black short swords from her sleeves. Clang! The katana clashed against the short swords, but as she prepared to counterattack, her mind was suddenly inundated with the dense array of complex mathematical problems. Clang! Bang! In the next moment, Zhou Zhen withdrew his katana and struck the hilt against the bodyguard's head. The final bodyguard fell. As the battle concluded, Zhou Zhen discarded the katana and turned to face Xie Qionging. Miss Xie, you are quite clever. However, in the face of absolute power, all efforts are futile. No matter who it is, anyone who commits illegal acts cannot escape the arm of the law. Even Xie Lin, the chairman of the Hongshan Group, is no exception. As he spoke, Zhou Zhen advanced towards Xie Qionging. His identity was now exposed, but his mission was not necessarily doomed to failure. His approach to Xie Qionging was aimed at reaching her father, Xie Lin, and the purpose of approaching Xie Lin was to uncover the mastermind behind the underground trading ring. The reason for this elaborate detour was to guard against the mastermind's digital domain. Now, since Xie Qionging was uncooperative, he would compel her to cooperate. Trading in mathematical textbooks, whether selling or purchasing, was criminal. While executing his mission, any slight exertion on his part to punish the criminals was legitimate and lawful. At that moment, Xie Qionging maintained her graceful demeanor, seated elegantly in her chair, showing no signs of panic. Her crossed legs swayed gently, the apricot-colored skirt flowing gracefully, and with an unusually excited smile, she remarked, "Brother, there's no need to be so fierce. The game has only just begun." Chapter 49. A successful case to as she spoke. Xie Qionging picked up a scalpel and suddenly flicked her wrist in midair. A glint of cold light flashed as the scalpel transformed into a silvery streak. Hurtling towards Zhou Zhan. Zhou Zhan instinctively reached out, catching the incoming scalpel. However, the moment his palm made contact, an overwhelming surge of electricity coursed through him, paralyzing his body and causing him to collapse to the ground. What was happening? A shock ran through him as he observed Xie Qionging, who had been leisurely seated, springing into action like a released arrow, darting towards him. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced apart echoed as Xie Qionging's long leg struck out towards Zhou Zhan's side. Zhou Zhan's body was numb and sluggish, leaving him no time to evade. He immediately activated his digital domain, flooding Xie Qionging's mind with over 10,000 complex mathematical problems. Her eyes glazed over momentarily. But her kicking motion did not cease. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Zhou Zhan's side, but due to the effects of frequency interference, its power was significantly diminished, preventing him from being incapacitated. Zhou Zhan seized Xie Qionging's ankle and with a forceful twist sent her tumbling to the ground. As she fell through the air, Zhou Zhan swiftly aimed a kick at her abdomen. Thud! At a critical moment, Xie Qionging pressed her arms down, crossing them in an X formation to block Zhou Zhan's kick, simultaneously using the momentum to perform a backflip, landing gracefully. Zhou Zhan rose to his feet, his gaze shifting to Xie Qionging with newfound intensity. She had processed over 10,000 mathematical problems in just 1 second. A digital compatible? Zhou Zhan asked gravely. Brother, so are you? Xie Qionging's smile remained, yet her expression was even more exuberant than before, confirming his suspicion. Zhou Zhan furrowed his brow. Xie Lin, Xie Qionging's father, was one of the major buyers of illicit mathematical textbooks. The likelihood of becoming a digital compatible through studying mathematics was extremely low. Clearly, Xie Qionging was a successful case among those few. Realizing this, Zhou Zhan fixed his gaze on her, crouching slightly to retrieve a pair of gloves from an unconscious bodyguard. Maintaining his distance from Xie Qionging, he slowly donned 2 layers of gloves on his right hand before grasping the scalpel. He then widened his stance, positioning himself with 1 foot forward, his body slightly leaning, and raised the sharp blade of the scalpel, aiming directly at Xie Qionging. At the same moment, Xie Qionging fixed her gaze on Zhou Zhan, moving forward cautiously until she reached the katana on the ground. Picking it up, with a swift motion, she executed a flourish, slicing away the lower portion of her skirt, and then tied the remaining fabric at her waist. The cascading layers that hindered her movements transformed into a shorter skirt, revealing her beautifully toned legs. With her free hand, she caught the falling skirt, swiftly gathering her long hair into a high ponytail. In an instant, she transformed from a delicate girl with long hair and flowing fabric into a refreshing, agile warrior. Subsequently, Xie Qionging gripped the katana tightly, adopting a stance that seemed to have been honed through countless practices, merging seamlessly with her weapon. The two faced off for a few seconds before Xie Qionging suddenly lunged forward, the katana slicing through the air as she roared towards Zhou Zhan. Clang! Zhou Zhan met her strike with the scalpel, deflecting the force to the side. Xie Qionging immediately retracted her blade, striking again. Given the shorter length of his scalpel, Zhou Zhan found it difficult to counterattack from this distance, and as her blade descended, he could only once more meet the katana with the scalpel. Clang! Amid the clash of metal, Zhou Zhan skillfully parried the katana once again, prompting Xie Qionging to shift to a horizontal slash. Zhou Zhan's scalpel pressed down, striking the katana's edge. Xie Qionging altered her attack, transitioning from a slash to a thrust. Zhou Zhan quickly sidestepped, simultaneously guiding the scalpel along the katana's edge, aiming for Xie Qionging's hands. She swiftly retreated, transforming her katana from offense to defense, blocking the scalpel. Zhou Zhan closed the distance, feigning an upward thrust with the scalpel before suddenly lunging towards Xie Qionging's thigh. She evaded once more, positioning her katana defensively, its tip aimed squarely at Zhou Zhan's chest. Zhou Zhan abruptly halted his advance, narrowly avoiding a collision with the blade's edge. Yet, as he contemplated another offensive, Xie Qionging's katana once again sliced toward him. Clang! The scalpel and the katana clashed fiercely once more. In an instant, sparks erupted, and a violent surge of electric light emanated from the katana's blade. Despite Zhou Zhan donning 2 layers of gloves, his right hand suddenly tingled violently, causing the scalpel to slip from his grasp and fly away. Whoosh! The next moment, the katana, enveloped in crackling purple-blue electricity, came crashing down, Zhou Zhan's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly sidestepped. The icy blade grazed his shoulder, but just as he evaded this strike, Xie Qionging pivoted and delivered a kick squarely to his chest. Bang! Zhou Zhan was sent hurtling backward, landing heavily on the ground. However, in the instant of impact, he executed a swift roll and regained his footing. The two adversaries distanced themselves, resuming their standoff. Zhou Zhan cast his gaze downward at his right hand. The double-layered gloves he wore were charred black, emanating a pungent scent of burning, and his palm bore gruesome wounds, with several large and small blisters forming almost instantaneously. This was the effect of the opponent's digital domain. It was related to electricity. Merely using two ordinary gloves as insulators was insufficient. Nonetheless, what loomed largest in his mind was that he had expended too much digital energy dealing with those bodyguards, and now that hyperfrequency interference could be employed only once more. He had to strike decisively at the most critical moment. Otherwise, the one facing defeat would be him. With this thought, Zhou Zhan bent slightly, retrieving two gloves from the unconscious bodyguard and donning them. Then he clenched his fists, positioning them in a boxing stance. Xie Qionging, smiling sweetly at Zhou Zhan, noticed he had not picked up any other weapons. She too discarded her katana, placing her palms together before her chest. One in front and one behind, assuming a Wing Chun stance. However, just as they were about to commence their second round, a lively ring-on suddenly echoed through the air. Xie Qionging's expression instantly soured with disappointment. She walked over to the main seat, retrieved her phone, and promptly answered, "Dad, have you arrived? Great, I'll be right there." She ended the call and turned to Zhou Zhan with a smile, saying, "Brother, my dad is here, let's go meet him." Chapter 50, Xielin. Xielin has arrived? Zhou Zhan's brow furrowed at once. Xie Qionging had already seen through his disguise that he had thought that the previous call she took was merely a ruse, but to his surprise, Xielin was indeed coming. While lost in thought, Xie Qionging had already adjusted her hair and dress, untying the bow at her waist, before heading toward the side door. Zhou Zhan hesitated for a moment, but promptly followed her. Outside the side door was a corridor adorned with a delicately colored handmade carpet, thick enough to muffle footsteps. One side of the corridor was lined with walls, while the other featured floor-to-ceiling windows. Currently covered by white blinds that filtered the light beautifully, daylight streamed in, illuminating the entire corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a beige door. Xie Qionging traversed the corridor and approached the door. Gently knocking. A deep voice immediately resonated from within. "Come in." Xie Qionging pushed the door open and turned back with a smile toward Zhou Zhan. He maintained a distance from her, but upon seeing her enter, he followed closely behind. Inside was a trapezoidal room, narrower by the door and widening toward the back, where the broadest side featured a large glass window draped with white sheer curtains. Before the curtains was a vintage-style carved wooden desk, topped with a brass lamp adorned with a jade-green shade, alongside various books, documents, and a feather quill with ink. Sitting in a leather armless chair behind the desk was a middle-aged man clad in a three-piece suit. His features bore a striking resemblance to Xie Qionging's, neither too plump nor too thin, with a straight posture suggesting a regular exercise regimen. His hair was styled in a side part, and he sported a well-groomed short beard, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Surrounding him were a dozen burly bodyguards clad in suits, all wearing sunglasses, standing with arms crossed, legs apart, their expressions stern and poised, their waists bulging, likely concealing some weaponry. To the side of the desk, a modular sofa set was arranged. At that moment, two individuals occupied the sofa. One was a tall black man with a buzz cut, his forearm adorned with a scorpion tattoo, a thick silver chain around his neck, and his muscular frame stretching a simple t-shirt to its limits as he chewed gum and scrutinized the surroundings with unabashed scrutiny. The other, positioned 2 seats away, was a somewhat shorter man with dark skin, reminiscent of the southern islander ethnicities of the Eastern District. He had small eyes, a flat nose, and thick lips, dressed in a black tank top that showcased his well-defined upper body, with a string of shells tied around his waist. In contrast to the black man, this individual seemed more taciturn, his gaze lowered, fixated on the ground, avoiding eye contact with anyone. Xie Qionging paid no mind to the two men, closing the door behind her before suddenly wrapping her arms around Zhou Zhan's, smiling at the middle-aged man behind the desk. "Dad, this is Xinsheng, the one who saved me just now. He is even more formidable than Sister Josie and Sister Jimei. If it weren't for him, I might have truly been kidnapped." As she spoke, Xie Qiongming turned to introduce Zhou Zhan. This is my dad, Xie Lin, he is from Hongshan. At that moment, Xie Lin nodded slightly, interrupting Xie Qiongming before she could elaborate. Ning ning. You go out for a bit. I have some matters to discuss with these gentlemen. Xie Qiongming immediately responded with a smile. All right, Dad, you all chat. She turned and walked out. As the door closed, Xie Lin glanced at Zhou Zhan and inquired, What is your name? Zhou Zhan replied calmly, Xinxing. Xie Lin nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat. Zhou Zhan surveyed Xie Lin and the other two men before moving to an empty spot on the sofa. This mission would require a change of plans. Not only because his identity had been exposed, but more importantly, Xie Qiongming was now a digital compatibilist. Since the objective of acquiring the mathematics textbooks had been achieved, Xie Lin no longer needed to risk attending that underground trade. They had chosen the wrong buyer from the outset. Now, he needed to reclaim his phone and equipment. Just then, a knock echoed, interrupting his thoughts. Xie Lin calmly said, Come in. The door swung open, and a sharply dressed, efficient-looking secretary entered, carrying several thick folders, which he placed on the desk, stating, Boss, all the profiles are here. Xie Lin nodded and began reviewing the documents. The first profile belonged to the black man, Jirode, who hailed from the powerful country of Xinghua in the Western District. Raised in a slum, orphaned at 3, taken in by an old boxer, and trained systematically in boxing, now a heavyweight professional boxer. The second profile detailed the Siamese man, Naiha, a free-fighting Muay Thai champion, a technical fighter with multiple world titles. The third profile was of the local individual, Shun Sheng, aged 25, whose father had died in a car accident, his mother paralyzed, burdened with extensive debts, and a history of multiple crimes since childhood. Currently imprisoned for killing a lone shark. He had injured several inmates while incarcerated, facing a death sentence, and was now a fugitive after escaping. After reviewing all the profiles, Xie Lin looked up at Zhou Zhan and stated, Kid, I know your intentions in getting close to my daughter. Ning Ning is quite naive, entirely unsuspecting of people and matters, making her easy to deceive. However, such tactics are still too juvenile for me. I could easily call the authorities and have you arrested and thrown back into prison. Yet, I appreciate capable individuals. I know you are in dire need of money. And here, what I have in surplus are opportunities to earn. Of course, that depends on whether you truly possess the skills. At this point, Xie Lin turned to the other two men and continued, Out of the 3 of you, I only need 1. I'm giving you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I will return. Whoever is still standing by then, I will take. With that, he stood up, flanked by his bodyguards, and exited the room with the secretary in tow. Watching this unfold, Zhou Zhan was taken aback. What was going on? His identity had already been exposed. Why was Xie Lin still investigating his disguised identity? Lost in thought, the black boxer Jirode suddenly turned and threw a punch directly at Zhou Zhan. Zhou Zhan snapped back to attention, without hesitation lowering his head to evade the strike, swiftly seizing a small tea table beside him and crashing it forcefully against Jirode's head. Bang! The dull thud resonated as Jirode raised his hands to protect his head from the incoming table. Just then, the Muay Thai fighter Naiha delivered an elbow strike, landing squarely on Jirode's temple. Jirode's head spun in disorientation, and Zhou Zhan seized the moment to deliver a punch to Jirode's ribcage. Bang, 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 bang. As Jirode sat between Zhou Zhan and Naiha, he was immediately caught in a flurry of their combined attacks. After a flurry of violent blows, Girolamo collapsed like a rag doll, utterly devoid of any fighting spirit. Having dispatched one opponent, Zhou Zhan and Naiha exchanged glances, and without a moment's hesitation, they engaged in combat. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 51. A close call. 10 minutes later, the door swung open, and Xie Lin entered, flanked by bodyguards and accompanied by his secretary. The group quickly surveyed the room, which lay in utter disarray, reminiscent of a typhoon's aftermath. The sofa, coffee table, water cups, and vases, all shattered into countless pieces, debris strewn across the floor, leaving almost no intact items in the entire space. Even the seemingly sturdy carved wooden desk bore the brunt of a heavy punch. Leaving one corner splintered, the desk's lamp, ink bottle, and quill were scattered across the ground, and the lamp's pure copper base had been mangled, exposing its internal wiring, while shards of the bulb littered a significant portion of the room. With droplets of blood splattered everywhere, Girolamo and Naiha lay amidst the chaos, battered and bruised, both slipping into unconsciousness. Zhou Zhan, bare-chested, sat in the vintage leather chair where Xie Lin had previously occupied, diligently focusing on his recovery. Clap, clap, clap. Xie Lin regarded the scene with no trace of anger, instead raising his hands to applaud, exclaiming, "Excellent. You fight even better than the data suggested. Eliminating these two didn't seem to take you more than 10 minutes. Zhou calmly replied, "They didn't team up," which made it simpler. Xie Lin nodded in satisfaction before turning to accept a box from his secretary, which he then tossed to Zhou Zhan. Zhou Zhan caught the box, feeling its weight, curious about its contents. At that moment, Xie Lin spoke earnestly, "Mr. Shen, you indeed possess genuine skill. I choose to regard your prior approach to my daughter as a jest, and naturally, I had no intention of reporting it to the authorities. The 500,000 inside this box serves as a deposit. I kindly request that you accompany me to a location tomorrow as my bodyguard, as long as you can ensure my safety. There will be further generous compensation once the task is accomplished. With this money, your esteemed mother's hospitalization and other troubles can be momentarily set aside. Tomorrow, a visit to that underground mathematics textbook trading convention." Connecting Xie Lin's earlier unusual behavior, Zhou Zhan quickly comprehended the situation. Xie Qiuming had said nothing to her father. In Xie Lin's eyes, his identity remained undisclosed from the very beginning. Xie Lin had perceived him merely as a petty rogue attempting to take advantage of Xie Qiuming. Realizing this, Zhou Zhan felt a wave of astonishment, quickly followed by another thought. The game Xie Qiuming had played with him, requiring him to defeat all those in the room, he had not lost. Thus, this young lady was honoring her promise from the game. With this in mind, Zhou Zhan pretended to open the box, revealing bundles of neatly stacked $100 bills, filling the box to the brim. Providing a significant visual impact, Zhou Zhan casually extracted a stack of bills, inspecting them for authenticity, noting they were still old bills with non-consecutive serial numbers, before promptly returning the money and closing the box. Feigning an exuberant expression as he declared, "Excellent. This is what Mr. Xie has stated. All this money is now mine." Xie Lin nodded slightly, clearly pleased with Zhou Zhan's reaction, and continued, "Mr. Shen will stay here tonight. You must be quite fatigued. Feel free to rest. I hope you can maintain your best condition when we set off tomorrow." Zhou Zhan immediately nodded, replying, "Understood." Before long, Zhou Zhan emerged from the parlor, hefting the heavy briefcase. As he exited, he spotted Xie Qiuming, now clad in a delicate canary yellow sleeveless mermaid dress that showcased her elegant neck, adorned with a diamond necklace featuring a pear-shaped centerpiece. Its unique cut making it dazzling. Over the dress, she wore a lightweight knitted cardigan, her thick hair casually pinned back with a diamond hairpin, a few strands cascading gracefully by her cheeks, imbuing her languid elegance with a hint of allure. Leaning against the opposite wall, hands hidden behind her back, she smiled at him. "Brother, how do I look?" Not surprised to see Xie Qiuming waiting for him, Zhou Zhan promptly replied, "I am now Mr. Xie's bodyguard. I will be accompanying him to a certain place tomorrow." This young lady exuded an aura of complexity. His statement subtly conveyed to her that his intentions were related to the destination they were to visit, and not to her family's Hongshan group, alleviating any concerns she might harbor. Upon hearing this, Xie Qiuming's smile remained unchanged, as if she were entirely unconcerned with Zhou Zhan's motives. She cheerfully responded, "Since brother is already father's bodyguard, that makes us family. You needn't call me miss. Just refer to me as Ning Ning. Come with me. I will arrange a room for you to rest." Observing the absence of hostility from Xie Qiuming, Zhou Zhan nodded slightly and replied, "All right." Xie Qiuming straightened up and nonchalantly pressed against the wall, causing a hidden door to swing open, and Zhou Zhan followed her inside. The corridor beyond was devoid of windows, brilliantly lit, revealing a series of doors lining either side. After walking a short distance, 3 elevators appeared before them. She produced a card, swiped it, and the elevator quickly arrived. Entering the elevator, Xie Qiuming selected the 102nd floor. This level resembled a typical hotel, its thick carpets lining the floors, with rooms marked by numbers on either side. Xie Qiuming led him to the door of room 10208, swiped the card, and opened the door. The lights within flickered on, illuminating the entrance. From the outside, it appeared to be a Mediterranean-style suite, predominantly adorned in white and blue, with an arched passage leading into the living room. Everywhere he looked, there were oceanic elements. The entrance was covered in a beach-patterned carpet, while the adjacent walls were inlaid with genuine starfish, seashells, and coral. Xie Qiuming stood at the threshold, with no intention of entering. Handing the card to Zhou Zhan, stating, "Brother, you will be staying here tonight. The wardrobe is stocked with several outfits for you. should the sizes be unsuitable or if you need anything else. Just give me a call. The number is on the back of the card. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, her pear-shaped diamond earrings glimmering in harmony with her gaze, sparkling brilliantly as she sweetly added, "Well then, I shan't disturb your rest any longer." With that, Xie Qionging gracefully turned and departed. Once Xie Qionging left, Zhou Zhan did not linger at the door, but quickly stepped inside the room. Once inside, he immediately noticed his surgical knife, phone, and loose change all neatly arranged on a tray on the opposite side of the entryway. Zhou Zhan closed the door behind him and swiftly approached, quickly discovering that among the scattered coins lay his miniature earpiece. Chapter 52. Notes. Xie Qionging had returned all his belongings directly. Zhou Zhan was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, swiftly gathering all the coins, including the concealed earpiece, before settling onto the sofa in the living room to count the money. Seizing this opportunity, he discreetly placed the miniature earpiece in the palm of his hand and, using the pretense of scratching his ear, reinserted the earpiece into his ear canal. This was Xie Lin's territory. The room could very well be equipped with various hidden surveillance and listening devices, observing him from the shadows. Therefore, it was prudent to exercise caution. After a brief moment of waiting, no sounds reached his ear, leaving him uncertain whether there was a signal blockade here or if Lu Jun was simply awaiting news from him. Reflecting on this, Zhou Zhan reclined on the bed, beginning to review the challenges encountered during this mission. Xie Qionging was a digital compatible. Based on their earlier confrontation, it seemed she was also at the first tier. However, such crucial information had not been mentioned in either the memories he had transplanted or in Lu Jun's description of the plan. This must have been an oversight by the intelligence department. Had he known earlier that Xie Qionging was a digital compatible, his mission would not have unfolded as it had. Furthermore, Xie Qionging's demeanor was somewhat intriguing. Despite knowing his identity, she showed no inclination to reveal it to Xie Lin, all due to a game. In addition, since Xie Lin's daughter, Xie Qionging, was already a digital compatible, and the digital domain was quite suitable for combat, why did he still seek him as a bodyguard? Wouldn't it be safer to directly take Xie Qionging to participate in that mathematics textbook trading convention with a digital compatible for protection rather than a standard bodyguard? Moreover, Xie Lin's attitude towards his daughter seemed rather casual, lacking in regard. As he pondered these matters, Zhou Zhan suddenly sat up in bed, a possibility dawning upon him. Xie Lin was unaware that his daughter was a digital compatible. If that were the case, then many things would make sense. Lu Jun was oblivious to Xie Qionging's status as a digital compatible, not due to an intelligence department oversight, but because Xie Qionging had never disclosed this secret to anyone, including her own father. Xie Lin's decision to hire him as a bodyguard stemmed from his ignorance of his daughter's formidable abilities. Just then, the miniature earpiece emitted a crackling noise. Zhou Zhan snapped back to attention, and almost immediately thereafter, he heard a digit, 75. He promptly entered the restroom, turned on the faucet, and began to wash his hands. Simultaneously, in accordance with the prior arrangement before the mission commenced, he gently coughed 3 times. The signal was correct. Almost immediately, Lu Jun's voice resonated in his earpiece. Someone just investigated the identity of Shenxing. How's the progress on your side? If convenient, find an opportunity to respond. If not, just cough once. If any issues arise during the mission, or if your identity is at risk of being exposed, cough twice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhan contemplated for a moment and then coughed once. Indeed, there was a slight complication with the mission, but it would not impede the forthcoming plans. Considering the possibility of listening devices concealed within the room, Zhou Zhan refrained from explaining to Lu Jun and merely coughed once, signaling that all was well as expected. After hearing the single cough, Lu Jun's voice came through again. Good. Now, listen to what I say. If even listening is inconvenient, cough once more. Zhou Zhan did not cough again. Instead, he retrieved a disposable soap from the tray by the sink, tore open the packaging, and began to wash his hands with utmost seriousness. 5 seconds later, Lu Jun's voice continued through the earpiece. The target for this mission is a digital compatible. The current hypothesis is that the opposing party's digital domain leans towards reconnaissance. The more personnel involved, the greater the risk of exposure. Thus, according to the original plan, you will be the sole operative for this mission. Only once we ascertain the identity of that digital compatible will my side truly commence action. However, when someone investigated the identity of Shenxing earlier, it was checked twice. The intervals were brief, indicating that two different factions investigated the identity of Shenxing. One can be confirmed as an investigation by Xieling. The other party's information remains unknown. It is highly likely that it pertains to that digital compatible, if you have not yet been exposed. It suggests that the digital compatible has not yet detected any anomalies, but they are certainly aware of your presence. When you act tomorrow, do not carry any items that could arouse suspicion. I can locate you without the need for a micro earpiece or the positioning signal from your phone. All you need to do is cough 4 times in advance when you set out tomorrow to signal me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin emitted a very faint aha. Once his communication with Lu Jun concluded, he rinsed away the lather from his hands, took a towel from the nearby rack to dry off, returned to the living room sofa, and glanced at his phone to check the time, 17:20. Subsequently, Zhou Jin entered the inner bedroom and lay down on the bed. Today, the consumption of digital energy had been substantial, leaving him utterly fatigued. It wasn't long before he drifted off to sleep. In the classroom, the stark fluorescent lights illuminated the space, with dust motes dancing in the air. A multitude of students sat quietly at their desks, listening attentively to the mathematics teacher lecturing at the front. Zhou Jin rested his head on the desk. Teetering on the brink of slumber, he felt inexplicably exhausted in a haze. He seemed to hear the mathematics teacher call his name several times, but fatigue rendered him incapable of lifting his head. Before long, the teacher's voice faded, signaling the end of class. The atmosphere in the classroom relaxed noticeably. Faint sounds of movement suggested that classmates were rising from their seats. Zhou Jin remained slumped over his desk. Feeling drained and utterly worn out. At that moment, someone nudged him. He turned his head with great reluctance to see Zhang Yonghao holding out his notebook. Zhou Jin felt a sudden surge of alertness. He accepted the notebook and observed the densely packed numbers, symbols, and formulas, instantly realizing it was the mathematics notes from the earlier lesson. Zhang Yonghao had previously been bullied by that overweight transfer student, and Zhou Jin had intervened on his behalf. Thus, Zhang Yonghao now appeared less socially anxious, even willing to lend him his notes. With this thought, Zhou Jin felt his spirits lift, and his mind grew clearer as he prepared to transcribe the notes. Suddenly, he realized the content of the notes was becoming exceedingly familiar. The lines of Zhang Yonghao's handwriting began to morph into his own. Zhou Jin quickly closed the notebook and noticed the name inscribed within had changed from Zhang Yonghao to Zhou Jin. In that instant, Zhou Jin grasped a profound realization. He was dreaming. Chapter 53. The Protective Mechanism. Zhou Jin immediately stood up, scanning the surroundings. This was an exceedingly ordinary classroom, with the blackboard still bearing formulas, symbols, and diagrams that the duty student had not yet erased. The phrase, "study hard, improve every day," was prominently displayed near the ceiling. The podium and desks were somewhat worn, with evident signs of repairs. The side of the podium bore various carvings, including mathematical formulas, geometric shapes, and even crude inscriptions such as XX is a jerk. At this moment, as class had just ended, most students were congregating in small groups to unwind. His deskmate, Zhang Yonghao, sat hunched over, feverishly scribbling calculations on scrap paper. Noticing Zhou Jin's gaze, his once imposing figure seemed to shrink, as if he wished to burrow into the ground. Similarly out of place was the overweight transfer student, sitting alone in the back corner, his rotund body resembling a mound of flesh. This was a dream. Within this dream, it felt as though he had an immensely important task at hand. Zhou Jin strained to recall memories from reality. But for some reason, even though he realized it was a dream, his recollections remained exceedingly vague. After much contemplation, Zhou Jin finally remembered something, but as he prepared to act, the surroundings suddenly collapsed into a cacophony of numbers, symbols, and formulas. Zhou Jin jolted upright in bed, gazing at the dim light filling the room. His awareness swiftly returned to clarity. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head in regret. His time in the dream had come to an end, and he had just missed the third digital domain by a hair's breadth. With this thought, he rose from the bed and suddenly realized that his digital energy had not only fully recovered, but seemed to have increased significantly. Zhou Jin immediately thought of the notebook Zhang Yonghao had lent him. In the dream, he had felt incredibly fatigued, but upon acquiring that notebook, he instantly regained his vitality. Indeed, the fact that he eventually became aware he was dreaming was likely due to that notebook. Homework is the digital domain. Class notes from each lesson represent digital energy. With abundant digital energy, I can maintain lucidity within dreams. The time I can remain in dreams corresponds to a single class period plus a recess. including myself and that transfer student. There are a total of 36 students in the class. If in the future, I manage to transcribe the homework and notes from the other 35 students, theoretically, in the first ladder, I would possess 36 digital domains and have digital energy several times greater than other compatibles. The most perplexing aspect remains. Who are those students in the class? Why do I not recognize a single one in my real memory? As Zhou summarized the insights gleaned from this dream, he suddenly recalled the first dangerous law of transplanted memory, personality fragmentation. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his head, only to quickly dissipate, similar to when he first encountered memory transplant. Zhou felt as though he had overlooked something, yet he could not quite grasp what it was. He resumed pondering the identities of the other students in that class, and soon reached a conclusion. He was a traverser, the classroom within the dream, along with all the students and teachers inside, represented the traverser's golden finger. With this realization, Zhou went to the restroom and then returned to bed, lying down to attempt to re-enter that dream. However, possibly due to the substantial increase in digital energy, he now felt remarkably alert, and despite lying in bed for quite some time, sleep eluded him. Zhou got up again and checked the time, 21:25. Having only slept for 4 hours, he found himself unable to drift off. Furthermore, the duration of sleep in reality seemed somewhat different from that in dreams that he recalled that initially, he could only remain in that classroom dream for a brief period. Yet his actual sleep lasted an entire night. Now, with his digital energy surging, the time he could remain within dreams had lengthened, while his real-world sleep duration had diminished. With this thought in mind, Zhou shook his head, since sleep was not forthcoming. He decided to eat something, as he had yet to have dinner. Thus, Zhou picked up a card, flipped it over, revealing a series of numbers printed in gold. This was the contact information left for him by Xie Qiongning. Zhou promptly dialed the number on his phone, and it was quickly answered, with Xie Qiongnings's sweet voice emanating from the receiver. "Brother, how is your rest?" Zhou replied swiftly, "Not bad, but I'm hungry now. I want to have dinner." Suddenly, the sound of Xie Qiongnings's laughter resonated from the phone. "Brother, dinner has long since concluded. You were sleeping so soundly that I knocked at the door for quite some time, without receiving a response. In order not to disturb your rest, I refrained from calling you again. Now that you are awake, why not join me on the terrace of the 167th floor? I have prepared a midnight snack just for you. There is everything you need on the terrace. You can come empty-handed. No need to bring anything else." As the call ended, Zhou set down his phone. Nothing to bring. This implied that the other party had something to discuss with him and requested he not take the miniature earpiece with him. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Zhou contemplated seriously before promptly deciding not to take any risks. The Yingxi Grand Hotel was Xielin's territory, and judging by the strict security measures at the rooftop parking entrance, it was evident that the entire building concealed an unknown number of surveillance devices. Having just successfully started his new job, everything was going smoothly. If his miniature earpiece were discovered, it would not bode well. Thus, Zhou stretched lazily, using the opportunity to remove the miniature earpiece, then walked to the wardrobe and opened it. Inside, besides the requisite bathrobe provided by the hotel, hung several new outfits with tags still attached. All brand-name men's clothing that appeared to fit Zhou's physique. That he glanced around, selected a casual outfit, and changed into it. While changing clothes, he concealed the miniature earpiece in a corner of the wardrobe to prevent it from being discovered by anyone who might enter the room in his absence. He then made some inconspicuous marks around the room. After completing his preparations, Zhou took his card and stepped outside in the hallway, which was carpeted with thick plush. There were no people when he entered. But now it was filled with well-dressed bodyguards wearing sunglasses. Several of these bodyguards had encountered him during the day. Zhou passed through them and made his way to the elevator hall, swiped his card, and ascended to the 167th floor. The 167th floor was exceptionally quiet, likely housing a high-end restaurant, with its vaulted ceiling adorned with exquisitely crafted crystal chandeliers, and the floor composed of large marble slabs. It was devoid of patrons at this hour, save for elegantly arranged long tables, each dressed in pristine white tablecloths, embellished with uniquely shaped glassware and vases filled with fresh flowers, meticulously arranged to keep the delicate embroidered table runners perfectly smooth. Spaced throughout were magnificent large floral arrangements, sculptures, and broad-leaved greenery, adding a touch of opulence while maintaining a sense of vitality within the space. Zhouzhan traversed this luxurious dining area and stepped out onto the terrace. This portion of the building jutted out, forming a semicircular shape with several crescent-shaped flower beds planted with evening primrose, rubber trees, and other greenery, releasing a rich fragrance in this season. In the center of the flower beds stood a large marble square table, laden with stacked plates and an array of beautifully presented dishes. Facing each other were two iron chairs, one of which was occupied by Xie Qionging, dressed in a white cartoon t-shirt and light blue denim shorts. Her long hair was gathered to one side, braided loosely with a ribbon trailing from the end, and she reclined slightly against the back of the chair, holding a goblet with one hand, slowly sipping the dark red liquid within. Her legs were crossed, the tips of her white toes playfully hooked on a blue leather flip-flop, gently swaying as if on the verge of slipping off. The night breeze rustled through, casting dancing shadows of the trees, while several meticulously designed spotlights cast a soft yet vibrant glow. Sensing Zhouzhan's arrival, Xie Qionging lifted her head, raised her goblet in greeting, and smiled. "Brother, come over." After exchanging pleasantries, Xie Qionging placed her goblet on the table, grabbed a piece of tomahawk steak, and began to devour it. This young lady appeared elegant and refined, yet her appetite was quite substantial. In the brief moment it took Zhouzhan to approach, she had already finished the entire steak and reached for a second. The table was laden with culinary delights, including roasted lamb legs, roasted chicken, multi-layered burgers, pan-seared foie gras, ham, molten chocolate cake, and macarons, all caloric bombs with no light fare in sight. Observing this scene, Zhouzhan understood very well that Xie Qionging was a digital compatibilist. Today, she had also utilized the digital domain, expending digital energy, and her voracious eating was, in fact, a means to replenish the lost digital energy. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he pulled out the empty iron chair and sat down, unceremoniously grabbing a roasted lamb leg and diving into the feast. Within minutes, the table was cleared of all the midnight snacks, devoured completely by the two of them. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Xie Qionging turned her gaze towards Zhouzhan and pointed to her ear. Zhouzhan instantly understood her meaning. She was asking if he had any listening devices on him. He shook his head and turned his ear towards her, indicating that he was unencumbered. Xie Qionging immediately broke into a smile and then inquired, "Brother, what is your digital domain?" Zhouzhan did not respond immediately, but instead glanced around. Xie Qionging, with a smile, reassured him, "Don't worry, I have just disabled all the surveillance devices here. After all, I wouldn't want anyone to know my secret." Upon hearing this, Zhouzhan was certain that Xie Qionging's status as a digital compatibilist was indeed a secret unknown to anyone. He nodded slightly, having already used frequency interference on Xie Qionging. She surely understood the effects of this digital domain, though she was still unaware of its name and certain details. Likewise, he knew that Xie Qionging's digital domain involved discharging electricity, but he was oblivious to its specific name. With this in mind, he calmly replied, "Frequency interference. I can disrupt video imaging, affect communication signals, and confuse electronic data transmission. When used on ordinary individuals, it can directly cause their brains to crash. However, when applied to digital compatibilists, the effects seem less pronounced." "What about you?" Xie Qionging responded with a smile. "Energy conversion. I can convert the digital energy within my body into electrical energy to attack targets. However, I cannot reverse this process to convert electrical energy back into digital energy. Thus, I cannot recharge myself to regain digital energy. Moreover, I am currently only at the first tier, so I cannot discharge electricity over long distances." After exchanging information, Zhouzhan nodded slightly and then directly inquired about the matter at hand. "Miss, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Xie Qionging smiled and countered with a question. "Brother, how much do you know about digital energy?" "Digital energy." Zhouzhan did not ponder too long and replied, "Every compatibilist possesses digital energy. The greater the digital energy, the stronger the compatibilist. Furthermore, utilizing the digital domain consumes a significant amount of digital energy. Under normal circumstances, a first-tier compatibilist, if they exhaust all their digital energy, would typically require around 3 to 4 days to fully recover. Deep sleep and ample intake of high-energy foods can shorten this duration." Xie Qionging gazed at Zhouzhan with a smile, shaking her head, and remarked, "What you are saying is all rather basic. I believe that digital energy is the source of our power. For instance, a A regular person who has transplanted the memories of a boxing champion cannot immediately become one, because that ordinary person lacks strength, endurance, resistance to impact, and bodily reactions. However, a compatibilist who has integrated the memories of a boxing champion can quickly become a being equivalent to the champion, or even surpass them. This is because the compatibilist's digital energy can perfectly replace, no, far exceed the champion's strength, endurance, resistance to impact, and bodily reactions. The limits of ordinary humans are merely the starting point for us compatibilists. All of this is due to digital energy. At this juncture, Xie Qiongming paused, glanced at Zhou Zhan, and upon seeing he had no intention to refute, continued. The unit of ordinary energy is joules. The unit of digital energy is latte, abbreviated as Lu, named after the first digital compatibilist 40 years ago. The strength range of digital energy for first-tier compatibilists is from 1 Sierra Leonean Leone to 10 Sierra Leonean Leones. However, digital energy is highly dynamic, constantly fluctuating, rarely appearing as whole numbers, making precise measurement difficult. For convenience in statistics, we typically use 5 levels: weak, low, medium, high, perfect equation, to represent the strength of digital energy in the first tier. Digital energy below 2 Sierra Leonean Leones corresponds to weak, 2 to 4 Sierra Leonean Leones corresponds to low, 4 to 6 Sierra Leonean Leones corresponds to medium, above 6 Sierra Leonean Leones, but below 10 Sierra Leonean Leones corresponds to high. Achieving 10 Sierra Leonean Leones denotes a perfect equation in the first tier. Beyond that lies the second tier. Your digital energy should be at the first tier medium, with an energy strength ranging between 4 to 6 Sierra Leonean Leones. Brother is the official harmonizer. He surely knows that every enhancement of digital energy is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, it is accompanied by significant risks. I have just received some news regarding the elevation of the second tier. I wonder if brother is interested? Upon realizing that Xie Qiongming was already aware of his identity as the official harmonizer, Zhou Zhan felt little surprise. Before he had engaged in conflict with Xie Qiongming, his tone had been distinctly official, so it was not unexpected that she could deduce this. However, the second tier, Lu Jun had only mentioned to him that enhancing digital energy was arduous, and that digital tiers were even more difficult to elevate. Given the urgency of the situation at that time, he had the opportunity to inquire further. Thus, he had no concept of just how challenging the enhancements of digital energy and digital tiers truly were. No, it seemed that enhancing digital energy was rather simple. All he needed to do was borrow the notes of his classmates when he next entered that classroom in his dreams. With this thought, Zhou Zhan immediately replied, "I'm definitely interested in the second tier." Xie Qiongming smiled and then said, "This piece of information was also shared with me by other harmonizers, but I cannot divulge the details just yet. Once brother has concluded his current affairs and has some free time, you can come to find me alone." Zhou Zhan nodded, about to ask something further when he suddenly fell silent. Turning to glance behind him, the sensor door leading to the terrace opened silently, and Xie Lin's secretary hurried in. Upon seeing him, Zhou Zhan and Xie Qiongming immediately ceased their conversation. The secretary approached Xie Qiongming respectfully and said, Mr. Xie has instructed that we depart now." He then turned to Zhou Zhan. "Mr. Shun, you are now Mr. Xie's bodyguard. Please follow me to Mr. Xie's side immediately." Departing now, the mission had commenced early. Chapter 55, The Invitation. With that thought, Zhou Zhan quickly stood up and said, "All right. However, I need to return to my room to change my clothes." The secretary curtly responded, "Hurry." Zhou Zhan nodded, refraining from further conversation, and proceeded toward the elevator. Soon, he returned to his room, confirming that the marks he had left upon departure remained undisturbed. Zhou Zhan knew that no one had entered the suite during this time. He removed his casual attire and approached the wardrobe, casually selecting an outfit to change into. Taking advantage of the moment while changing, he leaned closer to the concealed location of his miniature earpiece and lightly coughed 4 times. The message transmitted. Zhou Zhan did not wait for Lu Jun's response through the earpiece, swiftly finished dressing, took the surgical knife, and exited. The secretary was waiting outside the door, and upon seeing Zhou Zhan dressed, quickly said, "Follow me." Zhou Zhan nodded and trailed behind him. They traversed the corridor to another private elevator hall. This area housed only one elevator, which required both a card swipe and the secretary's iris verification for access. Inside the elevator, there were no screens, only several buttons of varying colors. The secretary pressed the blue button, and the elevator immediately began to descend rapidly. Shortly after, the elevator halted, revealing a large private parking lot with a sparse collection of vehicles, each covered with car covers, obscuring their details. However, judging by their general outlines, they appeared to be quite expensive. Closest to the elevator was a black business vehicle, unremarkable in appearance, lacking any visible branding. With noticeably thickened and widened tires and a robust body, the paint was matte, making it hard to discern in the dim light. All windows, including the windshield, were tinted, rendering visibility from the outside impossible. The area where the license plate would be was obscured by a plastic casing. During this time, Xie Qiongning had changed into a light pink sports outfit, wearing white sneakers that revealed her slender ankles. Her long hair tied in twin ponytails, and donning a baseball cap that lent her a youthful vibrancy. She stood beside the car door, and upon seeing Zhou Zhen approach, waved cheerfully. "Brother, over here." Zhou Zhen hastened to her side. Trailing behind the secretary glanced around, noticing Xie Lin's absence, and immediately inquired, "Miss, where has the boss gone?" Xie Qiongning replied, "My father suddenly felt unwell and has been taken to the hospital. For this transaction, it is sufficient for me and brother to go." The secretary frowned, promptly taking out his phone to call Xie Lin. Beep, beep, beep. The line was silent, with no one answering. Xie Qiongning showed no inclination to linger on the matter with the secretary. Turning directly to Zhou Zhen, "Brother, get in the car. My father has already given me the invitation. I am well aware of the location and the rules concerning it." With that, she swiftly took her seat in the driver's position. Zhou Zhen hesitated briefly before joining her in the passenger seat. The secretary hurriedly said, "Miss, wait a moment." Before he could finish, the car roared to life, the engine's thunderous sound propelling them away from the building in an instant. The vibrant neon lights flooded in through the windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across their faces. As they swiftly departed from the Ingshi Hotel, Zhou Zhen asked, "What happened to your father?" Xie Qiongning replied with a smile, "For this transaction, it is best if he does not attend." At this, Zhou Zhen immediately understood that Xie Lin had likely been knocked unconscious by Xie Qiongning. With his thoughts racing, he expressed his unease. "Without Xie Lin, can the two of us smoothly participate in the mathematics textbook trading event?" Xie Qiongning affirmed confidently. "The invitation is all that matters. The invitation my father possesses was originally purchased from someone else. It is the invitation that counts, not the person. Now that the invitation is in my hands, the transaction proceeds as planned. Each invitation allows for a maximum of 2 attendees. My father's intention was for him to take one spot, and the other for his bodyguard. In that venue, firearms and other weapons are strictly prohibited, and the organizers are able to ascertain whether attendees are concealing weapons in advance. Thus, my father sought a bodyguard who is capable in combat, but does not require exceptional marksmanship." Zhou Zhen recalled that Xie Lin had previously insisted on a decision among himself, Gilroad, and Neha. He had found it somewhat peculiar, as the other party was clearly in need of personnel and, with their financial resources, could easily hire 3 formidable bodyguards. Why, then, did they require a competition? It turned out that the invitation only permitted 1 bodyguard. He mentally noted all that Xie Qiongning had said. Swiftly forming a judgment, coupled with the information Lu Jun had provided, the organizer of the mathematics textbook trading event was a digital harmonizer who forbade participants from carrying firearms, indicating that this digital harmonizer likely could not contend with ordinary individuals armed with guns. Or perhaps they were unable to easily deal with armed individuals. Their digital tier was probably only at the first tier. Furthermore, their digital domain was less suited for combat than his hyper-frequency interference. With this thought, Zhou Zhen felt considerably reassured. At that moment, Xie Qiongning continued. "The location of this transaction is set in the basement of the Huangjia Club in Changfang District. The original start time for the transaction was scheduled for noon tomorrow. However, it has now been moved to tonight at 2300 hours. Nonetheless, the organizers of the trading event are particularly cautious. Upon entering the trading venue, aside from the prohibition of firearms, all participants are allotted only 3 minutes to select their textbooks. The entire trading event will not exceed 5 minutes in total. Once the 5 minutes elapse, even if there are attendees who have not acquired their textbooks, the organizers will leave immediately. Additionally, bargaining is not permitted. The price set by the organizers is final. Transactions do not accept cash or bank transfers. Only Boda coins. Those who conclude their transactions must vacate the premises immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhouzhen nodded. Boda coin is a form of virtual currency, akin to Bitcoin from a century ago, but of greater value than the Bitcoin of that time, making it safer for underground transactions than cash or bank transfers. Of course, he had not assimilated the memory of Boda coin, so he was unaware of its current exchange rate against cash. With this thought, Zhouzhen promptly asked, "How many people will participate in this trading event?" Xie Qiuning responded, "There are a total of 15 invitations, allowing a maximum of 30 participants. 30 people, 3 minutes to select textbooks. The remaining 2 minutes would likely be used for collecting Boda coins and verifying them. If they intended to apprehend the organizer, the final 2 minutes would be the most opportune moment. With this in mind," Zhouzhen earnestly said, "Thank you." Xie Qiuning poured herself a cup of coffee and smiled leisurely. "You're welcome. I merely provide information. I will not involve myself in anything else." Chapter 56. The Illegal Trading Event. As night descended, the cosmic advertisements shimmered in a riot of colors, continuously showcasing various special effects. In the northwest corner of Changfang district, low hills undulated, teeming with lush vegetation, interspersed among the dense greenery. Tall buildings occasionally emerged. Among them, one high-rise stood distinctly apart from the others, isolated in a valley. The structure towers approximately 50 to 60 stories high, its facade adorned with dilapidated scaffolding and various obsolete cranes. Revealing itself as a forsaken construction project, the barriers surrounding the edifice have long ceased to serve their purpose, riddled with gaping holes. This abandoned building is known as the Huangjia Club. Over 4 decades ago, the wealthiest individual in Binhai City invested billions to establish an extravagant entertainment venue, commissioning top-tier international designers for its conception. During the initial phases, the project garnered widespread attention, with many anticipating the emergence of a new landmark in Binhai City within a few years. However, mere years into construction, the project encountered the digital rain, a global upheaval that led to the billionaire's bankruptcy. After several failed financing attempts, the Huangjia Club was ultimately declared a failure. Initially, numerous streamers and adventurers flocked to document the site. Yet as time passed and the club's remote location became more pronounced, it gradually faded from the collective memory, left to endure corrosion and oblivion in this secluded valley. Under the cover of night, a black business vehicle effortlessly glided into the building. Within, the interior was spacious, devoid of windows or any form of decoration. The engine's roar creating echoes in the emptiness. The headlights illuminated the scene ahead, revealing a row of silent load-bearing pillars, with vast expanses of open space extending into darkness where the beams could not reach. Surrounding the structure, apart from dust, mud, and construction debris, nature had quietly reclaimed the building. Various vines sprawled across the ceiling. Tufts of grass sprouted from the crevices of steel and concrete, and patches of moss thrived in the shadows. At this moment, the advancements of technology intertwined with the might of nature, a paradoxical yet harmonious coexistence. The vehicle came to a halt in a wide clearing, and both the driver and passenger doors swung open simultaneously as Zhouzhen and Xie Qiuning stepped out. Xie Qiuning surveyed the area, quickly spotting an inconspicuous luminescent marker pointing deeper into the structure. She gestured for Zhouzhen to follow. The duo walked along the marker until they encountered an electronic door. Xie Qiuning produced an invitation letter and waved it in front of the door's sensor, causing it to open immediately. They entered, and the electronic door sealed shut behind them. Behind the door lay a bare hall. Along the walls, portable flashlights were affixed at intervals, casting a dim light that snaked deeper into the basement of this forsaken building, attracting numerous flying insects. The faint illumination revealed 2 sets of outdated mascot costumes on the floor, one resembling a duck, the other a cheetah. These costumes were fully encompassing, rendering the wearer's gender and stature indistinguishable. Xie Qiuning casually picked up the cheetah costume and explained, "These are disposable prop costumes. Many participants in the transactions have sensitive identities and cannot be recognized." She continued, "Thus, the organizers provide different entrances for all attendees. Each entrance is pre-equipped with such costumes, which have been modified from typical promotional mascots. They contain voice modulators that randomly alter vocal tones, making it difficult for others to identify the wearer. Additionally, they feature a self-destruct mechanism that activates approximately 10 minutes after removal, ensuring no biological information is left behind. Naturally, The organizers themselves adhere to the same protocol. As she spoke, Xie Qiongning inspected the costume to ensure its integrity before donning it. The cheetah suit was notably heavy, appearing quite loose even over her regular clothing. Once she secured the headpiece and gloves, her original appearance was entirely obscured. Zhou Jun nodded, taking up the remaining duck costume and dressing himself as well. Having completed their preparations, Xie Qiongning followed the street light markers forward, with Zhou Jun closely trailing behind. The monotonous sound of their footsteps echoed in the dimly lit space, occasionally stirring up clouds of dust that danced in the air. Originally intended to operate as the premier club in Changfang District, this building was meticulously planned, and despite its abandonment, it remained remarkably expansive, reminiscent of a grand cavern. The pair navigated numerous twists and turns, descended a staircase, and continued through the maze-like structure, gradually losing their sense of direction but sensing they were moving toward the building's core. As they walked, Zhou Jun suddenly inquired, "This place appears to have been abandoned for quite some time. Those flashlights and the electronic doors seem to have been installed privately." Xie Qiongning replied, "Each transaction location is different. I wasn't present at the last one, so I cannot describe it." She added, "The organizer often makes inexplicable demands, such as changing the transaction site or altering the time, as is the case today. Additionally, there is a rumor, the veracity of which is uncertain. Those who have completed transactions with this organizer often experience various accidents in the following period, with a notably high mortality rate." "Accidents? Death?" Zhou Jun furrowed his brow, intending to probe further, when suddenly the space ahead opened up, revealing a vast hall illuminated by the handheld flashlights. This hall likely served as a nexus of movement, connecting the corridor they had emerged from to several others. Within these corridors, more branching paths appeared to exist. The flashlights cast a warm yellow glow, illuminating only small areas of the unfinished hall, leaving the majority shrouded in darkness. Beneath one of the load-bearing pillars lay an old-fashioned round clock, its hands indicating the time as 22:55 at that moment. A group of figures clad in mascot costumes, including a big bad wolf, a golden monkey, a peacock, a white ape, a husky, a cheese cat, and a white goose, stood nearby, silent and still. Occasionally, one would wave away an encroaching moth, but no one exchanged words. Zhou Jun and Xie Qiongning ceased their conversation, positioning themselves a short distance from the throng without any intention of greeting the others. Zhou Jun discreetly observed the early arrivals. They formed pairs, maintaining a respectful distance from one another, totaling 9 groups. Including himself and Xie Qiongning, there were 10 groups of individuals with invitations, while 5 invitees had yet to arrive. Additionally, the organizer of the transaction had not yet made an appearance. After a brief pause, Zhou Jun continued to wait in silence. Soon, 2 batches of individuals clad in mascot costumes emerged from opposing corridors. Moments later, 2 more groups entered, followed closely by the last pair of invitees, arriving just as the second hand ticked to 22:59. With all 15 invitation holders present, the assembly remained silent, devoid of any interaction. Finally, as the clock struck 23:00, a figure donned in a frog mascot costume entered from one of the corridors. Clutching a wooden box, the figure approached the crowd, stopping before them and speaking in a somewhat hoarse voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, as per tradition, let us commence." With that, he placed the wooden box down and opened it, revealing an assortment of mathematics textbooks, practice workbooks, exam papers, and various math-related literature. The frog meticulously arranged the textbooks into 3 stalls on the ground before him, categorized as if setting up a market. Upon seeing the mathematics materials, the surrounding individuals promptly converged around him. Zhou Jun joined the throng, quickly closing in on the frog. In a raspy tone, the frog announced, "The trading duration remains 3 minutes. With a payment window of 2 minutes. The surrounding lights are currently yellow. They will turn blue in 3 minutes, at which point you must expedite your payments. After 5 minutes, the lights will shift to red, and the transaction will conclude immediately." This batch of mathematics materials covers grades 1 to 3 of high school. Don't blame me for not forewarning you. The textbooks from 20 years ago carry a high risk of infection. Of course, the probability of becoming a compatible user will also increase. This time, the prices are slightly elevated. The complete set for grade 1 is 100 Boda coins, grade 2 is 200 Boda coins, and grade 3 is 300 Boda coins. As the frog announced the prices, Zhou Jun seized the opportunity to inch closer under the guise of selecting textbooks, positioning himself within striking distance. However, At that moment, the frog abruptly approached a buyer clad in a white goose costume, blocking their view of a partially open math textbook. Don't you understand the rules? Here, the mathematics materials can only be purchased, not examined. If you don't wish to buy, you may refrain. Upon hearing this, the buyer in the white goose costume seemed hesitant to retort, hastily closing the book and explaining, "I accidentally flipped to the back. It won't happen again." The frog nodded in acknowledgement, releasing his grip while warning, "It better stay that way." With that, he positioned himself firmly before the white goose, no longer leaving their side. Observing this exchange, Zhou Zhan remained impassive. With only 5 minutes for the transaction, he needed to ascertain the identity of the frog and stall him until Lu Jun arrived. Every minute is precious and must not be squandered. Furthermore, it is imperative to maintain a distance from the target, ensuring one is always prepared to act. With this thought in mind, Zhou Zhan picked up a second-year mathematics exercise book and, in full view of everyone, opened it to examine its contents. Sure enough, in the next moment, the frog immediately approached him. As night descended, the neon lights flickered everywhere. Among the towering skyscrapers, streams of vehicles flowed slowly, weaving back and forth at a brown SUV flying car, devoid of any distinctive markings, soared through the sky alongside the traffic. Inside, shrouded by privacy film, Lu Jun had changed into a dark green t-shirt and black cargo pants, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He sat in the passenger seat, meticulously wiping the numerous scratches on his sidearm with a soft cloth. Beside him, the man in the driver's seat bore a blue birthmark the size of a fingernail on his forehead. With a crew-cut and sun-kissed skin, his thick brows framed bright eyes, and the skin on his neck was uneven, marked by 2 scars from knife wounds. He wore a gray hoodie and navy tactical pants. With a pair of electronic handcuffs clipped to his belt, one arm rested on the door's armrest, while the other gestured in the air, tapping on the holographic map and occasionally adjusting the vehicle's course. As the car moved, the vibrant scene outside gradually shifted from the intoxicating allure of bright lights to a desolate emptiness. Before long, the brown flying car came to a halt on a secluded aerial road. This was a side road in Changfang district with minimal foot traffic, and at this hour, no other vehicles were in sight. Looking down, lush roadside trees lined both sides, and the distant hills undulated, their outlines blurred by the colorful glow of neon lights. Lu Jun surveyed the surroundings and inquired in a deep voice, "Lao Jin, is this the place?" The driver, Lao Jin, lowered his arm and also glanced around, shaking his head. "The energy of the newcomer has vanished. There may be some interference disrupting my tracking. That newcomer shouldn't be foolish enough to use super-frequency interference to disrupt our pursuit. Right? Energy disappearance?" Lu Jun furrowed his brow. His colleague accompanying him, Jin Xingfeng, was a first-tier digital compatibilist in the Bureau, with a digital domain for energy tracking, capable of pinpointing and accurately pursuing the target's digital energy. Zhou Zhan's task was of utmost importance, and to prevent the organizer of the mathematics textbook transaction from becoming suspicious, he had specifically instructed Zhou Zhan not to carry any positioning devices, relying instead on Jin Xingfeng's digital domain to directly track Zhou Zhan's digital energy to locate the target. But now, with thoughts racing, Lu Jun asserted with certainty, though Zhou Zhan is a newcomer, he cannot make such a fundamental error. "Can you determine a rough direction?" Jin Xingfeng shook his head again, his brow furrowed. "No. The route to the trading site for Hongshan Group is not a straight line. I can only assure you that up until now, we haven't gone astray. But I have no idea how to proceed from here." At this point, he paused and added, "Lu team, haven't we encountered an excessive number of unexpected situations during this operation?" Lu Jun's expression darkened slightly as he nodded. "You mean? We nearly collided with someone when we set out. Then the car malfunctioned, resulting in a scrape with another vehicle, wasting considerable time. And now we've lost Zhou Zhan's position." Jin Xingfeng shook his head slightly, supplementing, "And the same goes for that newcomer. You asked me to arrange for a few people to fake kidnap Xielin's daughter. Originally, those guys were seasoned actors, but at a critical moment, they conveniently all had stomachaches, causing the act to be rushed. Fortunately, Xie Qiongming is naive enough. Otherwise, the mission would have been compromised right at the start." Lu Jun frowned, quickly stating, "There is indeed something amiss. Staying here any longer is not a solution. Please wait a moment. I will contact the higher-ups to see if there are better alternatives." With that, he promptly dialed a number, Hello, this is Lu Jun. We have encountered some issues with the current task. Lu Jun swiftly recounted the situation they had just faced. There was silence on the other end for about a minute before a response finally came. What? What should we do now? Zhoujin has already infiltrated that trading meeting. Can members of the Phantom team come over? An hour. An hour means I might as well collect his corpse. The fastest is 45 minutes? That's not acceptable. Hello, hello, beep, beep, beep. The call ended, and Lu Jun slammed his fist on the passenger dashboard. Bang, the entire vehicle shook. The mahogany surface splintering to reveal the internal wiring and electronic components, followed by a series of alarm sounds ringing throughout the car. Jin Xingfeng immediately asked, "What happened? Is that newcomer in danger?" Lu Jun took a deep breath twice, suppressing his furious emotions, and replied solemnly. The higher-ups indicated that this task has already been attempted 3 times. On 2 occasions, the target sensed something amiss, resulting in mission failure. But the last attempt, similar to ours, encountered an unexpected event before the mission officially commenced, leading to its failure. The higher-ups initially thought that incident was merely coincidental. However, upon hearing that we are experiencing similar circumstances, they have reassessed the situation. Upon hearing this, Jin Xingfeng's brow furrowed as he uncertainly asked, "Are you suggesting that the unexpected events we just encountered are actually the target's digital domain? Combined with a reconnaissance-oriented digital domain, does that mean the target possesses 2 digital domains? Is the target 2 digital compatibilists?" Lu Jun shook his head, his voice heavy. "No, the situation is even graver than you suggest. The higher-ups now suspect that the target is likely not a digital compatibilist at all, but possesses a digital forest equation related to the Murphy's Law." Chapter 58, The Moment of Death. In the basement of the Huangjia Club, the spacious, unfinished hall was supported by silent concrete columns, holding up the lofty space. Portable flashlights, affixed to the pillars with iron nails, hung low, illuminating a solitary area amidst the vast darkness. Under the dim yellow light, moths flitted about, occasionally colliding with the lampshades, producing faint ding sounds. Clad in costume attire, figures crowded around 3 stalls brimming with books, hastily selecting their desired mathematics textbooks while engaging in low, rapid conversations. Behind the stalls, the frog stood alone, maintaining a distance from the other figures, feeling somewhat unsettled as he gazed at the buyers before him. At that moment, a buyer dressed in a large white goose costume suddenly picked up a textbook. Flipping it open to examine its contents, the frog jumped in alarm, rushing over to cover the pages, exclaiming loudly, "Do you not understand the rules? Here, mathematics textbooks can only be purchased, not examined. If you do not wish to buy, then do not." The white goose, aware of his wrongdoing, quickly explained, "I accidentally flipped to the back. It won't happen again." The frog warned sternly, "It better be that way." With that, he positioned himself directly in front of the white goose, watching him warily. However, just as he thought today would only bring this one surprise, not far away, another buyer dressed in a little yellow duck costume suddenly grabbed a mathematics exercise book and opened it to scrutinize its contents. The frog struggled to contain his fury and swiftly approached, seizing the exercise book from the buyer's hands, angrily stating, "Did you not hear what I just said?" Before he could finish, he felt a sudden dizziness. Before he could comprehend what had occurred, he found himself pinned to the ground. This person possessed incredible strength. The frog was taken aback, and at that moment, he heard the voice of the assailant beside him. "You are under arrest." "Under arrest? Are they officials?" The frog finally regained his senses, urgently shouting, "Why are you arresting me and not them?" However, the little yellow duck, apprehending him, offered no further explanation. Reaching for his headpiece, the frog panicked, but the opponent's strength was overwhelming, and he could not break free at that moment. The other buyers swiftly regained their composure. Those standing at the front, previously engrossed in selecting textbooks, wasted no time grabbing their books and fled down the corridor without even paying. Amidst the panic, the earlier white goose did not join the fleeing crowd, but instead hurriedly opened the mathematics textbook he had just examined. Seizing the opportunity to study it seemed he had not come to purchase textbooks, but to learn. At this moment, the knowledge contained within the textbook was far more important to him than his own life. Simultaneously, several figures dressed as Big Bad Wolf, Black Bear, Red Fox, White Pony, and Husky swiftly approached the frog. The frog immediately changed color, those drawing near Despite their cumbersome costumes, moved with agility and precision, clearly displaying physical prowess beyond that of ordinary individuals. These were the bodyguards accompanying the buyers. However, the bodyguards now approaching him were likely not there to rescue him, but rather to silence him. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, before the big bad wolf and his companions could reach the two, they were swiftly knocked to the ground by a figure clad in a cheetah costume, who unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Frog felt a jolt of alarm. There was more than one official present. Moreover, the abilities of these two individuals were evidently far superior to those of all the bodyguards brought by the other buyers. Just as this thought crossed his mind, all the buyers in the vicinity, who had not yet fled into the corridor, suddenly froze in place, as if their brains had been temporarily commandeered, causing them to forget to escape. It was the digital conformer. A wave of despair washed over Frog, but at that moment, Big White Goose, glancing at the textbook in his hands, suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So that's how it is. I've got it. I've got it. Ha ha ha. The world is truly marvelous." As soon as he finished speaking, the official conformer who had been controlling him appeared, quite taken aback, and immediately addressed his companion in the cheetah costume, saying, "That guy is problematic. A normal person could not possibly break free from my digital domain so quickly." The companion in the cheetah costume swiftly replied, "He might also be a conformer." As he spoke, Cheetah did not approach Big White Goose, but instead shouted directly at the other party, "Hey, who are you?" However, seizing the opportunity while the two officials were conversing, Frog, with the hand that had not been locked, suddenly drew a silver handgun from his pocket. With his body restrained on the ground, Frog was unable to aim. Nor did he have time to do so. He simply raised the gun and pulled the trigger behind him. Bang, 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 bang. Frog fired 4 shots in quick succession, but the official conformer behind him reacted with remarkable speed. Instantly releasing his grip and dodging to the side, with his body freed, Frog immediately sprang to his feet and fled. Yet, in the next moment, a torrent of intricate mathematical problems surged into his mind. Frog's body abruptly halted, as the commands from his brain shifted from fleeing to solving math problems. In a daze, he seemed to hear some voices. He has actually been ensnared by my digital domain. He is not a digital conformer. Are you suggesting that he is merely a puppet? Uncertain. Be cautious. Boom. In the dimly lit underground hall, the light was a murky yellow, and moths fluttered about. Frog suddenly awakened with a start, gasping for breath. Before him stood 3 stalls, surrounded by figures clad in various costume characters. In front of one stall, a little yellow duck was crouched down, nonchalantly flipping through a math workbook. Just as Frog approached the little yellow duck, intending to snatch the workbook from its hands, he had not yet made a move. Gazing at the nearby little yellow duck, Frog's expression concealed beneath the costume shifted dramatically. His digital domain, Death's Moment, had just been triggered. Everyone in this place was now marked by death, including himself. However, it was puzzling. Despite being a digital conformer, why did the official conformer he had just seen declare that he was not a digital conformer? With this thought, Frog instinctively took a step back and called out loudly, "Everyone, this transaction will have an additional rule." Chapter 59. Turn off the lights. The dim lights cast overlapping shadows across a section of the underground hall, as several moths flapped their wings, incessantly colliding with the glass coverings of the light sources. The crowd, dressed in costume characters, gathered around the 3 stalls, occasionally bending down to pick up a math textbook and engaging in rapid, hushed conversations. Zhou Zhan, donned in the little yellow duck costume, pushed through the crowd and squatted in front of a stall, seizing a sophomore math textbook before standing upright and quickly flipping through it. As Frog approached him, Zhou Zhan was poised to take action at any moment. Both were in the first ladder, and digital domain was even less suited for combat. He was confident he would not be defeated in a direct confrontation. However, to be cautious, he intended to wait until Frog's full attention was captivated by the math textbook in his hands before making his move. Just as he was contemplating this, Frog arrived in front of him. Separated only by a stall piled high with math textbooks, Zhou Zhan began to gather energy discreetly. Yet, just when he thought Frog would act as he had with Big White Goose, immediately seizing the math textbook from him, Frog unexpectedly took a step back. "Everyone, this transaction will have an additional rule." An additional rule? Zhou Zhan furrowed his brow. Earlier, Xie Qionging had informed him that the organizers of this transaction often made inexplicable changes to the rules. Was the current situation a coincidence? Or had they discovered something? With this in mind, Zhou found himself uncertain of the other party's intentions, opting not to act rashly and continuing to feign interest in the math textbook in his grasp. As everyone knows, this math material is extremely dangerous. One careless mistake could lead to being infected by the mathematical knowledge within the textbooks and becoming a digital infected. Thus, to prevent anyone from recklessly flipping through the textbooks during the transaction. From this point onward, all transactions will have an additional rule: turn off the lights. As soon as he finished speaking, Frog pressed a remote switch in his pocket, and in an instant, all the lights in the venue extinguished. The long-abandoned underground hall was immediately plunged into complete darkness, where one could not see their own hand in front of their face. At that moment, Zhou, who had been gazing down at the textbook, felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing, "Turn off the lights." But before he could lift his head, darkness enveloped him. Without hesitation, he quickly took 2 steps forward, crossed the stall, and reached out toward the position where Frog had just stood. In the pitch blackness, his arm encountered no resistance. All his strength fell into empty space. Zhou grasped nothing but air. Frog had already vanished from his original spot. Thud, thud, thud. The faint and hurried footsteps gradually receded. Zhou immediately realized Frog was escaping. This newly added rule was aimed at him. The other party had already discovered him, despite the fact that he had not truly made a move from start to finish. With thoughts racing, Zhou wasted no time and swiftly pursued the direction of the footsteps. Now, with the entire underground hall devoid of any light source, darkness surged like a tide, obstructing his vision. His hyper-frequency interference could not lock onto the other party. So he had to follow closely. Otherwise, if the other party escaped too far, it would indeed become troublesome. Simultaneously, although many buyers had grown accustomed to Frog's frequent changes in rules, in this unfamiliar illusion, being suddenly plunged into darkness caused the crowd to stir. This isn't quite right, is it? Although turning off the lights prevents anyone from violating the rules by flipping through textbooks during the transaction, we can't see anything. How do we know what we've chosen? Your rules are becoming increasingly unreasonable. We truly cannot see the textbooks now. But we can't even see each other. How can we trade? Hey, hurry and turn the lights back on. I want that one right in front of me. I'll pay immediately. Yes, turn the lights on quickly. If you're really worried, you can think of other rules. This one is simply unreasonable. In pitch darkness, someone could just grab a textbook and run, and you wouldn't even know if they paid or not. Just as the buyers were clamoring with complaints, a beam of bright white light pierced through the darkness. The crowd instinctively turned toward the source of the light, revealing a figure in a cheetah costume standing outside the throng. Holding a pin-shaped flashlight that illuminated the surrounding darkness, Cheetah pointed behind the stalls and calmly said, "Everyone quiet down, Frog has vanished." Upon hearing this, everyone looked in the direction indicated by Cheetah and saw that the 3 stalls remained in place, unmoving. But the area behind the stalls was empty, devoid of Frog's presence. The very Frog, who had just spoken of adding rules, had long since disappeared. All the buyers were momentarily stunned, once they grasped the situation. One buyer dressed as Cheese Cat immediately asked, "Frog mentioned the turn off the lights transaction just to escape. We've all been in this business for a long time. Why would he do this?" Hearing this, a buyer in a peacock costume suddenly interjected, "Could it be that the textbooks are fake?" As this statement was made, every buyer concealed within their costumes shifted their expressions. That a buyer clad in a golden monkey costume immediately exclaimed, "Is there anyone knowledgeable in mathematics here to check the textbooks?" Before anyone else could speak, Big White Goose promptly replied, "I'm a math teacher. I can discern the authenticity of the textbooks." With that, he quickly picked up a textbook and began flipping through it. The surrounding light was dim, barely allowing them to discern the outlines of each other's costumes. Nearby, a buyer swiftly took out their phone and turned on the flashlight to illuminate Big White Goose. In the underground corridor, devoid of light, it was pitch black. Even through the costume, the distinctive musty odor of a long-sealed space permeated the air. Zhou, following the layout he remembered, swiftly exited the hall. Just as he entered the corridor, he was suddenly tripped by something, and in the split second before falling, he executed a somersault, landing firmly on his feet. Immediately, Zhou extended his hand to the ground, feeling a soft texture beneath his fingertips, which concealed a somewhat rigid framework within its softness. It was a frog-shaped headpiece. This must have been discarded by the frog. in its attempt to lighten its load while fleeing. Zhou Zhan furrowed his brow, listening to the increasingly distant footsteps. He quickly discerned the direction and dashed off to the left. Although he was entirely unfamiliar with the terrain, the frog's stamina and speed were evidently quite mediocre. With all his might, he quickly closed the gap between them. Zhou Zhan promptly drew his scalpel, ready for combat at any moment. Just then, a sudden, agonizing scream echoed from ahead. Chapter 60. The world is so marvelous. Something's amiss. Zhou Zhan immediately quickened his pace, soon coming face to face with a shadowy figure. Peering into the darkness, even at such a close distance, he could barely make out a vague outline. The figure appeared quite bulky, particularly around the waist, while the head above the torso seemed disproportionately small. It was indeed the frog. Its headpiece had been removed, yet the costume remained on, and now it lay on the ground, hands cradling its head. Groaning in agony, Zhou Zhan's eyes widened. Although he could not see the figure's exact expression, this exceedingly familiar sight instantly reminded him of his own past episodes of illness. This organizer of the illicit transaction was not a digital compatibilist. Rather, it was an infected individual in the incubation period. The person was experiencing a bout of illness. Realizing this, Zhou Zhan stepped forward, preparing to apprehend the individual directly. However, at that moment, whether by coincidence or some other reason, Zhou Zhan's foot landed squarely in a pit in the darkness. Crack! With a powerful step into empty space, his ankle twisted painfully, and his body plummeted toward the ground. The obscured view in the darkness rendered him nearly blind, but Zhou Zhan reacted swiftly, crossing his arms in front of him to prevent his head from striking the ground. Thud! At the moment he fell, a sharp pain shot through his left palm. Zhou Zhan quickly rose, feeling around in the darkness, soon discovering a wooden board laden with nails, seemingly discarded carelessly by workers during the botched construction of the Huangjia Club. It was covered in dust. The nails were rusted, yet the tips remained sharp and sturdy, having pierced through the glove of his costume and into the palm of his left hand, had he not instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. That nail would have most certainly punctured his costume headpiece and pierced his eye. This delay allowed the frog to finally catch its breath, ceasing its cries, and hastily scrambled to escape in the opposite direction from Zhou Zhan. Seeing the organizer attempting to flee once more, Zhou Zhan had no time to contemplate. He swiftly yanked the nail from his arm, discarded the wooden board, and charged after the figure. Clang! In the next moment, Zhou Zhan's foot struck an empty bottle, causing it to roll away swiftly under the pressure, throwing him off balance once again, and his head was heading straight toward the wooden board with the protruding nails. Zhou Zhan quickly twisted his waist, forcibly shifting his center of gravity in midair, positioning his face downward, and crossing his arms to shield his chest. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Zhou Zhan crashed to the ground. A sharp pain immediately radiating from his right arm, as that same nail embedded itself into his flesh. Zhou Zhan clumsily rose to his feet. The two unexpected mishaps had thrown off his rhythm. Just as he was about to continue pursuing the frog, he noticed that its luck was similarly poor. Not having run far, the bulky abdomen of its costume snagged on a protruding steel bar from a nearby column. Rip! The sound of tearing fabric resonated as the frog's costume was shredded, the immense force yanking the fleeing figure down harshly at a golden opportunity. Zhou Zhan discarded the nail lodged in his arm, and this time, to avoid stepping into any further pitfalls or bottles, he kept his feet on the ground and slid closer to the target. Then, bang! Without warning, Zhou Zhan's left leg, still injured from the earlier twist, suddenly cramped. His left foot failed to step forward in time, tripping over his right foot. In the underground hall, 3 stalls piled high with mathematics textbooks were surrounded by buyers clad in various costume outfits. Forming 3 concentric circles, the Great White Goose was encircled at one of the stalls, with 7 or 8 mobile phones illuminating the mathematics textbooks from different angles. After perusing a page, the Great White Goose flipped to the next, which bore no problems, only a geometric paradox. The Penrose stares, observing that this self-proclaimed mathematics teacher had been reading for several pages without uttering a word. The other buyers began to grow anxious. Hey, have you found anything yet? Yeah. Is this really a textbook from 20 years ago? Stop hogging the spotlight. Say something. Everyone's waiting. Hey, are you really a mathematics teacher? Come on, brother, how long are you going to keep reading? Hearing the buyer's impatient remarks, the Great White Goose remained unfazed, not uttering a single word. continuing to scrutinize the textbook with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, Xie Qiangnan turned off her flashlight and quietly retreated behind a nearby concrete pillar, using it as cover so that no one could see her. She quickly retrieved an old mobile phone. The model was outdated by several years, yet it was adorned with an exquisitely crafted phone case. The case was understated and simple, lacking any ostentation, but made from luxurious materials, waterproof, flame-resistant, and pressure-resistant, ensuring that this phone could survive even in extraordinary circumstances. This was the designated phone for trading Boda coins during the purchase of mathematics textbooks. Xie Qiangnan swiftly dialed a number, her teacher's phone. The sudden blackout and escape of the frog had been too peculiar. Now, she needed to confirm certain matters with her teacher. The phone was set to silent mode by default and being hidden behind the pillar. None of the other buyers focused on her actions. However, when the number connected, there was no answer. This was odd. Her teacher was waiting outside, undoubtedly attentive to her messages. Without delay, Xie Qiangnan dialed another number for her teacher. Yet, as she pressed the last digit, her hand slipped. Bang! The phone fell to the ground. Xie Qiangnan quickly picked it up, ready to continue dialing, only to find that this phone, known for its reliability and protected by a full case, had somehow broken. The screen was pitch black, unresponsive to any button presses. She felt utterly incredulous. This phone had previously survived falls from heights of 3 or 4 meters on hard surfaces without a scratch. Moreover, with the custom-made phone case, it was improbable for it to be damaged from this height unless the angle and impact were precisely aligned, akin to winning the lottery with a $5 million prize. Just as she pondered this, a maniacal laughter suddenly resonated throughout the hall. So that's how it is. I understand now. I understand. Ha 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 ha. The world is so marvelous. Chapter 61. Everyone will die. In the underground hall, several phones were held aloft, their bright beams illuminating an aged textbook, showcasing a variety of formulas, diagrams, and numbers, while furry gloved hands from various costume wearers waved in the air, occasionally swatting at the insects drawn to the light. The figure in the great white goose costume suddenly slammed the book shut, erupting into laughter. So that's how it is. I understand now. I understand. Ha ha ha. The world is so marvelous. Ha ha ha. The great white goose laughed increasingly maniacally, the sound echoing throughout the spacious underground hall. The other buyers, having fallen silent, instinctively began to retreat step by step. They all understood the common knowledge that mathematics could transmit a digital virus. Therefore, when they sought to verify the authenticity of these textbooks, aside from the self-proclaimed mathematics teacher, the great white goose, not a single individual dared to flip through the pages. Soon, the buyers had quietly retreated to 10 meters away by the stalls. Only the great white goose remained, seemingly oblivious to the change around him, still laughing maniacally, seeing that the great white goose appeared unaware of their presence. The buyers wasted no time and hastily made their escape down the corridor from whence they came. To hasten their flight, one buyer dressed in a white ape costume began to shed the cumbersome outfit that hindered his speed as he ran. First, he removed the comical headpiece and tossed it aside. Then, with the assistance of a bodyguard in a big bad wolf costume, he unzipped the back of the outfit. However, perhaps due to inadequate lighting or sheer panic, the buyer found his legs ensnared by the supporting framework within the costume, leaving him unable to remove it entirely. In a moment of desperation, the big bad wolf resorted to brute force, yanking the costume backward. Bang! The strength of the big bad wolf was overwhelming, causing the white ape to stumble as he was yanked by the puppet suit. Yet the costume remained tightly ensnared around his legs. Witnessing this scene, the big bad wolf hastily released the puppet suit and approached to assist him. However, at that moment, the sensory system of the white ape costume seemed to have malfunctioned, inadvertently activating its self-destruct mechanism. Boom! Sparks erupted from the white ape suit, including the discarded headpiece, engulfing the surroundings in a roaring inferno. The buyer still encased within the suit was immediately consumed by the flames. Ah! The buyer screamed in terror, desperately struggling and frantically beating at the flames licking at his body, rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire. Yet, the self-destruction device utilized a special fuel that ignited swiftly, rendering all his efforts to save himself futile. As the flames blazed ever brighter, the fierce glow illuminated the corridor he was about to enter in a grand, yet terrifying spectacle. Biaozi, save me, save me. The buyer cried out in agony, continuing to beat at the flames while shouting at the big bad wolf. I will pay you 10 million, no, 100 million. Hurry, save me. The big bad wolf stood a short distance away, attempting several times to help extinguish the fire, but the intensity of the flames made it impossible to approach, with sparks nearly igniting his own puppet suit. After several fruitless attempts, he dared not linger any longer, hesitating momentarily. He made a swift decision and turned to run down the corridor, taking advantage of the illumination provided by the blaze. Ah! Help! Help! The buyer clad in the white ape suit let out a series of anguished cries that quickly diminished from piercing shrieks to faint whimpers. As the big bad wolf fled, he glanced back at his employer, when suddenly he misstepped, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Thud! The big bad wolf landed heavily, the spot where he fell revealing a protruding, dusty rebar that pierced through his throat and out the back of his neck. Blood rapidly soaked through the puppet suit, staining the ground beneath him. The big bad wolf emitted a series of gasps, blood flowing from his nose and mouth, his lips trembling as he sought help, but no sound escaped. However, this was merely the beginning. Simultaneously, the peacock, dashing down another corridor, had just removed his headpiece, inhaling fresh air, when a particularly large moth flew directly into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. The peacock immediately grasped his throat, attempting to expel the moth. But the more he coughed, the worse it became, soon turning his face a deep crimson from lack of oxygen. The black bear, who was following closely behind, rushed forward to assist, but in his panic, the peacock violently shoved him aside. The black bear, caught off guard, staggered backward, nearly falling, and instinctively flailed his arms in an effort to regain his balance. In the darkness, he seized a slender metal wire that ran along the concrete wall, securing a series of portable flashlights. At that moment, as the black bear pulled it down, the surrounding flashlights tumbled down with a cacophony. All the fallen flashlights and wires formed a chaotic yet resilient net, ensnaring the husky nearby, who was also attempting to escape. The husky hastily reached for the tangled mess of wires and lights, when suddenly, the muntjac stumbled and crashed into him. Sizzle! The husky lost his footing and fell forward. The wires that had not yet been pulled away tightened instantly, choking him. The metallic wire, still anchored at both ends to the wall, hung the husky at an angle in midair, his weight causing the wire to dig into his flesh, restricting his breath. He struggled like a trapped insect, feebly attempting to break free, but found no leverage. The muntjac, witnessing this, chose not to save his bodyguard but instead fled at a faster pace. However, after just a couple of steps, he suddenly halted against the wall. His heart condition had flared up. In the dark underground corridor, silence enveloped like a heavy curtain, oppressive and still. Zhou Zhun, slightly hunched, his puppet suit tattered and bloodstained, slowly trudged forward. Not far away, the organizer of the illegal trade had discarded the entire frog puppet suit, lying motionless on the ground, bloodied all over, not from an attack, but from a series of unfortunate mishaps. In that moment, his chest rose and fell weakly, teetering on the brink of death. Whoosh, whoosh. Zhou Zhun cautiously approached the organizer, ever alert for any anomalies around him. Perhaps sensing his imminent demise, the organizer suddenly coughed violently before speaking in a strange tone. The Grim Reaper has come. Everyone will die. No one will escape. We will all die here. Chapter 62. That place, the Grim Reaper? In this world already ravaged by the digital virus, what Grim Reaper could exist? Zhou Zhun approached the organizer with a calm demeanor, each step taken with acute awareness of his surroundings, ready to avert any potential dangers, while solemnly stating, "You have contracted the digital virus, and it won't be long before you truly perish. However, if you cooperate with my investigation, I know a method to become digital compatible, which I can share with you, though this method is exceedingly perilous." Upon hearing this, the organizer's expression twisted into one of rage, his emotions spiraling out of control as he shouted, "I, Huang Shurong, am not an infected one. I am already digital compatible. My digital domain is Grim Reaper's moment. I can foresee the future of death before the Grim Reaper descends. I just saw that everyone here will die. I know you are an official digital compatible, and your companion is too. But tonight, everyone here, including myself, will not escape. We will all die here." His desperate cries echoed through the dark corridor, Huang Shurong's voice tinged with a long-suppressed hysteria, suggesting he bore the weight of profound, painful wounds from the past. The Grim Reaper's moment, Zhou furrowed his brow. Before he had even made a move, this self-proclaimed organizer, Huang Shirong, had anticipated his actions and fled. Moreover, Xia Kaining had not moved at all. Yet they could still discern her identity as a digital compatible. Could the opponent's digital domain truly foresee the future? Impossible. If that were the case, they would have no need to flee. Leveraging their foresight, they could simply eliminate him instead, which would be far easier. Yet, despite these thoughts, Zhou remained cautious and paused, tentatively asking, since you can foresee the future of death, why not evade it? You must know what will happen next. It should be easy to avoid death. Huang Shirong shook his head weakly, replying, over a century ago, there was a film titled Final Destination. The protagonist could foresee the future of death. Leading his companions, they repeatedly dodged the Grim Reaper's pursuit. Yet in the end, everyone, including the protagonist, still perished. The Grim Reaper will not cease its hunt until every last prey is dead. My digital domain, like that film, allows me to see the future of death. But the side effect is that I become a target for the Grim Reaper. Thus, I named this digital domain Grim Reaper's Moment. I have evaded the Grim Reaper's pursuit many times, but this time, there is no way to escape. Even if the three of us digital compatibles join forces, it is futile. At that moment, dust and small stones fell from the bare ceiling above, whether due to the dilapidated state of the abandoned building or some other reason. Upon hearing this, Zhou brow furrowed. He recalled how Xia Kaining had mentioned that many who had completed transactions with Huang Shirong experienced various accidents shortly thereafter, leading to a high mortality rate. At the time, he had dismissed it, thinking those individuals had simply failed in their attempts to become digital compatibles while studying mathematics. With this realization, Zhou understood the implications of Huang Shirong's words. The Grim Reaper he spoke of was not a literal figure of death, but rather a series of improbable coincidences and unfortunate events. Furthermore, his injuries and Huang Shirong's current plight were all caused by accidents. Indeed, if he were not a digital compatible, possessing A-type memories, those misfortunes could have cost him his life. All these signs aligned perfectly with Huang Shirong's current statements. This was not the Grim Reaper, but rather Murphy's Law. In an instant, Zhou suddenly recalled the various rules established by Huang Shirong at the trading conference. The prohibition against buyers bringing firearms was perhaps not due to a concern for personal safety, but rather a reflection of Murphy's Law. If someone were to introduce a weapon into the equation, it was inevitable that an accidental discharge would occur, potentially harming other buyers or even Huang Shirong himself. The restriction against buyers perusing the contents of textbooks during selection was similarly grounded in this principle. Should anyone dare to examine a mathematics textbook at the conference, they would surely succumb to the numerical virus, becoming a victim of its insidious spread. With this thought in mind, Zhou quickly inquired, earlier today, you investigated my identity, and suddenly this trading conference was moved up by a day. At that moment, had you already uncovered that there was an issue with my identity? As he spoke, a cloud of dust cascaded from the ceiling, mingled with more debris, revealing a faint crack in the concrete slab above them. Yet, the surrounding darkness obscured any view of the situation overhead. Hearing this, Huang Shirong paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his otherwise despondent expression. Investigate your identity? Noticing Huang Shirong's apparent ignorance of the matter, Zhou frowned and promptly removed the little yellow duck costume headpiece, stating, I mean the identity of Xinsheng. Was that not your inquiry? In the absence of light, the space remained shrouded in darkness, even though Zhou had removed the headpiece. Huang Shirong still struggled to discern his true features. Gathering his strength, he retrieved a slim smartphone from his pocket, activating the flashlight to illuminate Zhou. The figure clad in the little yellow duck costume stood not far from him, revealing a young face with dark hair and brown eyes, marred by a subtle scar at the corner of the left eye, his complexion pale from prolonged absence of sunlight. However, the moment Huang Shirong clearly recognized Zhou appearance, his eyes widened in shock, and the phone slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Zhou, how are you still alive? Huang Shirong screamed in sheer terror, his emotional response far more intense than when he had realized his own impending doom. At that same moment, Zhou was equally astonished. This Huang Shirong recognized him. Moreover, it appeared he possessed some unsettling knowledge. Zhou immediately pressed, Who are you really? How do you know my name? Huang Shirong seemed utterly flustered, completely disregarding Zhou Zhen's question as he hastily explained, "That place. I did not intend to bring you and Luo Yuqing there. You two insisted on following me. At that time, I was completely unaware." Chapter 63. Clue. That place. Luo Yuqing. Zhou Zhen's expression shifted dramatically as he grasped that the location Huang Shirong referred to was where he and Luo Yuqing had contracted the numerical virus. Furthermore, from Huang Shirong's words, it was evident that his and Luo Yuqing's infection was somehow linked to this individual. With this revelation, Zhou Zhen urgently demanded, "Where is that place? What exactly transpired there?" Crack. Before Zhou Zhen could finish his sentence, the fissure in the ceiling suddenly widened, and a large section of the floor collapsed. Bang! The floor plummeted down, crashing directly onto Huang Shirong. The muffled sound of flesh meeting force reverberated through the dark corridor. Warm blood soaking the little yellow duck costume, a round object shooting forth, rolling across the dust-laden ground before coming to a halt. Zhou Zhen hesitated for a moment, but upon realizing the urgency, he rushed forward, grasping the edge of the floor slab and straining to lift it. "Are you all right? Don't die. Say something," Zhou Zhen urged anxiously, but Huang Shirong, pinned beneath the debris, offered no response. Finally, utilizing extraordinary strength, Zhou Zhen heaved the floor slab aside, sending it crashing down the corridor, stirring up a cloud of dust. Beneath the slab, a pungent wave of blood erupted, revealing Huang Shirong, utterly unrecognizable, reduced to a gruesome mass on the ground, surrounded by scattered bone fragments and the viscera's remnants, coalescing into a near-black viscous liquid that slowly pooled and flowed like a stream. Huang Shirong's phone lay outside the fallen slab, miraculously unscathed, its flashlight still aglow, casting a piercing beam in the darkness. Zhou Zhen's brow furrowed in dismay. Huang Shirong was dead, yet he still lacked clarity regarding the source of those mathematics textbooks. Moreover, the location of that place remained undisclosed. As thoughts raced through his mind, Zhou Zhen swiftly composed himself, retrieving the fallen phone to peruse its contents. However, the screen was locked, and he had no knowledge of the password, while Huang Shirong's head and limbs were utterly mangled, making facial recognition and fingerprint verification impossible. Only the emergency call, flashlight, and camera functions, which did not require unlocking, remained operable. Perhaps due to Huang Shirong's demise, Zhou Zhen felt a surge of fortuity. Thus far, no further calamities had befallen him. With this thought, he promptly initiated the emergency call to the security center. Beep, beep, beep. The receiver emitted a series of blind tones, the signal bars on the phone extinguishing entirely, rendering it incapable of making a call. The failure to connect caused Zhou Zhen's brow to knit in concern. He had no idea when Lu Jun would arrive, and the information contained within this phone might be the sole lead in the case. He needed to deliver it to the appropriate authorities post-haste. Without hesitation, for the sake of expediency, Zhou Zhen swiftly shed the little yellow duck costume and made his way toward the exit. The signal was poor in the basement, but outside, he should be able to make a call. Before long, he reached the staircase and was about to ascend when he suddenly heard faint footsteps from below. Zhou Zhen leaned down to look, seeing a familiar figure darting from around the corner at the base of the stairs, moving with remarkable speed. The individual's nimble steps complemented the cheetah costume perfectly. However, this outfit was now splattered with blood and bore signs of battle. It was Xie Qionging. The trading venue was situated on the first basement level. What was Xie Qionging doing on the second basement level? Simultaneously, Xie Qionging spotted Zhou Zhen, sparing no time for pleasantries as she urgently declared, "Something's not right. We must leave." Zhou Zhen snapped back to reality, nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. With that, he took a step toward the upper level. However, as soon as he set foot on the staircase, Xie Qionging grasped his arm, quickly asking, "Wait, what are you going to the second floor for?" The second floor? They were currently on the first basement level. He intended to go to the first floor. Zhou Zhen frowned at Xie Qionging, promptly stating, "This is the first basement level. The exit is on the first floor. I am not going to the second floor. I am heading to the first floor." Xie Qionging shook her head decisively, asserting, "I just came up from the first basement level. This is indeed the first floor." "What?" Zhou Zhen was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly countered, "That's impossible. I have been on the first basement level the entire time. I never ascended to the first floor." At his words, Xie Qionging fell silent. Just then, footsteps echoed from below once more, this time heavy and chaotic. Moments later, several figures clad in costumes hurriedly rushed up the stairs. "Quick, Hurry. Are they coming after us? How should I know? Just get out of this damned place. What bad luck. Why are there so many unexpected events at this trading conference? Amidst a chorus of complaints and trepidation, Cheese Cat, Lynx, Pangolin, Big White Elephant, and Blue Otter raced up the stairs. Glancing at Zhou Zhen and Xie Qiongning without pausing, immediately dashing toward the exit. Watching them fade into the darkness, Xie Qiongning promptly asserted, "They did not ascend. This is indeed the first floor. The lights that were on when we arrived are now off. And being underground, the visibility is poor. You must have taken another route while pursuing someone, arriving at the first floor." Zhou Zhen felt a wave of confusion, yet seeing that everyone regarded this place as the first floor, he relented, stating, "All right, let us find the exit first. If we can't locate it, we'll head upstairs." Xie Qiongning nodded and swiftly ran in the direction they had come from, with Zhou Zhen trailing behind. The dusty corridor was filled with a musty odor, and resilient blades of grass occasionally sprouted from the crevices of the concrete. The walls bore traces of makeshift wiring, yet the portable flashlights lay broken on the ground or failed to turn on, rendering them useless for illumination or guidance. Xie Qiongning raised a pin-shaped flashlight, casting a brilliant white beam ahead to illuminate their path. Soon, they arrived at a more spacious area, resembling a small hall, with a robust cement wall ahead, causing both to halt in their tracks. Xie Qiongning furrowed her brow. According to her memory, this should have been the small hall where they initially entered. The very place housing the costumes, with the electronic door requiring an invitation card just ahead. Yet now, it stood as an impenetrable wall. Chapter 64. Penrose Staircase. Zhou Zhen immediately remarked, "We've taken a wrong turn. This is not the first floor." Xie Qiongning snapped back to attention. Though bewildered, the facts were evident, and without further ado, she nodded, stating, "Let us return to the previous staircase and, as you suggested, ascend." As they spoke, the two did not hesitate for a moment and immediately turned to run back. Before long, they arrived once more at the foot of the stairs, just as they were about to ascend. They caught sight of several bulky figures rushing down from above. Under the beam of the flashlight, it was unmistakably the group consisting of Cheese Cat, Lynx, Pangolin, White Elephant, and Blue Otter. Damn it! How could I have misremembered the floor? It's too dark. We must have climbed an extra flight. Let us not make another mistake. I can hardly run anymore. Amid their breathless conversation, they encountered Zhou Zhen and Xie Qiongning once again. They exchanged a glance, neither party inclined to offer a greeting. Soon, the group of Cheese Cat vanished once more into the shadows. Zhou Zhen immediately cautioned, "Be careful, something feels off." Xie Qiongning nodded. She could see it too without his prompting. Without delay, they ascended the stairs. Step, step, step. The dimly lit stairwell echoed with the monotonous sound of their footsteps. Before long, they reached the previous level, an unfinished shell of a building with little distinguishing features on either side. Temporary wiring was strung up, and the portable flashlights that had once been nailed to the walls for illumination and guidance now lay scattered and broken, rendered unusable. Moments later, Zhou Zhen and Xie Qiongning came to a halt before a familiar cement wall. At that moment, both wore expressions of deep concern. Although the light was dim, with only a pin-sized flashlight illuminating their surroundings, both being digital compatibilists, they immediately recognized this as the very wall they had encountered earlier. They had ascended a flight of stairs, yet somehow remained on the same level. After a brief silence, Xie Qiongning exclaimed, "Let us go back and try again." Zhou Zhen took a deep breath, recalling Huang Shirong's earlier words, "Everyone will die." Now that Huang Shirong was dead, it seemed that the death they had glimpsed was far from over. With that thought, Zhou Zhen replied, "Okay." Thus, he and Xie Qiongning quickly returned to the stairwell. The stairs lay quietly, coiled in darkness, resembling a lurking beast patiently awaiting its prey. Xie Qiongning scanned the area and quickly said, "You stay here. I'll go up alone." Zhou Zhen immediately understood her intent. Promptly activating Huang Shirong's phone to use the flashlight feature, preparing himself as he nodded. "All right." Step, step, step. Xie Qiongning ascended the staircase with steady strides, the flashlight illuminating the back of her cheetah costume, casting a large shadow on the wall that grew taller with every step, until she soon vanished around the corner. The surroundings fell silent. Moments later, familiar footsteps echoed from below. Zhou Zhen looked down just in time to see Xie Qiongning re-emerge from the corner of the staircase. Zhou Zhen's expression changed dramatically. "Penrose Staircase. Penrose Staircase." they exclaimed in unison, instantly grasping the reason why they had been unable to reach the first floor. The Penrose staircase is a geometric paradox. The highest point is connected to the lowest, creating an endless loop. Whether one ascends or descends, they are forever returned to the starting point. It was proposed by the late mathematician Roger Penrose and his father, geneticist Leonid S. Penrose, in 1958. Such a staircase cannot exist in three-dimensional space. Yet it can be easily represented in the realm of mathematics. The basement of this Huangjia Club has been infected by the digital virus. With that thought, a chill crept up Zhou spine, and he hurriedly asked, "What happened on your end?" He could now confirm that when he and Xia Qiongning first entered this dilapidated building, everything had seemed perfectly normal, or else they would never have been able to enter. The Penrose staircase had only manifested after their arrival. Something must have transpired in the interim. At that moment, Xia Qiongning had also ascended from below, her expression equally grim. "Stealing herself," she replied. "A lot of unexpected events occurred here. Half of the people are dead, and I sustained some injuries. Additionally, someone in a white goose costume became mentally unstable after looking at a mathematics textbook. They may have already been infected." "What about you?" Unexpected events. Infections. This was the digital domain, related to Huang Shurong and the Murphy's Law. Zhou Zhan furrowed his brow. The Penrose staircase. Not only could they not escape, but there was also an infected individual in the basement of the Huangjia Club, currently as first-tier digital compatibilists. Even if he teamed up with Xia Qiongning, they would stand no chance against a single infected person. Even if Lu Jun arrived shortly, without heavy firepower, they would be unable to neutralize the infected. More importantly, this infected individual had not been struck by the isolation bullet, and could potentially spread the digital virus to the buyers trapped within the unfinished building. If they could not escape soon, both he and Xia Qiongning would surely perish here. With that thought, Zhou Zhan responded urgently, "I tracked down the organizer of this illegal trade. His name is Huang Shurong, who claims to be a digital compatibilist, but he seems more like an infected individual in the incubation period. His digital domain is moment of death, related to Murphy's Law, causing everyone around him, including himself, to die from a series of remarkably coincidental accidents." Thud, thud, thud. Just as he spoke, a cacophony of heavy footsteps suddenly erupted from the darkness behind them. The two immediately ceased their exchange, turning to face the source of the sound. The footsteps were heavy, growing louder with each passing moment, the ground trembling slightly beneath their feet, an unsettling commotion that could not possibly be caused by mere humans. Zhou Zhan frowned, exchanging a glance with Xia Qiongning, and the two instinctively began to retreat. As Xia Qiongning stepped back, she switched on the pin-shaped flashlight, placing it on the ground to cast its light diagonally toward the approaching footsteps. Simultaneously, Zhou Zhan turned off the flashlight function on his phone, and they both melted into the shadows. Soon, they had retreated behind a supporting pillar. At that moment, the footsteps had grown exceedingly loud, causing not only the ground but the pillar itself to tremble. With dust and debris from the ceiling trickling down, a bulky figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was a costume stretched to its limits. From its coloration and embellishments, one could barely discern that it was meant to resemble a comically charming white goose, but now it had been utterly deformed. Especially the headpiece, which appeared to be a chaotic amalgamation of irregular polyhedra, constantly threatening to tear apart at the seams. The white goose figure, with its equally misshapen wings, clutched an old mathematics textbook, its gaze fixated on the pages as it shuffled forward. With each step, the entire structure trembled slightly. An infected individual. Chapter 65. Awaiting rescue. Zhou Zhan and Xia Qiongning immediately tensed, holding their breath, not daring to make a sound, even the lowest tier of pathological phase. Infected individuals would be beyond what a first-tier compatibilist could handle. Moreover, this infected individual now appeared to have entered the progression phase. Should they be discovered, they would undoubtedly meet their demise. Zhou Zhan and Xia Qiongning remained motionless behind the supporting pillar as the white goose infected approached the flashlight, seemingly drawn by its light, stopping abruptly. Noticing that the infected had not continued forward, Zhou Zhan and Xia Qiongning exchanged a glance. They did not require words to communicate, both nodding in agreement to seize this opportunity to make their escape. However, as they took a step back, the sound of footsteps echoed once more from the darkness. This time, the footsteps were chaotic and numerous, as if a crowd was approaching, illuminated by the flashlight on the ground. Grotesque figures began to emerge from the depths of the corridor. The foremost figure exhibited an odd proportion. Its torso was stout, yet its head was disproportionately small, appearing to have shed its costume headpiece. However, something seemed to writhe unsettlingly at its throat. Behind this figure loomed a dark silhouette, nearly indistinguishable from the shadows. Its entire torso resembled a humanoid devoid of a costume, yet its legs trailed behind in a slovenly manner, as if dragging something along, or perhaps smeared with a mass of filth. Beside these two figures was another, seemingly a little cow, limping along on a single leg. From all directions, bizarre and misshapen figures emerged from the darkness, converging toward the source of light. Zhou Zhan and Xie Qiongning, hidden behind the supporting pillar, were subtly encircled. Zhou Zhan's brow furrowed tightly. He halted his retreat, acutely aware that if he and Xie Qiongning continued to back away, they would easily expose themselves. How peculiar! The infected was right in front of them. Why were the buyers not fleeing? Instead, they were gravitating toward this direction. What could this possibly mean? As he pondered, several buyers had already approached the infected. The infected seemed oblivious to their presence, remaining in the light of the flashlight, aimlessly flipping through the pages of the mathematics textbook. The gathering buyers halted not far away, as if collectively awaiting something. Gazing at the foremost figures of the white ape, peacock, and pink sheep, Xie Qiongning was momentarily taken aback, as though she had encountered something truly extraordinary, sensing a sudden grip on his wrist. Zhou Zhan felt a twinge of confusion, just as he was about to turn to Xie Qiongning in the next instant. Zhou Zhan's eyes widened in shock as he fixated on yet another silhouette emerging from the darkness. It was a middle-aged man clad in a gray crewneck long-sleeve shirt and brown work pants, his short hair neatly styled, with sparse eyebrows and an unremarkable appearance. A small blue birthmark adorned the area near his chin, and he struggled to carry a large stack of mathematics textbooks. Huang Shirong, the orchestrator of this illicit transaction, he had just witnessed the man being crushed into a pulp by the collapsing floor. Yet here he stood, seemingly unscathed. At that moment, Huang Shirong awkwardly set down the textbooks he was holding, glanced at an infected individual nearby, and suddenly raised his hand to snatch the textbooks from the infected's grasp. Rules. Not understood, no. Looking, Huang Shirong's hollow voice echoed in the darkness. Ha! 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 Strangely, the infected offered no resistance, merely emitting a series of unintelligible sounds as if responding to Huang Shirong's words. But due to their affliction, they could no longer articulate properly. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Zhou Zhan was abruptly reminded of his experience at the Jiwei Cinema. At that time, the Jiwei Cinema had transformed into a digital forest where Luo Yuchen, oblivious to the reality of becoming part of the digital forest, casually discussed films with him. And now, Huang Shirong and the infected were no different. Both parties were trapped in the habitual behaviors of their former lives. Huang Shirong forbade the buyers from perusing the mathematics textbooks at the transaction, while the infected, interrupted by Huang Shirong, immediately offered apologies. Coupled with the recently appeared Penrose Stairs, the digital forest. It was indeed the digital forest. In the three-dimensional reality, the Penrose Stairs could not possibly exist, yet within the digital forest, it could be fully realized. In the three-dimensional reality, the dead could not be resurrected, but within the digital forest, life would not simply vanish, it would merely transform from one form to another. As he pondered, the sound of approaching footsteps drew near. The slower-moving buyers had also gathered around. Zhou Zhan snapped back to attention, just as he sought an opportunity to break free. The hand gripping him suddenly exerted force, pulling him in a specific direction. Seeing that Xie Qiongning had found an escape route, Zhou Zhan thought little of it and immediately followed closely behind her. The basement, devoid of light, was engulfed in darkness, rendering the surroundings indistinguishable. Xie Qiongning, leading him, moved swiftly and silently. Zhou Zhan, too, relied on the tips of his toes, controlling his muscles to avoid making any noise, lest he attract the attention of the infected. Soon enough, they had run a considerable distance, the light behind them completely extinguished, and the infected and other buyers were nowhere to be seen. Straining to listen, confirming that the infected were not in pursuit, Zhou Zhan let out a sigh of relief and quickly remarked, "This place may have transformed into the digital forest. We are merely first-tier digital compatibilists. Escaping is certainly impossible. It would be best to find a safe place immediately and await rescue." The beam of a mini flashlight illuminated the darkness, carving out a trapezoidal path. Xie Qiangnan held her breath, concealed in the shadow of a supporting pillar, utterly still and silent. Shadows stirred in the depths of the darkness. As peculiarly shaped buyers converged from all directions, stepping into the illuminated area created by the flashlight, then standing in silence, as if waiting for something. Observing this eerie scene, Xie Qiangnan suddenly whispered, "Xin Sheng. Several of those buyers are actually dead. I was present at the scene. I would not mistake it. Those dead individuals share a common trait. Their doll costumes are incomplete. Where has your doll costume gone?" Chapter 66, Doll. As her words fell, there was no response from her side. Xie Qiangnan's alertness surged as she swiftly turned to look beside her, only to find the spot where Zhou Zhen had been standing was now empty. He had long since vanished. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly scanned her surroundings, which were shrouded in dim confusion. Besides the light now encircled by numerous buyers, nothing else was visible. Suddenly, Xie Qiangnan's gaze fixed upon a very familiar figure emerging from the darkness. Moving toward the source of light like the buyers, the figure moved gracefully, clad in a fitted pink-white tracksuit that accentuated a tall, athletic build, with white sneakers showcasing a discreet logo only visible when viewed closely in the light. Revealing a slender ankle, a low ponytail was adorned with a baseball cap, radiating youthful vibrancy and vitality. That was herself. The darkness loomed like a swamp, swallowing all contours. Zhou Zhen could see nothing, as the hand gripping him continued to pull him forward, showing no signs of slowing down. It would be best to find a safe place immediately and await rescue. As his words fell, the figure pulling him, Xie Qiangnan, offered no reply, yet her pace quickened. In the abyss of darkness, there was no sound of footsteps, only silence. Zhou Zhen began to sense something was amiss. In such poor lighting, it was as if he could not see his own hand in front of his face. Even if Xie Qiangnan were familiar with the environment, she should not be running this fast. He promptly called out, "You can stop now." Xie Qiangnan showed no reaction, her grip on his hand tightening like an iron band. Inexorably pulling him forward, Zhou Zhen furrowed his brow and firmly stated, "Xie Qiangnan, stop." The force tugging him along showed no sign of yielding, continuing to surge ahead as if it had not heard his voice at all. Zhou Zhen shook his left hand, realizing he could not free himself, and promptly used his other hand to turn on the flashlight on his phone, directing it toward her. The beam illuminated the darkness of the basement, revealing a bulky yet familiar figure, an ensemble primarily in pale yellow, with chubby cheeks and a flat mouth, the rotund body clad in a tailored little suit. Zhou Zhen's pupils constricted in realization. The one pulling him was not Xie Qiangnan at all. Rather, it was the little yellow duck costume he had previously removed. At that moment, the costume abruptly halted and forcefully pushed him away. The doll's strength was tremendous, and Zhou Zhen found himself unsteady, toppled to the ground. As he stumbled, the flashlight's beam spun around, illuminating the surroundings. This was a bare corridor, with uneven, unpaved ground riddled with holes worn away by time. Not far away lay a dusty wooden plank, with a rusty yet still sharp nail protruding from it. A little further ahead stood an unfinished supporting pillar, its rebar jutting out awkwardly. Simultaneously, from above, he heard a faint crack as dust and small concrete fragments began to rain down. Just as Zhou Zhen fell, his gaze caught sight of an inconspicuous crack in the concrete ceiling above, which was rapidly expanding. This was the spot where he had traced Huang Shirong, and the position where he now lay was precisely where Huang Shirong had met his fatal end. Crack! In the next moment, the fissure widened abruptly, and a heavy floorboard came crashing down, thundering toward Zhou Zhen. His complexion drained of color as he exerted himself to roll aside. Yet inexplicably, he found himself unable to muster any strength. As if all energy had been suddenly siphoned from his body. To make matters worse, a violent pain erupted in his head, akin to thousands of steel blades simultaneously plunging into his brain, stirring it mercilessly. This sensation mirrored his previous episodes of illness. Bang! The floorboard fell, and blood erupted. Zhou Zhen's left side was crushed into a gruesome mess, from his neck down, his entire left side, from shoulder to leg, reduced to a pulpy mass, blood mingling with bone fragments trickling from beneath the floorboard. At the critical moment, he barely managed to turn over, avoiding immediate death. However, now, with the entire left side of his body pinned beneath the floorboard, he was utterly immobile. The pain in his head intensified, eclipsing the agony of his grievous injuries. Zhou Zhen's features contorted violently as he grappled with the realization of having become a digital compatibilist, yet still experiencing symptoms exclusive to the infected. The increasingly indescribable headache soon rendered him incapable of coherent thought. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhen observed that his little yellow duck costume had approached him, mirroring his past actions. Grasping the edge of the heavy floorboard with both hands, slowly lifting it. However, when he had lifted the floorboard, it was to save Huang Shirong, while this bizarre little yellow duck costume was poised to raise the board at an angle that could crush the other half of his body. This scene unfolded as a chilling reenactment of Huang Shirong's demise moments prior. The horrifying scene was frozen in time. An intense headache surged like a tidal wave, robbing him of his last vestiges of consciousness. The sound of footsteps gradually diminished and vanished, as the shadows surrounding the infected grew ever more numerous. The buyers trickled in, drawn like moths to a flame, the scattered crowd emerging from their hidden corners. Converging towards the beam of light emitted by the flashlight, behind a load-bearing pillar, Xiet Xiongning gazed at another version of herself stepping out from the darkness, her brow furrowing slightly. Her instinct screamed that something was amiss. She felt an urgent need to leave, but just as she attempted to move, an overwhelming weakness enveloped her, as if she had exerted herself beyond her limits, rendering her incapable of taking even a single step. Struggling to shift her feet, she soon succumbed to the weight of her own body, collapsing to the ground. Her expression shifted as realization dawned. Her digital energy had been siphoned away. Xiet Xiongning immediately sought to remove the cheetah plush costume to alleviate her burden. Yet her arms felt as if they were laden with lead, refusing to lift. Even more chilling was the sensation that she could no longer feel her own body. It was as if, within this cheetah costume, there was nothing at all. Her physical form had vanished, leaving only this bulky, endearing plush suit. Chapter 67, The Persona of the Infected. In a secluded lane of Changfang District, a brown SUV had come to a stop beneath a lush tree. Its neon glow mingling with the dim yellow light of the street lamps, casting a scarlet halo. Jin Xingfeng sat on the flower bed by the roadside, smoking one cigarette after another, a number of butts already littering the ground before him. Lu Jun's face was ashen as he paced restlessly beside the car, one hand tucked into his pocket, absently caressing the gun's grip, glancing at the time on his smartwatch with mounting anxiety. Rattle. Rattle. Suddenly, the phone rang. Without even checking the caller ID, Lu Jun answered the call directly. Hello. How long until you arrive? What? An insurance salesman? Click. Lu Jun hung up abruptly, finally noticing that the number was not from above, but rather a harassing call flagged by over 100 others. Observing Lu Jun's growing agitation, Jin Xingfeng took a deep drag from his cigarette and said, Lu, calm down. The target for this mission has already engaged in multiple illegal underground transactions. Nothing has ever gone wrong before. This time should be no different. That newcomer might be just fine. Lu Jun halted in his tracks, fixing his gaze on Jin Xingfeng as he replied, I hope he is all right, but your energy tracking has been interrupted. Zhou Zhen cannot possibly use the digital domain to disrupt our tracking. The fact that we can no longer trace his energy indicates a problem with the target of this mission. The target is the equation carrier of the digital forest, devoid of the digital domain. If the target can sever your energy tracking, it means the equation on the carrier has been activated. Zhou Zhen's father, Zhou Jinxiang, has just perished in the line of duty. He hasn't even had the chance to attend his father's memorial. Jin Qifeng fell silent. They had already been waiting here for over 10 minutes. If the equation the target bore had indeed been activated, the equation of the digital forest, once taken away from its original forest, would scatter like dandelion seeds into the sky. If activated, it would create a new digital forest in a new location, not to mention a newcomer just entering the first tier. Even if he and Lu Jun arrived, it would be a one-way trip. Moreover, even if members of the ghost team arrived in time, whether they could save anyone was still uncertain, especially considering the time that had already elapsed. Just then, Lu Jun's phone rang again. Rattle. Rattle. He swiftly picked up, glanced at the number, and immediately connected. Hello. Are you close? Good. Good, good. We are currently on North Construction Road in Changfang District, Binhai City, but Zhou Zhen's location remains undetermined. The call ended swiftly, and Lu Jun turned to Jin Xingfeng, urgently stating, Get in the car. Members of the ghost team are about to arrive. This time, it's a team leader. With that, Lu Jun slid into the driver's seat, and Jin Xingfeng hastily discarded his half-finished cigarette, jumping into the passenger seat. The brown SUV roared to life, the engine growling, ready to launch into motion. As Lu Jun maneuvered the flying car, he glanced at the deep night sky, muttering to himself, "I hope we're not too late." In a haze, Zhou Zhan heard the soft whir of the electric fan, the sound lulling him as he opened his eyes to find himself in a familiar classroom. The math teacher was absent from the podium, and students had gathered in small clusters, whispering amongst themselves. His deskmate, Zhang Yonghao, sat alone as usual, head bowed, furiously scribbling notes as if engrossed in homework. Zhou Jin scanned the classroom, noting that aside from Zhang Yonghao, the plump transfer student was also seated alone. Legs crossed, hands clasped behind his head, leaning against the back wall, eyes fixed vacantly on the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Was it a break between classes? Zhou Zhan felt a twinge of confusion. He was utterly exhausted and craved sleep. Yet he recalled there was something of utmost importance he needed to do, although he couldn't quite grasp what it was that moment. The classroom fell inexplicably silent. The whir of the fan and the scratching of pens vanished without a trace. All the students turned in unison, their eyes fixated on him with a mechanical, hollow, and strange gaze, imbued with an indescribable, fervent yearning. Before Zhou Zhan could comprehend the situation, the next moment, all the students surged to their feet, rushing towards the classroom door. The classroom had 2 doors, yet for reasons unknown, none of the students chose the front door, all opting for the back. The transfer student, closest to the door, was the first to reach it. But before he could step outside, a tall and burly classmate shoved him to the ground. Just as the imposing figure attempted to exit, he was pulled back by classmates from behind. Seizing the moment, the transfer student scrambled to his feet and bolted through the door. Bang! The door slammed shut. In an instant, all the students who remained in the classroom fell silent, returning to their seats as if nothing had transpired. In the underground corridor, Zhou Zhan lay supine on the ground, eyes shut, having slipped into unconsciousness. The floorboard pressing down on his left side began to rise slowly as the heavy object was lifted. Blood flowed more freely, the metallic scent quickly pervading the AIR.AT that moment. Little Yellow Duck had raised the floorboard to a right angle with the ground, then gave it a slight push, the board crashing down heavily towards Zhou Zhan's right side. The board was immensely heavy. Even resting on an adult would be enough to fracture their ribs at this juncture. It stirred a cold wind in the dark space, descending with weight and acceleration, casting a heavy shadow over Zhou Zhan's entire body. Yet, just as the board was about to crush him, Zhou Zhan suddenly opened his eyes that a semi-transparent cube materialized around him, its surface shimmering with incomprehensible equations, numbers and theorems, slowly flickering like a barrier. With a crash, the solid, heavy floorboard shattered upon contact with the cube, splintering into irregular chunks of concrete that scattered chaotically on either side of Zhou Zhan. Immediately, the flesh and blood on the left side of his body began to heal at an astonishing rate. The color of his skin transformed, emanating a chilling, spectral glow, and in an instant, all his flesh morphed into a lustrous, pitch-black metal. Concurrently, dark psychic tendrils extended from his back. Each tendril mirrored those of the nest-like infected individual from the Xiangdao Mall incident. A single tendril could fill a sizable room. These tendrils plunged into the surrounding darkness, extending into the depths of the underground space like a flood breaching ADAM-AT that moment. Zhou Zhan raised his hand, aiming at the ceiling above. And then boom! The entire Huangjia Club, from the underground level to the top floor on the 64th, was instantly pierced by an unfathomably terrifying wave of energy. The energy wave radiated from Zhou Zhan's palm, expanding outward in layers, creating merely a large hole in the ceiling of the underground level. While the damage escalated with each floor, by the time it reached the 64th, it had been utterly obliterated. Reduced to nothingness, the powerful energy wave continued unabated, soaring into the night sky above Binhai City, illuminating the darkness with a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 68. Energy Alert, Public Security Center, from a lofty vantage point. The entire structure exhibits an elliptical form, encircled by several arc-shaped edifices that enclose a vast expanse of open space. Within this area, numerous mechanized armors, flying automobiles, specialized vehicles, and aerial crafts reside, complemented by verdant landscaping and recreational spaces like playgrounds and corridors that serve to delineate various zones. At the southeastern corner, A building boasts a rooftop brimming with an array of instruments, among which a prominent ensemble of white radar stands out, its apex adorned with a green indicator light that flickers slowly. Inside, a heavily secured control room necessitates multiple verifications for entry. The room, devoid of windows, features two exhaust fans positioned near the ceiling, through which the faint glow of external neon lights can be glimpsed. Suspended in midair are meticulously arranged displays, beneath which lies a console cluttered with buttons of myriad hues. The entire chamber is illuminated by the interplay of various indicator lights. Several uniformed security personnel bustle beside the console, some drafting reports, others scrutinizing the displays, while a few peruse internal communications. Suddenly, the night sky outside the exhaust fans glimmers unnaturally bright, and the vibrant hues of the nightlife are instantaneously extinguished. Concurrently, all instruments within the control room emit a piercing hum. Whoa! The duty officer's expression shifts dramatically. What has transpired? It's an energy alert. Quick, notify the higher-ups immediately. At this level of energy, I hope it's not an infected individual. The once orderly control room descends into chaos. Binhai City, High-Tech Zone. This is the largest district in Binhai City, featuring not only a dense concentration of towering buildings, but also a substantial portion of undeveloped suburban land that lie in the outskirts. Undulating hills and shimmering lakes abound. At a secluded natural lakeside, a dedicated road is sealed off by two iron gates, and after checkpoints, hunting dogs, and barbed wire, a sprawling greenery obscures all signs of civilization. Beyond the fence, surveillance devices are densely scattered, with yellow signs bearing black text warning of biological hazards every few meters. Buried pipelines intermittently emit peculiar odors, urging passers-by to swiftly retreat. Beyond the dense trees stand several office buildings no taller than 5 stories, with the central structure prominently displaying a massive black skull emblem encircled by ominous flames. This is the headquarters of the Phantom Tactical Unit in Binhai City, at this moment on the 3rd floor of the main building. In a simply furnished lounge, a male Phantom, clad in a black combat suit, without a visual sensor, casually reclines on a corner sofa, legs crossed atop a nearby coffee table. One hand rests on the armrest while the other gestures in the air. As he moves, a stream of crystalline water seems to animate, swirling in the air and morphing into various shapes. To his left, at a solid wood round table, another male Phantom, in a fully enclosed helmet, stares vacantly at an open laptop. The glossy black helmet reflecting the screen's glow into a hauntingly pale green, casting a spectral K-line chart upon his face. After a moment of stupor, he trembles as he opens his bank account, entering a 6-digit password, and immediately, a balance of 13.60 flashes on the screen. Across the table, a third male Phantom in casual attire is engrossed in his mobile phone, fingers flying over the screen. And after a cacophony of gaming sound effects, his performance metrics shift from 0-15 to 0-16, eliciting a torrent of expletives from teammates over the voice chat. In the center of the lounge stands a large metallic long table, clad in her signature black combat suit. With a broad visual sensor, 024 sits upright, diligently polishing a sleek silver sniper rifle positioned before her, surrounded by an array of tools and materials. The water-manipulating Phantom suddenly turns to 024 and inquires, 024, you've taken on quite a few missions lately. How much energy have you accrued? The sniper, maintaining a calm demeanor, replies, not much. The water-manipulating Phantom appears unfazed, continuing, I heard that during the mission at the Shangda Mall, the residual energy levels were anomalously low, significantly less than anticipated. 024 nods affirmatively, succinctly stating, the most powerful infected individual left no energy behind. The water-manipulating Phantom ponders this, his fingers swirling in the air, transforming the chasing water into bubbles of various sizes, resembling a throng of sprites dancing around him. That he calmly asserts, energy does not simply vanish. 024, meticulously cleaning the barrel of her sniper rifle, coolly responds, indeed. Following their brief exchange, the lounge returns to silence. However, this tranquility is short-lived, as all four suddenly change their expressions in unison, directing their gaze toward a singular point, an extraordinarily vast surge of digital energy. Moreover, it is remarkably dynamic. In the next moment, a frantic ringtone pierces the air, prompting the water-manipulating Phantom to hastily answer. Hello. Understood. We have detected it. All right. All right. Hanging up, he turns to the other three, promptly declaring, let us move out. Binhai City, Chongfang District. Along a secluded roadside, a brown SUV roars with intensity. Inside, Lu Jun and Jin Qifeng wear grave expressions, poised to depart at a moment's notice as soon as the members of the Phantom team arrive. After waiting for approximately half a minute, the car door swings open, revealing a figure clad in a pure black combat suit, with silver flames embroidered on the cuffs, swiftly entering the rear seat. This figure, wearing a fully enclosed helmet adorned with a silver skull and surrounded by dark flames, obscures any visible features, leaving only the silhouette of an adult male. His arms, waist, knees, and ankles are embellished with intricate mechanized components. Notably, his arms bear metallic attachments resembling spines and scorpion tails, winding along his limbs to form a menacing beast's head on the back of his hands. As he settles in, he speaks in a deep voice. I am Phantom 017. I am already aware of the situation regarding this mission. Please ascend to a higher altitude. I need to ascertain the approximate location of the target. Relieved at the arrival of the Phantom team leader dispatched from above, Lu Jun promptly complies, maneuvering the brown SUV skyward without further pleasantries. However, just as the vehicle reaches halfway up, an astonishingly brilliant light suddenly illuminates the distant night sky. Before Lu Jun and Jin Qifeng can comprehend what is unfolding, 017's expression shifts dramatically, and he solemnly exclaims, Digital energy. The intensity is exceedingly high. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun and Jin Qifeng snap back to reality. With Lu Jun furrowing his brow and immediately querying, 017, the mission target is carrying the equation for the digital forest. Could this sudden surge of digital energy be the transaction site for this mission? Without a second thought, 017 shakes his head, stating firmly, impossible. Even if that transaction site has now completely transformed into a digital forest, a newly formed digital forest wouldn't harbor such immense energy. Moreover, the rookie executing this mission is merely at the first tier, so it's even less likely. Before he can finish, 017's expression changes again. The energy has vanished. Such a significant amount of energy cannot be concealed by ordinary means, unless it is the digital forest. Realizing this, 017 swiftly remarks, it seems to be that very location. He glances at Lu Jun and Jin Qifeng, hastily adding, let us investigate. Prepare yourselves for the worst. With such potent energy, it is highly unlikely there will be any survivors left at the scene. Chapter 69. The Contest for the Digital. In the basement of the Huangjia Club, Xie Qionying stands motionless against a support pillar. Having lost all with a struggle, not far from her, a pin-shaped flashlight continues to emit a blinding light. The infected individual, now nearly bursting from a great white goose costume, alongside other buyers donned in various costume forms, huddles around the light source like moths, remaining utterly still. In the darkness, only the occasional rustle of fabric can be heard. Another Xie Qionying emerges fully from the shadows, stepping into the illuminated area, like the other buyers. It presses forward, inching closer to the central light source, seemingly intent on continuing the transaction for this mathematical textbook. Feeling the inescapable proximity of death, Xie Qionying's heart swells with indignation. She refuses to perish in such an inexplicable manner. Yet, this is the reality of the world now, a realm rife with peril, brimming with opportunities, yet equally abundant in despair. Prosperity has always been but a fade. Viruses, infected beings, darkness, and death constitute the harsh truths of this world. No, in the digital realm, there is no death, only the transition between digitals. Her energy, consciousness, memories, and corporeal form. All these digitals will become a part of this forest. With this thought, Xie Qionying lets out a cold laugh, suddenly summoning the last remnants of her strength to call into the darkness. Shen Sheng, are you still alive? To me, use digital domain. The more she spoke towards the end, the softer Xie Qionying's voice became. By the time she uttered the last few words, her entire sentence was already fragmented, and even the strength to speak and breathe had completely vanished. Throughout this process, the infected individuals and numerous buyers on the other side remained eerily silent, not even turning to glance at Xie Qionying. It was as if she were not a living being at all, but merely a trivial puppet costume. As her voice fell, there was no response from the darkness. Xie Qionying instantly understood that Shen Sheng's sudden disappearance meant that his current predicament was likely far worse than her own. With this thought, She felt her consciousness begin to blur. The body clad in the cheetah costume began to wither away little by little, her limbs collapsing like punctured balloons, the costume's arms drooping down. Unable to support her torso any longer as it slid against the supporting pillar, slowly descending towards the ground. Soon after, her torso followed suit, deflating, flesh, bones, and organs as if they had never existed at all. How regretful, Xie Qiongning silently whispered in her heart, this moment. Her body had become nothing but the headpiece, having completely transformed into the cheetah puppet costume. Yet, just as she thought she would be fully assimilated by the digital forest, a sleek, metallic-looking tentacle suddenly shot out from the darkness. This tentacle was massive, pressing tightly against the ceiling, moving swiftly and silently, like a cold black liquid flowing rapidly, occupying the entirety of the ceiling in an instant. The moment the tentacle appeared, Xie Qionning's body immediately ceased to wither, and her awareness suddenly revived considerably. Before she could comprehend the situation, the entire building trembled violently. In an instant, the scene before Xie Qiongning shifted dramatically, the pinlight on the ground. The bright light, the infected individual crammed inside the big white goose costume, the tentacles blanketing the ceiling, everything remained in place, unchanged. However, those buyers adorned in various puppet costumes, along with another Xie Qiongning, seemed to have vanished into thin air, completely disappearing. Xie Qiongning felt an instantaneous surge of strength, glancing down to find her body restored to its original state. Everything she had just experienced seemed to have been an illusion. Roar! At that moment, the infected individual crammed into the big white goose costume turned to face the tentacle and let out an enraged roar, then abruptly lifted a massive reinforced concrete slab, hurling it towards the tentacle. Boom! The concrete slab shattered into pieces, yet it left not a single mark on the tentacle. In the next moment, bang! The tentacle fell instantaneously, then rose again. Blood splattered everywhere as the infected individual in the big white goose costume was crushed to a pulp. Dark green liquid mingled with metallic bone fragments seeping through the costume, pooling on the ground. The air was filled with a metallic scent of rust, devoid of any hint of blood. Witnessing this scene, Xie Qiongning quickly realized that the tentacle belonged to another infected individual. Moreover, this infected individual possessed terrifying energy. They were competing for energy with the newly formed digital forest. In an instant, she understood the reason she had just snatched back her life. The digital forest was preoccupied with battling the infected and had no time to attend to her. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Qiongning dashed towards the staircase. The basement of the Huangjia Club. The scent of blood lingered in the darkness, dust swirling, as countless fragments of rock tumbled from above, striking the unfinished structure with a sound reminiscent of collapse. Zhouzhen lay on the ground, while the little yellow duck costume beside him maintained the pose of having just released its grip. The gaping hole in the ceiling, blasted open by the energy waves, widened as it ascended, revealing a night sky adorned with twinkling stars amidst the flickering space advertisements. That moment, the hole in the first-floor ceiling began to writhe. As if healing itself, the edges of the wound, scorched and neat, sprouted numerous fleshy growths that gradually converged towards the center, restoring their original form. Through the yet-to-be fully mended hole, one could see the decaying 64th floor of the Huangjia Club. Each floor's opening, including the completely destroyed 64th floor, sprouting similar fleshy growths, beginning to recover at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, upon discovering that the slab had not crushed Zhouzhen, the little yellow duck costume picked up a wooden plank with nails protruding from it, adjusting its angle before swinging it directly towards Zhouzhen's eye. Ding! The plank struck the cube forcefully, breaking upon impact, and the nails were sent flying. Zhouzhen finally turned to look at the little yellow duck costume. And in the next moment, bang! A sleek, metallic tentacle descended, instantly flattening the little yellow duck costume. Immediately after, Zhouzhen's entire being seemed to float, as if freed from gravity, with more and more psychic tentacles extending from his back. An unseen force reverberated through the void, coalescing around Zhouzhen into red and black interlaced energy cubes. These energy cubes emitted a chillingly terrifying energy, quickly filling all nearby space. Suddenly, they erupted in all directions. And in an instant, the entire decaying building was riddled with holes, the red and black brilliance resembling countless swords of light piercing through the reinforced concrete structure, creating countless punctures. Chapter 70. Escape from Death. Thud, thud, thud. The dimly lit staircase echoed with her efforts to tread lightly, yet her footsteps remained heavy. Xie Qionning's toes touched the ground as she sprinted up the stairs, catching a glimpse of the vastness above. prompting her to hasten her pace and land heavily on solid ground. In the gray, unfinished building, a pinlight lay on the floor, illuminating a big white goose costume that appeared to have been torn asunder. As if crushed by some heavy object, uniformly smeared across the cement floor like a piece of paper. The crevices of the costume were filled with dark green liquid, mingled with metallic bone fragments. Slowly flowing. Above this corpse, black tentacles, like dark currents of water, enveloped the entire ceiling. Xie Qiongning frowned slightly, realizing that she was still on the first underground floor. The Penrose stairs had not vanished, just as she pondered this. A sudden and overwhelming burst of light erupted from the depths of the darkness. Xie Qiongning was momentarily blinded, instinctively ducking behind the staircase boom. The entire Huangjia Club shook violently, the blinding light receding like a tide. As she felt the external light rapidly diminish, Xie Qiongning finally opened her eyes, only to behold the once solid and formidable reinforced concrete building now appearing like boiled tofu, pockmarked with countless holes. A terrifying force had pierced through all barriers, and massive openings riddled the entire structure, allowing night, starlight, and neon to flood in. The ground, walls, and ceiling resembled a fishing net, riddled with gaping, menacing holes. The edges of the concrete mingling with crumbling steel bars. Stones cascading down, and dust swirling within, veiling her vision. Including the staircase behind Xie Qiongning. A huge hole had also been blasted out, a section completely disappearing, perhaps due to her fortunate positioning. The place where she hid was situated perfectly between two large openings, spared from the earlier energy's impact. Even so, Xie Qiongning felt a lingering dread. She surveyed her surroundings, uncertain of what had transpired, yet it was a good opportunity. She immediately dashed towards the nearest opening above. Just as she was about to reach the hole, she propelled herself upward with her feet, leaping high while raising her arms to grasp the protruding debris of the hole's edge. Her seemingly slender yet agile form exerted maximum strength and agility at that moment, her arms pulling her nimbly upward. Above the opening lay a spacious hall similar to the unfinished concrete structure below, with bare supporting pillars and numerous corridors leading to unknown destinations, all filled with gaping holes. Yet there was no sign of the big white goose-infected individual's corpse. No pinlight, no tentacles. On the dust-laden floor, she occasionally spotted the same glowing markings as before she had made it to the first floor. Xie Qiongning dared not waste time and immediately fled towards the nearest exit. At that moment, all the gaping holes blasted open began to sprout writhing fleshy growths, rapidly closing up. Xie Qiongning hastily quickened her pace, but as she neared the exit, her sense of space began to distort, despite running towards the exit. Each step seemed to increase the distance between her and it. Her expression shifted slightly as she prepared to change direction, only to see countless tentacles surging from the first underground floor. The sound of metal scraping against concrete sending chills down her spine, the dark tentacles flowing forth like a flood, emerging from every hole, staircase, and elevator shaft, every conceivable crevice, extending towards the outside world and upward to all floors. The moment the tentacles appeared, Xie Qionning's sense of space seemed to be restored instantly. She focused her gaze and realized that she had unknowingly veered off course. Without hesitation, she quickly adjusted her direction and sprinted towards the exit once more. This time, Xie Qiongning encountered no further obstacles and swiftly escaped from the Huangjia Club. As she emerged from the decaying building, she beheld the entire structure resembling a long-forgotten block of cheese. From top to bottom, riddled with shocking holes. The depths of those holes were dark and profound, extending straight down to the earth below. Dark, metallic tendrils stretched forth from the abyss, coiling around the building like a constricting python. The sound of metal scraping echoed ominously, reverberating through the night sky. Cracks resembling spiderwebs suddenly appeared on the walls of Huangjia Club, as the entire structure quivered violently, seemingly unable to bear the strain. Xie Qiongning dared not linger, hastening her escape through the debris and uneven terrain. Leaping through a gap in the isolation barriers that moment, she finally managed to distance herself completely from the confines of Huangjia Club. With a sigh of relief, she was startled when a sleek, futuristic flying motorcycle suddenly burst forth from the nearby thicket, its engine roaring to life as it came to a halt beside her. The motorcycle, entirely cloaked in a glossy black sheen, featured only minimal reflective lines on the footboard and wheels, adding an air of technological sophistication. The rider, clad in a full-face helmet obscuring her features, stood poised with one leg on the ground. Her long, Fair legs were accentuated by a fiery red skirt, the tight leather hugging her curves, reminiscent of a rose in full bloom, vibrant, passionate, and exuberant. An emblem in dark gold adorned the hem of her skirt, an ancient-style scale. One side bearing an eye, the other a heart, a T. This moment. The scale was perfectly balanced, and beneath it lay an inconspicuous hollow cross pattern, barely visible against the base color. As soon as the motorcycle halted, the female rider tossed Xie Xiongning a matching full-face helmet, urging, "Hurry, get on." Xie Xiongning snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "But Shun Sheng hasn't come out yet." Before she could finish her sentence, the rider interrupted, "The authorities are on their way. Do you want to be caught red-handed? Moreover, I've checked the information on Shen Xing. He is affiliated with the authorities. As long as he is alive, they will rescue him." Upon hearing this, Xie Xiongning hesitated no longer, swiftly accepting the helmet and donning it before seating herself behind the rider. Without waiting for her to steady herself, the rider revved the motorcycle, propelling them into the night sky. Vanishing from sight, the ceiling fan whirred monotonously, its dull hum resonating languidly in the classroom. Zhou Jun rested his head on the desk, teetering on the edge of slumber. As the notably rotund transfer student exited the room, he felt his spirits lift considerably. Soon, he realized his state was improving. Like before, Zhou Jun quickly recognized that he was dreaming. However, despite this awareness, he found himself unable to recall any memories from reality. Just as he struggled to retrieve his recollections, ding ding ding, the class bell rang, and the mathematics teacher entered, clutching a lesson plan. Instantly, all the students returned to their respective seats. The teacher surveyed the classroom with a stern nod and declared, "Class begins." As the words left his lips, the transfer student from the back row, having mysteriously returned, settled into his seat. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a flurry of numbers, equations, and symbols. Gradually, these figures morphed into the dim twilight. The vast night sky adorned with faint stars, while various space advertisements hovered above, intermittently shifting into dazzling effects and slogans. Zhou Jun jolted awake, springing to his feet, only to find the debris that had once pinned him down had vanished. The little yellow duck costume was nowhere to be found, and even the dilapidated Huangjia Club, a towering edifice of 50 or 60 floors, had seemingly disappeared. He lay alone amidst a field of ruins, surrounded by lush vegetation and abundant moisture, as if in an unfamiliar wilderness. Just as he pondered the nature of his surroundings, Zhou Jun was astounded to discover that his body, previously battered by the falling debris, had completely healed. He was intact, without a single wound. What exactly had transpired? Chapter 71. Investigation. Whoosh! At that moment, a serpentine chain of azure and gold materialized out of thin air, swiftly coiling around Zhou Jun. Before he could comprehend the situation, the other end of the chain exerted a tremendous pull, propelling him uncontrollably in a specific direction. Bang! With a muffled thud, his feet touched the ground once more, and Zhou Jun found himself standing on a slightly familiar hillside. Nearby, several steel isolation panels, typical of construction sites, lay scattered among the rubble, while behind them stretched a vast expanse of debris, concrete chunks revealing uneven steel reinforcements, mingled with slowly settling dust, reminiscent of a battlefield freshly ravaged by war. Under the cloak of night, the distant glow of neon lights illuminated the skyline, revealing a tapestry of towering buildings. Before him stood a figure clad in a pure black combat suit, adorned with silver flame embroidery at the cuffs. The individual wore a full-face helmet, emblazoned with a silver skull encircled by black flames, and the suit was augmented with mechanized components that resembled scorpion tails, exuding an air of coolness. The member of the Phantom team? Zhou Jun hesitated momentarily, about to speak when the ruins he had just occupied began to rise. Crumbling concrete, rebar, and bricks writhed like living creatures, reassembling themselves in mere seconds to reconstruct the 64-story shell of a building. As he beheld this surreal spectacle, Zhou Jun's pupils dilated, and he quickly grasped the situation. He had been trapped within this digital forest, and the Phantom team had arrived just in time to break the illusion and forcefully extricate him. The prowess of this Phantom team member was truly remarkable. Realizing this, Zhou Jun earnestly expressed, "Thank you." Phantom 017 shook his head slightly, gazing regretfully at the towering structure against the night sky, murmuring, "I was a step too late." As he spoke, Phantom 017 turned to Zhou Jun, and the visor of his helmet lit up with a red glow, streaming data like a cascading waterfall. Soon, the red light shifted to green, casting a soft hue upon Zhou Zhen's face. Imbued with a sense of tranquility, Phantom 017, perplexed, remarked, "This is quite strange. You are the only survivor, yet you appear to have suffered no injuries. What exactly transpired during this incident?" The realization that he was the sole survivor weighed heavily on Zhou Zhen's heart, and he immediately recognized that the other buyers in this case, including Xie Qiongning, had all perished. Just as he was about to respond, a brown SUV hurtled from the skies, screeching to a halt before him. Before the vehicle had fully come to rest, the doors of both the driver S and passenger S seats swung open, and Lu Jun, along with an unfamiliar figure clad in a gray hoodie and navy training pants, emerged hastily. Upon seeing Zhou Zhen standing unharmed, Lu Jun visibly relaxed, approaching Phantom 017 with a formal salute. Phantom 017 returned the gesture. Lu Jun then stepped closer, giving Zhou Zhen's shoulder a reassuring pat, and addressed Phantom 017, "Thank you. If you hadn't arrived in time, this kid might have met an untimely end." Phantom 017 replied calmly, "The success of this rescue is not solely my doing. It is primarily due to this newcomer's good fortune." As they spoke, the horizon was filled with the resounding roar of engines as unmanned bombers, armored mech units, and artillery units raced toward them. Phantom 017 glanced at the now seemingly normal Huangjia Club and quickly instructed, "This digital forest has just emerged, and its absorption capabilities are limited. Now is the optimal time to secure the area. Your ranks are not high. You should leave this place. As for the specifics of this mission, please submit a report to the Phantom Team headquarters in encrypted form before 8 a.m. tomorrow." Lu Jun promptly replied, "Understood. You take care as well." With that, he guided Zhou Zhen to the rear seat of the brown SUV. The unfamiliar figure in the gray hoodie swiftly took the driver's seat, starting the vehicle and speeding away. The night deepened as the brown SUV glided smoothly along the desolate aerial roadway. A cool breeze flowed through the open windows, dispelling the heat in the distance. Young men and women clad in traditional attire danced gracefully in midair, their flowing sleeves scattering starlight, transforming into the grand title of Highway Entertainment's 18th preliminary selection, surrounded by a lavish backdrop of flowers. Reminiscent of a paradise, Zhou Zhen reclined comfortably in the back seat. Having narrowly escaped death, he exhaled deeply, watching the dilapidated Huangjia Club recede in the rearview mirror, and remarked, "Captain Liu, it seems the objective of this mission was not the digital compatible, but rather an entity associated with the incubation period." Noticing that Zhou Zhen's first comment pertained to the mission, Lu Jun chuckled softly, then clarified, "It's not merely an incubation period entity. It is the carrier of the digital forest equation." The carrier of the digital forest equation? Zhou Zhen was momentarily taken aback, as it was the first time he had encountered this term. Lu Jun continued, "This is a recent assessment from above. Had we known sooner, the mission would have been directly assigned to the Phantom Team. And you, as a newcomer, would not have been involved." Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhen regained his focus, quickly grasping Lu Jun's implication. This so-called digital forest equation carrier posed far greater danger than the digital compatible or incubation period entities, with this thought occupying his mind. Zhou Zhen set it aside for now and swiftly stated, "The target of this mission is named Huang Shirong, but he did not disclose the source of those mathematical textbooks. I had obtained his phone at that time. It might contain some clues. However, later I encountered danger in the digital forest and lost consciousness. I have no idea where that phone ended up. The only clues I possess now are his name, and it appears that this Huang Shirong might know me." At this juncture, Zhou Zhen turned to Lu Jun and earnestly stated, "This Huang Shirong is quite suspicious. I wish to conduct a more thorough investigation into him." Huang Shirong had mentioned that place, and Luo Yuchen had referred to that place as well. That place is the very reason he contracted the digital virus, and he has a strong intuition that it conceals a secret of immense importance to him. Nevertheless, he currently has no knowledge of the exact location of that place. The only certainty is that the three of them must have crossed paths over a month ago. If he can ascertain the day they met and trace the activities of all three individuals on that day, he would be able to uncover the specifics of that place. To accomplish this, however, he requires authorization that he needs to access a significant amount of satellite surveillance footage from Binhai City. At that moment, Lu Jun lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then solemnly remarked, "This task has now been assigned to the Ghost Team." You may investigate Huang Shirong, but you are restricted to only him. Everything related to the digital forest is off-limits. Zhou Jun promptly replied, "Understood." Chapter 72. A Positive Mindset. Binhai City Public Security Bureau. ID 42501. ID 42572. Welcome back to both of you. ID 42501 access level. All. ID 42572 access level. A level. During your absence, there have been new messages in the office and internal emails, categorized as urgent and special attention. Please review them promptly, accompanied by the gentle guidance of the intelligent voice. The brown SUV came to a halt on the 167th floor. Jean Qifeng had other matters to attend to and exchanged little conversation. After disembarking, he hurried away. Lu Jun, meanwhile, escorted Zhou Jun to the 201st floor. Passing through 5 verification checkpoints before entering the spacious office of over 200 square meters that Zhou Jun had previously visited. "Please, take a seat." Upon entering, Lu Jun casually tossed his firearm and other items onto the expansive desk, retrieved a water cup, poured water for both Zhou Jun and himself, and then settled into the computer chair, powering on the computer and preparing to document everything. He then addressed Zhou Jun, who was sipping water. "Please recount the entirety of this mission's proceedings. Strive for completeness. I need to prepare a report for the Ghost team. Reports involving the digital forest are subject to stringent scrutiny. Any discrepancies could lead to complications." Zhou Jun nodded, set down his cup, straightened his posture, and replied, "All right." He took a moment to gather his thoughts before beginning to narrate the details of the mission. Minutes later, Zhou Jun meticulously recounted the entire mission, including the moment when his identity was exposed by Xie Qionging, nearly resulting in mission failure. He also mentioned that Xie Qionging was a digital compatible, while her father, Xie Lin, was entirely unaware of this fact. He continued all the way to the point when he lost consciousness and was rescued by a member of the Ghost team. After finishing, Zhou Jun felt his throat parched and immediately lifted his cup, gulping down the remainder of the water. He then continued, "Unfortunately, the target, Huang Shirong, died far too suddenly during this mission, and I was unable to trace the source of those mathematics textbooks at this point." Zhou Jun chose not to elaborate further. His mission was to identify the target and uncover the origins of those mathematics textbooks from 20 years ago. Fundamentally, however, he had only completed half of the task. Lu Jun nodded thoughtfully and calmly said, "Do not blame yourself. The purpose of all our missions is to ensure the safety of more individuals, and you have accomplished that admirably." After offering a casual consolation, he added, "However, it's a bit regrettable. Xie Qionging concealed herself so thoroughly. This bears resemblance to the tactics of an illicit organization. Had she survived this time, there would have been a chance to reel in a big catch. But now, that prospect is lost." As he spoke, Lu Jun pondered for a moment, suddenly typing rapidly on the keyboard before looking up and saying, "I will include the fact that Xie Qionging is a digital compatible in the report, but you must refrain from discussing it casually. She is merely a first-tier participant and likely not a formal member of that illicit organization. But you are also a first-tier participant. Remain vigilant against potential retaliation from such extremist groups. Furthermore, now that Xie Qionging is deceased, but the Hongshan group remains unaffected, we cannot ascertain whether the powerful entity behind her will continue to reach out to others within the Hongshan group. The identity of Xin Sheng must be deleted immediately." Upon hearing Lu Jun mention illicit organizations, Zhou Jun instantly thought of the Ash Order. Regaining his focus, he nodded and quickly replied, "Understood." Lu Jun typed a few more lines, finalized the report, and clicked send. After completing the task, he casually shut down the computer, straightened in his chair, and turned to Zhou Jun, asking earnestly, "Zhou Jun, regarding this mission, what are your honest feelings?" "Feelings?" Zhou Jun did not ponder long and promptly replied, "It felt quite perilous." Lu Jun inquired further, "And what else?" Zhou Jun contemplated for a moment before adding, "I feel that I still lack sufficient knowledge about the digital virus. When Huang Shirong suddenly fled, I sensed something was amiss. But my knowledge was insufficient to analyze the issue. Had I been aware of the problems at that moment, I could have advised others to retreat, potentially increasing the number of survivors in this mission." Lu Jun listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement. The rookie's first mission had nearly ended in disaster due to erroneous intelligence from above. Yet, he displayed no anger and instead calmly analyzed the encountered issues. summarizing lessons learned and preparing for improvements. This mindset is commendable. He recalled a similar experience with a colleague whose reaction had been to return and vehemently berate his superior. Conversely, that colleague had an unusually good temperament, not only refraining from anger, but also attempting to persuade the superior. It was only later that he discovered this colleague was experiencing mental issues. Of course, Zhou Zhan had only undergone 2 memory transfers, and his mental state was undoubtedly stable. With this in mind, Lu Jun remarked, "What you have said is indeed astute. Had it been any other compatible individual, I would have directly taken them for memory transfer to supplement their knowledge regarding the digital virus. However, you are currently only eligible for X-type memory transfer. Well, since I have some time now, let us discuss the challenges you faced during this mission." As he spoke, Lu Jun lit a cigarette, took a puff, and continued, "First, let us address the death moment experienced by the carrier. This is not a matter of digital domain. It is merely the influence of the digital forest equations. The so-called death future perceived by the carrier is not the true future. Rather, it is the digital forest equations calculating a future. Under normal circumstances, such calculations do not err. However, calculations require the consumption of digital energy. Carriers are not digital compatibles, so the energy they possess is insufficient for the digital forest equations to perform a comprehensive calculation. As a result, in situations of severe energy deficiency, the calculations of the digital forest equations will reduce the amount of computation, excluding many unforeseen circumstances that impose excessive burdens. Consequently, the future calculated will not be 100% accurate. This explains why the carrier predicted that everyone would die, yet you survived. The death future seen by that carrier was not sufficiently accurate. Chapter 73. The carrier. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhan nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Huang Shurong's prediction of the death future certainly did not account for the arrival of members from the ghost team to rescue him. At this moment, Lu Jun added, "The equations carried by the carrier are related to Murphy's law. Calculating the future is merely an effect intertwined within this equation. The true challenge lies in the fact that it ensures low-probability catastrophic events will invariably occur. Fortunately, your luck this time has been quite favorable." After explaining Huang Shurong's death moment, Lu Jun took a puff of his cigarette and continued, "It now appears that the carrier's ability to evade capture repeatedly is indeed due to the influence of the digital forest equations. Although what they perceived was not the genuine future, in the absence of significant external interference, it is likely to materialize. In this instance, the carrier's failure to promptly identify your identity before the transaction commenced was because our initial objective was not this particular carrier. Instead, among the 15 buyers, there was the daughter of one buyer. This convoluted approach effectively augmented the quantity of calculations regarding the bearer. If the bearer lacks sufficient energy, the equations upon them will not account for this portion of quantity. In this case, we received erroneous information, yet this action plan inadvertently proved to be fortuitous. Once the transaction commenced, you had already engaged with the bearer. The equations of the digital forest surrounding the bearer will prioritize calculations concerning imminent occurrences in their vicinity. This is precisely why you were swiftly exposed at that time. The increase in the quantity of calculations." Zhou Zhan nodded thoughtfully and immediately inquired, "What exactly is a bearer?" Lu Jun elucidated, "This requires an explanation of the methods to become a digital compatibilist. Currently, there are 3 known methods to achieve this. One involves probing the abyss of mathematics. Another entails unraveling the knot of mathematics. The final method is the consumption of digital potions. Acquiring advanced mathematical knowledge constitutes probing the abyss of mathematics. This method carries significant risk. 99% of individuals will be infected by the digital virus, becoming direct carriers. Only a fortunate few ultimately become compatibilists. To unravel the knot of mathematics means to enter the digital forest. Merely resolving any knot within the digital forest will directly render one a digital compatibilist. For instance, the Penrose staircase you encountered in the digital forest is a knot. If an ordinary person navigates the Penrose staircase, it signifies they have unraveled this knot, and they can immediately obtain the digital of the Penrose staircase, becoming a digital compatibilist. The corresponding digital domain is the Penrose staircase. Becoming a digital compatibilist through the digital forest is the method with the highest potential. However, it also bears the highest mortality rate, approaching 100%. The last method, consuming digital potions, is the official means of becoming a compatibilist. As for the specific principles, I am unaware. I merely consumed digital potions and became a digital compatibilist. After consuming digital potions, I fell gravely ill and continuously dreamt for a week. Each night, I would dream of a labyrinth. The duration of the dreams extended daily. On the first night, I spent an entire day in the dream. The second night, 2 days. The third night, 4 days. The fourth night, 8 days. I was quite fortunate, as by the seventh night, I escaped the labyrinth and thus became a digital compatibilist. This method is comparatively safer than the first two, with an infection probability of around 70%. However, only a minuscule number of individuals can utilize this digital potion. At this juncture, Lu Jun took 2 puffs from his cigarette, brushed off the ash that had settled on his clothing, and continued. A bearer is someone who wishes to become a digital compatibilist and has chosen the second method, unraveling the knot of mathematics. However, upon entering the digital forest, they did not genuinely untangle the knot within it. Instead, they cleverly exited the digital forest using a certain item or information found therein. Such individuals are referred to as bearers. The item or information that a bearer retrieves from the digital forest constitutes the original equations of that digital forest. Once a bearer perishes, or when the digital forest equations they possess absorb sufficient energy, they will infect the surrounding area, transforming it into a new digital forest. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jun furrowed his brow slightly, recalling his escape from the Jiwei cinema, which bore a resemblance to what Lu Jun described. However, his identity as a digital compatibilist had been thoroughly vetted by the authorities, leaving no room for error. Contemplating this, Zhou Jun subsequently queried, "How can one enhance digital energy and the digital staircase?" Lu Jun promptly responded, "I know of 2 pathways to enhance digital energy. One is through the digital forest, the other through digital infectors. The first pathway is somewhat akin to the nature of bearers. One must first enter the digital forest and then cleverly find a way to escape. If an ordinary person carries the equations of the digital forest, they will directly become a bearer. However, upon exiting the digital forest, a digital compatibilist has about a 50% chance of absorbing the equations they carry as energy. The other 50% results in them becoming a bearer. Additionally, the digital forest is replete with digital energy. Prolonged exposure within it, even without any action, will gradually enhance one's energy. Naturally, the longer one stays, the harder it is to escape. This pathway is the most perilous among all methods, and success largely depends on luck. Any individual with a semblance of rationality would not choose this method. The second pathway involves eliminating infectors. Upon an infector's demise, a substantial amount of residual digital energy remains. The authorities possess specialized instruments capable of collecting this residual energy and processing it into food. Subsequently, compatibilists can consume this food to intake the digital energy it contains. However, this method is exceedingly inefficient. If an infector possesses an energy level of 100, the residual energy post-mortem is approximately 10, with around 50% loss during collection. The remaining energy at this stage is about 5. Processing it into food incurs further loss, leaving around 2 to 3. And finally, the human body's absorption rate of digital energy is merely 1 to 2. Thus, killing an infector with an energy level of 100 may yield only 0.02 to 0.06 of usable energy. In the recent incident at Shangdamall, the 3 growing infectors presented a substantial allure to the ghost team. For the growing infectors possess immense energy. Even if the final absorbed energy is only 0.02, it could still provide a notable enhancement to their digital energy. Of course, dealing with such energy-laden infectors carries significant risk. Beyond these 2 pathways, the ghost team is aware of various illegal organizations that have also uncovered other methods. However, I am not particularly informed on the specifics, but none are without considerable peril. Chapter 74, The Digital Staircase. Zhou Jun listened intently, soon asking, "The conditions for digital compatibilists to absorb energy are exceedingly stringent, yet it seems remarkably simple for digital infectors." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun chuckled, leaning back as he swayed the cigarette in his hand, responding with a teasing tone, "If one forsakes the balance of equations, abandons rational thought, and follows mere instinct, a digital compatibilist can similarly elevate their energy rapidly." With that, he took another drag from his cigarette, then, with a serious demeanor, continued, "As for the enhancement of the digital staircase, currently, I only know of two methods to elevate from the first staircase to the second staircase. The first method requires the digital energy to reach a perfect equation. At this point, the compatibilist digital energy reaches 10 Lu, an absolute limit. The compatibilist body can no longer accommodate additional digital energy. The principle of staircase elevation lies in optimizing one's equations. For instance, a digital compatibilist at the first staircase with a fractional component of 510 can optimize it to 1,2. Of course, each individual's equations are exceedingly intricate. The true method of optimization is challenging to articulate and is far from simplistic. However, the general principle operates thusly. The optimized equation compresses a substantial amount of digital energy into a minuscule number. Moreover, the energy of this number is equivalent to that of the energy prior to compression. Additionally, due to the optimization of the entire equation, the computational efficiency of the equation will surpass previous levels, signifying that, under the same energy conditions, the compatibilist possesses enhanced computational power, greater strength, and swifter speed in reactions. Thus, the second step to staircase elevation involves the method of equation optimization. However, given the current global technological landscape, we are unable to even decipher our own specific equations, making self-optimization an impossibility. When I ascended to the second staircase, I utilized limb transplantation technology. At this point, Lu Jun removed the glove from his left hand and raised the mechanical arm, allowing Zhou Zhan to observe clearly. This technology involves severing one of your own limbs and then capturing a living infector to transplant their limb onto yourself. Thus, the virus within the infected individual's body will assist you in optimizing your equation. However, the virus from the infected person may also plunge your consciousness into the abyss of mathematics. The mathematical abyss will corrupt. No, it should purify your mental awareness. To escape, one must find the door. If, prior to the complete purification of one's spiritual essence, the door is not found, the ascent will fail, and the compatibilizer will also be purified into an infected individual. Zhou Zhan gazed at Lu Jun's mechanical arm, imbued with a sense of technological sophistication and strength, and nodded slightly. He had always assumed that Lu Jun's original arm had been replaced due to some injury, only to realize it was an enhancement for the digital ladder. With this thought, Zhou Zhan tentatively inquired, "Is there a non-self-harming method?" Lu Jun smiled faintly. "I haven't tried it, but I have heard of one. However, it is far more perilous than the method I employ." Zhou Zhan immediately pressed for details. "What is it?" Lu Jun took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "Under normal circumstances, a digital compatibilizer possesses only one digital domain. When ascending from the first ladder to the second ladder, the digital domain becomes stronger, but its quantity does not increase. The same applies to the third ladder, fourth ladder, and all subsequent ladders. Thus, within the same energy level, the disparity between compatibilizers and infected individuals is considerable. However, there exists a scenario in which one can augment their digital domain. This involves entering the digital forest and unraveling the knot within it. This is precisely why I mentioned earlier that becoming a digital compatibilizer through the digital forest has the highest potential among the three methods. For this path alone can grant a digital compatibilizer more than two digital domains. The method I am referring to for ascending to the second ladder entails untangling a knot within the digital forest to acquire a second digital domain. Of course, among 100 digital compatibilizers, only one or two might genuinely achieve this. According to official statistics thus far, compatibilizers possessing a second digital domain are, at least at the second ladder. In summary, while compatibilizers at the second ladder may not necessarily have two digital domains, those with two digital domains are assuredly above the second ladder. Moreover, certain illicit organizations likely possess even more brutal methods, but the principles behind all methods are fundamentally related to the digital virus and the digital forest. The risks only escalate. If you intend to ascend to the second ladder, I suggest opting for the first method. After all, it is considerably safer. A second digital domain? He already possessed one. Naturally, that was a privilege granted by his status as a traveler, and it certainly did not count. With this in mind, Zhou Zhan nodded. He had no desire for self-harm. And the digital forest was far too perilous. Regrettably, there had originally been a method to enter the second ladder on Xie Qiangning's side. As his thoughts raced, Zhou Zhan seized the moment to ask, "Can the digital forest only be sealed? Cannot it be eradicated?" Lu Jun did not respond immediately to this question. He took a few puffs of his cigarette, seemingly lost in memories, and after a considerable pause, he nodded emphatically, "Correct." As the words left his lips, he glanced at the time and continued, "It's getting late. You should return and rest well that we can discuss matters tomorrow." Yashin Garden. The sun cast its golden rays from between the distant skyscrapers, gilding the flying cars entering and exiting the community. The announcement at the entrance monotonously repeated, "This community has completed disinfection. Residents may return home normally. Please refrain from spreading rumors." A deep gray flying car sped towards the entrance, executing a swift tailspin before coming to a steady halt at Building 51. The door swung open, and Zhou Jun alighted, turning to bid farewell to old he. Inside the car, after a brief goodbye, he ascended the steps at the entrance and made his way toward the nearby elevator. With a soft hum accompanying the swift elevator's gentle motion, the doors opened to reveal the familiar lobby, and he quickly returned to room 2809. The interior was much the same as when he had left, with various pieces of furniture, construction debris, wood shavings, glass shards, and dust strewn across the floor, resembling a refuse heap. Exposed wires dangled from the damaged ceiling like spider webs. The official subsidies had yet to arrive. This two-bedroom apartment, resembling a ruin, lacked the welcoming presence of a smart home system, rendering it particularly cold. Zhou Jun treaded over the clutter as he traversed the living room and hallway, returning to his own room. Upon entering, he casually tossed the scalpel onto the computer desk, collapsing onto the bed, with his hands folded beneath his head, staring at the ceiling as he began to organize the clues gathered from this mission. He, Huang Shurong, and Luo Yuchen had met approximately a month prior and had all visited that place. Subsequently, Huang Shurong had become a carrier, transforming the entire area of the Huangjia Club into a new digital forest. As for the digital forest, within the Jiwei Cinema, where Luo Yuchen was located, it was also a digital forest. It was highly probable that Luo Yuchen was likewise a carrier. The digital forest at Jiwei Cinema had been infected by Luo Yuchen. Furthermore, the Penrose staircase, theoretically, could only manifest in four-dimensional space or higher-dimensional realms. The digital forest at the site of the dilapidated Huangjia Club was a four-dimensional world. The digital forest at Jiwei Cinema, on the other hand, was a two-dimensional world. One ascended dimensions while the other descended. That place was even more mysterious than he had imagined. Now, among the three, only he had yet to encounter trouble. Moreover, he was the most normal of the trio. With this thought, Zhou Jun furrowed his brow. When Huang Shurong had recognized his identity earlier, he seemed genuinely frightened. He could not help but wonder what had transpired a month ago. Lost in these thoughts, Zhou Jun gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 75. The Workbook. The bright incandescent lights shone down unreservedly from above, and the blackboard emitted a rustling sound as the math teacher lectured. Continuously inscribing complex symbols with chalk, the classroom was enveloped in silence, every student seated attentively, their gaze fixed on the blackboard, rapidly taking notes, while only the teacher's voice resonated throughout the room, echoing endlessly. Zhou Jun sat at his desk, not paying attention to the lesson but instead gazing down at his hands placed on the desk. This was a dream. In this dream, it seemed he had something of great importance to accomplish. Zhou Jun strained to recall, but he could not grasp any memories from reality. The podium. The math teacher had finished writing on the board and raised a pointer, continuing to explain the dense array of formulas, shapes, symbols, and numbers, the lesson filling the classroom like an unending stream. Yet, Zhou Jun could hear nothing clearly. He only sensed the fluctuations in the teacher's voice, at times prolonged, at others brief, at times high, at others low, akin to segments of unique sound waves. This continued for quite some time until Zhou Jun finally recalled some details. The digital forest, the infected individuals, the compatibilizers, Huang Shurong, Luo Yuchen, knowledge regarding the digital virus, as well as the events of the day, gradually surfaced in his mind, yet earlier memories remained elusive. After a while, he finally remembered the two most crucial pieces of information: notes, homework. With this realization, Zhou Jun immediately glanced at Zhang Yonghao seated nearby. Zhang Yonghao sat upright, gripping a pen tightly, attentively listening, occasionally jotting down notes. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Prompting the math teacher to cease his lecture, he surveyed the classroom and succinctly announced, "Class dismissed." Soon, he gathered his teaching materials and exited the classroom. The atmosphere in the room instantly relaxed. Most students put away their papers and pens, some leaving their seats to stretch. Others retrieved different books from their drawers, flipping through pages, and some lay on their desks to catch up on sleep. Zhou Jun promptly rose and walked to the first desk in the front row. The students seated there had started moving around the classroom the moment the math teacher had stepped out. Zhou Jun approached the unoccupied desk without any delay, immediately searching for the owner's homework. However, just as he reached out, a tanned, muscular arm emerged from the side, firmly grasping his wrist. Zhou Jun turned his head to see a medium-built classmate with a buzz cut standing beside him. Clad in a plaid long-sleeve shirt with its buttons undone, revealing a round-neck white t-shirt beneath, khaki pants, and white sneakers, headphones hanging around his neck, casually standing with one hand in his pocket, coldly observing him. This was the desk's owner, known as Cheng Xiaoyan, who typically remained reticent and interacted only with a select few close friends. Zhou Jun had not noticed how Cheng Xiaoyan had returned, but having been caught in the act, he quickly explained, "I have a question I can't solve. I wanted to borrow your homework for reference." Cheng Xiaoyan, without hesitation, coldly replied, "Not lending it." Zhou Jun furrowed his brows and promptly moved away. Seeking a new target, this time, he approached the second desk in the front row. Just as he began to sift through the classmates' homework, a female student clad in a casual jacket and a knee-length pleated skirt appeared beside him, halting his actions, much like before. Subsequently, he attempted several classmates in succession. Some were indifferent, others lively, and a few, usually quite amiable, inexplicably refused to lend him their homework or notes. Just as Zhou Jun was about to shift his focus again, he turned to see 7 or 8 robust classmates encircling the overweight transfer student, while the rest of the classroom silently observed the scene, with no one intervening. Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback. During the last recess, this student had seized the chance for others to play outside. Realizing this, he quickly regained his composure and briskly made his way to the transfer student's desk, commencing his search for their homework. Unlike his previous failures, no one came to stop him this time that he soon discovered the student's homework. The cover was a light blue notebook, with the name Renrui neatly inscribed in dark blue ink. Zhou Jun opened the notebook to find 10 problems, 6 of which were accompanied by densely packed steps and answers. However, the solutions were chaotic, resembling a tangled mess, leaving him at a loss as to where to begin. But it didn't matter. Zhou Jun clutched Renrui's homework and promptly returned to his seat. In the next moment, the handwriting on the first problem in the notebook began to subtly shift. As if tiny pixels were autonomously adjusting their positions, gradually aligning with Zhou Jun's own script. A surge of joy flooded his heart. This was reminiscent of when Haogu had lent him his notes. The moment the notes reached his desk, they transformed into his own. Now, the homework mirrored that experience. Yet, before he could bask in his elation for more than 2 seconds, an unprecedented surge of brutality and agitation surged into his mind. Instinctively, he glanced around, his emotions roiling violently, yearning to destroy something. He felt an overwhelming urge to smash the heads of everyone around him, to obliterate everything in sight. Realizing something was amiss, Zhou Jun fought to rein in his emotions. And gradually, the writing on his own homework and notebook began to exhibit subtle alterations. His gaze became vacant, his thoughts started to unravel, and his rationality was slowly engulfed by primal desires. At that critical juncture, Zhang Yonghao beside him passed over a thick notebook. As Zhang Yonghao's notes landed on the desk, Zhou Jun's out-of-control emotions began to stabilize. With his thoughts regaining some semblance of normalcy, he wasted no time in discarding Renrui's homework. The tossed notebook soared through the air, vanishing before it could touch the ground, only to reappear on the transfer student's desk. In that instant, Zhou Jun snapped back to reality, his brow furrowed as he cast a glance at the transfer student. What was going on with their homework? Chapter 76. Energy barrier. A sliver of pale dawn light seeped through the tightly drawn curtains. The bedroom was tranquil. Under the dim light, a figure lay beneath the covers, their chest rising and falling evenly. Suddenly, Zhou Jun opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar ceiling, as all memories of reality surged into his mind. He immediately sat up in bed and glanced at the time on his phone. 8:10. Rubbing his eyes, his thoughts returned to the dream from the previous night. The transfer student's name was Renrui. Their homework had nearly infected him like a digital virus. Additionally, aside from Zhang Yonghao, no one in the class was willing to lend him their homework or notes. Lost in thought, Zhou Jun suddenly paused, realizing a new set of formulas seemed to have appeared in his mind. A new digital domain? Zhou Jun was taken aback. The notes from the dream represented digital energy, while the homework symbolized digital domains. Although he had acquired Renrue's homework, he had not managed to transform it into his own. The only possibility was that the first problem in the homework had been in the process of changing to his handwriting when he discarded the notebook. Completing the transformation, with this realization, Zhou concentrated his mind on this set of formulas without hesitation. In the next moment, his head felt as if it had exploded, a multitude of steel blades piercing through, creating a tumultuous headache akin to a volcanic eruption. Drawing from past experience, Zhou had mentally prepared himself. He gritted his teeth and endured, as the digital energy within him began to deplete rapidly. Buzz, a translucent energy barrier materialized before him. This barrier resembled the cubic energy barriers erected by the 3 infected individuals during the Xiangda Mall incident, a semi-transparent shield adorned with an array of intricate and profound numbers, formulas, and theorems. Yet this barrier had only one face. Upon verifying the new digital domain, Zhou attention swiftly shifted from the set of formulas. The energy barrier dissipated, the digital energy consumption halted, and the intense headache abruptly ceased. Cradling his head with both hands, Zhou was drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air. The current digital energy he possessed was more than sufficient to sustain the digital domain. However, the intensifying headache rendered him unable to endure for long. With that thought, Zhou resolved to find something to eat. He glanced at the wardrobe by his bed, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to smash it. As this thought materialized, his emotions began to spiral into a frenzy. He felt an overwhelming desire to annihilate everyone in the building, to tear apart everything he saw. Aware that his state was amiss, Zhou wasted no time in redirecting all his focus to the second set of formulas in his mind. In an instant, his head throbbed again, while a cacophony of sounds flooded his ears. Welcome to the morning news. Breaking news. The 3 escaped infected individuals from the digital virus incident at the former machinery factory on Linbei Road in Dengming District have all been apprehended. Hello. Your flight has encountered a malfunction and has been grounded. You may reschedule. Please follow the steps below to claim your delay insurance. Failure to claim the delay insurance will prevent you from rescheduling. Please strictly adhere to the steps. Do not contact others. Siamese super popular star Lily will perform on Crazy Sheep Show, a visual and auditory feast that will explode across the internet. Gradually, Zhou increasingly violent emotions came under control. Feeling that he had nearly recovered, he finally shifted his focus away from the second set of formulas, the headache subsiding, and the myriad of sounds vanished in an instant. Zhou let out a long breath. During the dream last night, Renrue's homework had nearly caused him to lose control. However, after acquiring Zhang Yonghao's notes, he had returned to normal. Thus, he had utilized that new digital domain in the moment of emotional turmoil, instantly thinking of using Zhang Yonghao's digital domain to achieve balance. It seemed that the effect had been quite satisfactory. Pressing his temples, Zhou reclined back on the bed. After a brief respite, feeling nearly fully restored, he closed his eyes and attempted to concentrate his mind simultaneously on the second and third sets of formulas. In an instant, he felt a slight prickling pain in his head, far less intense than before. A translucent energy barrier unfolded before him, akin to a shield. Simultaneously, a multitude of voices echoed from all directions. Friends who often commit murder know. Fro far and very close. Sister-in-law. It's bad. I accidentally knocked into someone just now, going too fast. They flew out. I didn't dare to look back and hurriedly drove away. What do I do now? What? Was it you I hit? Hello? Yes. I was defrauded of 110,000. I was just curious about how they deceive people. Just chatted for a bit. Should I go to the Public Security Bureau now or? Okay. I won't be curious next time. Friends who enjoy dismemberment must have pondered a question. Brothers, does anyone have resources for Lily's Crazy Sheep Show? May you have peace throughout your life. Whoa, I really don't want to break up. I'm so sad. Sister, can you accompany me for a walk? Otherwise, I really can't forget him. We don't have to go so far to the Whale Town district. Just to Mianbei will do. I have a friend there. Don't listen to the nonsense online. It's safe there. Listening to the chaotic cacophony, Zhou gradually rose from the bed. The energy barrier shifting with his movements, he approached the computer desk, picked up a scalpel, and swiped it against the energy barrier a few times, quickly discovering that this energy shield was a one-sided barrier. Attacks from inside could pass through without obstruction, as if slicing through air. However, any assault from the outside would be instantly blocked by the barrier. No matter how much force he exerted, the scalpel could not breach the barrier. Subsequently, Zhou Jun set down the scalpel and attempted to manipulate the barrier, as the energy within him depleted. The energy shield circled around him, then moved above him. However, the distance between the barrier and himself could neither be increased nor decreased, nor could its size be easily controlled. Feeling he had tested enough, Zhou Jun promptly shifted his focus away from the two sets of formulas in his mind. The atmosphere around him suddenly fell silent, and the energy barrier dissipated in tandem. Zhou Jun stood in place for several minutes, his emotions remaining remarkably stable, devoid of any signs of rage or social anxiety. The side effects of these 2-inch digital domains seemed to perfectly counterbalance each other. Chapter 77. At work, confirming that he was indeed fine. Zhou Jun seated himself at the computer desk. The facial recognition was successful, and the computer sprang to life. A borderless display floated above the solid wood surface, adorned with a plethora of icons against a striking wallpaper. Zhou Jun opened the browser and casually glanced at the previous search history. The keywords related to digital virus were neatly lined up, identical to how they appeared the last time he accessed them. He found this rather peculiar, recalling that Lu Jun had mentioned the official inspection of his electronic devices had revealed nothing but garbled data. But everything seemed perfectly normal now, didn't it? Where was the garble? Just as he pondered this, his phone rang. Zhou Jun picked it up and immediately connected. "Hello, Team Leader Lu." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Jun's stern voice cut through. "Zhou Jun, what has happened over there? Why haven't you come to work yet?" "Work?" Zhou Jun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized that he had officially joined the organization, and from now on, he was required to clock in at the Public Security Bureau daily. The work hours started at 8:30, and it was already 8:25. Zhou Jun hurriedly explained, "No, nothing else wrong. I just got up." The voice on the other end became exceedingly severe. "What time is it? You just got up now. Get over here immediately." The call ended abruptly, and Zhou Jun swiftly rolled out of bed, grabbed a set of clothes from the wardrobe, and rushed out without having breakfast. Taking only his phone and surgical knife. 8:55. Public Security Bureau. 201 SD floor. Lu Jun's exclusive office. Zhou Jun stood before the desk, drenched in sweat. Lu Jun looked up from the documents, casting a stern glance at him, and issued a simple warning. "You cannot be late again." Zhou Jun nodded vigorously. Perhaps due to the pressing nature of his work, Lu Jun did not dwell on the matter any further. Instead, he retrieved a deep blue bank card from his drawer and said, "This is a card opened in your name at Prosperity Bank. From now on, your salary and travel allowances will be deposited into this card. Regarding the case at Yashin Garden, your home was damaged by an infected individual, and the official compensation amounts to 42,571 yuan, which has already been deposited. Additionally, the bonus from yesterday's task, 1,500 yuan, has also been credited. The total is 44,071 yuan. As he spoke, he handed the bank card to Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun accepted the card and casually slipped it into his pocket. "Thank you, Team Leader Lu." Lu Jun shook his head and continued. "Today marks your first official day of work, and there are many important matters to note, all of which are documented in the manual." As he spoke, he pulled out a 1-inch thick manual from under the desk and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Zhou Jun. "Now, I will take you to your workstation." Zhou Jun picked up the manual and followed Lu Jun out the door. Soon, they traversed the heavily secured corridors and entered a spacious office. The entrance bore a plaque reading Special Operations Group 5, with large floor-to-ceiling windows flooding the space with natural light, which remained bright even with the blackout curtains drawn. Beside the window, a few pots of common broad-leaved greenery were placed. Their growth varied, suggesting a lack of meticulous care. To the back, against the wall, stood a row of half-height cabinets, atop which were some small appliances. And in the corner, a refrigerator. The room was furnished with 4 desks, 3 of which were already occupied by 2 men and 1 woman. Among them, the male colleague closest to the door was someone Zhou Jun had met before, Jin Xingfeng, who had rescued him from the new digital forest at the Huangjia Club, alongside Lu Jun, arriving in a brown SUV. The other male colleague appeared slightly younger, clad in a light blue short-sleeved shirt and navy dress pants, with a dark blue jacket draped over the back of his chair. The sole female colleague, perhaps in her early 30s, wore a uniform skirt suit, her fair skin and serious demeanor accentuated by her neatly tied black hair, which was secured in a bun with a hairnet, and she sported rectangular glasses, exuding a very competent air. Upon seeing Lu Jun enter with Zhou Jun, all 3 turned their attention towards them. Jin Qingfeng lifted his head and gave Zhou Zhan a slight nod, a gesture of greeting to AT this moment. Lu Jun gestured for Zhou Zhan to take the vacant workstation and briefly stated, "This is our new colleague. Zhou Zhan, from now on, he will be working with you." Then turning to Zhou Zhan, he added, "You completed a task yesterday, so you can take it easy today, familiarize yourself with the environment and some of the Bureau's workflows. Remember, if the phone on your desk rings, it's usually an emergency, and no matter what you are doing, you must answer it immediately." Zhou Zhan promptly nodded, "Understood." Then, Lu Jun glanced at the other three and continued, "Zhou Zhan is a first-tier recruit, since he's just started. Please assist him with anything he doesn't understand." He then introduced them to Zhou Zhan. "This is Jin Qingfeng, whom you have met before, a first-tier and the leader of Special Operations Group 5. This is Shi Xiaoli, first-tier, the deputy leader of Group 5. And this is Chun Mao, first-tier." After the brief introductions, Lu Jun seemed to have many pressing matters to attend to, decisively stating, "All right, everyone, back to work." With that, he turned and hurriedly departed. Observing his colleagues still looking in his direction, Zhou Zhan politely remarked, "Greetings, esteemed colleagues, that I am new here, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Jin Qingfeng smiled and waved his hand. "Don't worry, we all started as newcomers. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Chen Mao also nodded. "What team leader Lu mentioned isn't difficult. You can refer to the manual, and we'll explain anything you don't understand." The only female colleague, Shi Xiaoli, spoke gently, "Take your time, there is no rush." Everyone seemed quite busy, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they returned to their respective tasks. Zhou Zhan also settled into his workstation. The desk before him was L-shaped, with the longer side equipped with a computer, phone, printer, folders, and various office supplies like paper, pens, staplers, thumbtacks, and paper clips. The shorter end featured a water dispenser with remnants of a cup's bottom left beside it, while the rest of the space was empty. Likely meant for personal items, as for the drawers and cabinets. They had clearly been meticulously organized, devoid of any leftover items. All the drawers and cabinets were locked, appearing to have fingerprint locks, which Zhou Zhan's fingerprint had already been registered to, allowing him easy access. In the corner, there was a concealed small cabinet, designed to store spare clothes and footwear. After familiarizing himself with his workstation, Zhou Zhan powered on the computer. The boot up was swift, and the desktop appeared, but it was quite different from his home computer. The wallpaper was a dull gray, featuring only a few solitary icons. Beihai City Road Surveillance. Resident Archive Search, Compatible Database, First Tier, Case Archive. Without hesitation, Zhou Zhan immediately clicked on Resident Archive Search, and a very straightforward, unembellished search box emerged at the center of the display. He quickly entered a name, Huang Shirong. Chapter 78, Depositing Money. The screen swiftly displayed the information for Huang Shirong. Name, Huang Shirong. Gender, male. Age, 38. Background. Born in 2089 in the urban area of Qingyu County, now eradicated. Enrolled in Qingyu County 4th Primary School, now disbanded, in 2094. After graduating from university, he worked successively at Sasha Foreign Trade Company, now defunct, Fupei Food Factory, now closed, and Jalan Security Company, now out of business. After leaving Jalan Security Company, he applied for unemployment benefits, subsequently renting in the Kalixiang district, and thereafter became reclusive, with no further job-seeking records. Zhou Zhan meticulously reviewed the information, finding nothing particularly noteworthy apart from unfortunate circumstances, and then entered a second name in the search box, Luo Yuchen. Soon, Luo Yuchen's information appeared. He was the same age as Zhou Zhan, with similar birthplace, educational background, and residence. However, during high school, Luo Yuchen's father became successful in business and moved the family from the neighborhood near Yashing Garden to a standalone villa in the so-called Binhai City Wealthy District, the Beeching Rose Garden. Luo Yuchen was the only child, with no siblings. After reviewing both individuals' information, Zhou Zhan quickly took notes. He then opened Binhai City Road Surveillance, and instantly, a list appeared on the display, detailing all districts in Binhai City: Qingli District, Dengming District, Gaoxing District, Jiuhong District, Beihong District, Wushan District, Chongyang District, Danfeng District, Chanfang District. Upon entering this level subdirectory, more detailed time selections became available, followed by road selections. Each level of documentation was vast and overwhelming. Zhou Zhan's expression turned serious. He intended to trace the interactions involving himself. Luo Yuqin, and Huang Shirong from a month ago, but he lacked any recollection from that time, meaning he would have to meticulously examine all surveillance footage from the areas around Yashin Garden, Beijing Rose Garden, and Kalixiang District. With this in mind, Zhou Jun first selected the surveillance near Yashin Garden, setting the time to June 1st. The time on Zhou Jianxiang's IOU was June 2, suggesting that the infection incident involving him and Luo Yuqin occurred before June 2nd. Immediately thereafter, Zhou Jun began to intently scrutinize the surveillance footage. Time flies swiftly, and before he knew it, the workday had come to an end. Zhou Jun had spent the entire day reviewing surveillance footage. Despite accelerating the playback speed, he had only managed to view footage from a little over 30 road segments. Moreover, in the clips he had already examined, he had not spotted any trace of himself, Luo Yuqing, or Huang Shirong. At that moment, Chun Mao stretched lazily and announced, "It's time." With that, he promptly rose to gather his belongings, swiftly picked up a bag, and donned the coat draped over the chair to address the others, saying, "I need to go to the station to pick up my girlfriend. I'm leaving now." Without waiting for a response, Chen Mao hurriedly exited. At this juncture, Shi Xiaoli also closed her folder and began to tidy her workspace, remarking, "I'm not on duty today, so I'll be leaving as well." Shortly thereafter, she slung a small leather bag over her shoulder and departed in kind. In the office, only Jin Qingfeng and Zhou Jun remained. Jin Qingfeng lit a cigarette and said to Zhou Jun, "Xiao, since you're not on duty today, if you have nothing pressing, you should head home. Although we aren't usually busy, when something arises, we hardly have a moment to rest. Thus, it is vital to maintain a good mental state." Zhou Jun had initially intended to continue examining the surveillance footage for a while longer, but after considering Jin Qingfeng's words, he nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I'll head back too." Jin Qingfeng nodded in acknowledgement and resumed his work, engrossed in a document. Zhou Jun had little to tidy up, so he logged out of the system, shut down the computer, returned some used office supplies to their rightful places, and then exited the office. As he stepped outside, he encountered Old He, who had just emerged from a nearby office. Before Zhou Jun could speak, Old He greeted him with a smile. "Xiao Jun, how's it going? How was your first day on the job?" Zhou Jun smiled back and replied, "Not bad. Uncle Li. Is there something you need from me?" Old He pulled a set of car keys from his pocket and handed them to Zhou Jun, saying, "Old Zhou's car, which you drove near Jiwei Cinema last time, has been temporarily impounded by the Phantom team to prevent virus infection. Now that a few days have passed, and it has been confirmed that there are no issues, the car has been released from the Phantom team and is parked downstairs. Team leader Lu is busy at the moment, so he asked me to bring you the keys." Accepting the keys, Zhou Jun immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle He." Old He chuckled and patted Zhou Jun on the shoulder, adding, "I have other matters to attend to. We'll talk later." With that, he briskly walked down the corridor. Zhou Jun glanced at the keys in his hand as he entered the elevator lobby. Initially expecting to rely on someone else's vehicle to return home, he was pleased to discover he could drive himself again. 20 minutes later, Zhou Jun arrived at Yashin Garden. Upon opening the door and surveying the disarray of the living room, he retrieved a deep blue bank card. The official subsidy had been credited, but he believed it prudent to conserve his funds as much as possible. With this thought in mind, Zhou Jun resolved to tidy up the mess himself. He intended to repair the broken television, refrigerator, and smart appliances, and if they proved irreparable, he would sell them as scrap. Living alone, he felt no need to purchase new items. The money on this card needed to be saved wisely. Thus, Zhou Jun changed into a durable old outfit and commenced cleaning the house. 2 hours later, the living room was tidied up considerably. Guided by an online tutorial, he managed to repair all the lights, restoring them to full functionality. He also successfully assembled the television and refrigerator, though several screws remained unaccounted for. He could not ascertain whether they belonged to the television or the refrigerator. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhou Jun sank onto the sofa and pressed the television remote. The white wall flickered momentarily before displaying an image of a beautiful girl in a bright red dress, holding a bottle of beverage and cheerfully reciting an advertisement. "Faster, better, healthier." Zhou Jun nodded in satisfaction, pleased to see the television was operational. He then switched off the television and made his way to Zhou Jianxiang's room. Investigating the location mentioned by Huang Shirong via road surveillance had proven inefficient. He needed to search Zhou Jianxiang's room for any additional clues. Soon, Zhou Jun arrived at the main bedroom, which was significantly larger than the secondary one. Although the furnishings were quite similar, a double bed centered against the wall, flanked by matching nightstands, and a four-door wardrobe nestled in the corner. Near the window stood a cluttered desk, strewn with papers, pens, a cup, and an ashtray. That a few jackets and a military green pair of training pants lay haphazardly draped over the sofa. Perhaps due to the air purifier, the main bedroom showed no signs of dust. Yet it exuded an air of desolation, as if uninhabited. Zhou Jun scanned the room and promptly began searching, but despite turning the entire main bedroom upside down, he found no valuable clues. Frowning, Zhou Jun soon recalled that officials had previously visited his home. If there were truly any significant leads, they would have surely discovered them. With this realization, he decided not to waste any further time and returned to his own room, opting for rest. Chapter 79. Glasses. The stark brightness of the incandescent lights illuminated the familiar classroom. The podium vacant, and the blackboard largely clean save for a few corners bearing remnants of chalk marks. Students congregated in small clusters, and the absence of the mathematics teacher suggested a relaxed atmosphere. As if they were on the brink of recess, the sudden thud echoed, and Zhou Jun looked up to find Ren Rui standing nearby, his expression fierce. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Jun was about to intervene when Zhang Yonghao, seemingly coming to his senses, abruptly broke free from Ren Rui's grip and sprinted towards the back door of the classroom. Ren Rui pursued him, delivering 2 kicks to Zhang Yonghao, who tumbled and rolled before finally escaping. For reasons unknown, Ren Rui halted at the doorway and chose not to follow, instead returning to his original position. Noticing that Zhang Yonghao had successfully fled the classroom, Zhou Jun contemplated his next move but decided against intervening further. He casually opened his assignment notebook, preparing to tackle some work. The notebook contained 10 problems, much like before, with 9 of them left blank, the answer sections pristine. Only the first problem bore a plethora of densely packed steps and answers. Zhou Jun glanced at the first problem and noted that he had penned 3 distinct methods of solution, each with markedly different steps and processes. The first method consisted entirely of numbers and symbols. The second featured a multitude of incomprehensible points and lines. The third involved intricate geometric figures. After scanning this problem, Zhou Jun turned his gaze to the second problem, only to find its numbers shifting continuously. He wished to solve it, but regardless of his efforts, the problem remained obscured. Yashin Garden. Building 51, room 2809. Secondary bedroom. The curtains were drawn tightly, and the person reclining on the bed breathed rhythmically, the sound of their breath filling the otherwise silent room. Zhou Jun had just drifted off to sleep when he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He moved to the adjacent computer desk, powered on the computer, and quickly purchased a pair of reading glasses from an online shopping platform. Following that, without turning on the lights, he stepped outside into the living room. Once in the living room, he settled onto the sofa and activated the television. Zzz. The television, which Zhou Jun had repaired earlier, now emitted nothing but black and white horizontal and vertical lines, accompanied by a piercing static sound from the speakers. However, Zhou Jun seemed utterly oblivious to any abnormalities, quietly seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Ding ding ding. At 6:00 a.m., the alarm clock chimed, its clear tones shattering the tranquility of the secondary bedroom. A sliver of morning light filtered through the tightly drawn curtains. Before the second round of ringing could commence, Zhou Jun swiftly reached out from under the covers, silencing the alarm, and promptly got out of bed. He opened the wardrobe, retrieved a clean outfit, and as he dressed, he caught a glimpse of the computer in standby mode, feeling a twinge of confusion. Had he not shut it down after his last use? With that thought, he walked over, powered down the computer, quickly tidied up, and headed out. Having been late on his first day at work yesterday, he resolved to arrive at the office early today, 20 minutes later. Zhou Jun entered the office, brimming with energy. Jin Xingfeng, who had been on duty the night before, sat yawning at his computer, perusing a document. The ashtray beside him overflowed with cigarette butts, while the exhaust fan and air purifier emitted a soft hum, gradually dissipating the odor of smoke. Team leader, good morning, Zhou Jun greeted, surveying the empty desks of Chun Mao and Shi Xiaoli, who seemed to have yet to arrive. That he nodded at Jin Xingfeng as a salutation. Jin Xingfeng extinguished the nearly burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray, wiped his face with one hand, seemingly urging himself to perk up, and, with a slightly hoarse voice, replied, Xiaozhou, you're here so early today? As Zhou Jun settled into his own seat, he responded, I woke up a bit early this morning, and since I had nothing pressing, I decided to come in. Team leader, until what time are you on duty? Aren't you going to take a break? Jin Qingfeng spoke vaguely. It won't be long. Just wait for them to arrive. As he said this, he rubbed his eyes and began to tidy up his belongings. Shortly after 7, Chun Mao and Shi Xiaoli entered one after the other. After exchanging greetings, Jin Qingfeng briefed the three, primarily Chun Mao and Shi Xiaoli, on the progress of their work before leaving for the day with his keys in hand. As time steadily passed, the routine of work and home continued. 3 days swiftly elapsed. These days were remarkably tranquil, with the entire Public Security Bureau devoid of any significant cases, particularly the emergence of new digital virus incidents that a considerable portion of the surveillance footage had been reviewed. Yet the whereabouts of Huang Shirong and Luo Yuchen remained elusive. Even Zhouzhen himself had not appeared in the recordings. Driving home, Zhouzhen furrowed his brow. At this rate, it would take him quite some time to examine all the surveillance footage. Moreover, if the date of contact among the three was not June 1st, he would have to revisit all the footage from May. I should mention this to team leader Lu tomorrow. It would be best to investigate Huang Shirong and Luo Yuchen's homes. Resolute in his decision, Zhou Zhan accelerated his car while reflecting on the dreams of the past few days. In his dreams, Zhang Yonghao's relationship with him had been growing increasingly amicable. Almost every time after class, he would lend him notes or gift them. However, apart from the initial occasion, the digital energy he received diminished progressively. Even this morning, he felt no enhancement in his own abilities. Additionally, Ren Rue harbored significant animosity towards Zhang Yonghao and would seize any opportunity to confront him. Each time Zhang Yonghao was attacked, he would flee the classroom. The other classmates remained unchanged, none willing to lend him notes or assignments. Tonight, I must adopt a different approach, since no one is willing to lend me their assignments. I should focus on a single target. Moreover, the reason How Good is willing to lend me his notes is that I have helped him. Thus, once I select a target, I must investigate their preferences. As long as I can offer assistance, there should be an opportunity. With this thought, Zhou Zhan pressed the accelerator, hastening his journey home. Chapter 80. Sensing anomaly ding, the elevator's alert sounded, and the doors opened. Zhou Zhan strode out decisively. Just as he turned around, he noticed a modest package at his doorstep. Puzzled, he bent down to pick it up. The recipient's name was his own, and the delivery address was indeed his current residence. However, the phone number listed was that of his old mobile. Since the day he fled from the Jiwei cinema, that phone had been lost. The phone he currently used was the one Lu Jun had given him. Confirming that the package was indeed his, Zhou Zhan entered his home, carrying it with him. He had not made any online purchases recently. Thus, this package must have been ordered by the previous owner or sent as a gift from a friend. Only now arriving. Upon opening the package, he quickly discovered a pair of reading glasses with a rather outdated design. Zhou Zhan felt a surge of confusion. He did not wear glasses. Who could have sent these to him? After pondering for a moment, he returned to his room and powered on his computer. The boot-up was swift, and he promptly accessed the online shopping platform, where a transaction record marked Delivered caught his eye. The order's transaction time was July 7th at 2:55 a.m. Gazing at the timestamp, a chill crept over Zhou Zhan. July 7th. Today was July 9th. This had occurred in the early hours of the day before yesterday while he was asleep. He immediately recalled the first night after his arrival in this new world. He distinctly remembered lying in the bed of the secondary bedroom, yet upon waking in the middle of the night, he found himself seated in the living room. At the time, he had thought it was merely a dream, but now the same sleepwalking phenomenon had occurred a second time. Moreover, it transpired without his awareness. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Zhan swiftly regained his composure. Something was certainly amiss. Was there someone or something else controlling his body while he slept? Glasses. As he contemplated this, he suddenly recalled that in his dream, Hao Gu had always worn glasses. Furthermore, in the dreams of recent days, Hao Gu frequently fled the classroom. Could it be that the Hao Gu who left the classroom had the ability to control his body? This was a case of split personality, memory implantation, with three perilous principles. The third principle of danger, mental rejection, the second principle of danger, protective mechanism, and the first principle of danger, split personality. Both instances of memory implantation had resulted in severe mental rejection. This was not due to insufficient computational capacity nor a conflict of the implanted memories with his innate abilities, but rather because he was already experiencing a split personality. Hao Gu was his secondary persona. This explained why he had never recognized the other yet possessed complete knowledge of them in his dreams. Before this thought could progress further, a familiar, excruciating pain suddenly surged through Zhou Zhan's mind. This agony was more intense than any prior episode. He felt as though his entire brain was on the verge of exploding. The pain rendered his body unsteady, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. In a familiar classroom, under the familiar lights, with the familiar mathematics teacher, dust floated gently through the air. The ceiling fan turned languidly, and the sound of note-taking echoed throughout the room. The teacher's pointer occasionally tapped against the blackboard, the lecture resonating in the quiet space. Zhou Jun regained consciousness, pressing his slightly aching head. Sensing that he had forgotten something important, he began to concentrate. And after a considerable effort, he finally recalled some events from earlier that day. He needed to select a classmate, investigate their preferences and needs, and earn their goodwill. In this manner, he could acquire new digital energy and digital domain. With this in mind, Zhou Jun sat at his desk, listening to the teacher's lecture while awaiting the end of class. Dinkling. After an indeterminate amount of time, the math teacher gathered their materials and briefly announced, "Class dismissed." Soon, the teacher exited the classroom, carrying their folder. The previously quiet classroom instantly relaxed in atmosphere. Students gradually capped their pens, organized their notebooks, and began to move. Ren Rui strode over from the back row, quickly positioning himself beside Zhang Yonghao's desk. Realizing that Ren Rui was about to bully Hao Gu again, Zhou Jun immediately stood up. "What are you doing?" Ren Rui's gaze instantly shifted from Zhang Yonghao to Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun met his stare without fear. In the dreams of recent days, he always arrived just in time for the recess, unable to react before Ren Rui had already driven Zhang Yonghao out of the classroom. However, this time, he had entered during class and had ample time to recognize this as a dream and to understand his purpose within it. The two exchanged glances across Zhang Yonghao, perhaps realizing that confronting two opponents was disadvantageous. Or for some other reason, Ren Rui refrained from acting this time. His small eyes, squished into a straight line, scrutinized Zhou Jun for a considerable while, ultimately saying nothing and retreating to his original seat. Zhou Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Ren Rui was quite strong, and if it came to blows, he would undoubtedly suffer. The fact that he had not acted was most welcome. With this thought, Zhou Jun slowly resumed his seat, observing for a moment longer. Seeing that Ren Rui indeed had no intention of troubling Zhang Yonghao, he began to scrutinize the other students in the class. At this moment, students clustered together in groups of 3 or 5, speaking in hushed tones. Most had formed their own little circles, appearing exceptionally close and cohesive, showing no willingness to include anyone else. Only a handful of students sat alone, idly passing the time. Soon, Zhou Jun's attention landed on a girl with twin ponytails. She had fair skin, long eyelashes that resembled a small fan, a straight nose, slightly thick lips, and wore a red and black checkered short-sleeve shirt paired with a white lace petal skirt and black knee-high boots. Her desk was impeccably arranged, exuding an overall air of elegance and refinement. She fit the archetype of a quiet, studious girl. She did not interact with her classmates and sat alone in a corner, doodling on a piece of scrap paper, seemingly bored. Upon seeing her, Zhou Jun's mind immediately conjured information about her. This girl was named Chu Jingyan, and her academic performance was commendable, consistently ranking within the top 10 of the class. She was typically very reserved and clearly disliked idle chatter. Overall, Chu Jingyan embodied the qualities that most parents would desire in a dutiful daughter, yet secretly, she harbored a penchant for voyeurism, deriving her greatest pleasure from uncovering the private lives and secrets of others. This rather unique inclination could be easily swayed if approached correctly. Chapter 81. The Door. With this thought, Zhou Jun promptly approached Chu Jingyan. Noticing someone approaching, Chu Jingyan halted her casual doodling and looked up at Zhou Jun. Though she said nothing, Zhou Jun sat down in the empty seat before her and, without hesitation, asked, "Chu, shall we be friends?" Speaking, he was apprehensive that the other party might outright reject him. Just as he was about to confess that he too had a penchant for voyeurism and had discovered certain secrets about some classmates, which could lead to an exchange, he was interrupted as Chu Jingyan promptly nodded and said, "Sure. However, I wish to go outside. If you allow me to go out, I will be your good friend." Outside? Was she referring to the area beyond this classroom? Zhou Jun found it somewhat perplexing. He turned his head to glance at the front and back doors, both of which were currently closed but not locked. With a simple push of the handle, they could easily be opened. Chu Jingyan's request seemed rather bewildering. With this thought, he immediately inquired, "If you want to go out, you can simply do so. Why do you need my permission?" Chu Jingyan gazed at him intently and succinctly replied, I cannot find the door here. Cannot find the door. That phrase seemed somewhat familiar to him. He recalled someone mentioning that in a certain place, one needed to locate the door to escape. With this in mind, Zhou Zhan cast another look at the classroom's front and back doors. His confusion deepening, he remembered that the last time he was unconscious in the Huangjia Club's digital forest, all his classmates had rushed towards the back door. Chu Jingyan was among them that time. She must have known the location of the door. Or was it that she had only seen the door that one time? Perhaps noticing Zhou Zhan's silence, Chu Jingyan pondered for a moment, then suddenly extracted her homework notebook from a neatly stacked pile of books beside her. Flipping it open, he saw 10 questions, 5 of which were filled with dense formulas and theorems, meticulously solved. Chu Jingyan placed the notebook in front of Zhou Zhan and earnestly said, "Take me out, and I will lend you my homework notebook." Upon hearing homework notebook, Zhou Zhan was immediately inclined to agree, but as the words formed on his lips, he recalled Renrue's homework notebook, which had almost infected him. He hesitated for a moment and, for the sake of safety, said, "I only need the first question. Just copy it for me." Chu Jingyan's round eyes crinkled in delight as she quickly nodded. "All right." Yashin Garden. Building 51, room 2809. The room, illuminated by pure white light, appeared as bright as day despite its modest size. It was exceptionally quiet. The computer had entered standby mode, and the air conditioning gently swayed the curtains, revealing the profound night beyond. Zhou Zhan sat curled up on the floor by the bed, his hands clasping his head. A portion of the sheets and blankets had been unconsciously pulled down. And although he was now unconscious, a pained expression lingered on his face. Scattered beside him were various small items, seemingly toppled from the computer desk. Suddenly, Zhou Zhan's eyes sprang open, and he nimbly sprang to his feet. Glancing around, he quickly returned to the computer, opened a shopping website, and searched for high-magnification, ultra-clear professional monoculars with photographic capabilities. After pressing enter, a multitude of options flooded the page, each accompanied by lengthy descriptions, recommendations, and various certifications from professional organizations and technological endorsements. Zhou Zhan's gaze landed on a telescope priced over 4 million, but upon attempting to purchase, the page indicated insufficient account balance. He promptly logged into his account to check the balances of all his bank cards and his credit status on various online lending platforms. Soon, he concluded that he could afford a telescope costing no more than 60,000. Thus, he selected one priced at 59,800 and swiftly placed the order. After completing the transaction, he glanced at the logistics information and discovered that the delivery would arrive in 2 days. Zhou Zhan frowned and then grabbed his phone and car keys, heading straight out. The following morning, Zhou Zhan awoke from his slumber. He opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling, slightly furrowing his brow. It felt as though something had transpired the previous night, yet he could not recall any details. Checking the time on his phone, he suddenly leapt from his bed, having woken up late. He would be late again if he did not hurry. Furthermore, his phone, which had been fully charged, now displayed only 20 battery after merely one night on standby. Without time to ponder, he quickly washed up and left. The slightly worn white flying car launched into motion, exiting Yashin Garden and merging into the bustling morning traffic. With the autopilot activated, the flying car wove skillfully through the vehicles, while outside the window, skyscrapers swiftly retreated, and various advertisements flashed briefly before being left behind. Zhou Zhan, seated in the driver's seat, focused ahead, reminiscing about the dream from the previous night. In the dream, Chu Jingyan had copied the first question from her homework notebook for him, and in return, he had escorted her to the door at the back of the classroom. That question must pertain to a new digital domain. However, now that he was on his way to work and running late, he could only wait until he returned home that evening to test this new digital domain. Aside from that, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. This sensation was entirely different from when he had first become a digital compatibilist. He could distinctly perceive that all his physical attributes had qualitatively diverged from those of an ordinary person. His current digital energy had likely reached the first ladder's perfect equation, lost in thought. Zhou Zhan suddenly felt a pang of hunger. His gaze roamed, and he noticed a breakfast cart hovering in midair ahead. The display screen atop the cart flashed enticingly with words like steamed buns, flour rolls, mantou, black rice porridge, soybean milk. Alongside was a modest holographic projection showcasing the intricate process of preparing various breakfast items. With multiple camera angles and professional editing, rendering the visuals utterly tempting, Zhou Zhan immediately maneuvered his vehicle towards the cart, lowered the window, and quickly shouted to the vendor, 10 mantou and a cup of soybean milk. Make it quick, the vendor promptly replied, coming right up. Swiftly, he packed Zhou Zhen's order and handed it over, saying, "That'll be 25 yuan." Zhou Zhen immediately turned to the camera beside the breakfast cart, using facial recognition to pay. Beep. Insufficient balance. Payment failed. Hearing the alert, Zhou Zhen was momentarily stunned. How could he have over 40,000 in official compensation funds yet not enough to buy a few mantu? Chapter 82. The Art Academy's Peeping Incident. Binhai City Public Security Bureau. Zhou Zhen arrived at the office just as work hours began. Jin Qifeng and Chen Mao were already there, both dressed in full uniform with their boots polished to a shine. However, as they sat at their desks, their computers were off, and no files were open, suggesting they were engaged in idle chatter. Shi Xiaoli, who had been on duty the previous night, was absent during the day. Morning. Zhou Zhen greeted his colleagues as he entered. Hastening to his workstation. Morning. Jin Qifeng and Chen Mao replied casually. Jin Qifeng then remarked, "Peeping, Binhai Art Academy has always maintained strict management. How could such an incident occur? I arrived a bit late today and ran into Xiao Shi in the hallway. Exchanged pleasantries and left. I'm not yet aware of what she discovered last night." Chen Mao lifted his teacup, took a sip, and said, "I heard about this from my girlfriend. She graduated from Binhai Art Academy. The person who reported it is her junior from the same department. I heard there was quite a ruckus last night. Initially, they thought it was a haunting because many girls heard footsteps in the dormitory but saw no one. Later, more than one girl saw the flash of a camera and realized someone was taking pictures. When Sister Shi arrived with her team, they immediately secured the scene, but it seemed the peeper had already fled, and nothing was caught. According to my girlfriend, many girls were so frightened they couldn't sleep the entire night. Peeping into a girl's dormitory, such a pervert deserves immediate execution upon capture," Zhou Zhen thought to himself. Promptly asking, since they saw the flash of the camera, how did the peeper manage to escape? Chen Mao shook his head, stating, "I am not sure either. My girlfriend was furious when she told me about this, cursing the peeper for ages, and almost directed her wrath towards me. I was too busy trying to calm her down to ask more. In any case, Sister Shi handled the case last night. If you're curious, Xiao Zhou, you can ask Sister Shi later." Zhou Zhen nodded, not taking it too seriously. He powered on his computer, preparing to review the surveillance footage. Just as the desktop appeared, he suddenly remembered something and quickly grabbed his phone. The earlier reminder about insufficient balance for breakfast must have been due to a malfunction in the breakfast cart's payment system. Leaving him hungry, he decided to order some takeout. As he pondered, he unlocked his phone screen and immediately noticed that his wallpaper had changed from a plain, unadorned background to an image of a girl changing clothes with her back to the camera. In the photo, the girl had her hair casually clipped up with a sharp clip and was wearing slippers. Her attire was quite casual, and a corner of her clothing had been lifted, revealing a glimpse of her slender waist. The background appeared to be a dormitory, with various styles of small tents hanging over the beds, and in the distance, a girl was doing the splits while reading a book. Her legs draped over the rungs of two upper bunks. This background seemed to be a girl's dormitory. Zhou Zhen was instantly taken aback, who had changed his phone background. And what on earth was this photo? As he was lost in thought, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Lao He, with a furrowed brow and a cigarette in his mouth, strode in, casting a glance around the room before immediately calling out, "Zhou Zhen, why are you still here?" Zhou Zhen was startled, hastily locking his phone to prevent anyone from glimpsing the current wallpaper, which might provoke misunderstandings. "Uncle He, what's the matter?" He quickly placed his phone down and inquired. "Today is your father's memorial service," Lao He replied in a grave tone. "The families of other fallen officers have already arrived. Why haven't you left yet?" Zhou Zhen took a moment to gather his thoughts and then remembered that Shou Jinqiang had perished on the morning of July 3rd. Lu Jun had mentioned that the memorial would take place a week later, and now it was precisely a week later. "I'll go right now," he exclaimed. "The memorial is being held in the auditorium of the annex building." Lao He observed his seemingly distracted demeanor, sighed, and softened his tone. "Hurry over. The director is about to speak." In the annex of the Public Security Bureau, the auditorium was located on the 45th floor, with a ceiling height suggesting that at least 5 floors had been merged to create this venue for grand ceremonies. From the entrance, the entire annex was adorned with yellow and white chrysanthemums, their subtle fragrance mingling with the solemn music of mourning, compelling all who entered to adopt a serious expression. As Zhou Zhen stepped into the auditorium, he found it already filled with many attendees. Aside from a few staff members bustling about to oversee the arrangements, the remaining individuals were the families of the fallen. They ranged in age, both male and female, the majority bearing expressions of sorrow, while a few appeared so overwhelmed by grief that they sat in a daze, seemingly unresponsive to the world around them. The auditorium was spacious. And Zhou Jianxiang was not the sole focus of the memorial. Amidst the sea of flowers, chrysanthemums, calla lilies, and forget-me-nots lay numerous dark coffins, with wreaths crafted from pine branches and paradise flowers placed beside them. Long ribbons bore the inscriptions such as, "May the spirit of the departed heroes live on in the green mountains and clear waters," among various other elegiac couplets. After a brief search, Zhou spotted his father's coffin positioned to the left. The lid was closed, obscuring the interior from view. The memorial photo depicted Zhou Jianxiang at a younger age, likely taken several years prior, surrounded by an array of pristine white flowers that eye in the image. He wore his uniform and cap, a slight smile gracing his face as he gazed serenely outward. Zhou donned a black veil and placed a white iris in front of the photograph. He was not the original son and had only shared fleeting moments with this father. It was hard to claim profound grief at attending the memorial. Yet, during this time, living under the guise of the man's son, residing in the home he had left behind, and benefiting from the protection afforded by his sacrifice, Zhou felt a subtle pang of melancholy. He lingered before the memorial photo until a close friend of Zhou Jianxiang approached to pay their respects. Upon seeing Zhou, they expressed their condolences with a tinge of regret. Concerned about revealing his identity, Zhou remained silent throughout the encounter. "Xiao Zhou, don't be too sorrowful," a middle-aged man said after laying down flowers, patting him on the shoulder in comfort. "I'm of a similar age to your father, and I too have a son that I understand your father's thoughts." He felt reassured knowing you've grown up and joined the Public Security Bureau. What more could he fear? Your father left this world with honor. Don't dwell on it. Focus on your work, find a suitable girl, marry early, and bring your children to visit him. That would give him peace. Seeing Zhou remain silent, the man patted him again before turning to leave. As time passed, a crowd accompanied a man in a white uniform into the room. The director of the Public Security Bureau had arrived. "Today, we gather with heavy hearts to bid farewell to our dear comrades, our colleagues with whom we have spent countless hours. Zhang Sheng, Qiu Jingzhen, Su Ling, Zhou Jianxiang. At this moment, family members are in mourning. Friends are grieving, colleagues are choked with emotion. Please allow me, on behalf of the Binhai Public Security Bureau, to extend heartfelt condolences to the families of our heroes." The profound and solemn music harmonized with the director's speech, resonating grandly as muffled sobs erupted from the family section. Zhou once again gazed at Zhou Jianxiang's photo. "Rest in peace, father," he thought to himself. "Once I rise through the ranks, if the ghost squad still has not apprehended your murderer, I will find a way to take over the case." Regardless of the circumstances, Zhou Jianxiang had shown him kindness. Chapter 83. Trending News. The memorial concluded around noon, and the Public Security Bureau had prepared a lavish lunch for the families. Having been famished for the entire morning, Zhou did not refuse and joined the other families in the annex cafeteria for a hearty meal before returning to his office in the main building. Jin Xingfeng and Chun Mao had also attended the memorial during the director's speech and had presented flowers in Zhou Jianxiang's honor. However, as they were not family, they had not been provided lunch in the annex and returned early. Perhaps due to the memorial taking place during work hours, or perhaps out of consideration for Zhou's current state, the office was enveloped in a heavy silence, with no one daring to speak. Zhou sat at his workstation, staring at his idle computer screen, letting out a faint sigh. The recent digital virus cases had numbered 4. One was the underground mortuary where he had awakened. Another was the digital forest at the Jiwei Cinema. The third involved the infected individuals at the Xiangda Mall, and the last was the Huangjia Club construction site incident concerning the Murphy's Law. Each of these cases bore a connection to him, leaving him uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Among them, the digital forest at Jiwei Cinema was managed by the Ghost Squad, and due to timely containment, the Public Security Bureau had suffered minimal losses. The Huangjia Club construction site incident had indeed caused severe casualties, yet those were primarily due to the recklessness of buyers and sellers wanting to profit from the chaos. Most of the martyrs commemorated today were victims of the other 2 cases. This world is far too perilous. He must swiftly grow stronger. In the coming days, he would see if he could acquire a new digital domain. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou gradually calmed his emotions. Instead of immediately checking the street surveillance footage, he glanced at Jin Xingfeng and Chun Mao. noticing they were oblivious to him. He swiftly unlocked his phone and changed the wallpaper from the photo of the girl to a plain color image. Then, he opened the album on his phone, intending to locate the photo of the girl and delete it entirely. However, as soon as he opened the album, the brand new phone momentarily lagged, and then a cascade of unfamiliar photos began to flood his screen. The backgrounds of these photos were strikingly similar, clearly taken in the same location. The majority depicted dormitory settings, with many tables and chairs adorned with various items of clothing belonging to girls, along with skirts, hairpins, and the like. A smaller portion of the backgrounds featured hallways, where girls in light clothing casually walked by. Carrying water basins and toothbrushes, their demeanor relaxed and unsuspecting. Some were seen on balconies, hanging laundry, their poses relaxed and movements carefree. The girls captured in these images were all slender and graceful, with fair skin and slim waists. Even without facing the camera, their loose sleepwear revealed the poise cultivated through years of artistic training. The few girls whose faces were clearly visible were strikingly beautiful, some sweet and charming, others spirited and confident. While others exuded alluring charm or ethereal purity, the number of photos featuring exceptionally attractive girls was notably larger, while there was only one photo of a girl deemed merely passably attractive. And that was a candid shot of her practicing a dance move in the dormitory, her movements elegant and captivating. There were no photos of girls who fell short of this standard. All the photos were intensely private, each girl appearing relaxed and natural, evidently unaware of the camera's presence, clearly taken from angles designed for covert capture. The sheer quantity of photos was overwhelming, filling the phone to capacity, suggesting that it wasn't the owner's reluctance to take more, but rather the device's inability to store additional images. Staring at this bewildering scene, Zhou Zhen's expression froze. What was going on? Who had stolen his phone and taken so many photos of girls? Xiao Shou, you're on duty tonight. At that moment, Jin Qifeng lit a cigarette and walked over to him. Zhou Zhen snapped back to reality. Realizing Jin Qifeng was approaching, that he hurriedly attempted to exit the album and lock his phone, but after several frantic swipes, the phone, likely overwhelmed by the number of photos, remained stuck on the album screen, unresponsive, as it seemed that a substantial number of photos had yet to finish loading. In a panic, he shoved the phone into his pocket. What's wrong? Jin Qifeng inquired, observing Zhou Zhen's flustered demeanor with amusement. Is there a secret on your phone? Zhou Zhen's expression stiffened slightly before he quickly replied, nothing. Just chatting with friends, a girlfriend? Jin Qifeng asked casually. Zhou Zhen shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. Seeing Zhou Zhen's reluctance to discuss, Jin Qifeng did not press the matter, continuing, you're on duty tonight. But since you're a newcomer, he added, protocol requires that you have a senior accompany you while on duty to handle any unexpected situations. I spoke with Xiao Chen, and I have some free time tonight, so I'll be your guide. Zhou Zhen immediately replied earnestly, thank you so much, Captain. Jin Qifeng nodded slightly, took a drag of his cigarette, and was about to say something further when Chen Mao, not far away, suddenly interjected. The ghost-haunting incident at the Binhai Art Academy girls' dormitory has already trending online. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhen's expression stiffened, and he immediately recalled the photos on his phone. Jin Qifeng also turned his gaze towards Chen Mao and calmly remarked, I just saw it too. What's trending is the ghost rumor, not any illicit photography. Either the person behind the photos has been apprehended, but the school is unwilling to disclose it, or the entire affair is nothing but a farce. Currently, no one is debunking the rumors. Students, having nothing better to do, are stirring up all sorts of nonsensical tales. Chen Mao nodded, taking a sip of his tea. The latter seems more plausible. I inquired earlier, and thus far, all surveillance footage around the school has been reviewed, yet no useful leads have surfaced. It is likely another case of mistaken identity. Reassured that there was nothing amiss, Jin Qifeng relaxed, exhaling smoke as he stated, such ghost stories are commonplace in every school. During their rebellious teenage years, students often feel compelled to spread a few tales. Only those with an abundance of unassigned homework would take such discussions seriously. Chen Mao chuckled, saying, who hasn't gone through that phase? But I won't be able to take you along tonight. Xiao Zhou's girlfriend has been frightened by the posts and insisted that I return home early to keep her company. Zhou Zhen remained silent throughout, not daring to utter a word. Hearing this, he quickly responded, it's fine. Chengge, the team leader, said he would take me. His scalp tingled with anxiety. He had to delete all the photos on his phone at the first opportunity when no one was around. No, that was not secure. He needed to format the device. No, that wouldn't suffice. He had to remove the memory card and use frequency interference. to destroy it. Then he would buy a new memory card to replace it. It was utterly baffling. He had merely taken a nap, and how had so many illicit photos suddenly appeared on his phone? If someone who was unaware saw them, they might think he was the pervert photographing the girls' dormitory. This matter had to be investigated thoroughly at the first opportunity. However, it had to wait until there were no witnesses. Chapter 84. The first shift. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time to clock out. Chun Mao efficiently packed his belongings, exchanged greetings with Zhou Zhan and Jin Xingfeng, and promptly left. Once he departed, Jin Xingfeng stretched, poured himself a glass of water, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze outside. Adjusting his vision, after a moment of relaxation, he turned around and suddenly asked, "Xiao Shou, the surveillance footage you've been reviewing these past few days, is it related to the Huang Shirong case?" Zhou Zhan, fast-forwarding through the footage, replied, "Yes, it seems Huang Shirong knows me. I want to see if I can trace the source of those math textbooks he had." Jin Qifeng nodded, cautioning, "Although the city's surveillance is quite comprehensive now, there are still many blind spots. Either the cameras fail to capture certain areas, or they frequently malfunction, or they get interrupted by nearby incidents of digital viruses in the crossfire. Reviewing all the surveillance in the city like this is rather time-consuming. In such situations, it is best to first investigate the individual's social connections and movements, then choose an appropriate time to conduct interviews. With some leads in hand, coordinating with the surveillance can save a significant amount of time." Zhou Zhan furrowed his brow and, feeling somewhat helpless, said, "I've already looked into Huang Shirong's social connections. His past life seemed normal, and he had many acquaintances. However, after he became a carrier, possessing the equation of Murphy's Law, nearly everyone who got close to him has encountered accidents over the past month. Even a stray dog he fed a few times was recently killed in an accident. The only leads we currently have are from the surveillance." Jin Qifeng appeared slightly taken aback, pondering before nodding. That indeed presents a challenge. Nonetheless, the Ghost team is already following up on this case and will surely have results soon. Cases related to the digital forest require utmost caution from you as a newcomer. Should you discover any anomalies, it is best to cease immediately and report. Zhou Zhan nodded earnestly. Understood. After this brief exchange, the office fell silent once more. About half an hour later, Jin Xingfeng, back at his desk, spoke up. "It's getting late. Xiao Zhou, what would you like to eat?" "I'll order takeout." Zhou Zhan shook his head, asking, "Aren't meals provided for night shifts at the cafeteria?" Jin Xingfeng, puffing on his cigarette, replied, "The cafeteria's food has been rather monotonous. Occasionally, one craves a change of flavor." Zhou Zhan considered for a moment before responding. "Team leader, you're accustomed to it, but I haven't tried it yet. I think I'll head to the cafeteria today. You can order for yourself." He had yet to find an opportunity to delete those photos on his phone. If Jin Xingfeng ordered takeout for him, and during payment, his phone got stuck on the album interface, what then? He certainly couldn't explain that someone had stolen his phone and taken all those photos before returning it. Seeing Zhou Zhan heading toward the cafeteria, Jin Qifeng didn't insist further and nodded. "Then I'll just order for myself. If you're going to the cafeteria, it's best to go now. If you wait too long, you'll only find leftovers. In any case, I'll keep an eye on things from the office. If anything arises, I'll call you." Zhou Zhan nodded. "Thanks, team leader. I'll head over now." With that, he got up and left the room. The cafeteria was on the 17th floor, and at this hour, it was bustling with activity. Zhou Zhan wandered around before finally securing a seat. Following the instructions posted on the table, he opened the security bureau's dedicated app on his phone, scanned, and the day's menu immediately appeared. The bureau's benefits were quite satisfactory, with most meals being meat dishes, along with fruits and yogurt. After browsing for a while, Zhou Zhan chose a set meal, and shortly after placing his order, a robot delivered his food. Most of the security personnel, whether in uniform or plain clothes, were engaged in lively conversations while eating, making the cafeteria quite vibrant. However, as a newcomer, Zhou Zhan hardly recognized anyone outside of his office, so he ate quickly. After finishing, he tapped meal completed on the app, and the robot promptly came to clear away his tray. Minutes later, Zhou Zhan returned to the office. He pushed the door open, and Jin Xingfeng had just finished his takeout, wiping his mouth with a tissue while tossing the empty container into the trash. They greeted each other, and Zhou Zhan returned to his workstation to continue reviewing the surveillance footage. After finishing his meal, Jin Xingfeng went to the restroom. Upon returning, he processed a few documents before checking the time and pulling out a folding military bed from under his desk. He said to Zhou Zhan, "I am going to take a quick nap. Wake me immediately if anything comes up. Zhou nodded. All right. Jin Qingfeng moved the bed to the far corner against the cabinet. Used 2 books as a pillow, draped his coat over his head, and quickly fell asleep. Before long, the sound of his snoring filled the room. Zhou listened as the rustling noises from Jin Qingfeng ceased. Turned to look at him, confirming that he was indeed asleep, and hurriedly took out his phone. Upon unlocking the screen, the album interface popped up, densely populated with unfamiliar female photos, cluttering the storage space. Zhou swiped the screen a few times. Noticing that the phone was no longer lagging, the photos must have fully loaded, he quickly clicked on Options, then select All to delete everything. The phone stuttered for a moment, then displayed a prompt. Please enter password. A password? Zhou was taken aback. The password field required a 6-digit code. Deleting photos required a password. This must have been set by the person who had used his phone to take those photos. And he had no idea what the password was. Who on earth was the imbecile responsible for this? Rapidly considering his options, Zhou tentatively entered the phone's unlock password, only to be met with the message. Incorrect password. 4 attempts remaining. Zhou's expression changed. He immediately hesitated, unsure whether to resort to frequency interference, to destroy the phone and apply for a new one later. Just then, the desk phone rang suddenly. Dingling. Zhou snapped back to attention, glancing at the landline. Lu Jun had said that whenever this phone rang, it must be answered immediately. With this thought in mind, Zhou set his phone down and picked up the call. Hello. This is, before he could finish, the voice on the other end spoke rapidly. Counterterrorism unit? This is the regular D group, that we just received a report from Binhai University Central Hospital stating that a ghost incident has occurred in the inpatient department. It is currently uncertain whether this is related to a digital virus case. We require a digital compatible individual to assist in the investigation. Repeat, regular D group. We need a digital compatible individual to assist in the investigation of the ghost incident at Central Hospital. A ghost incident at the hospital. Zhou felt a flicker of confusion and immediately replied, Understood. I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, he turned around to wake Jin Qingfeng, only to find that Jin Qingfeng had already sat up, lacing his shoes and donning his jacket. Ready to depart. Chapter 85. Binhai City Central Hospital. The night was deepening, and various space advertisements painted the scene in vibrant colors, extravagantly showcasing the bustling atmosphere on the now sparsely populated road. A blue and green flying car sped along. The flying car's exterior was rather unremarkable, while its interior had discarded all elements of comfort, instead brimming with an array of weapons, equipment, and accessories. Zhou sat in the driver's seat, navigating the vehicle, while Jin Qingfeng lounged casually in the passenger's seat. Wielding a portable machine gun, loading bullets as he spoke. Last night it was a haunting at the school, and today it's at the hospital. Cases like these, related to the supernatural, are likely just a farce. The ordinary team has been busy for half a day, yet nothing has come of it. Just like that haunting incident in the girls' dormitory yesterday. What we truly need to be wary of are cases linked to disappearances, as those are far more likely to be genuinely connected to the digital virus. However, since the ordinary team has requested assistance, protocol dictates that we must investigate, no matter how absurd the situation may seem. Of course, these are merely past experiences and do not guarantee the absence of unforeseen events. Our visit must be approached with seriousness. If it truly is linked to the digital virus, it is no jest. Zhou nodded along. Understanding that Jin Qingfeng, a seasoned officer in the security department, would take command upon their arrival at the scene, despite it being Zhou's shift tonight. His role was to learn and assist by Jin Qingfeng's side. Before long, the flying car glided into a cluster of unevenly spaced buildings. Meanwhile, a melodic electronic voice resonated within the vehicle, announcing, You have entered the Central Hospital of Binhai City. Facial scan complete. Non-staff member confirmed. Please proceed to the payment area. It is currently outside of working hours. For medical assistance, please head to the A building's emergency department. Visitors must register at the security desk. For other inquiries, please contact Building C. Zhou took over the automated driving and smoothly parked the vehicle in front of the inpatient department. Just as they disembarked, they noticed several uniformed security personnel stationed in a corner, occasionally glancing at their wristbands, seemingly awaiting something. Not far from these officers sat a young man in a wheelchair, clad in patient attire. Beside him was a middle-aged female doctor in a white coat, accompanied by 2 brawny male nurses. At that moment, the doctor was instructing one of the male nurses to push the wheelchair. returning the patient to the inpatient department. The patient, his right leg encased in a cast and his left arm bound with a bandage hanging from his neck, appeared quite distressed and agitated. With his uninjured arm, he forcefully pushed the nurse away, exclaiming loudly, "Don't touch me. Stay away from me. You must be infected with the digital virus. I need to leave this place immediately. No one is taking me to my death." Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Jin and Jin Qifeng immediately turned their attention to him. Old Jin. As the two approached, the security personnel hastily walked over, with the leader offering a cigarette to Jin Qifeng and quickly stating, "That patient is the one who reported the incident," he says. "Is the person you were waiting for here?" The patient, noticing their presence, maneuvered his wheelchair over with haste, speaking rapidly, "Let me explain. I just saw a dead person. It was an old man from my ward. He was sent to the morgue last night. But just now, I saw him return to the inpatient department, devouring the brain matter of my neighbor. After finishing, he opened the skulls of others in the corridor and continued to feast. If I hadn't reacted quickly and pulled my attending physician and these two nurses out, we would have all been doomed." Before he could finish, the middle-aged female doctor interjected sternly, "Lu Tsong, you have been dealing with your fracture for over 3 months now. The examination shows excellent recovery. We must remove the steel pins promptly and begin rehabilitation training. Otherwise, it will greatly affect your future. This is not the time for nonsense." At this point, she turned to Zhou Jin and Jin Qifeng, explaining, "This is our patient, Lu Kong. He requires immediate surgery." But upon being brought into the corridor, he suddenly began shouting and frantically dragged us out. I now suspect he may have a fear of surgery. The patient, Lu Tsong, hearing her words and sensing her approach, quickly pushed his wheelchair back to maintain distance, shouting, "Don't listen to her. I broke my leg in a car accident to check on my bones, not for a psychiatric evaluation. Look at this cast. I am not afraid of surgery. What terrifies me is that this doctor and nurses are unfazed by a dead person opening skulls in the corridor. They are the ones with issues. Officers, they have likely been infected with the digital virus. Do not let them near me." With both sides adamant in their claims of the other's instability, Zhou Jun listened intently, turning to Jin Qifeng, who remained calm, disregarding the patient and the doctor, and instead focused on the ordinary D team, inquiring of their leader, "Old Fan, have you conducted virus and energy tests?" Security Officer Fan Heng promptly replied, "We have tested the reporter, the doctor, and the nurses, finding no signs of digital virus infection. We also conducted digital energy testing, but the target area is somewhat extensive. We only have small equipment here, limiting both precision and detection range, and we have yet to identify any digital energy." Jin Qifeng nodded slightly. There were only a few large-scale digital energy detection devices throughout Binhai City, and it was impractical to transport them for every incident, as that would be excessively time-consuming and laborious, and by the time the equipment arrived, the situation may have escalated further. With this in mind, he spoke, "We also only possess small equipment." He then turned to Lu Tsong, asking, "Where did you see the dead person? What did he look like? Did he have any weapons?" Lu Tsong immediately responded, "In the orthopedic department of the inpatient ward. On the 61st floor, there was an old man in his 80s, wearing the same patient attire as mine, but with a red plastic wristband. Our hospital's patient wristbands are blue." He raised his arm to show the others the wristband. A 2-centimeter wide strip of plastic inscribed with the patient's name, ward, bed number, and admission date. He had no weapons, but he possesses immense strength. If he grabs someone, they cannot struggle, only helplessly watch as he opens their skull to consume their brain matter. The middle-aged female doctor, listening nearby, slightly twitched her face and turned to Jin Qifeng, stating, "What he says is utterly absurd. My 2 colleagues and I witnessed the situation clearly, and there was nothing of this sort. I am not solely his attending physician. I have an entire ward to care for. The time wasted during this incident has already been considerable. In no more than 15 minutes, I must return to check on several critical patients." Jin Qifeng nodded. "Understood. In that case, my colleague and I will head in to take a look. You and the other security personnel await outside. Following this, I will instruct my colleague to call our phones every 3 minutes." He then looked sternly at the ordinary D team, stating, "If the phone continues to ring without being answered, do not hesitate to contact the Phantom team. If we have not emerged after 15 minutes, contact the Phantom team immediately." The leader of the ordinary D team responded swiftly, "Understood." The middle-aged female doctor seemed poised to say more, but Jin Qifeng did not linger. he promptly walked over to the vehicle's trunk, which had been transformed into a compact arsenal filled with a plethora of firearms and ammunition tightly packed. The ammunition varied in caliber but was limited to 2 colors. One was yellow with green stripes, labeled as isolation bullets. The other was yellow with blue stripes, marked as energy bullets. In the upper left corner lay 4 uniquely shaped grenades. Beside the grenades were 2 pairs of oversized sunglasses, the lens sides embedded with tiny electronic components, along with an inconspicuous red button. Jin Chi-feng called to Zhou, "Choose any weapon you desire." With that, he first picked up a gleaming silver rifle, slinging it over his shoulder, and began to strap on a bandolier of ammunition. Zhou did not hesitate. His gaze quickly scanned the options, and he swiftly grabbed 2 identical large-caliber handguns. Testing their weight before securing them at his waist, he then selected a matching rifle, slinging it over his shoulder as well. The 2 men loaded themselves with ammunition, and Jin Chi-feng removed the 2 pairs of sunglasses, donning one himself and passing the other to Zhou, stating, "These are digital glasses that can detect viruses." He then picked up the 4 grenades, handing 2 to Zhou, succinctly explaining, "Energy grenades, containing digital energy. However, the digital energy within has not been processed and possesses strong contamination properties. Those infected cannot use it. If you encounter an infected individual, throw the energy grenade. The explosion will immediately draw the infected away." Zhou nodded, accepting the grenades and stowing them away. Jin Chi-feng then pulled out 2 elongated rectangular boxes embedded in their bases from the trunk. One box bore a danger symbol and had 2 straps, resembling an odd backpack. The other featured a radar-like insignia, also equipped with convenient carrying straps. Jin Chi-feng slung the radar-labeled box onto his back. He remarked, "These 2 items are a portable energy detection device and a miniature force field generator. I will carry the energy detection device, while you take the miniature force field generator," he instructed. "Both sets of equipment are quite heavy. An ordinary person would struggle to carry them, so be cautious." Zhou immediately replied, "Understood." He promptly crouched down and hoisted the box containing the miniature force field generator onto his back. As the 2 men lifted the equipment, the entire flying car seemed to lighten significantly. Although it appeared quite heavy, Zhou felt no strain, as if he were merely carrying an ordinary backpack, likely due to the recent significant enhancement in digital energy. With everything prepared, Jin Chi-feng led Zhou directly toward the entrance of the inpatient department. Chapter 86. Inpatient Department. Binhai City Central Hospital is one of the older public hospitals in Binhai City, undertaking responsibilities beyond medical care, including education, prevention, rehabilitation, and research, and is recognized as an authority in cardiology and orthopedics. The inpatient department is located at the southwest corner of the hospital, towering approximately 70 to 80 stories high. Despite the late hour, the entrance hall remained brightly lit in this spacious and illuminated hall. The daytime clamor had dissipated. The billing windows and volunteer guidance stations were deserted, and the consultation robots stood in neat rows against the wall. Entering sleep mode. Only at the central service desk on the left were 2 on-duty nurses present, seemingly exhausted, as they rested their heads on the desk in slumber. Behind them, a display screen displayed the photographs and names of the on-duty personnel. The nurse on the left, with a single ponytail, was named Ma Xinxin. The nurse on the right, marked by a mole on her chin, was named Wu Su. Opposite the central service desk sat another nurse on a metal bench, clutching a white sheet encased in a disposable plastic cover, her head slightly bowed, breathing evenly, clearly asleep as well. With her head lowered, freckles adorned her cheeks, and the badge hanging around her neck identified her as Nurse Chi Ling. Aside from the 3 nurses, the entire hall was tranquil, devoid of any other presence. As Zhou and Jin Chi-feng entered, they scanned their surroundings. Jin Chi-feng gestured for Zhou to remain vigilant while he approached the 2 sleeping nurses. Upon reaching their side, Jin Chi-feng's digital glasses automatically scanned their conditions, and shortly after, a green prompt illuminated on the left lens. Scan complete. No infection detected, confirming the target's safety. Jin Chi-feng coughed lightly, drew out his credentials, and spoke, "Comrades, I am Security Officer Jin Chi-feng. I have a few questions to ask you." The 2 nurses remained unresponsive, motionless at the table. Without hesitation, Jin Chi-feng raised his firearm, aiming it at the 2, and cautiously approached, nudging them with the barrel. Neither Ma Xinxin nor Wu Su stirred. Observing for a moment, Jin Chi-feng holstered his weapon and carefully checked their breathing and pulse. Finding everything normal, the two nurses were simply in a deep slumber. Seeing this, he employed the same method to confirm that the nurse Qi Ling diagonally opposite was also in a peaceful sleep, her vital signs stable. Jin Qifeng decided not to waste any more time. Turned to Zhou Zhan and said, "Let's head upstairs." Zhou Zhan nodded immediately and followed closely behind. They swiftly entered the nearest elevator hall, which housed 16 elevators. Perhaps due to the late hour, half of them were locked, leaving only the other half operational. A few elevators had already arrived at the first floor, and upon pressing the button, the doors opened immediately. Jin Qifeng stepped inside first and pressed the button for the 61st floor. Earlier, Lu Song had mentioned that the deceased they were investigating was located in Area E on the 61st floor. The high-speed elevator ascended rapidly. Jin Qifeng cast a glance at the elevator's camera and cautioned, "Be careful from here on out. If anything seems off, shoot without hesitation." Zhou Zhan immediately responded, "Understood." As they spoke, the elevator halted at the 29th floor, and the doors opened to reveal two doctors in white coats, engaged in conversation while waiting for the elevator. "Another one has passed. Is this the 9th one tonight?" one remarked. Given the severity of the cases, it's hardly surprising. As they spoke, they noticed the elevator doors opening, revealing two heavily armed individuals holding firearms, and were taken aback. Jin Qifeng and Zhou Zhan remained silent until their digital lenses indicated no infection detected, at which point Jin Qifeng presented his credentials and quickly stated, "I am Security Officer Jin Qifeng. We received a report and need to check on the situation on the 61st floor. Please remain calm. It's nothing serious." The doctors, eyeing their gear with trepidation, hesitated before one, wearing a name tag reading Shi Xinhong, replied, "Security officers, given that you're unfamiliar with this place, it's best to inform the front desk and have a nurse accompany you. Otherwise, misunderstandings may arise. You're fortunate to encounter us. Many patients here are quite sensitive to being startled. We hope you understand." Jin Qifeng replied calmly, "The three nurses at the front desk are asleep. The situation is urgent, so we came directly upstairs." Upon hearing this, the other doctor, whose name tag read Changxi Yuan, furrowed his brow. "Asleep? Sleeping during duty hours is unacceptable. I'll go down to check." As they spoke, the two doctors entered the elevator, which continued its ascent. Soon reaching the 61st floor, the elevator doors opened once again, and Zhou Zhan and Jin Qifeng stepped out, while the doctors continued their upward journey. Exiting the elevator hall, they found themselves in a spacious corridor painted a bright, warm yellow, adorned with potted broadleaf greenery. Directional signs hung along the walls. On the side they exited, each door led to another elevator hall, while the opposite side's doors opened into various patient wards. The orthopedics department in Area E required them to traverse nearly 4 patient wards. At that moment, the corridor was devoid of any individuals, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing monotonously. Soon, they arrived at the locked door of Area E. Following the instructions at the entrance, Jin Qifeng pressed the intercom button, and a vigilant inquiry from a nurse inside came through. "Who are you?" Jin Qifeng again displayed his credentials to the camera, explaining their purpose, and the door swung open, allowing them entry, where they found a nurse's station. Only one nurse was present, appearing to be in her 40s, wearing black-framed glasses, with a name tag reading, Hu Bing, hanging from her chest. She was surrounded by some paperwork and seemed to be at work. In front of the nurse's station was a small open break room, where two patients in hospital gowns were seated on a bench, holding hands and whispering to each other. Upon seeing the two heavily armed individuals enter, the trio immediately halted their conversation, gazing at them in astonishment. Jin Qifeng quickly scanned the three individuals with his digital glasses, confirming they posed no threat, and once again presented his credentials, stating, "Security Officer Jin Qifeng, responding to a report for a routine inspection. There's no need for alarm." Hearing this, the group finally exhaled in relief. Nurse Hu Bing promptly stood and said, "Some patients in Area E cannot be disturbed. If you need to investigate something, I can assist." Jin Qifeng swiftly replied, "Where is the patient named Lu Song located? Please take us to his ward." Hu Bing quickly responded, "He is in bed C of room 16. Follow me." With that, she briskly exited the service station and led the way. The two older female patients seated on the bench looked on in confusion as they passed. Room 16 was not far from the service station. Upon opening the door, they found a row of storage cabinets on the left and a restroom on the right. The restroom door was ajar, revealing a mirror and sink, with the toilet and shower visible in the mirror. And the restroom was empty. Further inside, 3 tightly drawn curtains allowed light to filter through, indicating that someone was still awake. Hu Bing paused at the entrance, whispering, "Lu Song is in this ward. The bed at the very back is his. Apart from him, beds A and B are occupied, with the patient in bed B having a heart condition. So I'll go in first to explain the situation and prevent any issues." Jin Qifeng nodded. "All right." Hu Bing promptly entered, closing the door behind her, and her footsteps faded, soon followed by hushed whispers of explanation. Before long, a somewhat familiar voice emerged. "Don't worry. We will fully cooperate with the security officer. We will definitely disclose everything we know." Upon hearing this voice, Jin Qifeng furrowed his brow and quietly instructed Shojin, "You stay outside. Don't go in yet. I'll check the situation alone. If I'm not out in a minute, activate the force field." Shojin nodded swiftly, understood. Chapter 87, Anomaly. At that moment, Hu Bing emerged from within, smiling at Jin Qifeng. "You can come in now." Jin Qifeng replied coolly, "I'll go in alone." With that, he quickly adjusted his gear and stepped inside by himself. Hu Bing harbored a tinge of confusion but refrained from asking further questions. Casting a glance at Shojin beside her, she followed suit and re-entered the hospital room, shutting the door behind her with a casual flick. Upon witnessing the door close, Shojin wasted no time. He immediately set down the box he had been carrying on his back and placed his hand on the top switch, preparing to activate the energy field at a moment's notice. Simultaneously, he loaded his rifle, ready to assist Jin Qifeng at any given moment. After waiting outside for a few seconds, Shojin began to sense something amiss. The room was not particularly large, and even with the door as a barrier, he had previously been able to hear their conversation from the entrance. However, after Jin Qifeng entered, silence enveloped the room. And now the entire corridor was eerily quiet. Thus, unable to wait any longer, Shojin knocked on the door. Bang! 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 "Team leader, what is going on?" Inside room 16, 3 hospital beds were arranged in a line, their heads against the wall, flanked by various power outlets and specialized cabinets. Curtains hung from the ceiling, partitioning the small space. From the outermost to the innermost, the beds were designated as Bed C, Bed B, and Bed A. At this moment, all the curtains were drawn back, revealing the scene within. Each bed was occupied by a patient, each adorned with casts and bandages. Various personal items and medications cluttered their bedside tables, alongside an assortment of snacks and a water cup with a small nightlight aglowed as if sensing their presence. The patients in beds A and B peeked out from under their covers, curiously observing Jin Qifeng. The occupants of these 2 beds, one elderly and one youthful, donned hospital gowns, their hair slightly unkempt, and their frames appeared rather frail, their complexions less than vibrant. Jin Qifeng led the way, with Hu Bing closely following. Upon noticing Jin Qifeng suddenly halt, Hu Bing promptly whispered an introduction. The patient in bed A is named Feng Xianyan, aged 84, a retired worker who suffered a comminuted fracture of the ankle due to a slip on a wet surface. He underwent surgery 3 days ago and is currently under observation, with a few days remaining until discharge. In bed B, we have Sun Luan, aged 23, a doctoral student in management at Binhai University. He was injured by a malfunctioning vehicle while out for a meal, resulting in bilateral fractures of the legs, and has just had surgery. While the fractures themselves are not critical, he suffers from a serious congenital heart condition requiring long-term rest. Finally, in bed C, we find the patient you are looking for, Lu Kong. He is a motorcycle enthusiast who broke his leg and arm in a racing accident. His condition is quite good, and he can be discharged as soon as the steel pins are removed. As her words fell, the patient in bed C, who had been lying under the covers, lifted his head to gaze at Jin Qifeng. This young man sported a spiky hairstyle and thick eyebrows, despite a bandaged left arm suspended around his neck and a heavily casted right leg. He exuded a lively spirit. Indeed, it was Lu Song, the very individual Jin Qifeng and Zhou Jun had encountered outside the hospital department. The details of his appearance, the cast, and the bandage were identical to those of the Lu Song they had previously met. On the floor beside bed C lay his wheelchair. .2 Lu Song's. In an instant, a chilling dread surged through Jin Qifeng's heart. At that moment, noticing Jin Qifeng's prolonged silence, the bedridden Lu Song inquired, "Comrade security officer, what brings you here?" Jin Qifeng snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply to regain his composure, and asked in a calm tone, "Did you call the police earlier?" Lu Song immediately shook his head, bewildered. Call the police. What police? I don't know anything. Jin Qifeng's expression remained unchanged, and just as he was about to ask further, his phone rang abruptly, dingling. He quickly retrieved his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and instantly understood. 3 minutes had passed, and it was a colleague from outside the hospital. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Hello, this is Jin Qifeng. Is the person who reported the incident nearby? Have them take the call. Outside room 16, Zhou Zhan pressed one hand against the energy field device's switch while gently knocking on the door with the other. Bang, bang, bang. Team leader, how is it? He tentatively inquired from within, after a few seconds of silence. With no response from the room, Zhou Zhan's expression turned grave. Abandoning any sense of hope, he swiftly stepped forward, gun in one hand, and cautiously gripping the doorknob with the other, ready to open the door when a clear voice rang out from behind him. Hey, you there, security officer? Are you the one who reported me sleeping on duty to the director? At this, Zhou Zhan instantly turned around, aiming his weapon at the newcomer. Startled by the sudden threat, the nurse who had just approached froze. Clutching a sealed white sheet, she appeared to be in her early 20s, with fair skin and a sprinkling of freckles across her cheeks, dressed in the standard nurse's attire, her feet clad in low-heeled black shoes. A badge hung from her neck, featuring her work photo and the name Qi Ling, stamped with the official seal of Binhai Central Hospital's inpatient department. She was one of the 3 nurses he had seen napping downstairs. Simultaneously, the scanning results from his digital glasses flashed, uninfected. Zhou Zhan promptly lowered his weapon, no longer aiming at Qi Ling, but did not holster it immediately. He issued a stern warning. There's a situation here. Do not approach. Qi Ling cast a frightened glance at Zhou Zhan, yet soon replied defiantly. I respect the work of security officers, but I also ask for your respect towards us nurses. My colleagues Ma Xinxin and Wu Su and I have been diligently on duty. I went to the supply room to gather items to bring up, and throughout the process, I was too busy to even take a breather. Why would you maliciously report us for sleeping? Malicious report? Hadn't they been asleep when he and Jin Qifeng entered the inpatient department? Nevertheless, he had no time to explain this to her. Thoughts racing, Zhou Zhan commanded, stay right there and do not enter this room. With that, he ignored her and forcefully kicked the door open. Bang! The door swung wide, slamming against the doorstop. Inside, an unsettling stillness prevailed. The half-open bathroom remained empty. The 3 beds were concealed by curtains, which swayed gently, illuminated by the lights behind them. Team leader, he called out into the room again, but silence reigned. Gripping his gun in one hand and the energy field device in the other, Zhou Zhan cautiously stepped into the room. Chapter 88. The phone. The temperature in room 16 was slightly cooler than in the corridor, and the lights were on. Aside from the 3 beds covered by curtains, the layout was quite clear. The half-open bathroom door obscured part of the view, but through the mirror at the sink, he could ascertain that the bathroom was currently unoccupied. The entire room was enveloped in silence. Zhou Zhan advanced step by step. Arriving at the bathroom door, he paused to glance back, confirming that Qi Ling had not followed him, and promptly pressed the switch on the miniature energy field device. Buzz. The energy field device activated instantly. The elongated box transformed rapidly, its mechanical components unfolding, soon taking the shape of a tower taller than a person. At the pinnacle, a pale white halo shimmered, resembling a chaotic eye. Surrounded by several metallic shield-like fragments that orbited the eye, floating in a mesmerizing manner. The eye rotated slowly, trailing ethereal ribbons like a nebula, spreading outward and encompassing a radius of approximately 10 meters around the device. Zhou Zhan immediately felt an exaggerated force of gravity, rendering him nearly immobile, forcing him to stand with great effort. However, a red dot soon emerged within the pale halo, and a red beam scanned the vicinity with a soft beep, completing a 360-degree scan. As the red beam passed over Zhou Zhan, the oppressive sensation of gravity dissipated, restoring his mobility. This was the energy field, capable of regulating the activity of energy. Under normal circumstances, the more potent the life form's energy, the greater the resistance they faced upon entering the energy field's range. Moreover, the speed of energy transmission would also slow. This was particularly effective against infected individuals with vast amounts of energy, while having minimal impact on ordinary people devoid of digital energy. As for the red beam that had just scanned Zhou Zhan, it was part of an automated friend or foe identification system, allowing marked friendly units to remain unaffected by the energy field, With the field activated, Zhouzhan cautiously approached the bed closest to the door, carefully using the barrel of his gun to pull aside the curtain obscuring it. As the curtain drew back, it revealed the designation A at the foot of the bed. This particular bed was unoccupied, the sheets meticulously arranged without a single wrinkle. The blanket was folded into a neat square at the head of the bed, atop which rested 2 pristine pillows, while the entire bed was covered with a transparent plastic film. A sign reading "sterilized" lay on the pillows beneath the plastic. The bedside cabinet and table were devoid of any items, suggesting that there had been no occupant at all. Zhouzhan found nothing suspicious and, after glancing under the bed to confirm its emptiness, he slowly retreated, lowering the curtain before moving to the next bed. Bed B.as before. He lifted the curtain with the barrel of his gun to inspect inside. This bed, too, was vacant. However, the bedding and pillows had seemingly been removed, exposing the bare bed frame. In stark contrast, the table beside the bed was littered with various medications and a water cup. Zhouzhan drew the curtains and approached bed C, the furthest one inside. He once again prodded the curtain open with the barrel of his gun. This bed, too, was unoccupied, though it bore a disheveled arrangement of bedding. The quilt lay tossed aside, revealing a mattress that bore evident creases along the edge, suggesting that a patient had hastily risen from it in a state of distress. Similar to bed B, the table here was adorned with various personal items and snacks, while the adjacent space remained pristine, devoid of any traces of a wheelchair. Zhouzhan's brow furrowed instantly. This ward was entirely empty. Where was Jin Qifeng, and what of the nurse named Hu Bing? Furthermore, if there were truly no patients in the ward, from whence came the voices he and Jin Qifeng had heard at the entrance? Zhouzhan immediately turned his gaze toward the window beside him. It was a glass wall, currently draped with sheer curtains. The window was small and could only be opened about 1/3 of the way via an internal button for ventilation, likely to prevent falls or objects from plummeting. As the window opened, a metal screen immediately ascended, securely blocking the opening. Zhouzhan approached the window and looked down. Below lay a gently undulating lawn, decorated with cobblestone paths and gazebos. Behind the lawn stood a building of comparable height to the inpatient department, prominently displaying large letters indicating it was the cardiovascular building of the central hospital. Adjacent to it were several shorter structures, seemingly the dormitories for medical staff at this moment. The area below was devoid of any people. The lawn was clean and tidy, and there were no signs of tampering or forced entry along the window ledge. Zhouzhan's expression grew grave as he proceeded to search the bathroom and all the cabinets within the ward, but found not a single clue, let alone any sign of Jin Qifeng or Hu Bing. It was as if these 2 individuals had never set foot in this place. Just then, a ringtone pierced the silence. Zhouzhan picked up his phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, immediately understood. Earlier, as he and Jin Qifeng prepared to enter the inpatient department, Jin Qifeng had instructed their colleagues outside to call them every 3 minutes to confirm their status. This call was from a colleague downstairs. Zhouzhan promptly answered, and before the other party could speak, he declared, "Hello, team leader Jin is missing." Simultaneously, in room 16, Nurse Hu Bing stood with bated breath, her attention focused on the 3 patients lying on the beds, who were casting puzzled glances at Jin Qifeng. Liu Tsong on bed C was still in a daze, muttering, "Did someone in our ward call the police? That can't be right. We've all been getting along quite well. If there's an issue, just say it directly. Is it really necessary to call the police? Uncle Feng, Xiaohe, did you 2 call the police?" Upon seeing both Feng Xiongyan and He Luan shake their heads, Liu Tsong became more animated, exclaiming, "I knew it." Jin Qifeng paid no heed to his words, one hand gripping his gun and the other holding his phone, listening intently to his colleague's voice on the line. His brow furrowed as he asked, "The person who reported is asleep?" He then glanced at Liu Tsong on bed C and discreetly added, "Could you wake him up? I need to confirm something with him." There was a brief pause on the line before the response came back, somewhat sternly. "We've been trying for ages. He's sleeping too soundly to wake." Jin Qifeng didn't press further but replied calmly, "If we can't handle the situation here, call over there immediately, and keep an eye on the person who reported. The doctor with the reporter, along with the 2 nurses, must not be allowed back into the inpatient department." The voice on the line responded promptly, "Understood." After hanging up, Jin Qifeng wasted no time and dialed the ghost team's number again. Although he had subtly hinted for the outside colleagues to contact the ghost team, he felt it prudent to make the call himself. "Hello. This is Jean Xingfeng from Special Operations Group 5. I am currently in room 16 of the orthopedic ward on the 61st floor of Binhai Central Hospital, where I have discovered some unresolvable anomalies. Understood. I know what to do. After concluding the second call, Jean Xingfeng turned his attention to the others in the ward. Hu Bing's expression was grave as she cautiously inquired, "What is wrong? Is something amiss?" The three patients also displayed signs of tension, with the one on bed hesitantly picking up a pill from the bedside, looking to Jean Xingfeng for guidance. Jean Xingfeng responded with calm assurance, "It's a minor issue, nothing to worry about. Please continue to rest." With that, he set down the energy detection device strapped to his back, pulling the hidden handle on the side. The long box emitted a series of beeping sounds, and in a swift motion, four mechanical legs unfurled, anchoring the box like a spider. Simultaneously, the upper portion of the box rapidly transformed and assembled, rising to reveal a six-sided phased array antenna. A prompt appeared in the right lens, asking "Activate." He pressed the red button on the side of the lens and activated the device. At the same moment, in the empty ward, Zhou Jin stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, continuing his phone conversation. A searchlight swept through the night sky, briefly illuminating his serious visage as it passed by the exterior of room 16. One hand rested on the grip of his large-caliber handgun, while the other held the phone to his ear, where an anxious voice was emanating. "What happened over there with old Jean?" Zhou Jin swiftly replied. "Team leader Jean has mysteriously vanished. I cannot locate him. You must immediately secure all entrances to the inpatient department. No one else is allowed to enter. And if anyone attempts to exit, that is also unacceptable. Additionally, contact the ghost team at once. It seems likely that this inpatient department has indeed fallen victim to an incident related to the digital virus." The voice on the line took on a serious tone, responding rapidly. "Understood. We will act immediately." Zhou Jin ceased speaking, directly hanging up the call, then sought out the ghost team's contact information in his phone book and dialed. "Hello, this is Zhou Jin from Special Operations Group 5. I am currently in room 16 of the orthopedic ward on the 61st floor of Binhai Central Hospital, where I have discovered a case related to the digital virus and require assistance. I am relatively safe for the moment, but my colleague Jean Xingfeng has gone missing." All right. The regular Group D outside the inpatient department has already been notified to begin securing the scene. As the call ended, Zhou Jin let out a sigh of relief. The ghost team would likely arrive in about 10 minutes. He hoped that Jean Xingfeng was truly unharmed. With that thought, he dialed Jean Xingfeng's number again, but the line rang normally without anyone picking up. Zhou Jin was not surprised. He swiftly put away his phone and approached the mini force field device, shutting it down and waiting for it to automatically retract into its original elongated box shape, which he then lifted and exited the ward. Jean Xingfeng had experienced an incident in this very room, and he had no intention of lingering in room 16 any longer. As he stepped out, Zhou Jin noticed the freckled nurse had arrived at the door of the ward, peering in with a curious expression. Zhou Jin frowned and immediately warned, "Do not approach this ward. My colleague, as well as a nurse named Hu Bing here, just entered this ward and suddenly went missing. No one is allowed to enter this ward now." Qi Ling was taken aback, her expression one of confusion as she stared at Zhou Jin. "Sister Hu Bing. When I came up just now, Sister Hu Bing was asleep at the service desk. How could she have brought your colleague into this ward?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jin's gaze turned icy as he looked at Qi Ling. The nurse's mental state seemed somewhat off. What she had just said contradicted the situation he had witnessed entirely, sensing Zhou Jin's disbelief. Qi Ling quickly insisted, "Sister Hu Bing is currently sleeping at the service desk. If you don't believe me, come with me to check. The person who brought your colleague into room 16 must not have been Sister Hu Bing. You must have mistaken her for someone else." Zhou Jin continued to stare into Qi Ling's eyes, observing her calm demeanor and unwavering gaze. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "All right, lead me there." Without hesitation, Qi Ling turned and walked toward the entrance. Zhou Jin seized the force field device, maintaining a cautious distance behind her. The corridor was spacious, likely designed with nighttime rest in mind, as the lighting remained bright yet gentle on the eyes. The floor was covered with a soft, sound-absorbing material, while the walls and doors featured handrails to assist with movement, as well as some concealed tracks for maneuvering medical equipment. At this moment, no patients were wandering about. The entire corridor felt desolate, with only the soft echo of their footsteps. Soon, they arrived back at the entrance to Area E, where the lights were bright, significantly more so than in the corridor. Inside the U-shaped, Semi-open service desk. A middle-aged woman in nurse's attire was slumped over a stack of documents, her black-framed glasses having slipped from her ears due to her position. Now resting askew beside the papers, she clutched a pen in her hand, while not far away lay an open ink pad and a stamp, suggesting she had dozed off while handling paperwork. Her breathing was steady, indicating a deep slumber. On a long bench outside the service desk sat two elderly female patients, their hair gray and faces lined with wrinkles. Hand in hand, they leaned against each other, eyes closed, and their chests rose and fell gently, both lost in sleep. Upon catching sight of the middle-aged nurse at the service desk, Zhou Zhan's expression remained placid, yet a subtle tremor of unease coursed through his heart. It was indeed Hu Bing, the very individual he and Jin Qingfeng had encountered moments prior. Qi Ling's words rang true. Hu Bing was asleep, but what of the nurse who had escorted them to room 16? At that moment, Qi Ling casually placed a plastic bag containing bed linens on the counter and made her way to the service desk. Seemingly intent on rousing Hu Bing, Zhou Zhan snapped back to reality and called out to her, "Wait." Qi Ling halted, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. Without offering an explanation, Zhou Zhan gestured for her to remain still, then set down a miniature force field device and pressed the activation button. A hum resonated as the force field sprang to life, casting a pale halo and enveloping a radius of 10 meters in a nebula-like glow. Zhou Zhan felt the sudden increase in gravitational pull, but just like before, a red beam swept across, restoring his normal mobility. He advanced toward Hu Bing, rifle in hand, and the scanning results from his digital glasses quickly confirmed not infected. He tentatively prodded Hu Bing with the barrel of his gun, but received no response. She remained in slumber. Without hesitation, he approached the two elderly female patients in hospital gowns, performing the same examination. They, too, were deeply entrenched in sleep, showing no signs of awakening. Zhou Zhan's brow furrowed. Although his digital glasses had not detected any digital virus, he remained deeply unsettled. The absence of digital virus detection did not guarantee its non-existence. After all, he himself was a prime example. Even the Phantom Team's tests had failed to uncover his status as an asymptomatic carrier. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Zhou Zhan turned to Qi Ling and inquired, "Did you come to this floor specifically to confront me, or is there another matter at hand?" Qi Ling, clutching a hospital gown, replied hesitantly, "Room 16. Bed B requires a complete change of linens and pillows. But the small storage in area E is lacking a sterilized sheet. I went downstairs to the main storage to collect one, intending to come back and replace it." Changing bed linens. Zhou Zhan immediately recalled that during his recent visit to room 16, all the bedding from the central bed B had been removed, leaving only the bare mattress. The linens Qi Ling held were meant for that very bed. Just then, Zhou Zhan's ears caught the sound of clicking, and he turned his head to see. Behind the two elderly women, nestled closely together, stood an aged man, his appearance ghastly. His face was a tapestry of wrinkles, adorned with numerous age spots, and a sparse tuft of white hair crowned his head. Perhaps due to his advanced years, his eyebrows had nearly vanished, rendering his scalp eerily bald. His sunken eyes and drooping eyelids created a haunting visage, as he appeared emaciated, the hospital gown hanging loosely from his frail frame. As if he might collapse at any moment. That moment, he extended a bony hand, akin to a chicken's claw, pressing it onto the head of the elder female patient to his left. A striking red plastic strip was prominently displayed on his wrist. The elderly woman remained oblivious, deep in slumber, even as her skull was pried open like a can, blood trickling down her forehead and soaking her garments, exposing her grayish-white brain. Yet she showed no inclination to awaken. The old man's face was awash with insatiable hunger, and as his other hand, missing a fingertip, delved into her exposed brain, he prepared to bring a blood-soaked morsel to his lips. Zhou Zhan's expression shifted dramatically as realization struck. This was indeed the corpse that the informant, Lu Song, had spoken of. In an instant, he aimed the barrel of his rifle at the old man. Simultaneously, the old man appeared to notice Zhou Zhan and Qi Ling, his movement stiff and jerky, akin to a rusted machine, as he slowly turned his head, his hollow gaze locking onto them, in room 16. The energy detection device was fully operational, the phased array antenna rotating slightly, continuously scanning the surroundings, all the while maintaining an eerie silence. Above the device, a holographic display floated, intermittently revealing a flicker of red lines. As time passed, these lines appeared and vanished, faint and unstable. Digital energy, Jin Qifeng remained unperturbed, yet his mind was instantly alert. However, he quickly regained his composure. The fluctuations of this digital energy were minimal. This seemed inconsistent with the anomalies he had observed in this room. It was likely that the true locus of digital virus activity lay not within this room but in other areas of the hospital. Room 16 was merely affected. With these thoughts in mind, Jin Qifeng swiftly operated the energy detection device through his digital glasses, retracting it, then turned his attention to bed A, where Feng Xunyan was propped against the headboard. Struggling to hold the covers, his emaciated hands rested atop the bedding, his frame frail, cheeks sunken, presenting a picture of weakness. His left pinky was truncated, and age spots marred the back of his hand. While a blue plastic wristband encircled his left wrist, the informant, Lu Song, had mentioned seeing an old man in the ward who had opened the skulls of other patients. This must be the individual he referred to. However, presently, he seemed unremarkable, and the digital glasses indicated not infected. Of course, the entire inpatient department might be compromised. The digital glasses readings were not necessarily accurate. I must reunite with Zhou Zhan, then access the monitoring room to review the footage, hoping to uncover further clues before the Phantom team arrives. With this resolution, Jin Qifeng pivoted and strode toward the exit. Hu Bing promptly addressed the three patients. "Thank you for your cooperation. You may rest now. Should you feel unwell, please ring for assistance." With that, she quickened her pace to catch up with Jin Qifeng. The pair swiftly exited the room, only to find the corridor devoid of life. Zhou Zhan, who should have been waiting outside, was nowhere to be found, and the miniature force field device was also absent. Jin Qifeng's vigilance heightened. He had previously instructed Zhou Zhan to wait for him outside the room. Now, upon exiting, Zhou Zhan had vanished. Although Zhou Zhan was a newcomer, their interactions had revealed that he was not the type to be reckless. He would not wander off at such a critical moment. Something must have happened to him. At that moment, Hu Bing gently closed the door to room 16 and approached him, whispering, "Comrade, did you uncover anything? What further cooperation is required?" Jin Qifeng snapped back to reality, succinctly replying, "My colleague is missing. I need to call him." He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Zhou Zhan's number. Beep, beep, beep. The call went unanswered until it automatically disconnected. Without hesitation, Jin Qifeng activated his digital domain. Energy tracking. In the next instant, 2 rows of footprints materialized on the ground before him. One set ignited with a white flame that rose approximately 30 centimeters, vividly tracing each footprint, burning steadily without any signs of dispersion. Originating from the entrance of Area E, it was his own trail. The other set of footprints, glowing with a faint green flame, accompanied his. Zhou Zhan's trail. Following Zhou Zhan's footprints, Jin Qifeng quickly discerned that they had come from the direction of the service desk. Stopping at the door of room 16. The impressions at the door were deeper, indicating that the target had lingered there for a moment, yet not for long, and then the footprints abruptly ceased. There were no traces of Zhou Zhan's energy residue in the surrounding area, including the walls and ceiling. It was as if he had stood at the door for a brief moment and then vanished into thin air. Jin Qifeng's expression grew gravely serious as he urgently inquired, "Where's the monitoring room?" "I need to view the footage immediately." Hu Bing replied promptly, "There are 2 locations where monitoring can be accessed. The nearest is on the 9th floor of this building, which only monitors the inpatient department. The other is in the northeast direction at the logistics building, which oversees the entire hospital." As she spoke, she led the way out. Jin Qifeng followed closely behind. They soon arrived at the brightly lit hall where the service desk was situated on the long bench outside. The 2 elderly female patients' silver hair shimmered under the lights, appearing to share a close bond as they held hands, their heads leaning together, engrossed in hushed conversation. Oblivious to the returning pair, Hu Bing cast a casual glance before moving to the right side of the service desk, where the entrance to Area E stood locked tight, a tall potted plant obscuring the door. She approached the greenery, parted a few leaves, revealing a palm-sized display screen. Upon detecting her presence, the camera activated, displaying a password input prompt. Rapidly, Hu Bing began typing the password, and just as she finished, the door clicked open with a resounding clack. Suddenly, the elderly patient seated on the left let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" The cry erupted unexpectedly, laden with profound agony, as she collapsed to the floor, dark red blood streaming from her head, her limbs convulsing briefly before falling still, her fate uncertain. Hu Bing was taken aback. Hastily abandoning Jin Qifeng to rush over, kneeling beside the ailing patient, she swiftly assessed the pulse, breathing, and pupil condition, all the while speaking rapidly. Room 23, Bed A, how are you? Room 27, Bed B, do you know what has happened to her? The elderly female patient seated to her right was indeed the one from room 27, Bed B, and at that moment, she wore a look of bewilderment, completely oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Just like Hu Bing, in her urgency, Hu Bing could not afford to continue inquiring about the sudden ailment of the patient in room 23. Bed A. She leaned closer and urged, hang in there, I'll call the doctor right now. With that, she dashed to the service desk, pressing the call button while hastily informing Jin Xingfeng, I need to attend to the patient. You go to the monitoring room by yourself. Jin Xingfeng cast a glance at Hu Bing and the suddenly afflicted patient, nodded silently, and without a word, pulled open the door to Area E and exited in the 61st floor E area of the inpatient department. At the service desk, the microforce field device activated, bathing the previously warm and bright lighting in a pale white glow, casting a chilling pall over the entire space. Zhou Zhan, brandishing a rifle, had his sights firmly fixed on the elderly man wearing a red plastic wristband. Meanwhile, Hu Bing remained in a deep slumber at the service desk. The elderly man was pressing down on the patient to his left, staring intently at him, while the female patient on his right maintained her head rested on the shoulder of the left side patient. Seemingly still asleep at this moment, as Qi Ling gazed at the vibrant red plastic wristband on the elderly man's wrist, signifying complete death, and at the brain he was gripping within the patient's skull. She finally snapped back to reality, her face turning ashen with terror. Ghost, ghost, there's a ghost, Qi Ling exclaimed, her body riddled with chills, her expression filled with horror, yet upon seeing the fully armed Zhou Zhan beside her, she quickly regained her composure and rushed behind him, shouting, quick, shoot it. Zhou Zhan's countenance was grave. The moment he laid eyes on the elderly man, he had already activated his digital domain, hyper-frequency interference. However, the numbers and symbols in his view failed to locate the target's signal, rendering him unable to establish a connection. The target seemed neither a living being nor an infected individual. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Zhou Zhan's finger rested on the trigger, tentatively squeezing it. A bullet shot forth in an instant. Bang! The bullet passed effortlessly through the elderly man's head, as if it had struck nothing but air, leaving no impact, and directly struck the wall behind him. Instantly, a hole appeared, dust cascading down. The elderly man remained unscathed. But the gunfire seemed to enrage him instantly. His eyes, mostly obscured by multiple eyelids, ignited with fury as he let out a fierce roar, abandoning the female patient whose skull he had opened, and lunging at Zhou Zhan. The elderly man was exceedingly thin, appearing to struggle even with the hospital gown clinging to his frail form, yet he moved with remarkable speed, akin to a genuine specter. Closing the distance to Zhou Zhan in the blink of an eye, his bloodied, brain-smeared hand spasmed open, reaching violently for Zhou Zhan's head. Zhou Zhan did not flinch. His focus shifted immediately to the two sets of formulas in his mind. With a mere sidestep, he could evade the elderly man's strike, but doing so would place the nurse Qi Ling, standing behind him, in peril. In the next moment, clang, a translucent barrier, shimmering with a myriad of numbers, formulas, and theorems, manifested before Zhou Zhan, intercepting the elderly man's assault. Digital domain, geometric barrier. Simultaneously, a somewhat familiar voice echoed in his ears. Hang in there, I'll call the doctor right now. I need to care for the patient. You go to the monitoring room. Digital domain. Covert eavesdrop. These 2-inch digital domains, one acquired from the transfer student Ren Rue, and the other from Hao Ge. When used individually, each possessed significant side effects, but when combined, their adverse effects perfectly counterbalanced each other. Thus, in this perilous confrontation, he chose to expend additional digital energy rather than risk enduring the side effects of the digital domains. With no time to ponder the source of the voice in his ears, Zhou Zhan once again aimed his rifle at the foe. Bang, 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 bang. A flurry of bullets was discharged in an instant, each round passing swiftly through the elderly man's body, striking the surrounding walls, cabinets, and ceiling, without inflicting any tangible harm upon him. The elderly man glared fiercely at Zhou Zhan, his frail arms suddenly elongated, serpentine-like, circumventing the geometric barrier, and reaching for Zhou Zhan's head from either side. Realizing that the isolation bullet was ineffective, Zhou Zhan did not hesitate. Instead of retreating, he charged swiftly towards the elderly man. Thud. With a resounding crash, The geometric barrier collided heavily with the elderly man. He was sent hurtling backward as if a kite severed from its string, vanishing into the shadows around the corner. Zhou Zhun immediately halted, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily, while swiftly replacing the empty magazine in his rifle with a specially marked magazine bearing a danger sign. The isolation bullets had proven futile against the earlier target. Now he was loading energy bullets. Each of these rounds was inscribed with unique formulas and infused with digital energy, capable of inflicting damage upon the infection phase of the afflicted. Just as Zhou Zhun finished replacing the magazine, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head, accompanied by Qi Ling's terrified scream from behind him. Behind! Behind!